Y estamos en vivo. ¿Estamos en vivo, señores? Creo que sí. Creo que sí estamos en vivo. Buenas, buenas. Estamos bien, entonces ahora lo que me queda es empezar todo. ¿Cómo están, señores? Buenos días a todos. Espero que todos se encuentren súper bien. Solo voy terminando de mandar los posts de que voy a estar haciendo esto, por si alguien quiere venir de alguna otra red. Oh, ¿saben qué? Nah. Vamos a ver. Bueno, está bien, jóvenes. Bueno, todos, ¿cómo se me encuentran? Bienvenidos. Espero que tengan un bonito domingo. Espero que estén teniendo un bonito fin de semana. Se nos viene las finales del Mundial de Pokémon. Entonces vamos a ver qué tal estuvo. Mientras tanto, un poquito de chill, música de joven, porque estamos en pleno playthrough de Emerald. Y Flannery nos pateó el trasero de la manera más espantosa el día de ayer. Como 3 veces perdimos contra ella. Entonces nos va a tocar tirarnos un arco de entrenamiento para poder vencer a Flannery, porque sí estuvo cardíaca la situación, por decírselo de verdad. Pero ahí vamos, todo bien. Y vamos a poder. ¿Quién dijo miedo? ¿Y ustedes cómo están? ¿Cómo se los ha tratado? ¿Estamos preparados para esto? Acuérdense, tengo también un nuevo comando para el día de hoy. Vamos a ver si se queda, si les gusta. En donde si ustedes ponen signo de exclamación atrapar, van a atrapar al azar un nuevo Pokémon. Un Pokémon. ¿Quieren probar? Ay. Buenos días, señores, ya estoy en vivo. Vamos a estar todo el día reaccionando al Mundial de Pokémon. Entonces, pues si quieren pasar el stream, pero verlos por ahí, pásense, va a ser un buen rato. Para acá. Vale, aquí está el chat también, para si quieren estar molestando o platicando, se les aprecia mucho. Empieza dentro de 45 minutos aproximadamente. Entonces deberíamos estar bien para esperar. No funciona. Descargar esto. ¿Quiero abrir chiquito? Está bien. Ahí puedo lidiar con eso. ta. Ajá. Porque lo raro es que de verdad no me... Qué raro que no me está dejando. Estoy intentando descargar la de propio YouTube, pero no me deja. Ah, bueno, ok, no dejó. Bueno, ya está. Ahí se queda. Bueno, señores, ok, ahora sí, ya quedamos. ¿Cómo vamos a empezar el día de hoy? Lo primero que quiero hacer es, supongo, ver la inauguración. Creo que ver la inauguración sería una buena idea. Para que pegue un poquito en los chills. No creo que dure mucho, entonces lo que vamos a hacer es, vamos a esperar a que falten que unos... Vamos a ver unos 15 minutos más para que la gente vaya entrando y todo. Y pues pasamos a verla. ¿Qué les parece la idea? Yo creo que funciona. Pararam, papá. Pero sí, ayer estuvo potente la destrucción que nos causó Flannery. Está difícil, no me recordaba que Flannery fuera tan difícil con su overheat. Y Sunny Day, fuck. Y está bien potente. Pero es que creo que es la primera vez en el juego que me encuentro un ataque de esa potencia. Creo que son, ¿qué? 140 tiene overheat, 130. Y entonces es como, shit. Entonces es otro nivel. Y encima con Sunny Day, man, hasta los not very effective se les está haciendo one hit KO. Entonces fue como que, rayos. Esto sí va a querer ganas. Pero bueno, a ver cómo nos va. Tal vez mañana nos echamos el arco de entrenamiento para derrotar a Flannery. Para poder avanzar de ahí, porque no quiero quedarme así como me quedé. Que perdí como 4 veces contra ella. Y sí fue interesante. Es interesante como un juego de Pokémon sí puede ser difícil. Dependiendo de cómo lo decidas jugar. Porque... Sí, o sea, el juego es tan fácil y tan difícil como vos te lo querrás hacer. Y creo que aprecio mucho ese nivel de lo modular que puede ser la dificultad en esa situación o en ese aspecto. Creo que no lo había apreciado tanto hasta ahora que he hecho estos runs de Emerald, de Black y White y de Fire Red cuando lo hice, donde pues tuve algunas reglas para hacerlo diferente. Creo que está bonito, me está gustando. Lo estoy apreciando de una manera diferente a como lo había apreciado antes. El level curve o cómo va aumentando la dificultad de Emerald ha sido excelente. Ha sido muy bueno como han sido viendo los niveles y todo. Creo que no puedo quejarme de lo que ha sido. Estoy bastante sorprendido. Es la primera vez que juego Emerald completo. Bueno, planeo jugar Emerald completo. Entonces sí es medio nueva experiencia para mí. Y ahora tenemos... faltan 10 minutos más. Lo malo es que hoy no tenemos... Hoy no tenemos gameplay de... ¿Cómo se llama? De Legend Z para ver en el pre-show. Entonces solo nos vamos a tirar la inauguración en un momento. Espero que les esté gustando la musiquita. También así chill en la mañana con su cafecito. Igual si quieren pasar un rato, saludar y venir después súper dele. no hay clavo. Yo voy a estar todo el pinche día aquí. ¿Cuánto duró el stream pasado? ¿10 horas? 10 horas duró el del año pasado. A ver si este es más rápido. Creo que este va a ser un poco más rápido. Creo. Va a depender de TCG. No sé qué decks están ahorita para TCG. Entonces vamos a ir de sorpresa allí. Pero creo que no va a ser tan largo. VGC en particular creo que va a ser mucho más rápido que antes. Porque Champions sí se presta para peleas mucho más rápidas. Y este formato con los megas también es como... Dude, esas ondas terminan en un minuto. Pues. Bueno, no en un minuto más, pero... Ustedes me entienden. Ustedes entienden lo que estoy hablando. O espero que lo hagan al menos. Pero bueno. Vamos. No sé si vieron también el short del gameplay de Iron Man que tiré, que se filtró. Se mira brutal ese juego de Iron Man. Se mira estúpidamente brutal. Estoy súper emocionado por esa onda. Mundial. Sí, hoy es el Mundial. Oigan, no va. Eso ya pasó. Buenos días, Joven Machi. ¿Cómo estamos? Me patearon el culo ayer en Emerald. Vamos a hacer que hacer un arco de entrenamiento. Se viene día pesado el día de hoy. Quiero empezar con musiquita chill. Maldita sea, no, men. Te pasaste. Te pasaste, maldita sea. Aquí no aceptamos insultos de odio como ese. Ahorita subí ayer, con todo esto de DLC 5, subí una historia donde alguien se lo puso a Silent Hill 2. Y se mira horroroso, se mira vomitivo Silent Hill 2 con DLC 5. Y lo puse en mis historias de Instagram. Y alguien me pone solo odias a Sony y yo. O sea, sí, pero ¿qué tiene que ver? Odias a Sony y la foto de Michi Gacho. Sí. ¿O no? No quiere a mi empresa multimillonaria. ¿Cómo vamos a sobrellevar esta situación? No aprecia a mi empresa, a la empresa multimillonaria que me gusta. No, tiene que quererla. Al final estabas diciendo que MGS4 está mamadísimo, ¿no? Que les quedó tal legal port. ¿Le agregaron algo de algo o solo es como que lo mismo y algunas de las líneas que cambiaron, como las que dijiste? Y sigue pegando a la escena del microondas. Esa es la pregunta, porque esa escena hasta yo que no sabía nada de MGS fue como, oh shit, esto es cine. Ay, peleaste contra las Beauty and the Beasts. Comienza recién a las 11. Sí, comienza dentro de media hora. Primero Pokémon Unite. Así es. Bienvenido, Ian. Sí, vamos a verlo todo. Todo. Desde el que empiece hasta que termine VGC. Vamos a estar aquí las 10 horas que dura el evento. Recen por mí. Recen por mí. Entonces estamos esperando en punto. Vamos a ver la inauguración otra vez. Solo para ponernos en el mood. Para ver la bonita banda que contrataron para la inauguración, que estuvo bien bonita. Me dio en el cocoró. Y después vamos a empezar con Unite. Me estaban diciendo que este es el último año que vamos a tener Unite en el evento. Honestamente, que sad. Honestamente, que sad. Unite me parece un muy bonito juego. Me parece que es... ¿Y te hubiera gustado ir? Sí, man. Más este año, que empiezan con XP. O sea, tenés el Mundial y al lado tenés toda la convención. Qué brutal. Sí, es uno de mis sueños un día ir a esos. Así como que eventos de gaming. Los que quiero ir es, quiero ir a unos Game Awards, quiero ir a un Pokémon Worlds, quiero ir a un Gamescom en Europa. Son como los tres a los que yo quisiera ir. Me muero de ganas por ir. Pero sí, sí me hubiera encantado ir a ver. Quiero ver también cómo va a ser el escenario, porque el año pasado fue increíble. El escenario del año pasado fue brutal. Y quiero ver qué tal va a estar el de este año, porque si lo hacen así de bueno, va a ser excelente. Va a ser excelente, va a ser lo máximo. Es el último mundial de United, el juego está muriendo. Sí, yo sé, qué lástima, la verdad, porque sí creo que es un bonito juego. Pero sí, no, supongo que no iba a durar para siempre. No tuvo la longevidad que tiene el juego tradicional, que tiene Go, el de cartas. No sé si el otro año, si va a ser así, para el otro año va a haber algo diferente con lo que lo van a poner. No creo que pongan TCG Pocket para el otro año. Pero antes de la controversia de Luca, el ex campeón del 2024, sé que le hicieron DQ este año, ¿no? Algo pasó, pero se enteré como escuché que le habían hecho DQ, pero contame. No me lo sé todo. Al fondo el chismecito. A ver, tengo mi cafecito, pasa el chisme. Contame. Ay. Y no sé qué es lo que sucedió. Esperemos que no sea algo muy turbio. Pero no sé. Creo que es interesante cómo pueden pasar controversias, supongo. Vamos a ver qué pasó, pero uno no se entera. En el mundo de Pokémon es tan fácil enterarse en otras controversias. Le quitaron su pase a los del staff. ¿Y por qué? Pasa que Pokémon United los abandonaron un poco y por eso está muriendo. Sí, ok, lo abandonaron los desarrolladores, decís. Pero bienvenido, Ernesto. Momento, ayer fue el día del gamer. Se supone por hacer que uno de sus amigos se cole en la fila. Ah, para entrar. O sea, le dio cola a uno de sus amigos para entrar a la fila. Y pregunta. Entonces en ese punto eran entradas limitadas. O sea, imagino que era cola para poder entrar o para comprar su entrada, ¿no? O ya tenían en las entradas. Porque ponete, si le dio cola y las entradas son limitadas. Claro, no hablo español, pero estaré aquí observando y espero que tengas una gran transmisión. Todo lo mejor. Thank you. Arigato. Merci. O no sé qué hables. Danke. But thanks. Appreciate it. You can I can speak English, so if you feel comfortable with English, just type it in. I like don't mind. That's fine. Thank you for being here. Pero sí, estaba diciendo, si le dio cola a alguien y es para comprar entradas, sí me parece que qué mala onda. Porque significa que alguien más atrás que ya estaba haciendo cola se quedaría sin entrada. Ahí sí diría yo, qué mala onda. Ahora, si era que ya tenían entradas y solo le dio cola para entrar, es como, la historia. Estaban entrando al centro Pokémon y tenían un amigo con ansiedad social medicada oficialmente. Luca y un amigo más ya estaban haciendo cola para entrar al centro Pokémon y lo vieron. Ajá. I don't want to mess up your flow. Nah, man, nobody watches. There's no flow here. I did pay for some of the championships. I got the Pikachu badges, but honestly, I look really well presented. Honestly, Pokemon Worlds, it's very good. It's a very well managed event for the audience that is watching it. Like, they really go all out with it. They are very strict with the timing. their moderation of the chat is pretty good, I would say. In general, the community also doesn't get really wild on chats. Sometimes they do, but overall, it's pretty chill. I'd always say Pokemon is very chill as a community. Lo hicieron colarse y los del estado de Pokémon lo vieron y dijeron que tenían que quitarle su pase a él y todos sus amigos. Mods are also super fast, which was funny as hell. Dude, they have to be like, you gotta be super fast with moderation for events like those. Hey, Nightbot is working. What the fuck? I didn't set it up like that. Okay, whatever. Los hicieron colarse y los del estado de Pokémon lo vieron y le dijeron que tenían que quitarle su pase a él y a todos sus amigos. Pero sí, mi pregunta allí es el centro Pokémon. El centro Pokémon tengo entendido, Ian, que es limitado, ¿no? O sea, tiene entradas limitadas. Esa es mi pregunta allí. Porque todo lo que me estás diciendo... Pero que sería prohibir entrar al centro Pokémon, pero que podrían reimprimirle su pase para el momento de entrar al Mundial y competir. Por el momento de intentarlo resulta que... Ajá, porque ponete... Se lo quitaron para el centro Pokémon. Si es como yo tengo entendido, el centro Pokémon es limitado, no, tiene stock limitado. Si le están dando cola a alguien, honestamente, por mucho que tenga ansiedad social y lo que sea, es como tú le estás quitando la oportunidad a alguien más. Pero si no le dieron su pase después para poder entrar a pelear, ahí sí es de digo, dude, shot. I'm in both. Hey, thank you. Especially with so many kids watching. Yeah, honestly, I like that. I like that they keep it clean. Me gusta que los streams y todo se mantengan clean. Porque hace falta espacios así. There is a lack of spaces for kids online. And I think Pokemon does a good job with that. As a parent, I appreciate that a lot. I think there needs to be more spaces for kids. No pueden reprimirlos, entonces ya no puedo combatir. Eso sí me parece una mamada. Porque si es como... le dijeron... No, o sea, solo hubieran dicho no podés entrar al centro Pokémon. Y eres como... Bueno, ok. Pero si esperando lo dejaron competir... Dude, él estuvo toda la temporada jugando. Para que le hagas eso, sí, tu madre. Ahí sí, tu madre. Yeah, I appreciate also having a space I can go and just rest my brain. I won't chat, but I also just don't feel afraid of someone who's gonna do something. Well, right, I hear you. Yeah, I hear you. Look, even me, I once, like, funny story, I was watching a Unite game on stream on YouTube. And I said like a little meme. I think I remember said a meme in Spanish like Perú es clave, something like that, and they banned me. I'm not sure why. But you know what? It's fine. It's fine. Al centro Pokémon del Mundial solo entras con el pase impreso y es con entrada limitada. Y el chico no lo tenía. Lucas sabe que eso fue incorrecto y en sus descargos lo admite. Ok, entonces ahí sí es como mala onda. Pero también estabas quitándole la oportunidad a alguien que hizo todo lo que tenía que hacer. Aunque sí creo que solo no lo hubieran dejado entrar. No sé, tendría que ver el reglamento, porque si el reglamento menciona algo de eso, está jodido. Bueno, ¿qué les parece si vemos ya son las en punto, ¿qué les parece si nos tiramos ¿cómo se llama? La inauguración. Voy a poner aquí. Ya lo tenía listo. Acá. Queremos el chat. Ahí está. Asegurémonos que está adecuada. No lo quiero auto. Pero también menciona que es injusto que no le mencionaran que eso lo dejaría fuera del mundial por el pase. Siendo así, no les hubiera regresado al pase con tanta edad, sabiendo lo que pasaría. Estoy de acuerdo, pero si sí estaba en las reglas, que algo así puede pasar y no fue una decisión del momento, fue problema de él no leer las reglas también. Las reglas existen por una razón, después de todo. Bueno, señores, este es el overlay que hice, está súper sencillo, pero tenemos un comando que funciona en YouTube y en Twitch para si quieren ustedes jugar con atrapar Pokémon durante el stream. Ahí estamos. Ahora vamos a asegurar. Capturando la pantalla. Es. Colé. Bueno, ahí estamos. Entonces vamos. Vamos a ver la inauguración entonces.
Hello, trainers, and good morning. To start things
Poco de
off,
volumen.
we are about to take you on a musical journey.
How's the volume over there? ¿Cómo está el volumen?
Celebrating 30 years of Pokemon, we'll start
No, no
today.
sabe las reglas, el staff cometió un error y por eso la controló. Ah, sí, entonces sí.
I'm your conductor.
Espero que lo compensen de alguna manera, que le den entrada a Worlds del otro año o algo así, porque su madre, si lo hice, si solo lo. Si se inventaron las reglas en ese momento, chao. Qué perros. ¿Cómo está el volumen ahí? Ahorita que empiece la música me dicen. Por si hace falta subirle. Creo que le hace falta un poco, ¿no? Está un poco bajo. Sí, está bajito. Espérense. Vamos a meterle filtro. ¿Qué tal ahí? ¿Ahí está mejor? Ahí está mejor. Hoy también son los anuncios. Si hay anuncios son hoy, sí. Usualmente es en la ceremonia de clausura. I really never feel this old or nostalgic because I want to hear this dude same. This is Dragon Ball really fucking dates me. You can add Digimon to that to me or Cardcaptor Sakura. Yeah. I was brought to tears when Slateport sounded. Look at that. It's pretty good. It's pretty chill. It's pretty safe. I like that they do it pretty safe. You know, it reminds me. It gives me the same vibes as the Macy's Holiday Parade. Chills, se me pone la piel de gallina viendo esto. ¡Dude, la guitarra! I'm really Pokemon Company push this hard because, you know, Nintendo was like, yeah, we'll give you $20. Yeah. Now they, Pokemon Company, for all their faults with the games and everything, they do a pretty good job with the IP as a whole. I always say that. Dude, the guitar. Oh, Giovanni. Oh, do I do a Nuzlocke run? Yes. Do. Yes. You have to. Or you could do a challenge round like I am doing for Emerald. It's not really a Nuzlocke, but I am not grinding for experience unless it's with trainers, right? No wild Pokemon battles for experience. No healing during battles, so only healing after battles. And I just got my ass kicked by Flannery. Dude, Elite Four. Whoa. Oh. Me rechinan las rodillas escuchando esta música. I hope so too. Dude, just put this on at the gym and you get all the strength in the world. Dude, the guy in the Charizard jacket is having the time of his life. El dude de la chaqueta de Charizard está realizado. Tiene todo el flow del mundo. ¡Oh, es campeón! ¡Ganó! ¡Oh, ahí está! Charizard, Lapras, Venusaur, Blastoise, Pidgeot, ¿y qué otra tenía? Pikachu seguro. ¡Bravo!
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Dude, estaba destruyendo una guitarra y solo chill a dar las gracias.
That journey through Kanto was actually only just the start of our program this morning, trainers. Now, join me as we travel across generations to celebrate the amazing 30-year legacy of Pokemon. Thank you so much.
Bravo. Dude, you're not ready, Tara. If you're not seen this, you're not ready. Dude. Oh my eyes, stop. Ah shit. They got me. They got me. Ah fuck. Ah, mis ojos. Y ese corte, what the fuck? Dude, Slate Port! Oh. Oh. Vibes as fuck. That's my favorite song from Gen 3. Ah. Ay, qué buena mierda. Para. Sí, un Nova Gold. Mega Floet! ¡No! Por favor, aléjenla. Honestamente, antes del Legend ZA, Kalos es la región más débil. Ahí está, escuchen esto. ¡Oh! ¡Oh! Rolona, top 10 rolas. Fuck. Top 10 best songs, man. Dude, Sword and Shield has so much soul. So great. Music for full speed too. Yeah. Word. Just wait till the end. It really hits you, the ending of the performance. Dude. I don't know, it really hits me. I don't know. It hits me right now. It's probably gonna hit me later. But I don't know, it means a lot to me. De verdad significa mucho para mí. Me he conectado con mis hermanos, con mis amigos, con mi hija. Probablemente con mi hijo más adelante también. Es la intro de hace 2 días, estoy llorando. Voy a poner uno de esos. Voy a poner el comando para eso.
Hello, and welcome to.
Oh shit. Ah, shit. Ah, sí me pegó. Ah, rayos. No, no esperaba que me pegara. Ay, no. Mucha nostalgia, sí. No, y yo tengo un video de eso donde hablo de por qué es tanto para mí. No es porque, ay, crecí con eso. O sea, sí, es parte de eso. Solo fue un puente que a mí me conectó con muchas personas a través de mi vida. Mi hermano grande me enseñó Pokémon a mí y yo le enseñé Pokémon a mi hermano pequeño. Hice amigos con Pokémon. Tengo muy bonitos recuerdos de Pokémon. Por eso todo lo que diga Pokémon, tómenselo con eso en mente, porque para mí significa un montón. Ay, qué bonito. Mm, so good, so good. Okay, so we're like 10 minutes. I suppose the stream should be live right about now. I think. Oh, well, it's gonna start at 30. Va a empezar a las 1:30. Vamos a ver si tienen algún otro video como algo. Anuncios de cartas. Incluso si quieren, if you guys want, on the official Pokemon YouTube channel, they do have this performance clipped, just the performance. So you can go for that as well if you want. Like, summary o algo. No. Pondría la música, pero después cae copyright y no quiero ponerla. Cinco, 10 minutos vamos a poner. Me pegó duro. Me pegara duro. Perdón. Era mi intención. Ahí está. Igual si la música está muy alta o algo, me avisan. Por favor. Let me know if the music is too high. I need to bring it down. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, pero si usted quiere. ¡Sha! Ahora recuerden los que están en el YouTube, pueden darle likecito, que les aprecio un montón. Yorican 347IM, gracias, thank you, arigato, danke o lo que sea que hables vos por estar aquí también. Está fuerte la música, ok, ya le bajamos, ya debería estar mejor allí. Perdón, gracias Ernesto. Ven Ernesto, ayer nos valimos madre con Flannery, no esperaba que me fuera a costar tanto vencer a Flannery. Y estuvo potente. Vamos a tener que hacer nuestro arco de entrenamiento porque si no, no puede ser así. No esperaba que me fuera a costar tanto vencer a Flannery. Allí. Igual ahorita que pongamos el evento, vamos a ver ya cómo está allí el audio. Ya con eso pues vemos qué pedo. A ver, ahí ya alejamos el volumen pues nítido. ¿Cuál es su región favorita, señores? What's your favorite Pokémon region? Para los de inglés. ¿Cambié de título? ¿Cómo que cambié de título? ¿En qué cambié de título? ¿Dónde cambié el título? Yoto es cozy. Cozy maxing. Yoto es cozy maxing as hell. Pero mi favorita es Unova. ¿Por qué? Me gusta el frío. My favorite... No, perdón. No, es Sinnoh. My favorite is Sinnoh because I like cold. I'm a cold person. Entonces me gusta así, ¿no? Porque sí se siente digo, agarrarse una mantita, un chocolatito caliente con queso. Perfecto. El mío es joven. Sí, me habías dicho. Joven es como irse de vacaciones. Joven is like going on vacation to the beach. It's like you get your stuff, you go to the beach for like a month. That's joven. That's how I feel joven is. And everyone's like super chill, super friendly. Too much water. But Johto is like, it's super cozy. You go to this like rural place where everyone is just keeping up with traditions, staying close to their family, and you learn a lot about how people lived a long time ago. That's Johto. You salís de Johto mucho más culto de lo que entraste. Es como, tiene esa magia del misterio donde no sabes todo lo que hay ahí metido entre los bosques y todo, y te imaginas lo que hay. Así se siente Johto. ¿Qué otras? A ver, Canto. Canto es chill, yo creo que Canto es como, sí, ciudades, listo. Unovas es... A mí se me hace Unova que es, bueno, obvio, pero es como ir a visitar Estados Unidos. Going to the US, that's Unova. Like, huge cities, a lot of different things all over the place, a lot of different cultures. And subcultures. Kalos es Francia. Es ir a Francia. Honestamente no soy un fan más grande de Kalos, entonces está bien. Alola es Hawái. Creo que sí lo hicieron perfecto. Es preciso Hawái. ¿Cómo es que se llama la región de Sword Shield? Se me fue. ¿Cómo se llama la región de Sword Shield? Ernesto. Ernesto, sálvame. Sálvame para que sea un true fan. Bueno, ya va a empezar. ¿Cuál fue el nombre de la región de Sword Shield? Galar, esa onda, gracias Cookie, muy amable, Galar. Iba a streamear pero lo cancelé para verte, tal. Pero sí, igual si quieres ir a jugar algo, dale. Recuerden, señores, si quieren, solo por fregadera tenemos el comando de atrapar, que les va a dar un Pokémon al azar. Si quieren pueden armar su equipo. Con eso pueden atrapar uno de todos los Pokémon. Están absolutamente todos. A ver quién saca el Pokémon más raro. Mira, tenés un Murkrow. Ya voy a estar en este chat todo el puto día. Dale, dale. Un Chansey. Oh, estabas en la zona safari. Está bien. La primera, mira. Tenía dos bien vergas. Men, de todos un Chansey, se te fue bien. Le supiste a la zona safari. Bueno, ya debería empezar. Pokémon vas tarde, van tarde. ¿Atrapaste un Crocoroc? Está bien. A buscar cuál es Crocoroc. ¿Cuál es el Korok? ¿Cuál es este Korok? ¿Otros 30 minutos? Dude, no. Dude, yo pensé que empezaba ahorita. Dude. Dude, ¿saben que veamos el trailer de Winds and Waves? ¿Por qué no? No es como que tenemos media hora para no hacer nada. Slime Mystery de Crocodiles y Moncho. Gotham. Owen. Tino. Carlos. Ano Yunoa. Carlos. Alola. Siempre me ha gustado la explicación lore de por qué Raichu de Alola es como es. Me encantan todavía. ¿Cómo es? Wavy Chu y Windy Chu, ¿verdad? A ver qué tal es esta región. Esto no es nuevo. This is new, guys. This is the old one. Wimpo, está bien. El Pokémon más cobarde del mundo. A ver, miren, por ejemplo. Aquí. Ah, shit, ¿qué pasó? Espérense, atrás. Aquí, esto de acá, que sea el Pokémon y la tienda así, es igual que como son las estaciones de Paldea. Al menos me dan esa misma impresión. Entonces seguro si mantiene ese aspecto de open world. Por lo menos. Me gusta que es en islas y que la enfermera y el de la tienda son morenos. Aprecio eso también. Están teniendo poner atención hasta ese tipo de cosas. Me gusta también, a ver. Morenos, Pokémon. No hay personas cafés. A ver, vamos con el. Me gusta, por ejemplo, Slogma brilla. Son pues, detallitos que tiene, pero que ha apreciado mucho de esto. Por ejemplo, es que el Slogma hecho de magma está brillando. Y si, por ejemplo, vemos aquí a Centiscorch, no sé si recuerdo Centiscorch, no está brillando porque pues no está hecho de magma. Son cositas pequeñas, honestamente, pero que aprecio. Y le brillan, pero los bigotes, ¿vieron? O sea, después vemos cosas como las texturas del piso y es como, ah, va, sí, X, está bien. Pero sí, mira, mejor, por lo menos. Centiscorch es la de esos. Ahí está Wingull y ya con eso ganaron. O sea, si veo un Wingull, sonrío y soy feliz y no hay mucho más. Úrsula. Carnivine, ese es un pantano. Se mira bastante bien el pantanito. O sea, y a final de cuentas, aquí miras en este árbol de acá, a la orilla, esta planta que está metida, puedes ver el tronco abajo. Se mira como que, es las mejores gráficas del mundo ni nada, pero siento que está bien. Veo las mejoras que están haciendo. Ahí está, mira, brillan. Es un Slowking ahí atrás. Ven, una nueva evolución para Duskull, por favor. Y Pick. Y el Pick de todos los Pokémon iniciales del universo. Bom, bom. Men, Gekwa. Ah. Gekwa, necesitamos que tus evoluciones sean cool. Por favor, que no sea un lagarto delgado y listo, porque no quiero que tus evoluciones sean cool. Quiero que tengas buenas evoluciones, por favor. Por favor, Gekwa. Ya no podemos otra generación de agua así. Necesitamos una buena generación de agua, por favor. Estamos en shambles, los Water Bros. Hemos sido destruidos constantemente por las últimas generaciones. Necesitamos un win. Nos urge un win, por favor. Sabes que yo estoy bien quemado de Pelipic en el competitivo. Es que es entendible, pero es el mejor rain setter que hay ahorita. Nunca me voy a enojar porque Pelipper sea bueno en competitivo. Siempre fue el sueño para mí. Y cuando le dieron Drizzle fue como, sí. Ahora, esto es lo interesante. ¿Cómo van a manejar esto? ¿Qué tan abierto va a ser? Y lo otro que me preocupa, aquí esto es más como que en situación de selección de Pokémon. ¿Cuántos Pokémon de agua van a haber? ¿Verdad? Porque si la mitad del juego es bajo agua, en cuestión de selección de Pokémon, eso puede significar que la mayoría del Pokédex vaya a ser de agua y eso pues puede ser un problema. Me encanta el Krabby ahí bajo la... Winds Wave. Y honestamente qué bueno que no lo sacaron este año. Qué bueno que se tomaron el tiempo todavía de darle otro más. 7.8, too many winds, too many waves. Qué bueno que se tardaron un año más para darlo. Qué bueno que están teniendo esa cosa de tardarse un poco más. Creo que les funcionó muy bien con Legends ZA. Que el juego saliera en Switch 2 como salió es excelente. Espero que este siga más o menos por el mismo trend. Lástima que no nos mostraron los regeneros. ¿Creen que vamos a ver Winds and Waves? ¿Creen que vamos a ver Winds and Waves el día de hoy? Lo que le faltó a Z fue contenido. Claro. Sí, sí. Es que no creo que sean per se Pokémon de agua, pero muchos nuevos de los Pokémon van a tener la capacidad de volar y irse. Probablemente. Vamos a ver cómo lo manejan. Esa es mi única preocupación ahí. Porque, o sea, sí puede ser un poco cansón que de repente es como agua, agua, agua. O sea, tienen la dificultad que tiene Winds and Waves va a ser que tienen que hacer lo submarino muy bien, porque a la gente en general no le gustan las cosas bajo el agua. La gente detesta surfear. Entonces van a tener que hacer algo potente. Van a tener que encontrar una manera de hacerlo entretenido y divertido. De que valga la pena estar bajo el agua. Y yo amo esa onda. Esperemos que lo hagan bien. Sí, esperemos que lo hagan bien. Mira, saben lo que hacen Game Freak por lo general con Pokémon. No es como que nunca hay algo que sea straight up bad. Nunca había un juego de Pokémon que solo sea malo. Al menos mainline. A lo peor es. En el peor de los casos es decepcionante, pero no malo. So, a ver cómo andan todavía. Sí. He escuchado cosas de Beast of Reincarnation. ¿Es malo? Cuidado que tenga. Aqua. Vamos al trailer de Adventures. Dice que la exploración es zero rewarding. Sí, eso he escuchado yo y que todavía están trabajando en arreglarlo. Hasta la historia quieren arreglar, entonces vamos a ver qué tal. A ver si lo logran arreglar. Mira, si Crimson Desert pudo, todos pueden. Pero sí, dicen que los jefes son bien shit también. Después que trabaje Don Game Freak a huevo. Y que chambeen, a ver si lo arreglan, bien por ellos. Y si no, pues, la cagaré. Solito se le casaron.
Pokemon Tales, The Misadventures of Savage.
Me pregunto usted dónde va a salir. ¿Va a ser de YouTube o va a ser de... Ah, en Disney. Ok. Justo respondieron. Raro que no se lo dieran a Netflix, honestamente, con lo muy amigos que han sido. You'll be making food. Okay. Como decimos en español, buen provecho. Vamos a ver Pokémon XP. Bueno, let's do Pokémon XP. Let's see how it is. Sé que nada que ver, pero hay números del Blackout. Ah, pues es lo del PlayStation Pro. Dude, mira eso. El PlayStation Pro está sold out después de que anunciaron GTA. Desde que la van a conectar, ajá.
Kind of skipper you hang on the wall, not right. And Bear was like, no, it rides great. So I learned something. Actually, Bear says, you know, use your skateboard, ride it.
Okay.
Yeah. You may have seen lately.
Besides the fact there's something really
¿Y qué,
TCG Go to really
y qué fueron los números que viste?
to really dive a little bit deeper personally into that world and just to have a little bit more.
¿Qué cae? Vamos a hacer un panel mejor.
And as a result, those weekend events that they hold almost every week. I mean, they've got barbecues, kids' activities. I mean, it's like an entire theme park that they put together.
Es toda una
to
convención.
celebrate playing Pokemon Go and to celebrate being together. And so, yeah, just a huge shout out to
NXT no cerró hace años.
all of our Latin community ambassadors and folks.
No
folks,
sé, no tengo cable.
from the south.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Yeah. Thanks, Ed. And speaking of travel, staying on this topic, I want to go back, Michael, to our real-world live events like you see up here, Pokemon Go Fest, Pokemon Go Tour, Pokemon Go Wild Area. Now, you once led our live events team, and now you are still such a truly core part of the work that we do. Do you want to talk us through a little bit how we plan for these major live events, and specifically how we select some of our host cities?
10 años de Pokémon Go.
Sure, yeah.
¿Te acuerdan cuando salió esa
events,
onda?
as I mentioned earlier, are like no other that any other, not even just game company, but any other organization does. There's really only a handful of venues around the entire world that can facilitate these experiences. And so, you know, it takes our team anywhere from 10
Es
to
como
14
raro, la verdad, pero ya
months from
sabes
the
que el
very
ratón
start
siempre anda
of
viendo
planning
cómo
to when the event
más
actually takes
el
place
ratón.
to
Salió a
source
contar
a
Pokémon,
venue,
Disney
which
XD
needs to
USA
be
y
a
nada más. Y ahí
multi-acre
está.
outdoor park that, you know, can
Fue la
also
versión de la tabla que cerró.
facilitate
Ah,
the
ahí
right
está.
network
Ahí está.
connectivity,
Gangster.
set up to- in order
Es
to
solo
make
en la TAM que
gameplay
cerró
for tens
XD.
of thousands of people at the same time. And then it takes our development
Buenas
team
tardes desde España. Buenas tardes,
a
Mr.
certain
Wrinkle
amount of time to
660.
put
Gracias por
together
pasarte el
a
streamcito.
narrative story, put together,
Saludos desde Guatemala.
you know, features that we want to debut at these experiences and create something really novel and exciting for people. I think something
Saludos
anybody who's
desde
attended our live
Latam.
events can say, who's attended multiple
Vamos a
live
estar aquí
events can
todo
say,
el
is
día.
go to
O
live
toda la
events
noche
are
para
the same.
ustedes, supongo.
Even if you go to, you know, 2 different Go tours, yes, they might be themed to different regions, but a lot of the actual gameplay experience that we offer is differentiated year after year.
Yo sí quiero que nos den algo más de Wiwa, la verdad. Aunque sean legendarios. Yo quiero los legendarios. Un trailer con los legendarios de Wiwa. Yo estaría feliz. Men, miren esa estatua de Blastoise.
It's not just, you know, one team does live events. Everybody on our team works on these events.
Aquí serán más o menos las 2 de la madrugada, más o menos cuando acabe.
Amazing
Shit.
thing that we've been able to offer to our employees.
Pero
is
como
we
aparentemente
really
saldrán hasta
emphasize
finales
the
del otro
importance
año
of our
entrante,
team
pues
actually flying out and
o
experiencing these events
sea, no los
themselves.
detendría. Yo creo que valdría la
How when
pena.
you work on Pokemon Go,
Pueden
there's kind of
anunciar algo de
like
Pokopia, ajá, como dice Machi, el DLC 2 de
uh,
Pokopia
you
podría
know,
ser también.
Experience and then an afterlife event experience because
Afterlife, no.
you can actually
Pokémon te va a
see
seguir
the
al
that
más
you're
allá.
making and all the joy that you're bringing to thousands of players firsthand in person.
A ver qué están haciendo por acá.
Please do. So next weekend we have Mega Finale introducing the Kalos starters in their Mega form. Plus,
Oh,
my favorite
para
Megas
Go,
coming
ok.
back, and you'll get a chance to get them again.
Who's your favorite Mega?
Oh man, Altaria.
Nice, good choice.
Ok, bueno, sí, Mega Altaria es
Starmie,
Mega
maybe
Altaria
one
es
day
God.
soon.
Maybe.
Love her.
Maybe.
Love her. Love her. Like we said, so much exciting stuff to look forward to.
Pokémon Eternal Sleep. Oh no.
Stuff here at the booth.
Yo creo que anunciarán algo de la 10ª generación. Sí, yo creo que sí vamos a ver algo de Winds and Waves. Creo que se presta. Tiene más sentido ver algo de Winds and Waves ahorita que tenía de ver Legend ZA el año antes.
Oh, it really did work just like the game. Although instead of some starters, I've got myself
Pokeball.
a little Pokeball pin.
Yeah.
Well, that's really cool, and that's one of the things.
¿Qué
you can
están
get-
haciendo?
Unbelievable.
I think it's just keeping that, positive excitement. And I got really lucky. Yeah, like for me,
Me mama, me mama lo intricado, no, lo entregados que son al beat, la ropa, todo, son tan,
very
o sea, están en character todo el tiempo, me encanta.
that moment, and they like me bringing it up because apparently I don't bring it up enough for how cool it is.
Cierto, y en septiembre sale Direct, eso esperaría uno, el de Ocarina of Time. Algún diste la mecánica regional, sí, además del logo japonés no tenemos nada más. Señora, ese niño ya camina, señora, ese niño ya camina, ese niño ya camina, señora.
If you want shiny luck, it's not guaranteed, but there's a really good likelihood that like your luck will just increase.
Ya solo quedan 4 meses del
Pokemon-wise,
2026.
Pokemon-wise, life-wise, it's a really good free thing to do that could go a long way. I'm your guy. I can help you out. Just like, subscribe. It goes a long way.
Where are the channels? Where are we going? What websites?
At JT Gilly on social media.
Couldn't be
You'll
more
find me
simple
there.
than that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm gonna let you get back to catching and head
Sure.
off to your meet and greet soon. But can you imbue, like, is the luck via handshake?
Yeah,
How do you,
absolutely, yeah.
Is this?
Ella iba por un abrazo, ella iba por un abrazo.
Watch. Follow me in a couple days, you'll see.
All right. Thank you, JT Gilly, for the interview. Thank you for the.
Sí,
luck.
o yo me lo imaginé nomás.
One more thing. I did want to check exactly how good that luck you talked about.
Oh, vaya.
Let's prove the luck here. Hopefully. You ready?
Little pack battle action.
All right.
Vaya, a ver si saca algo bueno.
All right. You're pretty good at this.
I hope so. I'll pick
I'm
that
from
up.
Team Rocket, I
Don't
later.
worry. Okay.
I'm not
I'll
picking
pick
that
it
up.
up for her. I'll pick it
Thank
up
you.
for her.
Thank you.
Do you know the
All right, show me.
Se pueden hacer sí.
this card? You can get rid of that.
Okay, we grab it.
I'll pick it up later. This card.
Pero todo picón.
And now. Still
A ver.
flip with a flip.
Flipping the flip.
All right. And now we go bar for bar here to the end. Let's see. Who's gonna come out on top? I gotta prove my luck here. There's a lot of pressure. Ready?
Y...
Action.
ah,
You know what?
Well, technically, Chiyu does beat Koraidon.
Yeah, but technically you have more HP, so that one's... No, you win. You absolutely win.
You did it. You successfully transferred your luck to me.
See?
You're gonna get the
qué pendeja. Ay, ¿qué más hay por acá? Mire.
Wow, that was
Mira qué
exactly what I
bonito.
wanted to see. How
Qué
did you know? I
lleno.
wanted to watch that
Las
pack battle.
patinetas.
I for you.
Fomentando el gambling grande.
Do you have any luck left? Can I have a little bit of it?
You know, I did catch already my shiny costume Pikachu, so
That's true.
there you go, babe.
Miren, estos dudes son los que vos me habías dicho el año pasado que son que habían estado en otros juegos, están en FGC o algo, ¿no?
Special. I'm not exactly
Son hermanos, ¿va? Son lo máximo.
everywhere, and I want it very
Necesariamente tienes que ir a jugar, pero es que este año es diferente porque es el Mundial y aparte está XP, que sí es todo un evento específico solo para la audiencia que pusieron. O sea, sí es un cacho diferente a los mundiales a los usuales. La música nos va a caer. ¿Trivia? Ok, vamos a ver trivia. Tenemos 10 minutos.
1600 degrees. 1600 degrees, okay? Now we all know, I'm sure you all know, as well as you and you and you, that utilities are very high right now, okay? And when it comes time to heat your house,
Logba.
Flareon can help out,
Ah,
all right?
Flareon.
Save a little cost on your utilities, all right?
Ah, es selecciones Pokémon.
Say, if you would like to save a little bit on your utilities and have a nice cuddle Pokemon at the same time, I think Flareon is the best choice for you.
That's a very compelling argument.
Sí, ajá, son elecciones Pokémon.
1600 degrees Fahrenheit.
Danny, I do believe he did bring mathematics to the no math.
That's a number.
No,
That's a number.
No, it's a number, but I didn't convert it to anything.
There's no conversions to voltage. And
no conversions.
Yeah.
We didn't bust out any calculators.
Well, now that we hear our arguments here, we'll give each other 30 seconds if you have any rebuttals for Jolteon.
No, Danny's fine.
What? I got a rebuttal here. Okay. You said Flareon's cuddly, right? You don't want to cuddle?
Yeah.
It's 1600 degrees.
It can control
Fahrenheit.
It can control it.
What do you mean? It would be too hot.
No, it wouldn't.
It would be way too hot. Also,
¿Qué
if you
estupidez?
heat your house, I think you'd probably be in trouble as well.
¿Quién gana?
Story.
Vamos a ver quién gana. Ahora tengo que saber quién gana.
Pockets and
Vamos a ver quién gana. Entonces necesito saber quién ganó.
I think it's time to get the voting going now. So you have 30 seconds to running at Jolteon versus Flareon.
Esos serían los argumentos si existieran de verdad. A ver, ¿quién va a ganar, chat? ¿Quién gana? ¿Jolteon o Flareon? A ver, elijan ustedes, adivinen. ¿Jolteon o Flareon? Yo creo que va a ganar Jolteon.
3, 2, 1. Which Pokemon's gonna come out top?
¡Ah, shit! Ganó Flareon. ¡Ah, rayos! Por 56%. Ok, estuvo cerca. Mira, algo tiene que ganar Flareon porque en competitivo no sirve.
Listen, if you're talking about better luck next time, this could have been the finals, and this is an opening round conversation here.
A ver, ¿qué más tenemos por acá?
Going back to Johto.
Ah, estaba una competencia de Evolutions.
Umbreon. I don't know how either of these two are going to win.
A ver, ¿quién va a ganar al final?
Exist in the history of Pokemon trading cards.
Okay.
Literally ever.
Okay.
100%.
I am so glad, like I said.
A ver, ¿quién ganó? Eso lo dije el público. Sí, el público que está en la audiencia ganó Silvion. Silvion ganó. Ajá, mira, le sale el código, lo escanean y ellos en el teléfono pueden votar por los argumentos que hace cada uno. Va a ganar Silvion entonces en la final. Ajá, los dos están haciendo argumentos por diferente Evolution. ¡Ganó! Esta está más manipulada que las elecciones. Ivy para... No, Silvion para presidente.
Silvion is our battle bracket bonanza champion.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Nate, how do you feel?
I feel great. I am so glad, like I said earlier, I'm so glad to be doing this with my best friend, Super Duper Danny.
Silvion ganó la mejor Evolution. Lástima que no ganó. ¿Dónde se quedó Vaporeon? Espérenme. Ah, esto estaba arreglado. Voy a ser sincero. Estaba arreglado que Vaporeon estuviera contra Silvion de entrada. Eso estaba súper arreglado porque si no, Vaporeon hubiera llegado a la final. Vaporeon hubiera llegado a la final. Perdón, pero es la verdad. A ver qué otra actividad tuvieron. Miren el Lego de... Los Legos, ahí está. Qué enormidad. Eso, miren eso. Miren esa madre. Dude. Mira eso.
Can we break down for everybody at home how
What the fuck?
play technology works specifically in these Pokemon builds?
So
each of the Pokemon, when you take out this that Sid showed earlier, they have what's called the smart tag that makes the Pokemon come to life when they
Hey,
smart brick.
Mewtwo.
So you put in the smart brick,
Ajá.
wake it up.
It's making noise.
Ah, ok. Y después le tapas la pancita.
Of course, it needs to be the full Pikachu here.
Stop.
No, esto está cool.
What the smart brick can do is it can light up and it can make sounds. So it actually, the smart brick knows what I do. So when I'm like walking around with Pikachu, you'll hear little footsteps and Pikachu will say a noise. If I'm shaking it, Pikachu uses an electric move, so it's charging up with electric power and sending out.
No. Qué buena shit.
Giggle by tickling it a bit.
Se ríe. ¡A la madre! Qué cool. Ok, eso está cool.
The fun part though is if I had a smart brick and a Pokemon as well.
Pixel a pixel, no, es Pokepixel a Pokepixel.
And Squirtle comes alive and makes all the water sound.
Qué más de los Legos.
Really make children feel like they're the trainer and go on the journey. So for example, we have two sets over here.
Ven, ese Gengar está
The
cool.
very famous Pikachu treehouse. So a trainer in the world out there has built this treehouse for their favorite Pokemon. Pikachu is their partner, so they've built something for them out in the jungle, out in the wild. And this treehouse comes with, you know, tall grass, so you can play hide and seek with your Pikachu.
Nice. ¿Y por acá qué estaba pasando?
Yeah. Again, with Venusaur, I tried to put Venusaur in as like a different like.
Ah, hicieron hicieron trajes.
Deadstock materials. So for
Men, sí fueron all in.
Is made from a vintage Scandinavian blanket.
Así como que si hubiera moda basada en Pokémon, qué buena shit.
And the hat has like all like old materials from the 70s. And I really
Menos leñas se fueron los diseñadores, men.
that are coming out of Venusaur's like flower.
Aquí tienen todo.
I
Ay, sí hicieron todo el evento, wow. Y sí hicieron todo el fashion show. Honestamente, ese saco de Togepi, honestamente, seamos honestos.
Playing and loving the character to now putting it as one of your iconic designs. Pretty brilliant.
Thank you.
Now let's talk about how.
De Mr. Mime, no. No.
I'm always really
Uh-uh.
inspired by
Nuh-uh.
cuffs and by pin straps.
No.
And I thought, you know, what would be cool to really use.
Veamos el light show. Vamos al light show. El Togepi este no, exacto. Vamos a dejarle un poco porque eso creo que música tiene copyright y ya empezamos. Vemos este y pasamos al otro. Pasamos a ver el otro. Oh, miren eso. Qué bonito, imagínense, ni siquiera tienes que estar en el evento, puede que estés ahí en San Francisco y a lo lejos veas las lucecitas. Qué bonito. A ver. Ahí está. ¿Y ahora qué forma van a hacer? Creo que los shows de luces de drones son una de las mejores invenciones más recientes. Pues siempre se miran bien bonitos. ¡Kirlia! Kirlia, no evoluciones, por favor. No sabes lo que te espera. Bonitos a la par que mortales. Sí. Pero son una alternativa a los fuegos artificiales. Bueno, ya está. Vamos a ver entonces el mero evento. ¿Cómo vamos? Ya empezó. Todavía falta un minuto, dice. Voy a cerrar el chat. Listo. Bueno, estamos a 1 minuto. Yo creo que los drone shows son una mejor alternativa a los fireworks. Yo creo que ambos son bonitos, pero sí es como que una alternativa más ah, amable a los fireworks. A mí me siguen gustando los fuegos artificiales, la verdad, pero sí lo entiendo. Bueno, paro la música porque usualmente esa música de las intros tiene copyright y después me dejan bien jodido. Y eso no me gustó. Eso sí no me llega a que me dejen bien jodido. Copyright. Qué bueno. Y los dos Pikachus, el Pikachu de facial es el Pokémon XP y el Pikachu Rey pues es el del Mundial. Sí, son mucho mejor, pero con el drone no vas a incendiar nada. Exacto. Exacto. A ver, voy a quitarles el audio a ustedes, pero me voy a subir el volumen a mí, solo para ver. Cuando yo termine esta música, pues ya lo ponemos, ¿va? Cuando yo termine la música copyrighteada, ya lo ponemos, se los pongo otra vez. Porque después me jode que me estén llegando notificaciones. No se puede monetizar. Y tú, no me importa. Quita esa parte, no me importa, de verdad. Empezamos, señores, empezamos con Unite. Supongo que primero va a ser una pequeña intro y eso es Unite, pero a ver qué tal. Ahí está. Vamos a ver. Listo. Ahora sí, ya se los pongo. Empezamos con el trailercito. Me van diciendo qué tal el audio para que no esté muy alto ni muy bajo. Este trailer estuvo bonito. Esta animación estuvo bonita. Bueno, este sí me va a traer copyright, rayos. Qué molestan poniendo eso. Picarred, Picablue. Sí, les voy a parar la música para que no me caiga el copyright, perdón. Perdónenme la vida, pero no quiero el copyright. Ey, pero Dorme no está disponible el competitivo este año. Bueno, tal vez para VGC, para TCG, ¿verdad? O para Go. Creo que en Go sí está Flutterman. Creo. Phil. Hey. Hey, dude, ¿qué pedo? Ahí está. Me gusta la canción, pero no se las puedo poner. Ya es armar su equipo. Un Charizard cohete. ¡No! ¡Incineroar! Sí, ponen Incineroar el último. Lo peor es que creo que Incineroar se los baja a todos. No, ¿por qué te paras, video? Perdiste, Incineroar. Ya está su equipo de 6. Este Pikachu juega mucho meta, hombre. Llegaron a San Francisco. Incineroar. Dile a Poke Francisco. Poke San Francisco. Bueno, ahora sí les pongo la música. Audio. Ahí estamos, perdón. Igual ya me vuelve a caer el copyright. Ahí está, con esta onda ya cayó. Wow. Ok. Ok, repitieron un cacho de la... ¿Repitieron? Sí, me parece bien. Man, mira ese stage. Man. Dejé de estar ahí en el estadio. Qué bonito. Pero no, jóvenes. Pokémon es la franquicia que más dinero hace el mundo y no le invierten en nada.
Welcome to the Pokemon World Championship.
Let's go. Toes are cute. Parece un esquete con los 90.
Across
Sí.
the globe have
Amo.
spent the past year in
Para que pongan
relentless
Sandstorm.
pursuit of one goal, becoming a Pokemon World Champion. It all comes down to this. This is Championship Sunday. Of more than 2,000 trainers, only 24 remain, each with one
Me pregunto
final
cuántas veces
opportunity
tuvieron que
to
hacer
claim the most coveted
rehearsear
title
esto.
in all of competitive Pokemon.
Sí, hasta el movimiento de las cámaras estaba rehearsed. Sí
Broadcasting
lo
to
están
you
haciendo como
live
que ahorita.
from San Francisco, California. Who's ready for
Hey guys, everybody,
Championship
kind of matches.
Sunday?
Hope everyone is doing great. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. You can speak in English. I am from Guatemala. I do Spanish. I am not like
Take a look
Machi,
above you
but you can speak
and
English
witness
as well.
the
No
banners
problem.
featuring
So
champions
thanks for
from
being here.
last year.
Even just one chat is more than
And
enough.
this year's finalists hope to achieve the same honor across Pokemon Champions,
¿Se lo memorizó todo?
the Pokemon
¿O
Trading Card
tiene...?
Game,
Me pregunto si tiene teleprompter o si solo se lo
Pokemon
memorizó.
Go, and Pokemon Unite.
Porque esto obviamente no es improvisado.
It's time for us to stop talking history and start making it. Let's get this show on the road with our first featured title of the day, Pokemon Unite.
¡Let's go! El último, la última Unite. Para despedirlo. Sabiendo que son japoneses, tiene teleprompter. Dijo, no, pero no vi dónde lo tuvieras. Y te dice, bueno, tal vez en la cámara. Por eso estaba viendo la cámara todo el tiempo, pero no. Yo creo que sí se la aprendió. Más porque durante la intro también se confundió una vez. Ay, voy a extrañar Unite aquí, la verdad. Yo sí creo que Unite es un muy buen MOA. Casi plano en los suelos, seguramente tal vez.
Division runs it back 3 games straight for down 2 left, and that won't be enough with 23 seconds left. Axeda Division, incredible run.
Lástima que no estén hasta Perú para la última. Perú. ¿Pasó algún japonés a la final? ¿En VGC Masters? Sí. No sé, en Unite.
For the past 5 years, the world's best Pokemon Unite teams have battled for one goal, becoming world champions. We saw the introduction of a league format this year in the Pokemon Unite Championship Series, the most demanding competitive format in the game's history. Now, only 2 teams remain. With this marking the final Pokemon Unite World Championship, the stakes have never been higher.
Lo que le pasó a Luca, justo me estaba comentando Ian lo que pasó. Creo que estuvo bien que no lo dejaran entrar al centro Pokémon, pero me parece una mamada que no lo dejaran competir.
At Worlds this year, Zeta Division proved that they have leveled up, starting off strong in the group stage and then dominating the bracket stage. Zeta Division will return to the championship stage for another chance at the greatest prize in
Me
Pokemon
parece una falta de respeto que no lo dejan competir. Espero que le den entrada al Mundial del otro año de gratis. Sí, de que ya estás en el Mundial del otro año, porque sí, no debería haber pasado, deberían haberlo dejado competir.
Peru Unite. Komai found even greater heights in Day 2. A star-studded lineup of opponents.
En fin, van a era un campeón por celebrar demasiado fuerte. Eso fue un poco diferente porque él ya tenía dos ya tenía dos llamadas de atención por pegarle a las mesas, por hacer cosas así. Entonces sí es un cacho diferente a que solo celebró muy fuerte y lo banearon por eso. Sí tenía ya llamadas de atención y le habían dicho bájale.
Pokemon Unite World Champions.
Está mirando Z Division de Japón y Komai de Europa.
Whether they pulled off a reverse sweep or a clean 3-0 to get here, both of our teams share a competitive spirit. It is time to meet our finalists for Pokemon Unite. First up, welcome to the stage, Komai.
A ver, que me quieras controlar hasta cómo me comporto, me parece absurdo. Sí, el problema es que sí había hecho cosas como somatar la mesa para celebrar. Do you support any of the two teams? I don't know them by heart. So at this moment, I'm just open. I'll see, depending on how they play or Pokemon choices, depending on that.
For the opposition, we have Zeta Division.
All depends on their choices or how they play.
Get loud from Mizutama.
No tienen ahora, señores. No farmearon ahora antes de venir.
Antitopo.
Quédese, mijo, quédese. You stay here, bro.
Before we get into the matches, we have to get a word from the players themselves. Over on the side of Komai, this is the first appearance on the stage for Europe since the first World Championship. What does it mean to represent your region in such a fashion?
It means a lot. I hope it means a lot for everyone in Europe. But right now, today, it's just me and my teammates.
The little Toby, yeah. It's always cool to see what plushies they have.
Is no stranger to the final stage.
Exacto.
How have you and your team been preparing to ensure it's a championship finish this time around?
今回は2年目で経験あるんだけど、
¿Saben qué?
どのような準備をして
Hagamos esto, vamos por el underdog. Let's go for the underdog. So let's go for Komai because they have not been in the finals before. How about that? Vamos por Komai porque no han estado en las finales antes. Yo creo que vale la pena.
We've been doing everything we can to prepare for this moment, and we're dead set on victory.
Victory is in the air for one of these teams. I won't hold you any longer. Feel free to make your way to your battle stations and join the rest of your teammates to prepare for your matches.
Now, I don't know how to cast.
Everybody.
Yo no sé castear Reunite, pero vamos a ver si puedo comentar un poco del juego, cómo va.
And with that, it takes the best of the best.
Este es el best of 5.
This matchup. Let's hear from our casters for Pokemon Unite.
It's taken us 5 years to get to this point, and here we are. Komai once again looking to become a world champion. We have Gatlu and Adesu, the two-time runner-up. On the side of Zeta Division, we have Vitopo and Rome, the two-time runners-up. We will have
solo que con límite de tiempo.
with a brand new
Lo que lo hace que no sea tan largo.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the final Pokemon.
Ellos son mis casters favoritos de Pokémon. Bueno,
your resident content cowboy, Yee to the Ha, joined by the one and only Doopsnacks. Hello, Doopsnacks.
Hello, cowboy. Whether you've been watching Unite from day number 1 or this is the first time you're tuning
está
in.
Yo creo que los únicos que son Aaron Singh y Rosemary.
It's our World Championship. It's our last
Nunca
time.
han aparecido. Yo creo que Unite es bien divertido. Unite is actually pretty fun.
It's showtime. This is the last one. We will crown our final
Es divertido
champion.
Unite.
And it means
Yo
no
sí lo
matter
disfruto.
what,
Lástima
we're
que está
leaving here
muriendo.
today, so we can kind of do whatever we want. We can pop up again if we want. Whoa! We'll do that a lot.
It's going to be, how far off can we get? Am I off? Nope.
You're off.
Yeah, we're good. We figured it out. We're just testing the range here. It's going to be important because Unite has a ton of energy to it. We bring a lot of energy.
Y ellos son muy buenos casters para Unite. Honestamente son muy buenos para castear Unite estos
That's right. If
dos.
this is your first time watching Unite,
Tienen muy buena energía.
5 competitive battler, action-packed matches. That is what you are going to see the entirety of Championship
Es muy difícil con el LoL, tiene
With,
mucho
again,
mercado
2 teams
hecho.
who are looking
Competir
to
con el,
become
sí.
first-time champion
Sí,
with
fresh.
multiple members who have come this close. Last year, Zeta Division loses in the grand finals in Anaheim. In our first year of competition,
Sí, Zeta Division perdió contra Perú, es cierto.
but they go down to North America, and now one of them will get that final moment, that final trophy. They will become our final champion.
Lástima que no está Perú otra vez, men. Pues que le hubiera estado Perú de
They leave
nuevo.
in shambles, and the other one, they're going to be crowned champion. But of course, these teams don't get as far as they do without the support of their friends and family. So we have a friends and family interview for you right now.
Qué bonito.
And hello there, everybody.
Mira qué bonito
We
este
are
rancho.
here to ask some questions. We have Sari, the coach of Zeta Division, and Zara, a fan of my esports. So, Sari, first question to you. What's it been like watching Zeta Division perform this weekend?
今週末のゼータディビジョンのパフォーマンスについてどう思いますか
Hablando de familia, tenemos al coach y a un fan.
They've been so strong.
Speaking of family, we have the coach and a fan.
Thank you so much for that. And same to you, Zara. I know we have seen you out in the crowd cheering for Kamari each time they are playing on the stage. What's it been like getting to watch them perform?
This is just a dream come true. I think this is a very, very happy moment for us. I think we're really, really proud of them. Let's go, Kamari. Let's go,
Is she really a fan or is she like the girlfriend of one of the guys?
This is
It'd be pretty cute if she was a girlfriend. I don't know if they don't introduce her as a girlfriend because Pokemon is weird.
Being on that
But
stage last year.
she may be
How
the
does it
girlfriend of one of the
feel
guys.
Seeing them up there once again.
No, ya lo dudo.
have
¿Crees
a
vos?
second chance at that world championship position.
Yo creo que sí podría
ゼータディ
ser.
ビジョンが決勝に2回目たどり着けたことについてどう思いますか
いや、彼ら
Una
は
groupie puede.
2位という結果に満足せずにここまで必死に頑張ってきたので、
Vamos a ver,
今年
sí,
は
no
絶対
sé.
優勝できると思ってます。
So last year they ended up second place.
Maybe she's
They
hoping to
didn't
be
get
after this
comfortable,
event.
and they worked
Maybe.
really hard to get
Maybe.
back here,
Machi
so I'm
friendo.
really excited
Hola.
to see them.
Yes, hard work. They have definitely
Musulmana con un
worked hard.
japonés. No, ella está con
Zara,
Komai.
you,
Ella es fan de
again,
Komai, no de
You have
Zeta.
been there supporting EU region for quite some time. How has it been feeling seeing Gatlu and Adesu have
Ella
that
apoya
second
a
chance
Komai,
spot
no a
at
Zeta.
getting that World Championship title alongside Kamai?
It's absolutely amazing. I mean, I was there to watch them at Worlds in London when they were in the finals, and unfortunately they couldn't make it, but I think this time they can
Thanks for
definitely
being
make it. I
here.
have a lot of faith in them. They've worked so
Machi
hard.
people,
I've seen it
really
like
appreciate it.
myself, and they're just, I believe in them. They can do it.
Is this a Pokemon MOBA? Yes.
It's been wonderful to hear from
Yes,
both
it
of
is.
you here today. Any final words of encouragement you'd like to give to the team?
と選手の方に最後のなんか応援メッセージかなんかでやります。
もう最高に楽しんで楽しくプレーしてほしいです。
I just really want them to have fun and play hard.
And same
Play
for you,
hard,
Zara. Any
win
words of
hard.
encouragement you would like to give to Kamai Esports?
We're all proud of you, Kamai. We know you can
Machi's
do it.
people
Let's
sounds
go,
very mafia. Hey,
Kamai.
he's a cult leader, so that
much,
tracks.
Sari and Zara. We're going to go throw it back to the casters to get this action started.
Thank you very much, Kello. It is almost time. The stage is set. The two-time runner-ups on both sides. For Zeta Division, they were the 5th seed team out of Japan. Counted out, even though they are the strongest region in our game. It looks like there were many Japanese teams that were going to go deeper in this tournament, but Zeta would not quit. They fought the entire way through, coming back to secure their spot in the grand finals on a reverse sweep after losing the first 2 games. And on the other side, Dupe Snacks, we have Komai.
Yeah, players that have been around the game for a very long time, of course, and Adesu Gatlu and their captain, Gek. And then they got the
But
two
thanks
young,
for the follow, guys.
upstarts
Really
there,
appreciate it, for
Narami
real,
and
for real.
Toast, really bringing and throwing life
Just wanted
and
to check
energy
who was
into
showing
this
here.
team.
Because I don't have it on
Both of
OBS.
these squads on what I like to consider a Cinderella run here. Nobody really put all their money on them to be the final two teams to make it, but here we are. All these teams needed with it was a
Really do
chance,
appreciate
and they
it.
absolutely
You're
snatched
very much
that
welcome.
opportunity.
I do
question
Spanish
about
mostly,
it.
but
There were
I'm
so
okay with
many
English as well.
amazing teams showing up to this competition. Huge teams like the top squad out of Japan getting eliminated first in day 2. Our former world champions going down first match of day 2 as well on their side.
Dude is locked in.
Just
Ese dude sí está así,
incredible
modo
the
serio.
entire way through. A story you would never expect, but a perfect ending for Pokemon Unite. Two teams that were so close to hoisting that championship.
Espérense a ver el stage.
One
The
of
stage
them
goes
will now
crazy
walk
with this.
away
Like
as
it
the
gives you a lot of
final
information.
Pokemon
So if you're in
Unite
the audience, like in the,
That
physically
is
there,
without
you
a doubt.
understand
Just
what's
one
going on.
best of
Thanks to the
five
stage.
separates five
It's not just free
players
colors
from
for the sake of it.
their championship title that they've been
It actually
yearning
shows a lot of
for.
information.
Again, Zeta Division on the doorstep last year. Two of their
Both team
players,
features two
Vitopo,
players that
Rome,
each have been to a
just
World's
falling
Finals
short
before.
against
Nice.
Peru Unite. And on the other side, you have Komai and Adesu and Gatlu in London falling just shy in the World Championship chase of that year. Everybody has the opportunity to correct the record and again stamp themselves not only as a Pokemon Unite World Champion, but the final Pokemon Unite World Champion.
Sí, es
You know,
la
I think a lot of what
última.
happens here is going to be
So
decided
sad it's the
early
last
on in these
one.
matches. In fact, it's going to be
I really
decided
like Unite.
before the match. In this draft screen, we're going to find out what Pokemon they're going to be bringing into battle. And I have a feeling that the team that outdrafts the other, outpicks the other, outskills the other in what they are bringing to Thea Sky Ruins will be the team that wins the entire thing.
Yeah,
Tercera Division perdió el año pasado la final. They lost.
Better, you tend to win. So that strategy makes a lot of sense.
Well, that's
to
the
me.
kind of analysis people go
Well,
here
right, that's
for,
why
Dukes.
we're
Like,
here.
you
Bro,
know,
look at that. He's locked in. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that.
I've always said that.
Yeah, you know, if you
Oh,
want
they're
to play,
playing. ¿Están jugando en Switch 2?
it's not the way to get yourself across that finish line if your
Huh.
goal is to be champion, which I'm pretty sure that's the goal of both these teams.
Taking a look at our crowd here in San Francisco. The Chase Center is going to be filled throughout this day for all of our incredible competition from our multiple titles. And we have a ton of people here ready to crown
When
our
can we go to the
final
radio?
Sí, creo que
Unite
algunos están jugando.
champion. Something
U
we
has
do
not
here
been
for
World
Pokemon
Finals since
Unite, and let's be honest,
2022.
we stole from
Finished
the
second.
Japanese casters is the ready go. At the start of our match,
Okay, but
we see the
we support
ready
Komai,
go
then
at the
they are the
beginning.
underdog.
We are all
We
going
support
to do
them.
that here together. So in just a moment, we are going to test it here and get a little
Apoyamos al
energy from
underdog.
you in San Francisco.
We're going to have a fly-through of the Thea
Not
Sky
a single full
Ruins. It's gonna
mustache in
cut
the
through
scene.
screen
Just
with
look
a
at the
10-minute
casters. They
timer
have a
clocked up,
mustache for
and then it
everyone.
goes into the ready go.
They are
We're gonna have a
mustachio
couple,
enough for
well,
everyone.
At least one practice round here. We're getting told it's ready, so let's get into
Was
it.
doing
We'll
house
do
cleaning.
this together. Again, we'll
Cringe.
have a flyover. As soon as you see the 10-minute timer, it's ready, go. Let's get into it. Let's give it a whirl. Little test run here.
Bueno.
Beautiful Thea Sky Ruins. Ready, go!
Ah, no nos mostraron
That's right, San
las
Francisco.
elecciones.
That's what we're going to be doing.
Tenemos
the
Mimikyu,
entire
Psyduck. Uy, uy, uy. Ese.
Oh, and it looks like they were playing. For a second there, I
Aha.
thought it was a real match. I
Sí,
was
ajá.
freaking out.
I was hearing my voice and I was like, am I talking? What is going on here? I know I have all the faith in the world that the fans in the stands are going to be able to deliver the energy that these teams want to hear and feel.
¿Cómo es que se llama el
being
bicho
in the
este?
Chase Center,
El
and of
bicho,
course,
bicho
let's get
piedra.
that step by being active participants.
That's right.
Okay, I'm
Bringing the
anti-mustache.
energy to
Think
this.
it
We
could
can
be
see our
interesting.
players right now practicing, getting ready for this match here. Zoroark is a Pokemon that I'm going to have my eye on. I really do feel like if Komai allows this Pokemon onto the battlefield, it will be a huge problem. Vitopo qualified basically because of this Pokemon. The high skill level of that player and the top level play on that Pokemon.
Without a doubt. I mean, when you're looking at
Pero porque no han empezado, todavía no han empezado, están practicando nomás. Se confundieron y pusieron la pantalla para la partida, pero eso están practicando. Porque no empieza desde ahí. Tenemos que ver qué picks hacen, qué banean.
Urshifu, the rapid strike Urshifu, as we like to call it, the
Platita
blue
work. Yeah, I
Shifu,
have like
hitting
a lot
those
of them.
crazy
They're super
combos with
dirty.
the Ignite
They
move.
need,
I've never
they
seen
need
a
their
tally
grooming.
as high
Maybe
as
you
the
see
Topo
them throughout the
yesterday on
stream.
this
I'll
Uber,
show them.
getting 49 hits off that Unite move.
Yeah, this is going to be quite a matchup here. And then on the other side, when you take a look at Komai,
So thanks to
they've
you
had some
guys
incredible
following,
throughout the day. Some
I
heroes saved,
got to my
by
follower goal that I set up like 3 years ago, which was
role
220 followers.
we've seen
So
throughout the
thanks,
tournament.
appreciate it.
Neon has been a huge one, but
So
Adesu
dogs,
bringing out the
yeah,
Mewtwo
they're outside.
Wai.
They'll
This
come in
Pokemon
later on.
incredibly strong, but not seen as much in the competition lately. Adesu, however,
Yay, we did it.
huge
We got to
hero
our follower
plays
goal.
on the Mega Mewtwo.
Yeah, I mean, just the mobility or escapability that Mewtwo Wai has, especially through those 2 dashes, right? It can dash then
I was
dash
going to
again.
say, let's go.
And of course, it
Based.
goes into that unstoppable
Based in
mode when it's
220
lining
peel.
up that big side strike, which deals damage and has a stun associated with it. So it's a great engagement tool. It's a great disengagement tool, and overall, it's Unite move, that infinite cyber
Crustle is a little bug that has a rock on top of him. Dude is broken as fuck. Ese dude está roto. Crustle está rotísimo y póngale mucho ojo a Crustle porque Crustle puede ganar juegos solo con su habilidad de crear paredes. Dude creates a wall and traps people behind that wall. Dude can win games on its own. Just pay attention to Crustle. Dude is so broken.
Strength in a Pokemon. There are a couple things you can do. You can ban it away from them, and you can also pick it for yourself, as no 2 Pokemon will be the same in our matches.
Yeah, of course, as we go through our ban phase here, there's going to be 3 bans per side, and then we go into the snake draft order. So it'll be 1 pick 2, 2 and 2,
Sí, ahí está.
2, 1.
Tenemos que ver las órdenes de los picks también, cómo los eligen
to make
y
sure
todo.
that these teams are able to square away. A lot of teams prefer that first pick. On the other hand, a lot of the best teams like that last pick, where they've got as much information as possible that they can make that big counter pick to counter punch inside that 10-minute game.
That's right. There are so many different strategies when it comes to the Pokemon you are picking and the order you want to play them in. And it also is based on which map you are playing.
Yuki.
Right. Depends if you're on Thea Sky Ruins with Groudon in the middle, Kyogre, Rayquaza. Each one lends itself to a different strategy. Kyogre map, you might be seeing Pokemon that are a little tankier than others. Some things really high HP because if you get that Kyogre
of
buff,
Shih Tzu,
incredibly difficult to take them down.
Gokher.
Meanwhile, Groudon giving you all of that crazy
It's an
attack
Ewok, yeah, she
damage.
looks like an
Some
Ewok.
of the more powerful carry Pokemon maybe played on that
She's an Ewok,
Without a doubt. And again, we will see all our maps here because it is a best of 5, and we'll be cruising through those as we are watching again these players warm up as they get ready to battle in a best of 5 for the World Championship title.
Sure, that's fair.
It's going to be incredible when they get to face off. Obviously, the nerves between these 2 squads must be intense with everything on the line here. Not only is everything on the line.
Chris, no sé si elegiste para qué le vamos en la final de Unite. Ya elegimos que le vamos a Komai porque Z Division estuvo en la final el año pasado, entonces queremos que un underdog, alguien que no ha estado.
Worlds, you want to be the final champion. You don't want to miss your final shot.
Like, what happened? Yeah, she's very nervous. She actually had Parvo.
Anxious. I know I'm getting a little
She survived
anxious. I wanna
Parvo.
see
She's
these
a Parvo
teams wrap it up
survivor,
and get
actually.
into the action, and we will be in there.
Oh, it's
shortly.
controller. Interesting.
Until
It's
then,
phone or controller.
Take a look
There's
at
other people playing on phone as well.
Ban rate throughout this tournament. So these are things that both teams say, okay, it's not.
Que no sea tampoco el malvado imperio de Z Division.
No
Exacto.
shocker here. One
This
of
is
the
Switch.
recent releases to
This is only on Switch. No, it's on phones as well.
Alligator getting our top ban.
It's
Followed
Android,
by
iOS, and
Alligator,
Switch.
incredibly powerful, crazy amounts of burst damage, especially with its Unite move.
And
its attack
dude,
crunch.
he was.
And then Comfey, one of the most difficult supporters
She
to
really
shut
suffered
down.
through that.
She
She got so
onto a
bad
Pokemon
that
and
she went
basically
out
act
to the
as
yard
another version
and
of
went
it, just
to the
giving it
farthest
more
corner she could
speed,
find and just
giving it
laid
more
down
speed,
there like
huge
if she
shield,
was just
so
waiting to
tough
go.
fight.
On down the line,
She was strong enough to beat it, but yeah, she really struggled with it.
So strong that the only game.
And now after that,
play Surfetch
she became very nervous. Like she's nervous all the time.
And at
She
that
wasn't
point,
like that before Parvo, so I think it really did hit her really hard.
That's just how strong Feraligatr is when it's allowed into that draft
Man.
screen.
Pero Alligator sí es como que no juegue for Alligator, que no juegue Lagarto.
Snorlax being a real top defender, and now we're going to see the Pokemon.
The picks Blastoise base.
Snorlax, Mew, top banned, Zacian as well. Also, when they are not banned, they are picked almost.
What's her name?
every
Yuki.
time they can
Like
be.
snow in Japanese?
Blastoise has been an absolute menace.
Let me
this
type it
weekend.
here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
As well.
Blastoise has been the top Pokemon by pick rate on this screen for every year for the last like 3 years. It is
Blastoise is pretty good.
I mean, both kits, right? You can Rapid Spin and Hydro Pump, and you can have those big surfs if you're playing a more true defender style. And of course, that big swirling unite, that Hydro Typhoon, which has the capacity to get big knockups on multiple members on the opposing team, and often is curtains if you hit multiple targets.
Yeah, you'll notice that our top Pokemon by pick right here, 3 of them are in that sort of defender support core, Blastoise, Snorlax, and Psyduck. All incredibly powerful, and all sort of filling more of that tanky defender role, even though Psyduck is a support. These are playmaker Pokemon. They're so difficult to fight. They're not the ones in there doing the damage. We do see a few of those here too. Mew from long range. Espeon is one of kind of the best attackers in that bottom path. Then we have Zacian, incredibly powerful, not shocked at all that it is one of our top encounter rates.
The youngest.
Almost every top path player in our game has this in their repertoire.
Without a doubt. So encounter rate, if you're new again to Pokemon Unite, means it was either picked or banned, which means it showed up in the draft screen in some capacity. So for Alligator leading the charge, unsurprising. If it's not banned, you better believe it's getting picked. It is just so strong.
Yeah, and down the line,
eldest of the 3, this is Oreo.
And Psyduck. Mew is one of those attackers that it is getting some bans, especially when you know that there's a powerful Mew player on the other side. But with only 3 bans per team, it's sometimes hard to target ban exactly what's on the other side. For instance, Zeta Division, so many powerful choices. They have the Zoroark. Yesterday, Latios and Latias on their side, especially played in tandem, so difficult to deal with, and they were bringing that out. But you can only ban so many.
I think I actually have Oreo and my
their Blastoise and their Zoroark. It's just
can you check? I think Oreo one is free for followers, right? They got Oreo.
Diverse.
It really does, right?
Like,
Deck actually said in an interview yesterday, the game is so balanced right now that a team can bring a strategy that you never even considered, and you just go, oh no, that can actually work, and we're not ready for that. And a perfect example is the Galarian Rapidash they had to face down. It gave them so many problems, they ended up just having to ban it because in their book of strategies, they didn't have anything to combat that.
That's right. Komai almost knocked out of our tournament, I believe in our top 8. As they were running into
you got the mark? That's all we got? Oh, God, I have to make it. I think it's for subs then. I'll switch it over. I'll switch it over so you can use Oreo.
And they were able to beat
Can I do it on the phone?
But if you could just find the Pokemon that your opponents can't counter, if they don't have time to figure out exactly what they're going to do about it, and they don't ban it, that could be a way that you win, Dukes.
Without a doubt. I mean, you have to not be afraid to just take the tough thing off the table. You know, sometimes it feels bad to use a ban on a Pokemon that is not considered S tier or the best thing going. But hey, if your team can't deal with it, just get it out of there and then face the next problem head on.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what these teams are going to have to decide as they start to head toward these matches. As we mentioned, so many powerful picks that you really only get to pick a few things that you don't want to see. You can ban it, you can steal it away from your opponents, but at the end of the day, you're going to have to face something powerful by a top-level player. And as we've mentioned, so many of these players with so much to prove. Some of them, their first time on a world stage like this. And
She's the mama of all those 3 Ewoks.
This is their second time. Not a single champion amongst them yet, but there will be in just a short.
She recently
We're taking a look at Komai, you know, their
and fell into a well
that top 8. They
and was lost inside of that well for like a week, but she survived.
Top 4 into this grand finals. Can they keep up that pace? And it's really tough to contend with the momentum of a reverse sweep too on the side of Zeta Division. So both of these teams really finishing yesterday strong and in a commanding fashion, leading them to this moment and set up for success. And now it all boils down to execution.
Yeah, I wonder.
She was Facebook famous around that area for like a week.
3-0 victory,
and everyone celebrated when she
your team is the kind of team that can adjust and pull out a victory when you.
Now she's a pure Shih Tzu.
By winning the reverse
it's not mixed with anything.
That is what Zeta Division out of Japan did. They were down 2-0.
She's the laziest dog ever.
Home. I think most people thought they were the weaker team, but they found another level.
They
changed their strategy. They went in there with what they played best, and they absolutely crushed the next 3 games.
selling
without
a
a
house
doubt. And when you think
next
about
to where
Zeta
she
Division
fell.
and Komai, we
And
keep
they
saying
were
they've both
looking
been
at the-
runner-ups
at the-
before.
at that
That
well,
being
and
said,
they found her.
Zeta Division's finals run, grand finals run, was a much stronger
There
showing
you go.
than the last time Komai's players
It's a miracle
made
she
the
was fine.
world
It's a miracle she
stage.
survived
They
for
got
so long.
absolutely rinsed in 2022, straight up 3-0.
She doesn't bark. She
Pack 'em
does
up,
not
send 'em home.
bark at all. She's
Zeta Division, on the other hand,
you would think she's
Peru
mute.
to the limit, and yes,
She
they
does-
went
she
down
just
in
doesn't
4
give a
games,
fuck.
3-1. However, every single one
The
of
only
those
time she
games
barks
was
is when
balanced
someone
on the
comes
knife's
close to the
edge.
house.
The thing I worry about for both of these squads is what happens to the team
There you go.
who
Thanks,
loses that
Toads.
first game. You know, for
You got
Zeta Division,
Oreo.
they won
You got the
their
Oreo
first game
emotes.
against Peru, and then Peru
That's cool,
came back,
Oreo.
figured them out, and were able
How
to
did
take
someone
them
find
down.
her? I don't.
Komai,
They were
start to lose their
They were
first
selling a
game.
house
They're going to
next to
fall
the
back
hole
into
where
that-
she
fall
fell.
back into that year one. What
And for
happened
some
there
reason, they
where
decided to
just
go and
seemed to
check.
fall into this quicksand and not be able to
For
pull themselves
whatever
out.
reason, they just
We're gonna
said,
have
"Oh,
to see, but both of them
let's
have
check
proved
the
through this
the
tournament
hole."
that they can win
And-
when they are behind. And it's
and
one of
they
the
found
most
her.
exciting things that you can see in Unite. A reverse sweep
For a full week. She
happens
spent
all the
a
time, and
week
there's nothing
inside
I'd
that
rather
hole.
see in these grand finals than a Game 5. We have never had one on Championship Sunday.
All right, you can go ahead and scan that QR code to see yourself on the video board.
Oh, man, you can
Cowboys.
stream
I'll
yourselves.
get on the video board.
I'm concerned that we haven't been on camera enough. Been looking at our graphics. There we go.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's actually really cool. I did not anticipate that.
Hey.
That would be so
I'm trying to
sick.
get in right now. Can you imagine the ego on the two of us? Can we get on the video board that we're already on?
You should get on the video board.
It's loading up. We'll get there in a
It's
moment.
loading up. It's something that we actually do care a lot about.
Well, it's our last go here at the Pokemon Unite World Championships. Let's have a little fun. What do you think?
That's pretty cool.
The camera is on, but are we on the screen? Just leave it open. I'll keep talking, or you can talk.
Taking a look at our crowd here in San Francisco, I know we are all excited and hyped to get into our match as our players are getting ready on the big stage. Once Unite gets started, it goes pretty fast, guys, with 10
Yeah, that's true. It
minute
takes a
matches,
long while for it to start.
extremely
But
fast pace, all leading to this big fight in the middle over that Groudon, Kyogre, or Rayquaza.
And now I love that people are having their camera up, having their camera up and just finding themselves on the Jumbotron. It's a very excellent thing. I'm glad we did that, especially for you and I. who are gonna
Jumbotron,
try
is
and
that
pepper thing
se
with our
llama
presence all day.
Jumbotron?
We're getting up there.
Yeah,
We have to.
Put us on the screen. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? What about us? I think is what everybody at home is asking. I think that's what everybody's ultimately asking. Oh,
hey!
Listen.
Ahí está, mire, mustache
They
man.
looked at us and they were like, "Listen, we know it's an arena, and what you guys."
I think
are
Cookie
thinking
was
is
telling me that
obviously
these two guys are siblings.
right? But we said no. Use
Right?
that on Pikachu. It's going to make for great key art for our 30th anniversary of the game of Pokemon. So shout out to us for being so kind. Shout out to Pikachu for wearing that cape so darn well.
Yeah, Pikachu looks great on it. Obviously, we inspired that. And no, you are not seeing double
Good and evil
unless you're
Burgundy.
seeing four of us. Then yes, you are seeing double.
You might be concussed.
You might be concussed, but we do look like the
They
same
have
person.
great energy.
We often get
Son
confused
son
for
top
each other.
casters, de verdad que
It's
sí,
great.
son top
The very
casters.
first interaction I had here in San Francisco was, "Hey, Spraggles!" And I was like, "No, I'm the other guy." And then we both went, "Oh."
To be fair, when someone says, "Hey, Spraggles," and I'm like, "Hey," they go, "Oh." So it happens to me too.
Well, I'd like to think that at least somebody cares about us somewhere.
I think they're out there somewhere. I don't know how we get confused. We only look alike, sound alike, dress alike, stand next to each other all the time, have the exact same takes on everything.
Can you picture
We don't do ourselves any
having your
favors,
whole
to
career
be
next
fair.
to
We
your
haven't,
brother?
like, really taken it to heart. And,
Pretty
let's
wholesome.
differentiate a little bit. We just kind of, I don't want to say lean into it, but we're not course correcting either.
No question about it. You know, something I'd like to do as our players are getting ready is get a little energy here in this stadium in San Francisco. How you feeling, Chase Arena?
Woo!
It's pretty good. That's pretty good, but I think we could do a little bit better. I think we can. Let's try this. All right.
Get
Oh,
loud!
Beautiful. All right, let's see. Do we have a Get Loud up there on the Jumbotron? I love it. Do we have a Get Quiet? Do we have a Be Silent? Do we have one of those?
Yeah, let's try and get everybody as quiet as possible.
Yeah.
And on cue, we'll just erupt, right?
Yeah, I want to see if we do. Okay. So I want to see everyone, not a sound. I want to be able to hear a pin drop in the arena. Nothing. And now, for just a moment, we're going to start with a light clap. Just a little something like, oh, okay. A little bit of a golf clap. Oh, that was something kind of neat. All right. Oh, now something a little more interesting happened. Kind of get a little more energy going, a little bit. Oh my gosh, one of your favorite players is on stage playing something you absolutely love. And here we go. We're heading to the grand finals. Let's hear it loud, San Francisco!
Here I come, San Francisco. Okay, there we go. So empezamos con Espen.
And that's a way to lead into our draft here. Our bands are locked in. Adesu grabbing Espeon off rip. Zoroark banned Vitopos.
Y empiezan con
Just prime pick. Blissey Zacian and then Feraligatr, Surfetch, Mimikyu.
Y banearon a Zoroark, banearon a Blissey, banearon a Chucho con espada, ¿cómo se llama?
As their defender player loves to
Banearon a Feraligatr, banearon a Surfetch y banearon a Mimikyu. No banearon. Ahí está Crustle, sí, no banearon a Crustle. Crustle va a hacer destrozos
Now
aquí.
Zeta Division has that.
Tassian, eso.
For that Espeon, it has been a power pick all weekend, especially when paired with Machamp, which is not currently banned.
No, and it's been terrific. So we'll see where Komai
Quaquaval,
wants to
Snorlax.
with the Quaquaval. Gek on the Snorlax has been a presence to contend with.
I absolutely love this Quaquaval pick, a recent addition to the game. And when a player gets ahead on this Pokemon, it is so difficult to shut down. Vitopo on the other side, playing my absolute favorite, the three-headed bird.
Dodrio es bueno.
Dodrio. This speedster is incredibly powerful, especially when it comes to harassing your opponents, invading their central area,
El centro es
putting
Groudon,
pressure on
okay.
them all game. So you're going to look for that from Zeta.
Resta again on the
So,
Latias.
for
Mentioning Rom,
the MOBA people,
Latios,
the way
gotta
that
take those
Unite works
planes
is that it has a
to
time
as
limit.
Toast
Each match
grabs
has a
their-
time limit.
It shows
So
Scizor,
it
but
does
it can
not
either be
depend
Scizor or
on
Scyther.
you
Toast is
destroying
most
all
likely
of the
gonna be
enemy's
Scyther here.
areas or
Worth mentioning,
towers.
Mizutama on
It
this
depends on how
Mega
many
Lucario.
points you score.
Great
And
secure,
after when the time is
great
over,
grip on
well, you're
objectives.
accounted
It's
for that.
really, truly the
And
big of an
on top of that,
all-rounder and
after
can
certain
help
points,
take
you got the
over a game.
spawns
Tell me about this
for
Latias
specific
Latios
mons that
combination.
give you
Yeah, they're
either
powerful
shield
Pokemon, won the attack
or
with
give you
Latios
double
and with the
points
supporter
or
of
give you
Latias,
instant
but both of them
scores
doing incredible
on the
damage.
opponent's
They
areas.
work even better when they're together, getting increased
It's
moves,
pretty
the
fun
ability to
actually, and
fly to each
the
other
fact that it
across
is
the map,
time-based
and
is very
a
conducive
Unite
to
move that combos together,
entertaining
dealing
matches,
extra
I would
damage
say.
on the same target. And we saw
I mean, it's not
Zeta
long,
use this yesterday
and
perfectly. We're going to
it's
see
not
if
as great.
Komai has an answer for it. One Pokemon they did not want to see, and I'm not shocked, is that first ban. That is Zoroark.
Yeah.
Zoroark from Vitopo was so incredibly powerful as our players are now loading in for our first match here of our grand finals.
And look at the screen.
You can
So
see
you
the
have
Pokemon
who's playing
selection
who
up on the stage. What a time to
to get an idea of what's going on.
All right, we've got our flyover. We're going to see that 10-minute. We're going to get our ready go. Everybody, let's do it.
Here we go. Zeta Division.
Draco.
Oh my. Our first match. Ready, go!
Let's go! Look at the Snorlax.
Purple team, Zeta Division,
What?
your orange team. We are getting this thing started here in just 1 moment.
You know, better to pause when everybody's in base, right? Before things actually develop. You know, make sure it's all sorted out.
I'm
¿Qué
not going to
pasó?
say the production did
Bro.
that to us on purpose because I yelled ready, go with a lot of energy, but I think they might have.
You know what? Just for the sake of the ready go, let's just remake the whole thing, right? Let's get us.
You want to start from the top?
Yeah, let's just do
Bro.
Yeah, all the way
Get
back to the
Zoinks
top.
back out here.
Let's do the warm up. Let's do
Biggest
the
blue balls
practice.
in
Let's
history.
get into our first game and hit them with another ready go. And I promise you, production will get us to that 10-minute thing that we said was going to happen, so we
Scamsy.
can
all get into the ready go together.
You know, I'll tell you this. When this show goes live, and not this rehearsal that we're having right now,
right?
It's gonna be big.
It's gonna,
It's gonna be big.
I'm sorry, production. What?
How long?
This is live? Okay.
Okay.
Pokemon Blue Balls.
You know
sí.
what? I am feeling
Correcto.
anxiety right now. I can't imagine being in the seats of those players who are now at this point been waiting all night, all
Yeah,
morning,
those balls.
gearing up for this moment. And just when they think they're going to get into the Thea Sky Ruins and start rocking and rolling, we've got a quick hit pause. That being said, I'd much rather have it happen when both teams are in home base.
Dude, we're
than
2 hours in. We have not
moment
played a
in the middle
single
of the
game.
So let's get
Va a
this
ser un día
sorted to make sure that
larguísimo.
we are keeping this competition above board and we can crown our true champion with no asterisks.
No question about it. We want to make sure that these matches are perfect as we are taking a look at our stage right there. I absolutely love
¿Qué
it. And that
pasó?
is going to be changing throughout the day for all of our titles. This is going to be a very special
start
of
empiecen.
competition. The most incredible stage set here.
I'm gonna go.
Pokemon's
Gotta watch one game
30th
and learn about the
anniversary
computer.
in San Francisco, and they really have gone all out.
They absolutely have. I want you all to know that
2 hours
that
in
middle
madness.
table
Yeah,
with
it's
two
gonna go
chairs,
for like
feels
10 hours.
I tried to allow them for us to
We're gonna be
cast
here for like
from
10
there.
hours, so
And they
wish
said,
me luck.
absolutely not.
There's no way
Desean suerte
we're
porque
doing
vamos a
that.
estar
I
aquí
can't believe
toda
it.
la
I said, what % chance do we have? They said an absolute 0%.
If it was a negative, we'd give it to you.
It's a 0%.
That's what they said.
Well, according to our stats team, you can round to 0 and you can round to 100. We'll see if we can get that shakedown for our final.
You sure have snacks? Yeah, wait, I have
Pokemon
stuff ready.
competition match right now.
This is one of those tough
I
moments.
have
where,
even a
course,
couple of
these
sodas
players
ready
get
for
into this
later on.
game,
I'm
they're
not.
ready
It's
for
too
it,
early
but
still for
they
soda,
are
but
now put on ice here for a second. This does give you the opportunity
I
to
bought
refocus, really discuss what happened.
cherry
in your
Dr.
draft
Pepper,
streak and recognize
cherry
some mistakes
Coke,
that you may have made
and
outside of the pressure of
strawberries and
right
cream
back
Coke.
into another
I've
game.
never
So
tried the
before we have
the third
information
one,
about what
so I
happened,
want
you
to
can
try
say,
that one.
We really didn't expect them
Not
to
right
immediately
now.
steal Crustle from us. That's something we're
But
going to
later on.
prepare for.
Yeah, I mean, especially something that I don't think Komai has scrapped up against this tournament too much, which is the Latios combination.
Yeah.
Is there a
Now, obviously,
non-cherry
these
Dr.
high-level
Pepper?
players are familiar with
think.
what
I don't
all
know.
these characters
I have
can
to check.
do.
I don't
However,
really
this is a
recall,
great
but I
opportunity
know
to
that
use
there's a
this pause
cherry
to go,
one.
Hey,
There's a
we might
strawberries
go
and
nice for a
cream.
second, but we can
And
use this to gain momentum
is
at
the
least
other one a
strategically.
regular Dr.
getting
Pepper? I
into
think
this
that one's
game
for my
and
daughter.
Making sure that we're checking all those early game boxes so that we can execute on our game plan.
You know, we talked a little bit about some of these team compositions. I love that you can see them up on the stage right there. As we're looking at the composition here from Zeta, the Dodrio, the Mega Lucario, Crustle, and the Latios back to the other side. Espeon, Quaquaval, Snorlax.
So anyway,
the
Toads, I didn't
Scizor,
say it, just wanted to double check. I was uninstalling the app and then installing it again.
These two teams, it feels like
But thanks for the
needs
sub.
to win fights,
Really,
right?
Yes.
But
You
we
have no idea
opportunities
how much
on the side of Zeta
it
Division
means.
to not
Like, for real.
necessarily win a fight, but win a huge objective. You have crazy burst
appreciate
damage,
it. Especially after I got
You
yelled
have
at for
Dodrio
the whole
that
week
can
for
be
saying that
extremely
GTA
aggressive,
looks meh to
surprising
me.
with all of its ability, and then of course. Mega Lucario, probably the scariest thing on their side, because if you leave Mega Lucario alone for just a moment on an objective, it will use
Look
its
at that
move, go Mega,
Mohawk,
and rip
that's
through
cool.
it before there is much you can do about it. If Komai is not
GTA
careful,
does look
even
boring
if they're
AF,
playing
so
well, and they
GTA
take
was
their
meh.
eye off the ball for just a moment,
I
Zeta
said
can
that
steal the
I thought it was
Without a doubt.
downgraded,
So when you think about
and people
Dodrio,
got really
it
mad at
actually
me, but
plays
it's
the game in a much
fine.
different way compared to a lot of other characters. It has high mobility. The way it scores is actually in pieces. It's
Aesthetically
split up
stunning
into
with
3,
trash
one for each
writing.
head, of course. And because of that, it scores
I
incredibly
think the
quick.
interiors of
And
GTA
it can
looks
really flank
meh.
easily because it has such high speed.
Like,
So
exteriors
it's
look
one of those things,
wonderful,
if you take
but
your eye off the ball, you
interiors
can lose track of that
were very
Dodrio,
inconsistent.
And then it's right behind you, dealing massive damage on a flank. And then Mega Lucario is in your face with that close combat and that big power-up punch. You mentioned Quaquaval is incredibly
Sorry,
strong
starts
if
avoiding.
he gets ahead.
Yeah.
But if you look at the side of Zeta Division, Dodrio can give it fits, and so can that Mega Luca. So just a small investment on the side of Zeta to make sure one of those characters is
Wanna wait for the
higher
PC
than
version?
Quaquaval.
Man,
it could just
they
become
should
a
have
1v1
just
for the rest of the game. Like,
done
my only
PC day
goal
one.
is
There's
to
no
make
reason
sure
not to
Gatlu
do
does
it.
not get this thing online, and I think they'll find some success with that.
Well, with how well Gatlu was
They should
playing
have done
yesterday,
PC
there
day
is
one.
a
Like, there's
question as to who you're
literally
trying to
no
target
reason not
on
to
the
do
other
it.
side, right? What player do you want to shut
Just
down
to
the most?
fish for double
Gets
dips.
online, gets its Unite move, starts dancing through some of these battles. It could be very, very tough for the side of Zeta. So that would be a good player to shut
On
down.
the other hand, have you
One
guys
that's gonna be
seen
extremely
The
hard
Witcher
is going to be
3
Desu on this
remastered?
Espeon
Dude,
evolving at
that's-
level 4. All of our EVs do in this game. They're so strong
PlayStation
early.
Xbox paid them a
Espeon
lot of money for
probably
console
the
exclusivity, I
strongest, with
guess.
the ability to secure
maybe.
easily with Psyshock.
Yeah, and not to mention,
And they
it
depend
can
on
also
them a
go to
lot,
that
but
stored
yeah.
power, which we saw yesterday as well,
pretty
which
dumb,
is pretty
honestly.
solid against Dodrio, right?
Yes.
Because stored power has that sure hit and can really track a Dodrio, so it helps at least.
It's like I was hearing rumors about Xbox pulling off the Forza Horizon 6 from PS5 that they were not going to release it. I think that if they don't,
Let's talk about the support core
they
of
should go
Komai,
fuck
which has been
themselves.
critical. Gek, the captain of the team on that Snorlax, and very quietly, the kid Narami on this Psyduck Duck has been having crazy psychic pulls. You put the disc down, and then you yank somebody out of the tall grass, and they've been setting up great KOs for their squad.
Dude, what's going on? Please just start. Empiecen, solo empecemos, ya es hora, por favor.
Pokemon are flashy, they're picking up huge KO streaks, sometimes wiping out
Thanks,
the entire
Caroline,
enemy
for
team.
follow,
None of that happens without these playmaker Pokemon on their side. And we've seen huge plays from both of these teams. Gek in particular on Komai, I feel like has made some hero plays for the squad.
Absolutely has, right? We keep talking about Gatlu, Adesu, Gek, and now Narami, but also there is Toast. And Toast, we've most primarily on the Mimikyu. We've seen them go across a couple things. Of course, going to be on the Scyther this game. Also is a great shutdown player. Like, they can make huge plays. They're always pacing the other team as well and stressing them by attacking from different angles.
So amazing seeing this hype crowd here in the Chase Center, the arena filling up throughout our day. I've been told it seats almost 300 people. Wait, nope, I'm getting something else. 18,000 people. I was way off.
Yeah, you got the numbers, my friend. Here's the good news. We might be game paused, but all that's doing is allowing for more people to file in and enjoy the experience of Pokemon Unite here in the Chase Center. And
you know what? Maybe it's not starting, but hey, people are coming in now. They're able
to
see it from the start.
Fast-paced action. No turn-based action here. We're all about the smoke once we get into the Thea Skyrim.
That's right. The texture of all the games here on Championship Sunday is so interesting, exciting. Each one having their own flavor, and Unite, no question about it, is the most high energy of our titles. Non-stop action and battling throughout in our 10-minute matches here. Dupe Snacks. We're taking a look at our hype crowd.
I love how the plushies were brought. Of course, there's Pikachu, who's using our capes from last year. We are representing our teams here. Zeta Division got the jacket on, got the jersey on.
Toyota.
Control to support the
tienen su
squad
sponsor
as
de
they
Toyota.
make their run to championship gold.
Man, I absolutely love this stage.
It's awesome.
It's so cool what they were able to do with this. It's a
Pobrecitos.
bigger step up from
Los
last
están
year, which was
torturando con
already
tanto, de
an
verdad.
amazing
This is just torture for the casters, man.
Incredible.
What's that production? You do want us to cast from the table in the
GTA
middle.
6 is like a game for people holding the missionary and see nothing wrong with
down there right now?
Right now?
Okay. What's that we're lying? Fair. Fair. Our game is being remade here to make sure that all of our players.
It was pretty fun.
And then as soon as it is ready to go, we are going to head down to Sky Ruins and watch them battle.
I don't use Twitter, I use Threads, right? So I got a lot of people angry for saying that it was downgraded from the original trailers. But there was another guy that said it looks pretty mid, and people got angry at him and called him a filthy casual that only played FIFA and Call of Duty for not being hyped for GTA. And I was like, oh, he thinks he's not a casual. Dude thinks he's not a casual for liking GTA. Oh,
this game cannot be denied.
He thinks he's core.
You know, I asked for the game to be remade,
I was like,
so we can hit a hard ready go. So let's make sure that we are now getting a second bite at this game.
You only play FIFA and COD, right? It's like, oh.
Our players are getting
Sweet summer
ready to
child.
head into the match right now. I always wonder with moments like these, you know, whether
Esto es tortura para los casters.
player needs
Esto
a
es
moment or
tortura para
something
los
like that.
casters.
How
This
that
is just,
changes
they're
the
torturing the
mental
casters, man.
state
This
of
is not
these
fair.
competitors as you are getting ready for this match. There's so much on the line here, and I don't know about you, Dupe Snacks, but I know for me, I would just want to be thrown into the deep end right away.
Yeah, 100%. And I don't want to bring up past history or old wounds, but if you recall, this same EU team with a lot of these players got stuck on ice on stage in the World Championships and fell apart afterwards. If you recall that, I'm hoping the mental fortitude is there and they are ready to go. And I'm hoping that Gek, again, is keeping this team from tearing apart at the seams. Because Zeta Division, again, we know their resilience. Komai, the question is really still up in the air because we've seen this team have some bizarre missteps. But if their focus is there and then their intensity is there, they can deliver in a big way.
But what you'll notice about Unite is it's often a game of momentum. It seems like a team
remade.
that's winning
Why?
keeps
Oh no, they're just remaking Pokemon Unite.
with a reverse sweep yesterday.
Pokemon Unite
shows you
remake.
that they can pull it out when it counts, change everything. And there is something about a team that's been losing and then they start to win. It's just so hard to defeat them at that point. It's like they've figured something out, and then once they hit that, their opponents can do nothing about it.
Empecemos.
That's without a doubt.
Empecemos.
Is this Production, is this an opportunity where you can put me and the cowboy back on screen?
Ooh. What's your plan?
Nope.
Oh, you have
no
plan
whatsoever.
Great.
At all,
Welcome
actually.
back.
I just feel like we're dressed nice, and, you know, I'd like to be seen.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Pobrecito,
The fact
de
that this is
verdad.
our last day,
Dude.
I mean, it sounds like it with how we're acting, doesn't it? It really does seem like it.
Listen, I feel like production is minimizing the amount of time we're on camera because they don't know if we actually have capes or not.
Yeah, they're wondering if we're going to...
Like, are they going to unfurl
they got
the
a cape back there?
Do they have crowns? They have those epaulettes, those
Yeah,
gold
they
shoulder
used
things.
capes
Massive.
last year,
Nobody
right?
knows.
I love that
They
you're
were
bringing
playing
up all
along
the
with
things
their
that we asked
capes.
if we could bring in. They said
No,
absolutely
no
not.
to all of them. They said no to all of them. But you put
They're
positive out.
experiencing a corporate
positive
job
back.
Trying to get
currently.
something back.
Yeah.
Surely if someone in the audience had a crown and
They would-
brought
they
it
would-
to
they
us,
would-
I could not wear it.
I mean,
I can't wear it. The crown.
production, what's that? You're gonna get rid of us before the end of the show. Okay, yeah,
Sure,
understood.
that makes sense.
That's where we always thought we would be.
They're fun.
Here,
They're
Dude
good.
Snacks. Stadium filling in too.
Great.
You absolutely love to see it.
I love this ripple effect. I love seeing myself in the Jumbotron. That's terrific. I'm a big fan of that. I cannot deny. This is a great experience. It's a great experience for those of you in the arena, of course. Great experience for our players on site.
Right. Bathroom break. Be right back.
Phenomenal experience for me.
Gotta take another 10 minutes or
Selfishly
something.
for us, this is a great
It's
day.
just so good.
Yeah, we're absolutely loving it right here. And this is our final Pokemon Unite cast.
It is.
It really is the most amazing way to send this game off. You know, last year in the arena, it was absolutely electric. And this is even bigger, Dupe Snacks.
Yeah, exactly. That's, again, why everybody at home assumed larger capes. But no, just look how sharp we look. And here, and here. Well done. Let's talk about these teams again. Zeta Division on that reverse sweep. You talked about momentum and how critical that is, but we've seen time and time again the momentum not necessarily carrying into the next day. We've seen teams go on miracle runs through day 2 of a bracket, hit grand finals, and fall apart. Is this going to be the case for Zeta Division? That's a question that remains unanswered.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, can these teams keep that momentum? Can Zeta keep that huge win going from being behind to now winning? Or are they shaken by the fact that the team on the other side 3-0'd their opponents as we're getting set up for our match right now? And it sounds like we will be soon heading into our game.
And once we do, 10-minute timer on the screen. Ready, go. We're all going to do it together. And we're going to show everybody at home what they're missing out as they're watching through their screen, because we're going to have a raucous crowd here to get loud and deliver the energy to these players on stage.
You can see the screens. Our players are loading in now for our first match of our grand finals here in San Francisco.
I need to take a deep breath. I want to get into it.
Here we go. Ready? Go! Komai Esports, your purple team. Zeta Division, your orange team. The first game of our grand finals begins now.
We see the players on their mini-map cruising towards their path, and we'd love to see the characters on the
here
screen.
we go.
As Nomu is immediately going crosstown shootout, and they're going to go for an invade to slow down the progress of Toast. Narami sussing it out quickly and going to A-press him down.
Yeah, this play right here is taking one of your Pokemon, especially with an experience share, across the map, trying to steal away some experience from their powerful central area Pokemon. Nomu looking to see if they can secure this buff for their squad, and no, it goes over to Toast.
Resta and Rom downstairs there with the Snorlax and a Desu moving through the Espeon. Already evolved, and Toast decides to collapse in the bottom pad. Vitopo now peeling back up top, trying to see where all the action is.
Yeah, here we go. Adesu seeing the side here of Zeta. Vitopo throwing some of that tri-attack at them as we head to our top path here. Mega Lucario starting off extremely strong, almost already level 5.
Yeah, meanwhile, on the other side, look, we are struggling to get our evolutions. Toast and Rami have to pull up for get a little support on Gatlu. Swablu and Altair, big dual wing beat, and we do have our evolution for Gatlu. That's a start.
Meanwhile, we have a fight in the bottom path. It looks like Dodrio was there for just a moment, and we might have a scrap in the center of the map.
¿Cómo va ganando en niveles?
Scyther
Con
and
ese Scyther de
Dodrio
nivel
very close to
6
each other.
ya es
Vitopo moving in now,
bastante.
Doob Snacks.
Yeah, Vitopo actually seeing.
Ese cross de nivel 3 está...
There, the K opener going to go to Komai. Narami gets the credit, but the damage...
Komai is winning so far.
Toast, and now
They have a big level advantage. That level 6 Scyther is insane at this point.
With Gatlu on the levels, and Gatlu quickly caught out. The pressure's on. The try attack's going to seal the deal.
And Gatlu overstanding his welcome.
Okay, Dodrio matched it, so that's good.
Zeta Division kind of giving up a lot of the experience lead that they got from KOing that central area Pokemon. Unfortunately, those are some of the plays you have to make, though. If you could extend that victory,
shit, se me
even
playing
further, it would
label
be
like
incredible.
this.
Adesu, they
Cameras
are the
off,
stored power
sí,
builders
porque
to
está
top the bird.
mi hijo, está el bebé aquí y no quiero que salga en la cámara.
Russell going to be able to space out. You see that big rock tomb shelling Toast away,
Quería
which
venirse
means
conmigo
Zeta
un
Division
rato.
is going to grab the first Reggie Drago.
Great secure from Zeta Division, giving their entire team some team-wide experience and a buff that allows Nomu to score faster. And it looks like we
sorry
have
for the
two
camera,
members
guys.
of
This is
Zeta hiding in the tall grass,
my
trying to take
son's
down
here,
Toast.
but
Oh, they
he's
know when those timers are going to be
almost
on the
2 years
respawn.
old, and I don't want him
Put
showing up on
pressure on
cameras
Toast.
if I can
Toast
avoid
actually
it.
bailing into the bottom path, which means once these things spawn back up, if Zeta Division wants to hang out long enough, they can take them all.
And that's how aggressive that Dodrio can be. Toast just had to leave here and see what they can secure in the bottom path. Here comes Nomu. Meanwhile, Dodrio taking all the experience on the side of Komai.
Yeah, Nomu coming down from the central area.
Now, Machi, if Machi was here, I would have him sitting down on a glass chair and I would have a screen on his back.
Grab all the
A
experience
camera
on
on
the
his
side
back.
of Komai. Meanwhile, up top, it looks like Narami and Gatlu are doing a good job. We do have Quaquavel online.
We do, yeah, and it looks like they did pretty well into this Lucario, but Gatlu's going to need to be careful.
Okay, they're going for
here.
the
Lucario
first one. They're going for Reggie Eyes. This
Quaquavel
is
does not. They're moving
para
forward, looking for a
el...
fight.
4v3, big heavy slam. Quaquavel closed it out. They're all
Les
over
va a dar el
Nomu.
escudo,
Nomu getting
¿no?
shredded. Big X scissor with the block. Eject button out of the crust to get back on the backside. Reste, the Latias, is trying to make it happen.
Uy, ese Scyther en nivel 9.
And they might look for a push here. They got a 4v2. They're going to get the cheeky scores in now, and they're going to go for the big 36
se les da el
over.
automático.
And now the points lead belongs to Komai.
That's right, 159-53. Komai
Yo también para el
trying
mon de
to
abajo.
Topu on this goal zone, but they are not able to take them down. Even the Unite move could
Komai lleva la
save them.
ventaja,
We
pero
now
no es
have
por
Topu
mucho.
scoring, stacking up their attack weight in this
Fácil
path,
pueden
making them
voltear la
more
vuelta
and
Zeta
more
Division
powerful for
todavía.
all of these fights, but here comes Komai right back at it, looking for Nomu, and they pick up a KO.
Now they're moving forward. Narami, Gek going to be the security guards for Toast. That big Scyther.
Esa, van a agarrar a Rey y el
But
X.
incredibly fragile when it comes to taking damage themselves. Narami, nice little psychic, repositions Rom. Heavy slam there to separate Resta. The block is back. We're trying to put damage down. Narami gets hit with a Unite move. They're low on HP. Dual wing beat, knockout, pressure's on. Heavy slam again.
Ahí se van a dejar a Crossel.
Moving
No.
to the back line. Nomu's getting shredded. Huge psychic reposition on Mizutama. They're on the backside. They missed the close combat.
Ah, rayos.
Nomu getting shredded. Dual wing beat and Espeon gets shredded.
Sí le pegaron duro a Zeta con esos dos knockas. Se bajaron a
Komai
Crossel.
is absolutely cooking in this bottom path right now, but they're deciding not to break this goal, Doob Snacks. They want to keep this bottom path open so they can continue securing some of this experience. Meanwhile, Vitopu trying to take everything away. Big KO, and they're going to be able to get out. They're running away from the central area, and that is the power of Dodrio. That is the power of Vitopo.
Vitopo up a level. If
Se bajaba Scyther ese Dodrio, wow.
drags, Vitopo will go down to Toast. They used, I believe, the full heal to cleanse that away so they can get the knockout and escape. And on top of all that, they got Narami's Unite
¿Está
move.
recuperando?
Let's talk about a quiet battle that has been happening throughout this match.
Tienen
and
los
that is the
tres
battle
Unites cargados.
Latias and Latios
Damn,
are
del otro
playing.
lado solo
These
tienen
two
uno.
Pokemon are looking to
Dos ahora.
continue stacking up their Aeon power. They get stronger and stronger throughout this match and have crazy potential as the game goes on. Komai looking good now, but these could turn into real problems for them later.
Big Quaquavel dunk downstairs, 240 round, 110. Komai is there in the face of 4. Nomu goes down, now Gek can move forward. Mizutama peels back. Rom using their Unite move on a Desu, prime target, half HP gone. Resta is eviscerated, but Toast is gone as well. Gek is looking for Rom. Mizutama strikes down on Narami. Close combat does a bit of damage. Vitopo stressing the scoreboard downstairs. Close combat is there, back on top of a Desu. Nice heavy slam, and okay, we took care of the trash then. And now Komai is pivoting to Registeel. Nomu back into the action, but it's going to be tough.
Meanwhile, while this is happening. Dodrio scoring in the bottom path, trying to even up this scoreline. Nomu stopping them. Big time Rubble Rouser unite, and here come the Latios and Latias.
Falta... ya está a punto de aparecer el Groudon. A los 2 minutos me aparece Groudon.
They have these slam back
I
over
minute
the
2,
wall,
Groudon
but now
shows
it's
up and
Zeta
everyone's gonna
Division
go
that
to
has
the
control of the Registeel objective.
Absolute swings back and forth here. Lucario back. This is going to be very difficult for Komai to stop at this point with the incredible secure potential on the side of Zeta. And they do take it there. It is the Latios getting them the Registeel, a huge buff that is going to give them extra attack and special attack.
Somewhere off screen, we had Votoko on the Dodrio, level 13 go down. Tons of experience in the hands of Komai. 3 minutes and 20 seconds left in this game, and it is getting close.
It's getting very close here. Less than 100 points separate these two teams. When Dodrio is on the side of Zeta, you cannot feel good about that. It can run away from our final fight in double time and make some huge plays. Reggie Arlecki now being taken by Zeta. No one from Komai in a position to deal with this. In fact, they're just looking for experience on their side of the map. I think they recognize they have to win a huge fight. We are at the 3-minute mark, which means in 1 minute here, we are going to have Groudon spawn in the center, and these two teams are going to need to decide how they want to play the final moments of this match.
Sí, están cargando los Unites.
Take a deep breath. 40 seconds, and our boss monster here in our first map is going to materialize. Meanwhile, these teams are waiting. The calm before the storm, getting their levels up, and Zeta Division on the hunt, trying to get vision.
You can see Zeta Division right here with some extremely aggressive positioning. Do they decide to go in? It looks like they're going to use the power-up punch, fly backwards, and throw some damage onto the Snorlax here. They know exactly where they are on the side of Komai. This makes it difficult for Komai to engage.
Ooh, Narami's getting real close to that Dodrio on our minimap. Rome and Resta, Nomu moving forwards in the bottom path here. We've got 5 seconds, brother.
Yeah, here we have 5
This
seconds.
is where it gets good. When the Pokemon Center shows up, they're going to start the team fight. Oh, rayos!
The Latios, a huge KO. Rock Tomb bubbles out.
Se fueron a Quaco. Oh, no, va a ganar Zeta.
Groudon's getting worked on. We've got to make
Va a ganar Zeta. Oh, rayos, ese Quaco estuvo potente. Otro más, otro KO. Oh, no, ya terminó. No, ya ganó Zeta Division. Zeta Division's going to win, guys.
And there's only 3 players standing for
Zeta Division got this.
does get the knockout, but the rip has started. Narami is there to make a hero play.
Bro, they won so hard.
And here they go, rushing to score.
Zeta about to just own them.
To even this up, 241, 248, but this match is incredibly close. In just a moment here, these players are about to find out how close it is. When it says it is close battle, that means no one knows which side exactly is up. But with these Groudon buffs, Zeta Division is in a perfect position to win. They just have to have one player sneak off and score. For Komai, they need to run to the other side of the map. They need to KO members of Zeta, take these buffs for themselves, and make something happen. Komai now looking to figure out exactly how they are going to make that fight. We have 2 members of Komai in the bottom path, and here comes Zeta Division sneaking tall grass.
Getting the information, but of course the Dodrio has the great capacity to score and stretch this lead that Zeta Division have. Gatlu has exposed themselves. The Rock 2 forces out a Dace from Narami. Backdoor, heavy slam by Gat. They're trying to block and isolate. Gatlu looking for a target.
Oh, Dodrio está al otro lado solo. Lo dejaron solo. No. ¿Cómo dejas solo a Dodrio? No, bro.
They're getting absolutely eviscerated. Meanwhile, Vitopo's on a scoring mission. They're up by over 100, and Zeta Division is cruising in the next 10 seconds.
Beautiful play, perfectly played by Zeta Division. As we mentioned earlier,
damn, ¿cómo dejas solo ese Dodrio?
That objective. Komai having the Quavel fly over on the jump pad, getting absolutely caught. I don't think it's what they wanted to do at all. I think the Rock Tomb got them stuck in a crazy position that they did not expect, and then everything started to go wrong. The beautiful Unite move from Latios, able to pick up the KO and
Latios and Ladia. Yes. They both honed in on the right target.
So it all kicks off when so basically you just play normally. There's spawns at the top and at the bottom. And right now the spawns at the top gives you a shield and a buff, and the ones at the bottom makes one of the scoring areas takes no time for you to score.
But that is something that I want to watch back as well.
And then at minute 2, the spawn at the center shows up that gives you everything. Instant scoring, shield, buffs. So the one who gets the center spawn has basically the chance to win the game. Either the other team played so well during the remainder of the game that the difference cannot be made up. But most of the time, the one that gets the center is going to win the game.
Dice here being taken. We have Gotlu.
So you want to get the buffs from the other spawns, but it's not a
very
make it or break
plays
it
from
for
them.
you.
They knew they needed to win a fight as a team.
So there's always a team fight at the center and mid number
before,
2,
Latios
and
Latios getting
it's
stronger
always a
and
matter
stronger
of the
throughout the match.
ultis.
By the end there, they
And
were
in
able
this
to use
case,
that Unite move as a delete.
Guakwala used their ulti too
without
early,
doubt. And now you're seeing
and
what
they
Komai
were
is
not
taking
able to take
agency in
advantage
these
of it.
fights, and not on the back foot. They're doing very well. Unfortunately for them, the Gatlu over the wall, I can't wait to see it so we can really analyze.
Bueno, no puede regalar un juego así, sí, dude. Lo regalaron bien pendejo con ese Guakwala y dejando ese Dodrio solo. Fue una mulada extrema.
I mean, are you shocked there? The damage just starts going up and up and up, and I really do think that catch on Gotlu from the side of Zeta Division entirely, but especially the Unite move that finished them off, really was what set up Zeta to win.
Game looks fun to me.
well,
It's pretty fun. The fact that it's time-based makes, I think it's what makes
being
it.
a critical member of the Zeta Division team, getting them to the finals here. However,
From a
Vitopo,
Filthy
a
League's player
very
perspective.
quiet game in
No, it's pretty fun. It's not as sweaty, I would say, as League.
Komai was putting together,
And
their plan was shut
it's
down.
not as long. The matches are not as long.
However, they
Okay, now we have Kyogre.
every
Okay.
other player in the game.
Here we go, right back into draft. Now,
bands.
Komai is going to need to deal with what just happened there. Adesu picking the Espeon here first. They like their strategy. It really was going well for Komai. It just went catastrophically bad there at the end when Gotlu got caught.
Yeah.
As we're seeing the next couple of picks over to the side of Zeta Division. Are we going to see the same Pokemon? They did just win with it, so you might not need to change much up.
Oh, okay,
And they are one of the
Suicune.
few teams that have been
Well,
playing
Lurk,
a
Cook,
Suicune.
thanks.
And I talk about the Suicune Unite move, how devastating it can be.
Thanks,
if it
enjoy the food.
tracks and freezes multiple targets when you have the
Don't
skill
get burned.
set on the rest of your team like Zeta Division does, it is curtains for you, son.
Yeah, and what they're really setting up here with these bans, the Feraligatr, the Surfetch, the
Vas a barrer.
Mimikyu, they're targeting out a lot of these all-rounders, and we're seeing exactly what Gotlu wants to play here.
Okay, con
So
Lucario,
Gotlu
tenemos a
pretty
Saida
good
que
last match,
hablaste,
but
sabía.
Pavel into
Yo no,
Suicune sounds like a nightmare dupe snacks. It
no
wants to
sé,
fight at close range. It does
debería
not
seguir
want
usando a
to be stunned
Crossel.
by the
Honestamente creo que Crossel les ayudó. Oh, okay, con Comfy can get pretty insane as a support.
One of the most banned Pokemon all tournament long. Roam on
Comfy
the
can
Serena.
get
We'll
pretty
see how
insane
Komai
as a
reacts.
support.
And now they're going to get the Machamp Espeon combination. So you're going to see a big submission and then that Psyshock Bam stun.
I was wondering what the final pick was going to be here for Komai, and the reason I was wondering is because what Pokemon would they want to
Urshifu, okay.
into the Suicune? I don't think it would be the Scyther. We've got a slightly tankier Pokemon with the Mega Charizard X, and if they can pick something up, especially something that already has a Comfey on it and delete it fast, you're kind of getting 2 KOs for the price of 1. One combination that we have on Komai that has been absolutely brutal throughout this entire tournament is the Machamp and the Espeon. Machamp with submission, making themselves unstoppable, running towards the enemy side, grabbing one of their opponents, throwing them over their shoulders, and then letting Adesu on this Espeon hit them with the Psyshock and Psybeam. It's kind of a 1-2 punch that knocks out most things in the game. The question is, does Adesu want to play that build, or is he still feeling the stored power? I think without the Dodrio around, we're probably seeing the Psyshock.
I think you want to go Psyshock 100%, right? Especially because Roam or Vitopo is going to be carrying the Comfey. So doing the suplex stun right there is going to get you that, what I like to call that little BOGO deal. You get the big guy down and the Comfey comes for free.
There we go.
Here we go. Heading into game number 2 in the Chase Arena, our final Pokemon Unite World Championship as our teams are loading in.
Ready?
Empezamos, let's go!
You saved that well.
You think?
Yeah, I think you did.
Let's go.
Unite, staying true to itself.
Psyduck, look at Psyduck, he's got swag.
Komai, your purple team. Zeta Division, your orange team. Up
Vamos con niveles. Ya llevamos 2 niveles 3 de cada lado. Ok, vamos bien. Levels wise, we're pretty even. That Blastoise is lagging behind, and that can be an issue.
Toughest early game Pokemon. Kubfu really struggles to get online.
Struggles in a big way. Gek doing a great job with Invasion.
Kubfu at level 4,
knocked out.
along with Charizard. That's
and
pretty
it's the
solid.
waste time. And Gek is being incredibly successful
Suicune level
right
4.
now.
Okay,
And
we
now
have 2
they're,
level 4s
pulling
on
up the slow
Zeta. That's a
from
good
rest of the
advantage.
Kopo. Still, that Kofu does get
A level
both
5
buffs,
over
which
there
slows
kind
down
of makes
the
up for it, but that
want to slow this down, right?
Snorlax
You
is
do
definitely
not
lagging
slow
behind.
down this Urshifu. It is
Damn,
going
ese
to enter the battle
Blastoise,
very
ese
quickly
Blastoise, ese
with that
Snorlax,
rapid
no.
strike. It's going to be a real problem here. Nomu trying to secure that, but it looks like Gotlu was able to take that in the bottom path.
Igual ese Lucario no me agrada. Lo que necesitamos, lo que necesita Komai es evolucionar a ese matchup y a ese Charmeleon ya. Necesitan a su Charizard.
Right there, right in the middle, looking for their opportunity is a little Machop and saying, I just want to get my points in. Can I? No. They're going to get frozen.
Cero en loca ahora. Snorlax sigue, Snorlax está mal. Ese Snorlax está jugando mal.
Through the central area here as Komai is committing to the top path.
Yeah, beautiful.
Ya tenemos a Urshifu, o sea que ya tenemos online ahí. Hace falta que esté online Charizard.
Put a lot of pressure on top, but we do have the Urshifu making their way to the top path, seeing if they can punish some of the players. Nomu here in the bottom path, just trying to attack them on this goal zone.
Komai's playing not great. He's playing not very great right now.
So much mobility. You see that big stomp out of this arena and just gliding in. Queenly Majesty
So basically, Zeta Division has got all the Pokemon online already, but Komai is not able to evolve that Machop, and they're going to suffer for that.
This is the power of some of these Pokemon like Urshifu.
I think Zeta is going to win this.
They could really move through the enemy central area, and look how aggressive Zeta is being, never letting up here. They've already taken game 1. They want to finish this.
They absolutely do, and look at that.
Look at Suicune. Ese Suicune se mira precioso.
Well, I mean, everything is moving for Zeta Division. They have complete control of Regidrago. Narami trying to move forward as a little duck, see what they can do.
Psyduck le robó el Drago. Damn.
That just brought to a struggling Komai team.
Eso les puede ayudar a voltearla. Con suerte.
To get yourself back in it.
Yeah, there's something about just taking something that you shouldn't have gotten from your opponents. Your team can kind of get the energy they need back in this match. Narami heading to the bottom path here. The Charizard Toast.
So the idea is that every enemy you defeat gives you energy, and you can see it's the little numbers that are behind the level on each of the ones. So you can have a maximum of 50, and then you have to deposit that energy into the scoring points. Each scoring point has a maximum HP, if you want to see that, and once you deposit enough energy into it, it is destroyed. So that reduces the area for extra speed that your opponent gets, because if you're on your half of the screen, at least on the road, you are faster, right?
Arena playing so well for the side of Zeta, and also the fact that it has the Comfey on it just makes it more difficult to fight.
So they got Regirock, damn, so that gives them a buff. Yeah, that gives them the shield and the buff.
Pulled from Narami. Can Komai do anything with it? Heavy Slam over, suplex, forces out the Urshifu Unite, 11 hits down, blocked to separate Mizutama from the team. On the backside, we're getting a Desu knocked out, but Topo's still going. Mizutama's right there, and they get suplex into path. Gek looking for cover, but the goal zone is closed. KO streak of 3.
Sí, es que ese Snorlax está jugando horrible. That Snorlax is playing pretty bad.
Desu, Toast isn't even paying attention. Complete control.
There you go, you almost destroy it.
Toast with the Unite move coming right back, trying to stop them right here, but gets taken back up into the air.
The Ice Age freezes Komai, and that allows Zeta Division to keep pushing. KO streak
It's
of 2.
done, man. It's Zeta Division just owning this game so far. Damn, Zeta got this.
Here we go, Machamp Unite.
I think it's gone. It's over now.
Coming in, missing the Side Shock and Side Beam because Vitopu was able to move out.
No veo cómo se recuperen de esta.
Zeta Division dominating game.
Sí, no veo cómo se recupere de este. Komai. Fuck mustache, guys.
You take your eyes off Mizutama, and it's Nomu buckling you with the ice blocks. Zeta Division in complete control.
Van por el Regieleki para intentar. So Regieleki, you defeat it, and then it starts making its way to whatever opponent's goal area is the closest. If it gets there, it makes instant scoring possible. So you just go there, you press the button, and you automatically score. Regularly, you have to hold it for a moment for it to load.
They're looking for more suplex. Can they convert? No.
But Zeta said, yeah, I don't care about Regieleki. I'm just gonna beat all you guys over in a team fight.
Stomp through the rest the Komai. Rome might be a water type. Nope, they're a grass type, and they're burning it down for sure.
Don't worry, we
It's
make a lot of
over.
mistakes here. No one will notice that one. Snorlax in the top path. We have the
Damn.
Here comes Vitopo once again in this central area, looking to make something happen. Dupe Snacks, like they have been all game, just take over the map, take all the experience from Komai. This is such a difficult
Sí, no,
match.
ya,
They
este es-
were able to get a huge pick, a submission into the Psyshock, into the Charizard Unite. They could take down one of these huge targets, but Zeta has been playing so well.
They've got to make
Sí, Zeta dominó. ¡Oh!
Champion Night for
¡Le robaron! ¡Le robaron! ¡No, dude!
Endeavor gone.
Here we go, Vitopu.
They
getting back
sneak
for
steal
Death Knight
the-
back now in the top path.
Damn.
Rome, level 12 up here as we have Toast, also level 12, but you would really hope that your central area Pokemon would be out-leveling
Yeah,
this
but even
right
at
here,
that
as we
point,
have
I don't think
13
they-
on the other side for Zeta Division. Komai
Sure,
is
they
not out of
could
this,
if they
but
get the
fights are looking
Kyogre.
grim for them.
Listen, this is
It
exactly
looks
how
pretty
some of
hard.
their matches went
Look at
yesterday.
the
getting
level
really close to the
differences.
game and finding it in the final moments. No
Zeta has a
low. There's
13
quality knockout
Urshifu. What the
opportunity. Charizard Unite does lock down the Suicune. Now Rome has to stomp away. Right back in is the Blue Shifu. Getting combos.
Vamos a ver eso.
56, 57.
Sí, sí, no, Zeta won. Zeta won this.
Unbelievable from Zeta. You just see the level that this player is playing at as they score another 50 points. 75 to 312 from Zeta, and they are dominating all of these fights. You can see why Comfey is one of the most banned Pokemon.
Look at that.
in
It's
the
a
entire tournament.
huge
so
lead.
difficult to shut down a player that has this on them, especially people that are playing at this level like Vitopo.
Dude.
Okay, take a deep breath,
Que-
Komai, just
wow.
like I did. Figure out the typing of your Pokemon, because apparently I'm still learning that. And see what you can cobble together in the next 40 seconds, because you got a big fight to win.
Regieleki now being taken down by Komai. They have to deal with this, whereas Zeta gets to do whatever they want on the map.
Yeah.
What they want to do is hide in this tall grass and see if they can catch
They're just gonna hide. They're just gonna hide and wait for Kyogre. It's almost there, so why not?
Kyogre makes their way
You
to
got the
center.
team fight. Look at the difference in levels.
Gatlu moving in. They might
Es-
take the fight
Sí,
early.
no,
They
Zeta
got
ganó,
the
man.
Duplex over the wall, Rome is two. No
Empezaron, le empezaron temprano el team fight.
The block is there to protect the team. Vitopo looking for a flank.
Sí,
right
Snorlax
in the
está
middle.
jugando
Vitopo
pésimo.
on the backside looking
Dude,
for Vitopo, eyes down,
ese
get it.
Snorlax
Finally
sí.
have the Charizard
Dude,
Unite
¿qué
for
estás
their
haciendo?
punch. They're shielded, they're back. Finally, Mr. Samra goes down. Rome is on the chopping block. Suplex.
It's over.
On the heavy slam. Gatlu needs to use a move, but we have a huge Jersey for Unite again. Make it 60 and counting.
Sí,
They're
man,
pushing
qué
back.
dominada.
Two players on Zeta Division, but they're fighting so
Oh.
well.
Vitopo somehow making their way through
Damn.
the relentless assault from
No van a ir por el Kyogre, van a esperarse.
multiple members, and now, for just a moment, the calm before another storm.
Antes
Kyogre
llega
in the
el
middle,
team fight otra
Zeta
vez.
coming back. We now have Charizard coming back in just 5 seconds, but will Zeta start this before Charizard is ready to fight? Here comes Lucario looking for Gek. The block right now. No one wants to make a mistake here, but Zeta wants to scrap.
So Vitopo getting straight into the middle, little bit of a freeze, follow-up suplex. Vitopo is split. Vitopo goes down.
Se fue Snorlax. Dude.
Stomp. Just two players for Komai. Toast is on the
It's
chase.
over.
Singular
It's
unite
over.
for Rome, and Rome is in fact burning for Komai here in game 2. They're not going to worry about Kyogre. They're going to assault those goal zones.
Yeah,
They are
sí.
heading towards the
A este punto,
central
¿para qué te
area
preocupas por
goal here
Kyogre?
of Komai.
You just got this, bro. Even if they get Kyogre, it's
Considerably.
over.
There's still time on the clock, but now Komai's
Zeta Division a un juego de ser campeón del
that
mundo.
central area objective and make something happen. 171, 528, and we can see Rome attacking
Sí, no,
multiple
esto ya
members
se acabó.
here of Komai.
It's
fighting
done.
them on their own goal zone. It doesn't
Komai
look like
lost.
there's going to be enough time for
So
Komai.
bad.
Charizard finally hits the map. Gatlu working on Kyogre in the center.
And
You're gonna try for last minute
Komai getting
Kyogre?
snuffed out as the scores keep going in. Zeta Division with an exclamation
It's
point
600.
on the line that was game 1. They hammer home game 2, and they're up by so many points. With 13 seconds left, it's gonna be tough.
And you see Zeta Division right here. Look at how smart they are, deciding there's no reason to fight near this tier 1 goal zone. They just have to stop them from scoring in here and in the home goal zone. Beautiful plays from Zeta. An absolutely
There we go.
dominant performance
Qué
here in game
dominada,
2.
man.
And they are now
Qué
one
destrucción.
game away from
Ahí sí
being
ni
your
siquiera porque
final
regalaron el... Bueno,
Pokemon
ese
Unite
Snorlax jugó
World
pésimo todo el match.
You said
Pero,
the team that would
bro,
win the first game
qué
would gain the
dominada.
momentum and carry it through. And right now,
Sí, Zeta está
Zeta Division.
como
All the
easy.
momentum in
No,
the world, but
GG, no re.
Zeta Division knows
Qué dominada
what
les está
being down
pegando. Están a un juego de ganar.
Yes. Because they did the reverse sweep yesterday, and they have to keep the pedal to the floor. You cannot let a team with the skill level of Komai scratch and claw their way back into this. You gotta snuff them out now.
Just like we saw yesterday, both of these teams have been in a position to reverse sweep. So this is not over by any means. But if you're Zeta, you have to feel good about how that match went. Game 1 was very close. Game 2, they were in control the entire time.
Nomu on this Suicune was a problem, brother, and you can see why Zeta Division committed a first pick to it. A Pokemon that has been quiet all weekend long, and now surging onto the scene with the surging strikes from Blue Shifu. And really, Blue's a good color.
Bro, qué destrucción, mira eso.
95,000 damage from Rome on the Zarina. This is a Pokemon that's received a lot of bans throughout our tournament because if a team plays it, they are incredible. You are pointing to a pretty big number there. Vitopo, 18 knockouts.
18 knockouts, 2 assists, 1 feint, and that
Zeta va a ganar.
KO
Ya lo vi.
A over F, a cough of 20. 91k damage out of Vitopo. I mean, every one of these characters was a problem, dude.
Yeah, real problem. Toast not coming online as fast as they needed to on the side of Komai was also a real issue. Mega Charizard had some huge moments throughout that match, but you want it early and you want them often. You want to be megaing in a lot of these fights, picking up huge KOs, and they only had a few that went their way. And even when they did, Zeta played so incredibly well that they were able to stem the tide, get right back in there and win the
Sí,
week.
fue una dominada. No hay mucho que decir, o sea, fue tan obvia todo el juego. No hay mucho más que decir. It was just so obvious the whole game. What else can you say?
We have our crowd right
Damn.
there, primed up, ready to go for game number 3.
Oh, I'm getting word from our production, Dupes Next. This is actually a huge deal. Your mistake in the last match, that is our 10,000th mistake.
Whoa, let's hear it!
We did it, everybody!
Look how excited
Game number
they
3.
are
I think
about
it's
our
gonna be over at game 3.
mistake.
It's
Big
best of
deal.
5.
A big deal for us. A lot of us said we couldn't do it before we shut the game down. But you know what? Yes, we can. Never give up on your dreams.
So if Zeta wins this, they're world champions.
You love
They're
to
the
see it
last
from the
world
boys.
champions for
We
Pokemon
won't be back
Unite.
tomorrow.
As we're getting ready for what could be our final match, Dupe Snacks, between these two squads. Komai, they're really going to need to figure something out. There is something about a loss.
Cookie, ¿andas por ahí, Dove
that
Snacks? ¿En qué
huge
más castea,
that
además
gets
de
you to
Pokémon?
recalibrate everything.
¿O casteaba?
Go back to what you know. Go
LOL,
back to
¿verdad?
what you know is going to win. Stop trying to play better than what you are.
Vamos a ver, ¿con
Play
qué nos vamos a ir ahora?
that got you here in the first place. But they need to make it happen right now, as Zeta Division could become your champion in just 10 short minutes.
Again, Comfey available for one of these teams.
Sí, con Blastoise es a lo seguro.
The bans the exact same, and Zeta Division has been navigating their draft after these bans incredibly well. They feel confident. Komai feels like they're just going with the flow.
Here we go. Next couple of picks over to
Mira,
Zeta.
for last
They are
time,
going to
though.
take Russell,
Yeah.
and they are going to take Latias.
Yeah, they said, okay, we made him wait, we're just gonna win. Y terminamos con Rayquaza. Si termina con Rayquaza sería el máximo.
Incredibly powerful, difficult for Komai to shut down, especially towards the late game when the burst damage was just so high that Gotlu went down immediately. They're back on the Quavel, which for Komai, their early game in game number 1 has been their strongest showing throughout this entire tournament. So I understand heading back towards this.
Yeah, absolutely. They have to make sure that whatever Toast picks isn't super duper susceptible to an invade, because you really want Narami to be sticking in path with Gotlu to get them unlocked. And this has been the Achilles heel of Komai on Saturday. The games they have lost in rough fashion have been because across the way was the horse, the Galarian Rapidash.
This pick right here from Zeta Division is the most targeted pick that we've seen throughout this entire series, recognizing that Komai had a very difficult time into this Pokemon yesterday, so much so that they needed to ban it. This could be the ace in the hole for Zeta right now and how they win the entire tournament. Adesu back on their hero Pokemon from day 2, Mewtwo Wai and Toast on the Talonflame. Incredibly fast, so we have a very quick speedster on both sides.
Yeah, and I mean, Talonflame does a decent job holding its own in the early stages as well. It has some decent secure in its kit. Rome is going to Latios, and this Latios-Latias combination in Game 1 we saw was incredibly strong. So, Komai, with their back against the wall, they are fighting with Blastoise, Quaquaval, Psyduck, Mewtwo, Y, and Talonflame.
Zeta Division with everything on the line. The championship 1 game away, stealing away the Crustle, which had some huge plays for them in Game 1. The Latios coming back out, and now 2 Speedsters on the side of Zeta as we're taking a look at our crowd here in San Francisco.
Hopefully we do the flyover right and we can grace this game with a team ready go.
There our battlefield, Thea, Sky, Ruins with Rayquaza in the center. This could be your final match of Pokemon Unite in the championship series. 1 more game for Zeta Division and they will become your champion. Komai needs to win 3 in a row. It's been done before. Members of Komai have done it before, but Komai, this is tough. Ready? Go! Komai, your purple team, Zeta Division, your orange team, as we are 1 game away from crowning Zeta the champion.
But standing in their way is Komai. You are down, but you are not out yet. Keep your eye on the prize and keep on fighting and make your story happen. Narami immediately sussing out Nomu, putting A-press pressure on, which means auto attacks on your opponent.
That's right. You're looking to shut this thing down before it can really do something towards this central area. We have Toast right now looking to see if they can get some of this experience. Nomu trying to steal it right here, but that does go over to the side of Komai. Not only is Toast trying to get this experience right here, but they're also trying to shut down that Dwebble if they can.
Yeah, I mean, just the little rocks peppering you on the top of the head for that miniature stun is so annoying, and Toast actually getting surprisingly low, does close out with the knockout, so Toast gonna hit Path, but not quite level 5.
Yeah, you could see the red buff was taken there by the Dwebble, and that's why getting that KO, they get the buff back, but they're still not yet level 5.
We just started? Okay, not much going on. Let's see levels. Vamos a ver los niveles.
Closer and closer. It doesn't level 7 to its final
They're
evolution.
pretty even. Están bastante seguros.
Eyeing down the
ARP, how's it going?
Great presence from
Sorry, I
Komai.
was
Rocktomb
missing.
is there, not actually isolated
It
Gottlieb
needed a
very
diaper
quickly,
change.
and something they need to
Necesitaba
watch out
cambiar un
for.
pañal,
Vitopo
perdón.
is now something they're going to need to watch out for as Dodrio really gets to decide how they want to play this. Looking for the Talonflame in the center as we're fighting over some experience right here. Vitopo moving forward.
Why? What happened?
Toast actually has to run away from their own central area, and this has been the story.
I mean, being
of
friends
all
with
of
Match
these
is pretty
matches.
hard, so I get
Zeta Division
it.
doesn't look at my half of the map, your half of the map. It's
Dude, I have
all
cringed like
their
every day.
map.
And it's working. It's working great. We see Toast.
Oh, tenemos a
behind on levels.
Crossoul.
We see
Ok, Crossoul ya online es
whatever it is they
potente.
The Galarian
Galarian Rapidash en
the
online
horse
es
with the shark
potente,
stuff
mientras
coming
por el
out
otro
the
lado
top of his
todavía
head
no
is looking
tenemos
good now
online a
because they just
Quaquaval,
hit
a
Revolution.
Blastoise,
Narami's headache takes over
ni a
after
Bravest
costume
Bird.
from Nomu, and really Komai is just kind of turtling up all
Vamos
over
a
the map.
ver.
Yeah, Komai not up on levels, so they're going to need to fight
Por
together
niveles,
to
Dodrio está en nivel 7. Eso puede ser un gran problema para
Vitopo
Komai.
already at 7, really taking over the map and stealing everything they can
Sí.
from the side of Komai.
Y está 5 a 30 de
blue buff here in the
energía.
bottom path, while Dodrio is going to clean up some of the experience. Just calm for a moment as we have a huge objective spawning in 40
Pretty
seconds
chill
at the top
ahorita,
and
estamos
bottom
bastante
path,
chill,
but
pero
before that, we have a fight
Zeta
for
Division ya está
all
online.
area as
Zeta
well.
Division ya tiene todos sus Pokémon. Zeta Division like
Desu
has
doing a
everything
decent
ready to
job
go.
Trying to keep pace on these
All their
levels, but
Pokemon
being
are
left
fully
alone
evolved there,
due to
so
why it's
it's going to be
difficult.
hard
Gnome
at this
and
point.
Resta, seeing that they can put some pressure on, and they do indeed. You see the life bar of Adesu just getting clunked every single time. Here comes Gek for a little bit of support on the Wartortle.
Yeah, now we have the block there of the side strike.
I mean,
They're
but
looking
the
to
fact
make
that he's
something
supporting
happen.
there
The
means
bottom
he's
path,
not
they are
getting experience and
behind
he's
in
not coming
levels, and
over.
that is a really tough place to be. Blastoise desperately needing their level 7. Toast is still not Talonflame.
Level 6 is vicious.
Por
Taking over to
fin
7 is
evolucionaron a
at least
Talonflame y a
something.
Quaquaval.
Nice
Damn, sí se
reposition.
tardaron.
Rome getting knocked out by Adesu. Adesu's going to have to anchor this team for a bit because Toast is so far behind. Here comes Nomu and Vitopu. Rock Tomb.
La diferencia de niveles es impresionante. Ese Dodrio, that Dodrio level 9, it's insanity.
Opportunity for Komai now.
This is a huge moment for Komai. Quaquaval alone in the top path and moving as a unit here. We actually have something happening from Komai. Zeta Division in control of this match up until this point, but that was a huge swing of momentum and experience towards the side of EU.
I agree.
Komai, Quaquaval, just super quietly level 9. And Votopo going down is kind of huge.
Se bajaron a Dodrio. Ese está bueno. Is Komai making a comeback?
Kind of tough for Zeta Division. All of a
Is Team
sudden,
Mustache
we're
coming
seeing
back?
cracks in the armor of this squad. In control for a while, but Komai gets together. They Pokemon unite, if you will, and now they are winning this game.
Gek going to try and hold down this pad in the face of 3 players from Zeta Division and doing a pretty good job stymieing that push. In the top path, we've got Quaqua.
But guys, if you want to catch Pokemon randomly, you can use the command that's on screen, Atrapar, and it's going to give you a random Pokemon.
The Surf going to pin back that
From all of
area,
them.
and the Unite move from Rome does
But we're trying to see who can catch the rarest Pokemon.
But just to charge up those Aeon stacks, as here comes Komai in the top path looking for a fight.
Komai está metiendo mucha presión ahorita.
That's Nomu, and that's a knockout. Dodrio unite back to pad to get with the team. You see
Jellicent?
that big triangle,
Nice.
glaring Rapidash unite. Toast takes the skies again.
Uy, no están dejando pasar al...
Gonna disjoint Zeta
Oh, lo llegaron. Damn. Komai might take this one.
And the scoreboard belongs to
Komai might be taking this one. They might pull it off.
World Championships Grand Finals. Where have you been this entire time?
They just needed a little bit of a wake-up call, and it turns out their alarms were set to 5 minutes left in Game 3.
205 to 4. Komai in commanding position here. Zeta
Incluso con niveles. Ese Latias está en nivel 8, ese Crossover está en nivel 8. Dude, ¿qué estás pensando?
Komai looking incredible. It must have been the switch over to the Mewtwo Y. You gotta believe in a Desu.
You gotta believe in a Desu. There's a little headache ticking up from Psyduck. It's enough to slow down Zeta Division, at least for now. And what I'm impressed by is how far behind Komai was and how far ahead they are now.
Sí.
Reggie Rock now just being taken by Zeta. No
Ese Quaquaval hizo estragos cuando
metió
los puntos arriba.
Experience as they can in the top path. Got a little bit of a fight breaking out here. Rome looking for a Unite move. Adesso, Mega, Mewtwo, Wise, and peels out with Teleport.
Yeah, Teleport, using that to just
Oh,
escape
good.
there, not
Good
overextend
force
is
there,
good. Here
fine.
comes Mizutama, their own team's Rock Tomb, keeping them from pushing forward.
Other
Here comes
ways.
Rome, lining up a target.
What other
Mizutama
ways?
can't use that Smart Strike
The
to
ways of
get
the
a prime
chores.
target, so they peel back for just an instant. Gek on half HP, Narami.
Me encanta que Crossover es un pastel. Look at it, he's a cake, dude. He's dressed up as a cake.
We saw the Latios earlier, but there is another
great.
game happening here that really only Rome
Little
is playing. They are trying to
insect
get
cake.
as much Aeon power as they can, and they get that by hitting that Dragon Pulse on their opponents or KOing wild Pokemon. The more times this happens, the stronger
Ok,
it's going
Z
to be in the
consiguió
late
el
game.
Reggie Rock.
Power of that, with how quickly they were
Y
able
tienen
to
sus
do
Unite
Smash
cargados. Van por el Reggie y el
last
Lecky.
time. Big
La
fight
cosa es si lo consiguen.
Comes the glaring Rapidash with a flank. Topo forced out. Narami going to put a Bubble Beam on them. We do have the Rapidash Unite move into the middle.
¿Quién se va a ganar el Lecky? Uy, les ganaron el Lecky con Quaquaval. Damn.
They do grab a berry. The chase is on. Nice stun. We take to the sky with Fly, and the door is closed on the Rapidash finally.
And here we go. They have the Regieleki walking towards the side of Zeta Division, and Komai is going to use this opportunity to make something happen in the bottom path. Already up on the scoreboard, 250 now, 263, 303 to 79. Nomu in trouble right here.
X's are back on deck.
Sí,
Topo
dejaron
kept
solo.
making
No sé
some
cómo se
damage.
dejó.
Try attack.
He's dead, bro.
There it goes back to the skies. Fly. Toast
Cake
getting
Boy's
credit for
dead.
another. Ejects into the bush, but Topo predicts and gets a big charge-in knockout. Gek
Uy.
goes down, and now Komai has overextended their welcome, and Zeta
Sí,
Division
la
is
metieron y
more than happy to
ahorita.
show them the
Uy, ahí se acabó.
Here comes Quaquaval. Do they decide to fight? No, Gotlu.
Uy, 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 papito, mira eso.
Gotlu that's thinking, I think I'm going to fight everyone from Zeta right
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to springboard in the middle of their entire team. Not a good look. Gotlu, just get out of there for now.
That's very
Ok, y viene ahorita el Rayquaza. Aquí se decide el juego, señores. El que gane este Rayquaza va a ganar. El que gane este teamfight is over. This teamfight is going to decide the game, probably.
Just needs to win
It's
one
super
more game.
close.
Komai playing incredibly, but everything is on the line. 10 seconds left. The question is,
Are we
who's
ready,
going to
boys?
start this fight? Can
Mustache
they stop
team
the
or no mustache
crazy
team?
amount of damage from this Latios, and at the same time,
Let's go. Okay, there we go. Rayquaza team fight is going to start right about
hiding in tall
now.
grass on the side of Zeta Division.
A ver,
Possibly
¿cómo
looking
lo
to
van
make
a
big
hacer?
flank here as Blastoise is now moving Dubsnax around on the minimap. We see Zeta getting extremely aggressive. Here comes Gotlu.
Gotlu Unite move right in the middle. Mewtwo Y Unite to stun them down. Hydro Typhoon hits a bunch.
Dejó el equipo solo.
Mitsutama's
Y ya se bajaron al Latios a Dodrio. ¡Oh, señores! Komai is gonna win this. Komai va a ganar aquí. Creo que ya se acabó el juego.
converging to Rayquaza. Nomu's looking for a way in, but Rayquaza's getting low. We've got Resta stepping up. Can we have a hero play? Rock Tomb's too early. Can we get a gonna secure. The whole team's gone.
Y acabó.
It's looking to take game number 3.
Sí, ahí está.
In this, but it is not over. They have their Rayquaza shields. 1:12 on the clock. Toast was knocked out in that final moment, I think, by Rayquaza itself, possibly helping Zeta Division secure.
Sí, este ya terminó, ganó.
Zeta needs to make a huge play, and unlike our other objectives, they cannot steal these buffs away from Komai. All they
Sí, ya
do is
terminó.
simply break
No va a ganar
Rayquaza's
Komai.
shields. Komai in a great
No los
position
veo
here,
ganando.
but it is not over.
All right, Gek getting pinched a little bit, gonna surf towards a pad and gonna create the chase onto them, waste some of that time. They're gonna go for the score, they're gonna get pinned, isolated, and knocked out.
Komai's won this one. They managed to do it.
Division looking to make something happen here. Here comes Vitopu Udesu in some trouble right now. Multiple members of Komai have already been caught. That's 2 down. Oh my! You can't go down here.
Gatlu is in a blender. They have just a shrivel HP. Oh no!
¿Lo van a hacer?
Down. We gotta cover the pads. Toast is sitting there. Resta and Vitopo looking to make a move.
And here we go with the Psyduck scrambling across the map with Resta not able to score. With
Uy, se lo comió.
Flame. 10 seconds left.
Sí, ya ganó Komai, señores.
Breathe a sigh of relief.
Mustache team
They
got
are
this.
Still in this tournament. We're heading to game number 4.
Buena recuperada. Ese Rayquaza fue enorme. Good one. That was pretty solid. That was pretty solid.
And all of a sudden, the team has life.
And this is very scary.
Respect them fighting. Yeah, dude, they were
now,
they were asleep or something.
Series, but
I
this
don't know.
has been happening time.
Let's go.
Again. Zeta Division reverse sweeping to get here. Komai reverse sweeping to move on through their bracket. Zeta is also a team that was up in the grand finals that they lost to a team coming back. They have to be worried about how this is going after.
Perú les hizo lo mismo el año pasado.
We're watching some great plays from this game specifically. And right around that 5-minute mark is when the Komai alarms were set to wake up, because they showed up and really closed this game out in a meaningful and powerful way.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you're hoping for, of course, in our grand finals. If you're a Komai fan, this is exactly what you want to see. This team does not shrivel when they are behind. They instead get big, head on in there, and fight their opponents. Look at the aggression here from the Blastoise. The flank unite move, taking every KO they can, and the patience here of this fight, so impressive.
Toast
through Rayquaza, then once their opponents
the
come back
goat.
in, knocking them out before the secure.
Yo creo que ese Rapidash no hizo nada.
Whatever studying Komai did overnight about this Galarian Rapidash, they certainly snuffed out that problem. 0 knockouts, 5 feints, 1 assist.
Sí, ajá. Ese Rapidash no sirvió para absolutamente nada todo este juego. No hizo nada.
I would say the Galarian Rapidash was a completely useless Pokemon for them, and I know the reason they picked it, because they recognized that it was the Kryptonite yesterday for Komai, but they did not have the strategy behind it that C2 had.
Komai wins a game, and now they're slowing down and potentially snatching back the momentum from Zeta Division. I am shocked that Zeta Division didn't go back into the well of game number 2 for game number 3, because all of those Pokemon were still available, and they could have easily just ran it back and said, you couldn't deal with it once, let's see if you can deal with it now.
Sí, ajá. Estoy de acuerdo.
The question is, how does Zeta want to react to a moment like this? Once you lose a match, it can shake a team. We've seen it many times. We've seen teams that are almost unbeatable throughout an entire season of Unite, and then something happens, a bad match happens, and their mental falls apart. We'll have to see if Zeta can bounce back from a game like that. After being so dominant in game 2, you have to wonder where they went.
Yeah,
sí,
I mean,
no sé, yo hubiera metido algo.
They just took their foot
¿Qué
off
les sirvió
gas, right?
anteriormente?
I mean, we've seen it time and time again. You're like, oh, we've got some games to give. Maybe they're cheekily thinking, well, if we win this game, what Pokemon do I want to be represented by as being
Sí,
champion?
ajá, eso sería.
You gotta win first before you get represented by something.
Okay, cambió Zacian. Ya no.
Zacian has been unleashed from
Mandaron a Zarina, pero tienen a Zacian ahora. Okay.
I think it's a great call. A huge playmaker
Ajá.
here. We do have
Yo creo que vas a meter a Zacian. O sea, no puedes no meter a Zacian si te lo desbanearon.
Excited to see them on a Pokemon that they're more willing to play, or that they have more experience with.
Sí, ajá.
How do we react here from the side of Komai? Nomu on the tree prio is crazy. Yeah. Like, they are prioritizing Nomu's pick every single game, and clearly they are working through.
Trevenant es bueno. Ok, está interesante el equipo de...
They're all water types as well.
Interesting. We're looking at the Umbreon here from Zeta, and we have a Mew from the side of Zeta Division. So obviously we're moving away from the Latios and Latias that we've been seeing for a few games out of Zeta. They're deciding that strategy is not working the way they wanted to. Komai here now getting some late picks that are extremely powerful. Adesu does get the Espeon all the way at the bottom
Talonflame, y aquí Urshifu.
Yeah,
está buena.
Yeah, it was the fastest Urshifu we've seen. But the real question is this going to be as powerful without the Comfey as an accelerant for these Pokemon, right? That's a huge deal. Toast now with the Talonflame.
Sí, no sé, el Comfey estaría bonito aquí, pero es que ese Zacian sí me da miedo. Ese Zacian está bien potente, igual ese Trevenant. That Trevenant is scary.
All alone with Quaquaval.
Yeah, well, they got to have a good game because they were left alone in the top path. And if I'm Zeta Division, I'm just not letting him be unbabysat. Like, don't let him take over.
Taking a look at our crowd here.
Woo! Look at the little
number 4 between these
bracelets?
two squads.
Love them.
Zeta still one game away from becoming your champions, and there is our battleground. Thea, Sky, Ruins, Groudon will be our map here. Zeta Division 2, Komai 1. Komai needs to win 2 in a row right now, Doob Snacks.
Let's get ready as we're getting into game. A good ready go.
Loading go.
Ready, go! Komai, your purple team, Zeta Division, your orange team, Zeta.
Bueno, vamos a ver, pues confiesa que los niveles este podría ser el último otra vez. Vamos a ver qué tal.
Grand Finals World Champion.
Ya empiezan a subir de niveles. Pero no hay una diferencia muy grande todavía. Oh, bueno.
The birds of a feather flocking together here as they're going to see what they can do in the face of Mizutama. Zacian, an early game menace, quickly stunned, good secure.
Here we go. Gotlu looking to stop Resta right here. Gek in the bottom path, in some trouble. Mew, incredibly difficult to fight, especially early with that Electro Ball.
Yeah, absolutely. It puts so much pressure on. Of course, it has so many tools in its toolkit, and that makes it difficult overall. Nomu trying to out-secure, going to grab a berry, as really Komai doesn't care. They just want to make sure they're getting their wild Pokemon down.
And they do here, and that means Adesu does evolve as they are moving forward right here. If they can evolve, they can try to out-secure the Mew, which is the plan.
Toast level 5. They weren't level 5 last game until 7 minutes in, so doing a lot better already. Boosted auto, step up.
Ese Talonflame ya nivel 5 es bastante.
You can see the power of that Psyshock, right? An incredible amount of damage while at the same time a huge stun. Here we come. Vitopo back down to the bottom path.
Toast baiting in Vitopo. The Psyshock misses. Vitopo decides to peel back, and that's what they were setting up. Present Toast, allow them to retreat, hit a Psyshock, and maybe take a big fight.
Vitopo actually staying in this bottom path. They did not expect it right here. They pick up a KO. Adesu in some trouble right now, deciding whether or not they want to stay here to fight. If Vitopo decides to dash forward, they pick up a huge win, but we do have members of Komai here to counter it, and it looks like Vitopo sussed that out. They say, this feels
no, olvídalo.
It's too good to be true.
Nada.
Yeah, I mean, Vitopo really hiding out. They got their prize, right? They got a knockout. Why overextend and give up that value you just picked up? Gatlu now doing pretty good job keeping pace, actually outpacing Mizutama, and they haven't been helped, though. Here comes Resta for the support on this Umbreon.
Yeah, Resta now up in the top half of this Umbreon. I'm not sure which Umbreon we're going to be looking at here, whether it is going to be Mean Look or it is going to be Foul Play. More often we see the Mean Look, so it can shut down your opponents and keep them in an area where you can KO them as a team.
Yeah,
vamos en niveles, va bastante parejo. Está bastante parejo en general el juego. It's pretty even right now. I don't think anyone is clearly winning. That knockout on Trevenant was pretty solid.
Zeta Division
Zeta got the
Drago, but they do lose their Trevenant for that fight. As now we're now moving back down to the bottom path. It looks like Trevenant is going to be here for the spawn of the Swablu Altaria at 7 minutes 20 seconds. Resta in some trouble right now.
Yeah, tons of damage down, but the wish from the Umbreon going to keep their HP topped off so that they don't get burst down by the big.
They got the Altaria.
Here we go, Gek, Adesu in this bottom path, seeing what they can secure. Obviously, we want to get as much
torn between streaming GTA 5 or Animal Crossing.
Adesu, but
do a coin flip.
Level 6 here, still a War Turtle.
Let fate decide.
We get Surf.
Yeah, look at the swap though. Quavel going down, the rest of Komai going up. They're showing
Vamos, el Reggie Ice, lo tiene Zacian solo. Ya llegó el resto del equipo, empieza otro teamfight aquí por el Reggie Ice. No sé si vale la pena un teamfight aquí. Fue, ok, fue...
Reg Ice over to the side of Komai. Beautiful, secure right here.
Sí.
And they're actually moving forward for this fight. Another psychic catch. They're looking for Resta. Quavel gets the KO. Time a KO here on Zacian looking for...
Sí, abandonar. Ese fue lo mejor que pudieron hacer ahorita.
Solar Beam does hit a Desu, but that's enough for Narami and Gatlu to flip the script and get a knockout on that 151. And now Komai fading back, and they've got the...
Y ahora van por el Regieleki.
Zacian way behind here in the top path, only level 7 right now compared to the Quavel, already at level 9 for Komai. This match incredibly close between these two squads.
Sí, está
no one
súper
dominating
parejo.
early.
All right, nice pull on Nomu, but I don't think they know that they are outgunned right now. Big Solar Beam on deck, trying to figure out our position and our way in.
And here we go, 5 members of Zeta hiding in the tall grass right here, not letting them know that Vitopo is there, but it looks like Komai is pretty aware that they don't see this Urshifu anywhere on the map.
We've got the Quavel flank attempt, Vitopo susses it out, and now Gatlu just has to run away.
Yeah, Gatlu has to run away because multiple members of Zeta could collapse on this Pokemon, as we see Rome heading to the top path with Mizutama, seeing what they can make happen. Gatlu all alone here right now.
Empezó una pelea entre Urshifu y Quackwa. Sí, se va Quackwa con eso, les deja el espacio, tienen que asustar a...
Coming out from the side duck, going to lower the damage that's going to be dealt. Fly to the sky, and that's a big
se bajó el Urshi.
Flame sweep hits a wall. That's the only target it ever gets 100% of the time.
Here we go, Mizutama.
Oh, nice!
Qué jornada le hizo ese side fuck.
Right back the other way, they take Talonflame.
What an exchange there. What a
Qué bueno está este juego, shit.
Reposition KO Shriga 2 for Rome.
Bájese. Se bajaron la side.
Caresta, 3 players in a heartbeat dispatched. And now Zeta Division takes control in the top path because we've got a Reggie spawning.
Here we go. Gatlu looking for something right here, but incredible
Los
positioning.
dejan solos. Ya llega. Ok, llega Talonflame.
It's a little too early. They can't get the secure.
Sí, ya consiguieron el Reggie Rock.
Zeta Division. Reggie Rock to
Sí, los escudos pueden tirarse al teamfight si se les da la gana, pero no creo que sea una buena idea por
And we saw
ahorita.
on the left-hand side of your screen, Nomu actually went in and horn leeched 3 players from Komai away, giving them that window of opportunity to secure the top Reggie. Meanwhile, Vitopo wasn't even scrapped.
¿Dejaron a Zacian solo arriba?
Downstairs. Vitopo almost level 30.
Yo iría a hacer mi score porque está solo.
Looking for my big time Unite move. They go in.
Vitopo went on the backside, right into the trevor. Big Unite move, picking up a bunch. Hits are at 31. The scales are continuing.
Oh, rayos. Zeta's gonna fall. It's winning. No! Komai is losing again.
And they are putting the team in their backpack.
Look at this here from Zeta Division. These fights are beautiful. Komai taking this opportunity to score and keep this close.
Y el Regieleki para meter presión aquí abajo. Mientras tanto pueden ir a farmear si quieren o pueden ir a los otros a ignorar el Regieleki, que no creo que sea una buena idea.
Peeling back towards their squad. So aggressive this player.
Y Zacian se va a solear el Regidrago.
Just being ripped apart. This is something Zacian can do so well with Metal Claw and the increased attack speed. They take that no problem.
Nomu's going to end this game with like 400,000 damage taken and like 12 feints. But all they're doing for Zeta Division is buying time everywhere on the map so that Vitopo can get huge. So it's
There's a difference in games, dude.
Can catch up.
This one is closer.
Look right now.
But Zeta Division is starting to get it.
Gek has to peel back, but Gek also doing this.
Zeta Division is definitely starting to get
Gatlu right now fighting
the lead.
over this, and look,
At least in levels, they're doing pretty good.
I mean, what a look by Zeta Division here. Komai had some moments, but so does Zeta. Vitopo almost level 14. Getting caught here, nice little pull. Mizutama with great cover.
Here we go, 2 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. We do have an objective in this top path. I don't know if Komai wants to fight over to get some experience. It looks like they are sending Talonflame back. Registeel can be massive. The increased attack and special attack can change a fight in a huge way, but are they able to get it? Toast eating a solar beam right there from the Mew.
Okay,
no one looking for this fight.
Sí, nadie quiere empezar el teamfight todavía, la verdad no es una buena idea. Ya tienen todos sus unites, sí. This is going to be pretty good, the teamfight that's coming at the end.
For Komai, over the wall, we are looking for something. Nomu just getting chipped a little bit right here, but everyone from Zeta is ready to fight. These could be your final Pokemon Unite moments in our championship series. The question is, how
and Groudon is on.
Chipping at the Groudon, looking for their opportunity to move in. Gotlu looking for a fight. Toast on the other side. Here comes Gek with the Blastoise peeling back.
Oh, le pegó el Solar Beam. No!
Eject button does get Vitopo. Gatlu collapses. Surf is there, but Vitopo gets out. The rocks fall. We're looking for the move.
Blastoise is gone.
Top side curse is there. Flame sweep doesn't hit anybody.
Trevenant is gone.
Fly out of the backside. Rome is gone. Vitopo trying to work through the rest of the team. 2 players down for Zeta Division. Bitsuzama.
Damn, it's pretty good. It's
looking for a couple more.
They're gonna get it. Okay, they're not going for Groudon. They got Groudon. It's over. Zeta Division 1.
No one is with them.
Zeta Division is the champion.
Division is running to score. No betas for Zeta. They're looking to be alphas today.
103-220.
Damn, that was pretty good. That was super even, but they scratch it at the end.
And a beautiful fight. The fly on Toast just barely misses Vitopo, and because of that, the entire fight goes sideways. A beautiful rip there from Mizutama. 50 seconds left.
Qué buena estuvo esa última team fight.
Stay in this tournament as they are looking for this fight. Narami, Gotlu, Toast, Adesu, Gek, all positioned here. 40 seconds left. The solar beams fly. Multiple members of Zeta looking to score. 30 seconds left. Dupe Snacks.
Surfing in. We're trying to make a play. Quaquavel on the backside getting Rome. Toast doesn't land on anybody.
It's so close, bro.
They're anchoring it down.
Damn.
Tall.
No, lo va a marcar.
They'll give up that goal zone because they just counter score.
Ay, ¿quién fue a marcar el otro lado? Dude, ¿quién dejó solo ese? 410.
10 seconds left.
10 seconds left. The defense, a huge Hydro Typhoon, but it looks to be too little too late as the clock is counting down. And Zeta Division fights on their Tier 2 goal.
Y los bajaron a todos. Campeón del mundo, Zeta Division, señores. Qué bueno estuvo. Damn.
Champions.
Shit. Zeta Division, buen trabajo Zeta Division, qué buenas se le echaron. Jugaron con paciencia, despacito, tranquilos hasta que llegó el momento y ganaron. Damn.
Your final champion.
Mustache lost, guys.
Japan, a region that loves this game, that supports this game, that invests all the time into this game.
It's Jover for mustache people.
How strong a region is. Japan is without a doubt the strongest. Their 5th place team out of their whole region.
¿Qué significa eso?
Just crowned themselves
El
world.
último campeón del final World Championship for Pokemon Unite is Japan again.
What a story for this squad.
What a great
Being
play. What a great
by their
team.
region. And now here they are, the victors.
What a great game. That was pretty solid.
See the excitement, and well earned, well fought, well deserved, and what a set of games.
What's their sponsors? Is this Red Bull and Toyota?
Squads, both of them.
Red Bull y Toyota son los sponsors, ¿verdad? Sí.
Finally securing that victory. And we're going to take it down to the big stage with Zoinks for your winners interview. Take it away.
All right, congratulations again to your world champions, Zeta Division!
Woo! Buen trabajo, Zeta!
Vitopo, you did it, the final Pokemon Unite World Champion. You do it on stage, you get a second chance after last year.
Sí,
How
cabal.
does it feel to win?
Después de que Perú los dominó el año pasado.
今回は2回目優勝を目指そうことになってたんだけどで最後の最後の優勝になるポケモンユナイトになるので印象を聞かせてもいいですか。
そうですね、今、切実にもうポケモンユナイトで WCS、最後の年だったということで、優勝できるのはすごい誇らしく思うし、長年やって、一歩届かず届いたので、めちゃめちゃ嬉しいです。
So yeah, it's extra special to be able to do it on this final stage, and especially that first step didn't come through for us. We're just incredibly happy.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you're going to have to celebrate so much after this big win. But alongside this team of yours, this team of 5 looked incredible. How good does it feel to work together as a team and become the world champions?
I like that. That's a pretty good game.
やっぱり5人で
Next we have Pokemon Go. Pokemon Go is a bit more exciting in the sense that it's faster. It goes by pretty fast for Pokemon
そう
Go.
ですね、まあ、秘訣としてはやっぱパッションでやっていかせてもらってるので、まあ、気持ちかなと思
Pokemon
い
Go
ます
se va en un momentito.
It's incredible. Working together, we were able to achieve our goal, and we're just overjoyed.
All right, amazing. One final question. Anything to say to everyone who is supporting you here in America as well at home in Japan?
応援してきた方々に一言例えば日本の人への一言お願いします。
もういつも本当に励みになってます。応援ありがとうございました。
We're just so grateful for your support. Thank you so much.
Hey, bravo!
One more time for Zeta Division!
Rose cold. No reaction.
Analysts, take it away.
What an incredible grand final set to close out Unite at World 2026. I am so happy for Zeta Division. Extremely well earned. Of course, we've got the rest of our casters here on the desk. You saw us all a little bit earlier in the pre-show, but Kello will be joining us this time as well. And hopefully
The analistas, the analysis. Let's go. The play-by-play.
Tournament, a great way to close out.
Me encanta que se lo tomen tan en serio. It's just pretty cool that they take themselves so seriously about it. It's fun.
Kind of watching together, and
I appreciate that.
In general, about how both these teams played.
I put my money on Zeta Division. I knew coming into the grand
¿Vos sabías que
they were
Chef
so clean in yesterday's
era
game.
caster de Fighting Game? Sí. ¿De cuál? ¿O en general?
Final matchup where that
¿O en alguno en particular?
their position at Worlds, their form, that perfection, the lineup, their Pokemon that they played. Like we,
¿De
we
MK?
see there are
He visto mucha gente de MK salir a otros lados en estos momentos donde como que no hay nada.
Winning draft, they got it. It was clean. It was smooth. Zeta Division just impressed at the last Worlds for Unite.
That's right, and it does seem like, before I get to ask if you any more questions, I do think we are going
Se fue
to have
durante
an announcement for
MK11.
something that's coming up very soon in
Te vas con Pokémon y tenés trabajo asegurado. Te da buenas varas.
Us have had a chance to see it, so let's check out.
Ni lo pensé así, me imagino. Así como, I'm off, guys. New Pokémon to join the fray. ¿Quién es? Se enojó. Morpeko support. No, es Speedster. Mano Morpeko, bien a ver. Toxicity. No que puedo pronunciar ese compa. ¡Jolteon! Tanto se tardaron en meter a Jolteon. Lástima que ya no va a haber en el Worlds, hombre. Qué chafa que ya no va a estar en el Mundial Pokémon Unite. It's Jover. Y Flareon. ¡Yay por Flareon! Va todos vergueando al pobre Mew. Todas las Evolutions ya.
It is perfect that we stopped right before Kellosaurus, before we got to that video. Kello, we've got all the EVs!
¡Yoo!
I'm so happy, and I can hear that the crowd is happy about that.
Sí, ya por fin están todos los Eevees. Se logró, chat, se logró. Nos tardamos 10 años, pero se logró.
Flareon and Jolteon are going to go and join Vaporeon. So that Generation 1 is complete.
We didn't see this or know about it before this, to be honest. I didn't even know I was going to throw it, let's be honest. But that's a great way to surprise us. So that's
bravo.
exciting. I mean, we were all kind of hoping eventually we were going to get everything, but what a great set of announcements. So, if anything in there you're excited about?
I'm a big fan of Evolutions as well, and I know everybody might like.
Creo que no hay nadie que no le gusten las Evolutions, seamos honestos.
Jolteon and Flareon. Personally, Flareon. Which one are you guys from the two of them?
Creo que las Evolutions son amor para todos.
Flareon too?
Well, I like the player Flareons, but Jolteon is actually my favorite evolution, so I'm really excited we finally got it. I mean, Sylveon might be close there, so I'm definitely a Jolteon enjoyer.
Okay.
I'm going to be excited of that one. But speaking of electric types as well, Toxtricity was an awesome choice. I mean, that's a Pokemon I really liked. Just lots of really cool picks within there. Actually, it was a lot of electric types. Now that I think about it, haven't had time to. Exactly,
Yes.
exactly. So I mean, all of those are very exciting. Can't wait to see how
Full
those
electric.
play out. But I mean, that was a little bit of a surprise, definitely at the end of an amazing set.
Qué buen juego estuvo, la verdad. Z se mamó.
The announcements before we move on to the set.
You didn't say which one you were more excited for.
Oh, you can't make me choose. You cannot. No, I cannot. I'm excited for both.
Fair enough.
All right. Well, it's all for Kello. If anybody out there knows Kello, it's definitely all. But okay, going back to it, of course. I mean, we've got to give so much
Bueno,
love to
señores,
Zeta
guys, if
Division.
everyone
What
needs
an
to go to the bathroom or something, this is a pretty good time while they do the analysis, they set up the awards ceremony.
For some of these players on Zeta Division.
Look, Pikachu's over there on the back
A long time.
dancing.
And then also a second chance, of course, to Komai, who did an amazing job. We have to give so much love to them. They played
That's a pretty solid start.
on stage. This
Last year was better, but
weekend.
it was pretty
They made
solid.
it not an easy fight, right? They definitely didn't go down without a fight, didn't get swept, so it's great to be able to see that. But okay, I kind of asked you, Daniel, already your thoughts on some of this set, but any thoughts on these teams and their paths throughout this weekend, Kello?
I honestly, having interviewed Sari, their coach, a little bit earlier, I know that they must be feeling really proud of them right now. But just
Sí, yo pensaría que
not only this
sí,
season,
ajá, es que
but it's this whole season. The fact that
Jugaron
they
súper
didn't
bien.
exactly place the highest in terms of the Pokemon Japanese Championship in order to make it here, right? The fact that they have actually
Right.
put in the work, put in the effort, it has clearly been demonstrated here. Just that hard work, and
Okie
honestly,
dokie, gotta
I'm
jump,
feeling
finish
proud
chores,
of them.
and
I'm
eat
sure,
dinner.
as I said, everybody
Dinner?
there supporting them is
Thanks, Toads. Really appreciate it.
I'm
Go,
very proud of
go enjoy your food.
Yeah, I mean, it's such an incredible showing, especially
I
for
love the
Pokemon
rest
in
of the day. You
general
too.
this year.
Enjoy your dinner.
Just to kind of
Enjoy
actually
your
step away from the
chores.
arena for a moment.
And thanks for being here. Really appreciate it.
Chance to see,
Go, you're goated.
Region that you are
You're
very
truly goated.
familiar with, plays extremely well as well in this final thing. Well, you know what? Real quick.
If you wake up in the middle of the night
bit of love
and
today.
want to come
A lot
here,
of love for all of the regions in
You're
North
more than
America,
welcome.
A lot of love for Japan, and shout out to the Japanese fans that are here in the arena today. And
Woo!
And of course, I'm always going to be
This is my
a
GRP
crazy
and everyone.
Brazil region fan, but that's about it for me for now.
All right. Well, we've all got our thoughts in. Let's set it up to our champions, of course, on the stage.
There we go.
Their awards.
Premios, trofeos, Pikachu.
The tenacity of these teams was terrifically tested
¿Quién es
across
ese del
4
fondo?
full games.
Who's that
Now,
guy?
We must recognize our
Who's that guy in the
finalists, Pokemon
suit?
Unite, and crown our first champions of the 2026 Pokemon
Kingachu.
World
Kingchu.
Champions. Let's get into it. First up, we
I am
have our
your goon.
runner-up team,
He's letting me
the
do evil
pride
things.
of Europe. But they can stride onto this stage with their heads held
Bro thinks he's
high.
part of the
Give it
team.
up for Komai. Congratulations.
Bien, Komai, jugaron súper bien, pero no lo suficiente. No, honestamente sí la cagaron un poco. I'm just vibing. Dude, es como... Yo entrego trofeos. Buen trabajo, Komai. Tenés tu Pikachu de plata.
We have toast.
We are toast. Toast fue el MVP de Komai. No hay otra forma de decirlo. Toast se mamó. En todo caso fue su equipo el que le falló a Toast.
It's Gatlu.
Men, es que solo Perú y Unite logró. Men, ese de Perú el año pasado estuvo demasiado hype. Fue increíble ese match de Perú.
And Adesu.
Adesu, perdón, pero jugó terrible. Adesu jugó espantoso esta final. Ese Snorlax que jugó fue horrible la mayoría del tiempo. Ya que es como it's Jover, so Jover. Oh, pobrecito.
Not only pulled off back-to-back stage appearances, but can now add champions to their resume. Everybody, give it up for Zeta Division.
Mira, podemos estar felices de que Luminosity no ganó. Creo que todos podemos estar de acuerdo con que qué bueno que Luminosity no ganó. Mizutama. Crack.
We've got Nomo. Come on down.
Ese pelo.
Bob.
¡Let's go! ¡Bien! Hasta camina con aura, como si... Quiere caminar con el beat. Ese Pikachu.
It's Resta.
Resta. ¿Y Suma dónde está?
And finally, Vitopo.
Buen trabajo, Zeta Division. La verdad se lo merecían. Hi, hola. Just came to say hi. I'm watching wrestling right now. Take care. Thank you for saying hi. Enjoyed wrestling. It's always good to enjoy sweaty men
Everyone in the Chase Center, give it up
touching
one
each
more
other.
time for your Pokemon Unite finalists.
Ah. Dude.
Pokemon Unite has been a wonderful addition to the tournament circuit, and we want to thank everyone.
Sí, adiós Unite.
Whether it is our devoted
Me encantó el tiempo que estuviste
staff,
aquí.
competitors,
Lo siento
and
mucho que
all
te vas a
the
ir.
trainers in the arena. This may be the end of Pokemon Unite's tenure on the World Championship stage, but it is not the end of our journey. Our analysts are prepared to reminisce upon the wonderful memories we have created throughout these years.
Wonderful memories they have been indeed. These last 5 years has absolutely blown by, and that cannot go
está lleno.
stated from the fans to the players.
Eso es
to the energy that
pedida.
is just brought to the broadcast, and
Aw.
passion exists throughout all of those categories. I think our mark has been undeniably left on the World Championship Series in one way or another. It is the 30th anniversary, and if Pokemon has taught
Ay, mi corazón.
it's that a trainer's adventure never truly ends. And with that, Cowboy, take us into the sunset, brother.
Yeah, this is a huge moment for all of us. We
30
love the
years
Unite
of Pokemon,
Championship
yes.
Series and what
Yes,
we've been
it
able
is.
to bring you. So just a final bit of gratitude from all of us here at Unite. Thank you so much for this. Thank you to the players for competing at the highest level
I would be
and showing
crying.
us what that looks like up on the big stage in front of thousands of people here and an arena with everything on the line. Thank you so much to my fellow casters who are amazing and care deeply about about this game and making something that you enjoy. Thank you so much to our crew that puts up with us when they definitely probably shouldn't have. Thank you so much to Pokemon and TPCI for putting on this tournament right away. It really feels like Unite came at the perfect time for so many of us in this community, so it means a lot that they created this series for us. Thank you to our incredible producer, Will, who is an amazing leader and an even better person. And most importantly, thank you. Thank you for watching. Thank you for being here.
Gracias por estos 5 años. Thanks for just 5 years, guys.
Cheering on these players. Thank you for every comment, for every like, for every share and stop to take a picture, just reminisce about this game and this community. It means a lot. Thank you so much, everyone. I had the privilege of welcoming you to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series just a few short years ago, and now I have the honor of saying goodbye to all of you. So this has been the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh. Oh.
Hello, everyone, and welcome
Peru!
to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series. Here we are. This is the final stretch.
Man, qué recuerdos. Qué, oh.
Are you kidding me? This could be our AOS Cup. Andrew tries to score, but 64 points go for the best team in the world.
Luminosity.
That's a Penta! That's a Penta, our champions!
Y eso es Perú, vamos Perú.
Wait, look at these builds! Yeah, go get a snort. They're going in for score comp. I don't know if this is too risky here, Donnelly. With 10 seconds to go, nouns have been cleared, and Luminosity, they haven't done it. They have broken through with a score comp.
They eye their way in, breakaways of
Perú, 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 Perú.
Feels back here, he's slow beam on the Charizard. No, the Ice Age back the other way. And the legendary dog does it.
Qué linda despedida. So nice. This is a goodbye. It's so cute. Got my feels.
Peru finally does it and becomes your world
Peru.
And I assume they were going to go from that camera. Clearly, it is the other camera, but I'm not turning around. Nobody deflates a moment like old Spraggles and Snacks. Holy smokes.
Of course, we have the stairs. These ones. This is a solid angle. Yeah, creeping this way.
We're gonna slay.
Oh, we're so gonna slay.
Okay, delicious. About to find out.
Oh, man.
It's really good.
Is EU back potato? I don't know. You don't know? We'll take that as a yes!
I am a Cramorant enthusiast, so that it does work.
Cramorant enthusiast.
Title, it's just a description.
Zoinks now currently erasing his power rankings behind him. You can see how difficult this is for him, not only apparently physically, but also emotionally, for him to erase these power rankings.
I'll do it more in depth later. The coin is here.
Something exciting for you right now. We have an interview lined up. Thank you so much, Adesu from Nouns, everybody.
Grace, I think
Do I scare? I think he's scared too. Sometimes I just get scared at night, but it's just because I don't have a light on. Oh, hey.
So why don't you bring us home here?
Always glad to share the stage with you.
この大会を通してチームワークを深く学べたと思います。
Además, you should look into the game. Join us. Yes, 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 yes. 100,000%. He should be playing Join Us. Yes. It's his game for sure.
You and I are going to lock eyes right here as we
He should be playing Join Us forever. Like, it should be a weekly thing on his channel. He's an expert on that game. Thank you to the fans, players, organization, and everyone who made the Pokemon Unite Championship Series possible.
What a wild ride. And again, to everyone who helped build the Pokemon Unite community,
go.
Give it your all. Thank you so much.
There's a Gamescom trailer that shows Farmer Cult members. Yes, I saw it.
World
It was so fun.
Don't stop, won't stop.
I mean, not being at a cult, but the game.
Opportunity for glory. It's time.
And the second I saw that game, I was like, yeah, this is a machi game as fuck.
Trainers from around the world.
Bueno, hora de Pokemon Go.
Incredible weekend
Voy
filled
con una
with
snacksita,
Pokemon
ya
Go
vengo.
competition. And now, everything comes down to this. After we've seen so many incredible plays, unforgettable moments, and trainers making their name on the stage, we still have so much more to come. And this stage is ready. Our trainers have been preparing for this exact moment. And in just a few moments from now, our Pokemon Go finals will be underway. Wait. I apologize. I'm getting something seems to be happening. I'm getting an alert. Oh. Okay, yeah, so I think we need to go over to the desk for some more information. Analysts, you got us covered?
Attention trainers, we have a Pokemon emergency. We've just detected a very powerful psychic type presence in this very arena.
Depends on the call.
It's Mega Mewtwo X. It's an unexpected challenger has entered the arena.
Ahí en la arena está. Van a hacerlo.
In us. There's only one way we're taking it down. Every trainer in here, we have one goal together. Let's defeat Mega Mewtwo X.
Take out your phones, launch Pokemon Go, and get
No.
the fight. Bring
Okay, cool. That dude. They're gonna do a raid like right there. That's pretty
Let's show Mega
cool.
Mewtwo X what happens when trainers stand side by side in battle.
And take a look at that countdown. We've got just a couple of minutes until it attacks. There's only one way we're stopping it. Every trainer, one goal, one battle. Take out your phones, launch Pokemon Go, and get ready to join the fight. We are going to need every trainer
That's
we
pretty
have.
solid.
Trainers, this is Mega Mewtwo X we're talking about. One of the most powerful Pokemon we face has just taken over our arena. It's going to take all of us working together to bring it down. So if you haven't already, get those phones out, open Pokemon Go, because we need you for this fight.
And that clock is still ticking. Look around this arena. We've got trainers here from all over the world, all here for Championship Sundays. No matter if you're Team Mystic, Team Instinct, Team Valor, we need you to band together and be on the same side to defeat Mega Mewtwo X, because it picked the wrong arena to challenge. So get ready, trainers. Bring your strongest Pokemon, bring your best strategy, and most importantly, bring everything you've got, because taking down Mega Mewtwo X isn't going to be easy.
We're getting closer. If you've got Pokemon Go open, you are exactly where we need you. Keep your eyes on the big screen.
Can you do it if you're in like at home? Can you actually do it?
This arena is about to become one giant battlefield. Thousands of trainers, one Mega Mewtwo, and one chance to take it down.
Trainers, get ready to enter that raid lobby now. Make sure that you get into the battle, select your team, and prepare to take on Mega Mewtwo X.
Wait, hold on. We're getting
I haven't messed
another
with Pokemon Go in
alert.
like 2 years.
There isn't just one Mega Mewtwo X. There is multiple Mega Mewtwo X have been detected, and with battles taking place across the arena and sightings near Moscone. So trainers, your battle may not match what we're seeing on the broadcast. That's because there's multiple Mega Mewtwo X raids happening simultaneously. Don't worry, you're in the right fight. Every battle counts, every victory matters. Select your strongest Pokemon and get ready.
It's almost time. Thousands
Enter
of
the
trainers,
lobby.
multiple Mega Mewtwo X, one goal, take them all down, and who knows, maybe we'll even get the chance to catch one. Get ready, trainers. When that clock hits 0, we take back the arena.
All right, trainers, it's time to battle Mega Mewtwo X. Everybody together, give it everything you've got. Let's go, Pokemon trainers!
Woo! Bro, get hyped a little bit at least. Emociones un poco, vamos. Alguien sonríe, alguien diga algo.
The timer is ticking down. If you are in one of those original raid lobbies, you might have 40 seconds, 50 seconds on the clock until we take on this Mega Mewtwo X.
Anticipation is building. We are moments away from taking on this challenge, but if everybody battles together, we can do it.
19, 18,
17, 16,
15, 14, 13, 12,
11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go!
Bueno, y ahora.
It's time to battle Mega Mewtwo X.
Make sure to work together and take down this Pokemon.
It is not going down easy. Make sure you all brought your strongest
Engaging
Pokemon
gameplay.
to take it down. Over 240 trainers are trying to go for this single task.
Oh shit, Eternatus.
Looks like it's getting desperate. Health bar now into the yellow. We're getting closer and closer to taking it down.
Okay, guys, help me
We're over
choose
halfway
which
there,
one I go
trainers.
first.
We've got this.
We have
Keep up the
two Dr.
pressure.
Peppers. This is strawberries and cream, and this
Give
is
up
cherry.
yet. It is
Which one
starting to
should I go
into
first?
The red health bar, but we need to keep on pushing.
How we doing, casters? We nearly there?
We are so close to taking back this arena.
A little more trainers. Don't give up now. We can do this. Mega Mewtwo X is ours for the taking.
We are almost there. Mega Mewtwo has almost been defeated. Send in your strongest Pokemon. Fight to the very last. Victory will be ours.
Now we have to band together for our unity attack.
Hold your devices into the air. Do it together.
De verdad tengo que levantarlo.
There we go. It's amazing seeing everybody in this arena get involved. Last moments here to take down the Mega Mewtwo X.
Charging is complete.
Hold up those phones, trainers. Charge up your unity attack. Mega Mewtwo X must be defeated.
We're so close now. We've just got a little bit more to go over the finish line.
The shield is wearing down. We are almost there.
One more time. Hold those devices up, trainer. We
Let's
have
go.
to save this arena and the Pokemon Go Grand Finals.
For a third unity attack, it is an excellent
Good
one
play.
as we take down the final shield for Mega Mewtwo X. Let's go!
Ahora
You did
atrápenlo.
it, trainers. Together, you defeated Mega Mewtwo X and saved Championship Sunday. Give yourselves a huge round of applause.
Bravo!
Trainers across the arena and beyond, all battling together to take down Mega Mewtwo X. And trainers, the battle might be over, but don't put those phones away just yet. It's time to catch that Mega Mewtwo X.
Ya topamos, ¿no?
Wow, what an incredible moment, seeing everybody with their hands in the air in this beautiful arena, joining together to catch Mega Mewtwo X. What a moment.
And
¿Para ser sincero?
I even got the shine.
Oh, crack.
Let's go, Caleb. Woo!
Let's go.
What an awesome time. And
Creo que ellos en su cabeza pensaron que esto iba a ser más cool de lo que
because
terminó siendo.
trainers, we have now defeated Mega Mewtwo X together. And hopefully you made the catch, because now it's time to turn our attention back to the stage. We just had thousands of trainers band together to take down Mega Mewtwo X in an epic battle. And we have our top 2 trainers in the entire world about to face off on the biggest stage in Championship Sunday. And it finally comes down to this. Butters, how you feeling about this grand finals?
I am feeling amazing. This is a grand finals rematch. They played each other in the winners finals just yesterday. Of course, Hiromaru did win that decisive game number 5 to come in on that winner's side of the bracket. That means our former Pokemon Go world champion, Emmy Weedle, is on that loser's side of the bracket. And what's most fascinating to me, Home Slice Henry, is how about Hiromaru using the exact same line of 3 for 4 straight battles, and it was a spicy line of 3 at that.
What I really like about Hiromaru is Hiromaru has chosen to try and break the meta rather than bring a Pokemon like Shadow Hippowdon that maybe not necessarily every trainer believed in. But taking a look across the most used Pokemon, this Pokemon like that Kanto Ninetales that M.E. Weedle used in that finals, Hippowdon did very well there. Now Hiromaru was able to emerge victorious there. It was a dramatic best of 5 series, but at the 2025 World Championships, you will remember Pato Man entered from the winner's side. Beelzeboy won 2 best of 5s, getting that bracket reset and becoming world champion. Will history repeat itself, or will Hiromaru become the first Pokemon Go world champion for Japan?
There's so much incredible history to be made.
We're
only a few moments away from seeing which of those 2 incredible trainers will be our world champion at the end of the day. If the winners finals was anything to go by, it's certainly going to be a treat.
It's a great point, because it did come down to the decisive game number 5. It was incredibly close. Emmy Weedle said it yesterday in his interview that he had 4 elite battles, and after that it was tied 2-2. He said he had a rare misstep in that game number 5, but he had the entire night to think about it, to adjust his strategy.
And it is time.
Vamos, yo quiero ver el juego.
Grand finals.
Qué bonito el stage. La discoteca y oh sí. Esto va a caer copyright. Bueno. So, chat. Cherry, Dr. Pepper, or strawberries and cream.
Mewtwo has fallen.
¿Cuándo empieza la final de VGC? Hasta más tarde. Falta bastante todavía, gato. Gracias por pasarte. Todavía faltan unas varias horas. Falta apenas vamos por Go. Después queda TGC y después VGC. Todavía rato, todavía hay tiempo. Chat. Dr. Pepper Cherry, Dr. Pepper de fresas y crema. ¿Qué pruebo primero? No me decido, la verdad.
We've got one coming for the record books, and now we are going to be throwing to get us set up for the match ahead.
Acrobatics, and it lands in the flash.
0.6. Vamos a faltar bastantico. ¿Quién ganó el Unite? No lo vi. Ganó Z Division. 4. Ganó a 3 con una pérdida. Se fue en el juego 4.
It's got nothing left. What an incredibly well-piloted game. What a series from her.
Pero la verdad es que dominó Z Division la mayoría del juego. ¿A quién le ibas, gato? ¿A Z Division? ¿O a Komai? PvP David, qué buen nombre.
Hero Maru is in sub-touch position. Does he swap? No, he throws the energy ball.
Hero Maru has changed the script, and he is making to the grand finals. 2 and 1 shot away, and Emilio will secure his spot. Yes,
¡Vamos! ¡Ay, qué emocionante es esto! Pokémon Go es sorprendentemente más emocionante de lo que uno pensaría. ¡Ah, un Krabby gigante! ¡Un Kingler!
But all of those journeys ultimately came down to this. Before Pokemon Go enters a new chapter next season with the introduction of 3v3 battles at Worlds, this final 1v1 match will crown the last Pokemon Go World Champion of the current era.
Okay.
History is in the making. From hundreds of Worlds competitors, only 2 remain. GG's 489 Hiromaru and M.E. Weedle.
Going for his second ever World Championship title.
M.E. Weedle. ¿A quién le vamos entonces?
To ever possibly achieve that if possible.
2022 Senior World Champion is back on the big stage, with the opportunity to not only become the first ever 2-time Pokemon Go World Champion, but also the first and last World Champion of the current 1v1 era. M.E. Weedle has everything to play for here on Championship Sunday. Qualifying for his first ever World Championships after a top 12 finish in the Japan Championships, Hiromaru was one of a number of talented Japanese players looking to make their mark in San Francisco.
GG's for Hiromaru.
Ever World Championship, looking to pave his own legacy.
Having played and beaten M.E. Weedle on day 2, this grand final is a rematch to relish. Hiromaru cemented his place in Championship Sunday on the winner's side of the bracket. Go is no stranger to a bracket reset, and M.E. Weedle is ready to write history.
Your hippo's still gonna be hungry after our battles.
¿De dónde es M.E. Weedle?
Show's just getting started.
¿Alguien sabe?
Now we are right and ready to get going with our Pokemon Go World Championship. Let's go ahead and meet our finalists. First up, making his first Worlds run. He's already taken down champions to get here. Let's give it up for Hiromaru. Up next, he's already gotten a taste of World Championship caliber in 2022, and now looking to do the same thing in 2026. Welcome to the stage, M.E. Weedle.
¿De dónde es M.E. Weedle? Vamos a ver.
Word is that your Hisune Electro has been putting in work. What do you think your greatest strength as a player has been in this tournament so far?
Bueno, vamos a probar fresas con crema. A ver qué tal.
It's the power. Yeah. Can you say it again? 相棒のカバルドを信じた結果です。Yeah, he wanted to trust his mighty Hippowdon.
The trust is real, the trust is real. Now, M.E. Weedle, I know you were saying in your post-game interview yesterday that you felt like you had 4 strong games. What are you doing to make sure you have full confidence going into every single game today?
Nothing different, to be honest. I feel like if I keep up the performance that I had in those 4 games that you mentioned, then I have the potential to flip the bracket.
¿A quién le vamos, chat? ¿Le vamos a Emmy Whittle o le vamos a Hiromaru?
Thank you so much.
¿Quién nos cae mejor?
Go ahead and sit down at your battle stations, and we'll be getting into your match soon enough.
¿Quién creen que va a ganar?
All right, casters, I know we're ready to get into this matchup. Take it away.
Going ahead, these 2 titans in our game, they started out with 16 different groups on day 1 of Worlds. Now it's down to the
Está difícil, no sé a quién le voy, la verdad.
in the Chase Arena. We're about to see who's going to become the 2026 San Francisco World Champion.
Elite talent, perfect plays, and not just over a single day, but 2 long, grueling days of competition. These trainers have shown us they have everything it takes to be on this stage. And Amanda, as Mewtwo once said, the circumstances of one's birth is what you choose to do with the gift of life that truly defines you.
And what transpires here in this arena will be remembered forever.
From the first Pokestop spawn, the first egg hatched, and the first legendary raid boss defeated.
For 10 years,
Pokemon go to the polls.
Have been chasing Pokemon around the globe, and now 2 trainers will be chasing their dream of being the world champion.
A ver, ¿sabe qué? Vamos por...
The heart and the hope of Japan is in search
Vamos por Hiromaru. Le vamos a ir por Hiromaru. Porque ese Hippowdon le tiene mucho amor a su Hippowdon, entonces vamos a ir por ellos. Vamos a ir por ellos dos, por Hippowdon y Hiromaru. ¿Les parece?
5 in their first best of 5 matchup. Emmy Weedle getting knocked down to that loser side of the bracket, coming back up to be able to play here. And the real question is going to be, who will take it all?
Hiromaru seems so calm, cool, and collected. Emmy Weedle with a bit of a stumble. We came very close to an All-Japan Grand Finals, but Kantono could not hold off Emmy Weedle's determination, defeating him in Game 5. Another incredible series that we capped off yesterday with. And it all comes down to this. Emmy Weedle has fought so hard. 2 best of 5s. Hiromaru needs to win 2 sets. Excuse me, Emmy Weedle needs to win 2 more sets straight, whereas Hiromaru only needs to win 1.
Absolutely. If Hiromaru can take this first game of 5, he will be immediately crowned that champion. Emmy Weedle will have to flip that bracket, but if anyone could do so...
Lo que sí están haciendo este año, no sé si es porque tanto se tardaron tanto con Unite, es que sí están yendo un poco más rápido. Pasaron mucho más rápido de Unite a Gold de lo que fue la vez pasada.
He is a world champion. He was our Stuttgart regional champion, and he was
El año pasado todavía tuvieron un tiempo donde había un countdown y todo. Creo que este año están mucho mejor organizados para el stage. O lo están haciendo mucho más rápido a propósito.
Dream is a pie in the sky, but they're going to fight as hard as possible to turn it into a reality. Such fascinating Pokemon we've seen over the weekend. Again, Hiromaru with the Shadow
La pausa de hidratación.
Electrode has been absolutely electric all weekend long. But does he have what it takes to bring down Emmy Weedle again?
Absolutely. Some of these Pokemon we saw all weekend. That Tinkaton was everywhere. That Shadow Kanto, Ninetales, everywhere. Licky, but Shadow Hippowdon, trusting in the Hippowdon to take
Hippowdon se ve
in
interesante.
his interview. I have no doubt that we're going to see it in some of these games.
And don't forget about Jellicent either, a water and ghost type Pokemon that was largely overshadowed by picks like Galarian Corsola, but it has such unique coverage, and it really helps Hiromaru to shore up some of those matchups and address the core breakers that Emmy Weedle is trying to bring.
Going ahead, taking a look at these teams.
Sí, yo le voy a Hiromaru.
Really relied on
Vamos a que Hiromaru gane.
You have to wonder if he's had some time to think about that, if he's recognized that those 3 will still be his strongest against the opponent that he played in the winners finals, or if he's going to do a little bit of a mix-up, change up his plan now that we're here in the arena.
Everything comes down to refinement. When you watch the winners finals yesterday,
Corsola, Ninetales, Empoleon, Quagsire, Lickilicky y Florges.
Each of these trainers, through their 5 battles, actually used the same team 4 times. These Pokemon are absolutely instrumental, and for Emmy Weedle, he relied so heavily on the Shadow Kanto Ninetales, Shadow Quagsire, and Lickilicky.
What Emmy Weedle told us a little bit earlier on was that actually up until the first game that he played against Hiromaru, he actually used Empoleon for every single battle to get him into those.
But it kind of makes you predictable if you keep running the same picks over and over. So let's see which trainer made the best adjustment.
A ver, lo que pasa aquí, Hiromaru tiene las de ganar porque si gana el best of 5, Emmy Whittle resetean bracket. There's going to be a bracket reset if Emmy Whittle wins. So Hiromaru has just win 3 games. Emmy Whittle needs to win 6 games.
On the competitive circuit.
Emmy Whittle with such a fascinating opportunity here. Could be our first Pokemon Go Senior World Champion and the last individual Pokemon Go World Champion before we switch to a team format next year. What a legacy that would
Cookie, ¿qué pensás? ¿A qué le vas?
¿Estás
por ahí? ¿Le vamos a Hiromaru o a Whittle?
First best of 5 to be able to play one more time with a bracket reset. But as we've known, as we've seen, this man is no stranger to a bracket reset. He's had plenty of time to be playing this game.
No mental mistakes.
Sí,
Perfect
qué
execution.
cansado. Ese bracket reset, si lo logra, va a ser pesado para Hiromaru.
For a big, heated competition. This could go 3 battles or could go the distance all the way to 10 games. Hiromaru is going to be tested by a former world champion. And again, this is just his first World Championships event ever, and he's done so well.
Hiromaru calm and collected throughout this entire tournament. While his expression might not be so much, his skill expression in the game has been absolutely top-notch, being able to go in, sweep his bracket day number 1.
Está hablando de su expresión facial.
And now we're going to see
expression,
what
but
he
not
can
his
do
expression.
here on Championship Sunday.
The mighty Hippowdon going to be taking on Emmy Wheels Shadow Kanto.
Bueno, empezamos con Go.
It's going to be dynamic. It's going to be fiery. There's going to be
Let's
fireworks galore as we take one more look at the teams.
Damn, miren esa diferencia.
Emmy Wheatle with so much hardware, medals, trophies.
Damn.
Meanwhile, Hiromaru, the heart and hope of Japan, trying to bring that trophy home.
And I know that we just see these teams of 6, but actually Hiromaru is bringing some unique things that we didn't see very often in that tournament. Not only that Shadow Hippowdon, but also the Jellicent was something that we really didn't get an opportunity to see very much.
Exactly. Jellicent, such an interesting Pokemon. We've highlighted it briefly before, but I think it's going to come out pretty much every game in this series. It's too good to leave on the bench. It's up to Emmy Wheatle to address that and find ways around it.
Both of these trainers looks like
Bueno, empezamos, señores. Empezaron bastante sólido para Hiromaru, creo yo. A ver si va a atacar o esto es conseguir energía. Uy, le tiró la primera.
Does hurt quite a bit, and the Shadow Quagsire cannot absorb 2.
Going ahead and actually taking that first one, Hiromaru has noticeably gone for that.
Va a guardar su escudo, ok.
When he does have the body slam already loaded.
Y este no es el de él, ok. Vamos así, vamos a guardarlo para momentos críticos. Y de una vez la otra. Sí, eso hizo buen trabajo acumulando 2 vueltas de energía para poder hacer eso. Y se va la Shadow Ball.
That's the first knockout.
Damn, de una vez sin usar el escudo. Sale Hippowdon. Oh no!
Pokemon for Hiromaru in his first 2 days of competition.
This Hippo might be hungry, but is not going to be able to take this energy
¿Va a tener el escudo?
well at all. He will have to put up a protection
Sí, sí, obvio.
Last second, great protection there, recognizing how much damage that could do while he continues.
Está jalando las dobles. Uy, casi.
Such a great call. I think Emmy Wheatle could have aided the weather.
Sí, de una vez lo obliga a bajar el segundo escudo. A ver quién tiene más energía ahorita. Uy, ahorita pueden. ¡Listo! ¡Uy! ¡La pegó! Ya se fueron. Ahorita se va el otro escudo también y ya queda a ver quién le hace más rápido. Pero ese Hippowdon tiene mucha vida todavía.
Switch timer not yet up for Hiromaru. He can't go to that trusty Hisuian Electros. He's going to throw the Earth Power. Big shield call for Emmy Wheatle. Lets it through.
Le deja, ok. Está guardándolo por si necesita para un momento de la verdad. Ese Hippowdon aguanta un montón, damn. Oh, casi se lo baja.
Hisuian Electrode to start gathering up that energy. Can definitely absorb one Shadow Ball and a couple of body slams, but the first
Listo, ahí va a usar su escudo. No creo que lo vaya a utilizar. No hace falta, lo está guardando para Ninetales.
He's using it on the Licky here because
Oh, sí lo usó. Damn, bro.
he's going to go for an attack. No, actually swapping out into his Shadow Canto Ninetales.
Y todavía le tiró el ataque. Uy.
So critical because Hiromaru throws the Wild Charge. This is going to debuff his Hisuian Electrode and make it much more susceptible to any charge attacks that Emiweedle decides to throw. He needed a helping hand, and the Kanto Ninetales offered just that.
Great timing by Emiweedle. He knew that charge attack was thrown, and the Hisuian Electrode would need to build back up energy before throwing anything else. Since its attack was lowered, it's essentially knocked out right there, but the Hippowdon already has an attack.
Sí, ajá, yo creo que ya ganó Hiromaru.
With the Rock Weather Ball, able to pick up the KO, and with that, he takes
Sí,
game number one.
se lo jugó muy bien.
He warned Emiweedle in the beginning. He said, this Hippowdon's going to take you down if game one is any reflection of this.
Damn, bueno, ya va Hiromaru bien con ese Hippowdon. Sí, que macizo. Todo ese Hippowdon aguantó un montón de castigo. Damn.
It definitely gave him a bit of ground, but it just wasn't enough. It was a road too far for him to travel because the Hippowdon stored that energy, banked that Weather Ball rock, and was able to come right back out.
Sí, guardar esas energías para el Switch estuvo perfecto para el Hippowdon.
We play best of threes, but here on this big stage in the Chase Arena, we are going for
Ahorita sí se va a tirar el Jelly Sentarita a Hiromaru o se va a quedar con el mismo equipo.
Fact-finding mission for them. I know they played yesterday in the winners finals, but it's going to be a little bit different on this main stage with all eyes on them. Hiromaru has a great lead here with that 1-0 victory. If he gets 2 more, we will crown him that champion. But Emiweedle said that he knew that he played great before. He just needed to do a little bit of refinement, and it wouldn't surprise me to see him start putting on some points on the board.
No, exactly. Emiweedle has been under the bright lights.
Es que ese Hippowdon sí ya vi por qué creen en él. Está muy poderoso. Ok, si sale el Jellicent me parece.
Leading into that Jellicent.
Now, Emiweedle said once before that he actually has an attack rated for just because it works better for Licky coverage. Take a peek at
bajen un poco el juego.
There's no Licky to be found this game. Going ahead, using that trusty
No sacaron Licky, ninguno de los dos.
Charge attack.
This Florges actually is very close. There goes Disarming Voice getting fired off here. It's going to need 2 charge stacks to bring down the Jellicent, but the pacing is slightly in the Florges' favor as well as Disarming Voice number 1 connects, and number 2 is ready to go.
Oh, call me. Sí, las dos.
Hiromaru's turn to see if he wants to put up a protection as this next charge attack will be able to go through. It looks like it's going to connect, knocking that Jellicent very down low, but still, Jellicent has a little more gas.
Tiene un poquito más para bajárselo si quiere bajárselo.
Waiting the turn, does not want to get caught.
Sí lo va a regalar.
The Florges to stay so he can fire off the surf with the Jellicent. Now he's taking control of switch advantage. Out comes Kanto Ninetales, gives it right back up.
Uy, lo agarró todavía con el Hippowdon. Damn.
So well for him, game number 1. Last time, Emiweedle went for the energy ball. Will he be able to call the bait here? He calls the bait. This is huge for him. Yes, it does a ton of damage, but it doesn't threaten a knockout like that energy ball. And now Hippowdon's going to start chomping away.
Insane call out in the most important battle of his life. Hippowdon, meanwhile, throwing back the Earth Power. Galarian Corsola protects shields up. No defense fall either. So Galarian Corsola might be able to astonish all the way down. It's going to be so close, everybody.
No, se lo bajó. Damn. Ok, va a ganar Weedle de esta.
Wanting to throw a weather ball just for a little bit of chip damage, but decided a little too late. This Corsola is standing strong, and I don't know if this Hisuian Electrode is afraid of no ghosts.
Galarian Corsola is weighing down on Hiromaru. He has the Jellicent in the back, yes, but it's got very little HP. It's nothing more than a sacrificial shield, a third shield that he can swap in to absorb a charge attack. So he's got to be very careful how he plays that Pokemon from here on out.
Already throwing yet another Nightshade into this Hisuian Electrode, getting the protection
Usó el escudo.
Hiromaru's side. He's really been
Está cargando energía doble.
For these past couple games, now going for an energy ball. It's going to do a little less damage, but it also doesn't lower its own defenses.
Emiweedle feels so safe. No Protect Shield here on his Ghost-type Pokemon. Makes a pivot out into the Shadow Kanto Ninetales. This is a little bit curious, but I think the Kanto Ninetales might be able to do it more.
Emiweedle's head in his hands as a really good matchup for him. Starts to slide away with this fantastic catch from Hiromaru. Tons of energy on the Electrode, and goes for a bait of his own with this energy.
A ver si la logra.
No shields. This is huge.
Massive call by Emiweedle. He is not stumbling whatsoever as he's able to call the energy ball. Does get the defense drop, but the
ya perdió
other fireballs are coming through. We're going to see another charge attack connect here.
Emmy Weedle stumbles but doesn't fall down. Weather ball connects. He takes out a Hisui Electrode and he ties.
Bueno, ahí 1-1. Damn, esa estuvo buena.
To the jealous that we called that out as being one of the only win cons there for Hiromaru, but calling the energy ball in the Kanto Ninetales when you were at risk of losing your most important Pokemon, Emmy Weedle is playing so well.
You saw it on
Se la
his face.
jugó.
Kind of
Sí, porque si hubiera
like,
sido Wild Charge, sí se lo hubiera llevado.
What a call to make and what a time to make it. Starting out strong, Emmy Weedle was really in the driver's seat for most of this game, but Hiromaru
Qué buena, estuvo
did
buena.
everything he possibly could to get back in that matchup with a great catch onto that Jealous and to soak up some of that energy.
These trainers are taking mental snapshots throughout the game. They're trying to project forward. What is my win condition? How do I execute to get another win on the board? And right now, everybody, we are tied up 1-1 in this best of 5.
Speaking of the board,
Potente.
take a look at that
Potente.
stage as we zoom down. We get to see that whole team of 6 for each of these. This arena is absolutely incredible. We just took down Mewtwo X, and one of these trainers is about to take down the other to be the first San Francisco world champion.
The stage is bigger than ever. The lights are brighter than ever. Again, Emmy Weedle with so much experience, but Hiromaru.
Vamos, Hiromaru!
We're going to see a Hisui Electrode lead into the Shadow Kanto Ninetales for game number 3 and a swap into the Licky Licky.
Licky Licky was that top used Pokemon for this whole weekend, and it does great in a lead, also in that safe swap position, being able to soak up energy while also
Ese
being
switch
able
a
to
Licky
deal out
Licky,
energy. White
creo que puede ser un problema.
pivot now by Emmy Weedle into his own Licky Licky. They're going to be sticking their tongues out at each other for quite a while, Will.
We like to call that the chip and dip, right? Emmy Weedle knows the mirror matchup is going to be close, so he fires that weather ball, connects the damage, and then makes the pivot out. Now his Licky Licky has an advantage, but keep
Ok, tiene doble energía.
everybody.
Vamos a ver el
Hiromaru
escudo.
will be able to switch his Pokemon out first.
Now, should they try to do an attack at the same time, it could be a charge attack priority. The one with the higher attack will win that first. Emmy Weedle goes straight for the body slam, doesn't want to let Hiromaru get off any more damage first. This is not enough to knock out, so we could see a quick pivot out. That's exactly what's going to happen. You saw him
Y llega el Hippowdon.
with that Hippowdon.
Yeah, maybe a little indecisive there. Reached for the Kanto Ninetales, but decided to defer to Hippowdon. He needs to protect you with the Shadow Ball, but he doesn't. That's a lot of damage coming through. Half of Hippowdon's health is already gone.
This is a dance. Quick swaps by both of these trainers. Minute that the timer is up, but Hippowdon is going for an attack. And look at Emmy Weedle. He closes his eyes. He doesn't put up a shield, and this doesn't do much damage at all.
Yeah, sí, está jugando muy bien Weedle.
Earth power there, and Hiromaru trying to get to one here, and he fails.
Uy, se lo bajó. Damn, ya entregué el juego, bro.
When you've been in the arena before, when you've been playing on the big stage, you know that sometimes you can make a mistake but bounce back. Does Hiromaru
Yo creo que Hiromaru ya te entrega el juego, bro.
competitor here?
Nightshade will connect into Hisuian Electro, but the options are starting to dwindle down for Hiromaru. That Kanto Ninetales and Licky Licky in the back for Emmy Weedle are still relatively healthy, and the Glaring Corsola has been so problematic for him.
This is the big thing with Hisuian Electro. You have to go for these energy balls a lot of times because if you can't swap out, those wild charges would really lower your own defense. Still enough to knock out the Corsola, but there's still 2 shields to hide behind on the side of Emmy Weedle.
I mean, you've got the shields, but you don't have HP, right? We gotta manage our HP and keep our Pokemon in the battle. Energy Ball will pull the shield away here, but Emmy Weedle realizes he's applying so much pressure with the Kanto Ninetales. A little bit of energy on the Licky, and the counter swap into the mirror.
Huge, hoping to land that on the Kanto Ninetales. Unsuccessful as that Licky pops into the battle to absorb it all on the chin. Hiromaru going up just a little bit more, trying to get off as much energy as possible before throwing his next body slam right at the last second.
Yeah, reaches the double up here. If Emmy Weedle shields, he will get the knockout, but instead opts to let his Licky go, put it all on the Kanto Ninetales. That Pokemon comes out right away, and the Ember will knock out, but the body slam was queued up first.
Going ahead, using that last Protect Shield here. The real question is how much is in the tank for that Hisuian Electrode? Will it be able to get farmed down? 2 Editor Weather Balls already loaded, doesn't even throw them. Goes for that best attack farm down, taking game number 3.
Ese switch a Licky Licky para agarrar el otro Licky Licky estuvo excelente.
2-1 in this grand finals. One final reminder, everybody, this is a best of 5, and if Emmy Weedle wins this
Si Emmy Weedle gana la siguiente, hace
bracket reset and a
bracket
fresh
reset
best of 5.
y otra vez VO5. Damn, qué cansado.
Emmy Weedle had quite a run in this tournament so far.
Sí está, no me imagino estar ahí. Ha de ser la presión, ha de ser inmensa. ¡Qué horror! ¡Vamos, Whittle! Ahora te voy a vos. No, mentira, después cambia el apoyo y empiezan a perder. No, vamos a ser imparciales. Vamos a ser imparciales.
Both of these trainers carrying the torches for their region. I feel like whenever you beat a trainer from your region, you have to take their energy, take their skill, and win it for them, win it for your friends. And these trainers have so much riding on this series here at the World Championships. Kanto Ninetales and Galarian Corsola. Such a problematic duo for Hiromaru.
Vamos, pues.
Let's go into the next
game 3.
Everyone, as soon as our trainers
Game 4.
are locked in, and we are ready.
This is more of a better lead for Hiromaru.
Sí, aquí está mucho mejor planteado Hiromaru.
The only thing that really just going to start threatening the HP of it, and it paces a little bit slower. And actually, Emmy Weedle going straight for it at the very beginning of the matchup, and Hiromaru puts up a Protect Shield.
Yeah, such a great call out early. Do not want to take a lot of super effective damage from a Shadow Pokemon on your first go around, but the swap and the catch.
Uy, todavía la agarró. Ah, qué buena estuvo.
Not the double resisted Shadow Ball.
I think Hiromaru is saying, okay, you know what, that's fine. I'll take that. Licky he usually has a great matchup against the Jellicent. Jellicent goes for one more fast attack before swapping into its own Licky. We saw this in game number 3, going for a chip and then going ahead and dipping out, absorbing the energy of the Licky onto the other.
I will say that the Weather Ball from Emmy Weedle's Kanto Ninetales last game did a bit more damage and made this mirror match a bit more comfortable for him. So Hiromaru has a lot to work through as he fires off yet another body slam.
Weedle está potente aquí. Está bien parado, muy bien parado.
Times in the games that they have played against each other. I wonder if they do know
Hiromaru ya no tiene escudos.
Because that does change how you play out these matchups here. Body slam.
Pero está muy rápido, siento yo.
A lot more energy here, throwing the next one on the side of Hiromaru. I don't think Emmy Weedle's going to Protect Shield this up.
No, I don't think so either. He can withstand this body slam plus a couple more rollouts. Even though he's deep into the red, these trainers know their Pokemon so well. Another body slam getting fired off here, and we're getting very close to ending this mirror match.
Truly, welcome to the slam as we see it over and over again. Looks like Emmy Weedle actually throws that body slam and catches here on the side of Hiromaru. This is a not very effective attack against a Ghost-type Pokemon. Going to be able to just get a little bit more energy, and Emmy Weedle actually says, this is fine. I'm coming in with my other Jellicent counter with my Galarian Corsola.
In Pokemon Go, Ghost-type Pokemon can learn so many different fast and charge attacks, and the difference you're going to see here is the Hex Jellicent versus the damage-oriented Astonished Galarian Corsola. Look at it just chipping down that HP with every fast attack.
Damn, de una vez les obligó a sacar los dos.
That bait of the surf and actually using both Protect Shields now on this Galarian Corsola, correctly shielding up that Shadow Ball and just continuing to fast attack completely down. This Corsola is loaded with energy.
Sí.
Very nice. We do have that Hisuian Electrode that is healthy. The Licky is very weak, waiting down that switch timer so he can make the swap out. Oh my goodness, fires off the Nightshade into the Electric and Grass type.
He fires it off immediately, takes a look up, hoping that it didn't go into that Licky, but no, this Hisuian Electrode has to take
El otro.
Oh,
le hizo el switch.
By both of these trainers, blink and you miss it, and this Ninetales comes back in.
You swap, I swap, we swap. Shadow Ball into that Shadow Kanto Ninetales, takes it deep into the red.
Sí, bastante, pero tiene harta el Energy Ball.
The Licky.
This is huge, coming out with so
tiene el Emblem, ya ganó, no, utilizar el shield obviamente, pero ya ganó. Damn, Weedle, qué cabrón te la hiciste, bro. Y tiene la segunda, y de una vez lo tiró. Shit, Weedle, estás loco. Fuck, Weedle, what the fuck. ¡Hala, qué crack! ¡Qué crack! Santa madre!
Stumble doesn't have to mean a fall. Hiromaru and Emmy Weedle are now locked in a fresh best of 5.
Reseteó el bracket. Damn, Weedle.
Whoever wins the next 3 will be your Pokemon Go
Qué cabrón.
champion.
It's so great to see these two
Qué cabrón, mis respetos.
Take a look at the lines that they brought in this 3rd game, or this 5th game actually.
Complete ownership. Shit.
Relied on. But there were 2 heavy Jellicent counters in the back for Emmy Weedle with that Galarian
Se los va,
and also that Licky. So as long as he got the Ninetales off of it, he was completely fine throughout this matchup.
No, y ponete, tener en mente cuánta energía posiblemente tenga el otro para ver cuánto tiempo pasó es algo que tendrás que tener bien presente, porque si no te pasa eso, tienes 2 Embers ahí, no te vas a salvar de esa, pues.
Absolutely rein in that Galarian Corsola is to put his Licky on the field against it. And I don't think Emmy Weedle wants that to happen.
Well, Emmy Weedle did say that he built his floor just specifically to counter Licky, so he definitely has a plan to be able to
Qué buena estuvo.
use Pokemon in the World Championship.
Damn Weedle, sos un cabrón. Qué cabrón.
To see play very often. This is
Respect.
his first Worlds competition. He was managed to be able to qualify for Worlds, getting in the top 12 of the Japanese qualifier. So I think a lot of trainers recognize that he is a very good trainer, but they haven't got to see him very often. It's so cool to see him on the main stage. But a little fun fact about these trainers is although they've never played against each other in an official competitive circuit, they battle against each other and go Battle League all the time as they fight for that #1 spot on the leaderboard.
It's incredible, right? You can queue up against anyone else in the world and try your skills. I know they picked up on some tendencies and noticed what each other like to do in critical moments. But Hiramaru is no stranger to taking down world champions.
¿Qué estás pensando?
Beelzeboy in round 1 of day 2 and Emmy Weedle to end the day. He's got to beat a world champion 3 times if he wants to win the crown this weekend.
He says, okay, I see that crown that was on your head. It looks pretty nice up there, and I'm trying to take it.
Vamos, Hiromaru. Si se puede, no, mentira, Weedle. me demostraste que sos un cabronazo y te mereces esto.
Even so, this is the first time Japan has had anyone in the finals. Absolutely incredible plays by all of the region.
Weedle. Vamos!
Incredible.
I think that Hiromaru needs to get more value out of his Shadow Hippowdon. Not once, but twice. We saw it get astonished down, farmed down by
Yo creo
that Pokemon
en la
that
supremacía
so
Weedle.
instrumental to his success thus far, just came up flat. He needs to find a way to get it more involved, to fire off more charge attacks, maybe even
Sí,
shield
Hippowdon no estaba haciendo nada, bro. Lo tiene súper dominado,
that he
Weedle.
believes is the key for his success.
You see both of these trainers taking a moment to mull it over, but now it is time to go to the grand finals reset. We have the
Quagsire?
again in the lead by Hiromaru up against that Shadow Quagsire on the side of Emmy Weedle.
Uy, carga bien rápido ese Quagsire.
Pokemon Go, water typing has always been very strong, and the Mud Bomb here helps the Shadow
Miren la cara enojada de Quagsire, es lo máximo, sus
Start the
ojitos
first
enojados.
and this will connect.
Oh, te voy a patear.
That his Hippowdon was going to be able to take it all.
Hizo buen daño y ahorita carga el segundo. Vas a salvar, vas a proteger. No, no te vas a proteger de
Shadow
eso.
Quagsire, no protect shield by Emmy Weedle.
I think you need
Might have a Mud Bomb sometimes too. You look, if you were handling a Mud Bomb, you would look like that Quagsire. You would have the same face.
This Jellicent can hang in there.
He knows it, no problem going.
Yeah, ahí está. Oh, Weedle, vamos bien.
Now going for the surf.
¿Vas a usar el escudo?
Let this go down.
¿Lo vas a aguantar?
Opportunity
Oh.
for a farm down. Hiromaru seems to recognize it as well as he goes ahead, undercharges the thing, and comes in to get a couple energy advantage of his own with his Ninetales.
Para Ninetales contra Ninetales, okay.
Shadow Kanto Ninetales. This is also good news for him because that Kanto Ninetales from Emmy Weedle keeps finding his Hisuian Electrode, and right now it's on the field in the mirror match.
Going ahead now, just throwing the fireball. As
No
you
hizo
can see,
mucho.
fire damage not going to be doing too much.
¿Va a juntar energía y lo va a cambiar?
Both of them charging up a little bit extra. Emmy Weedle actually opts to go for the energy ball. It hits a little bit harder and has a potential for a defense default on the opponent's Pokemon.
Also very valuable information. Emmy Weedle did win the charge tag priority tie, so if these Kanto Ninetales pace at the same time again, he will go first in that exchange every single time. He looks like he's very far ahead in terms of
¿Se la tira el Ember?
Not to worry about that yet.
It looks like he didn't even bother to opt for any more. Wanted to go straight for that charge
De
attack
una
here,
vez.
hoping maybe to get the farm down at the end. You can see that didn't do as much damage as he was hoping for. And actually, Hiromaru,
¿Vas a usar el escudo?
this mid-game matchup if Emmy Weedle doesn't shield.
Te lo vas a dejar toda Corsola.
Do you see the trend here? Emmy Weedle let his Quagsire get weak. He let his Kanto Ninetales get weak. He wants to farm down Hiromaru's Pokemon, and Hiromaru is not allowing him to do that. He pivots immediately into his Electrode.
This is Corsola against the world. No
Bro, si Corsola la jala, Weedle se merece el campeonato porque qué crack. Va a dejar los escudos para el... Oh, este tipo no tiene miedo.
that wild charge, that heavier hitting
Weedle,
attack, letting the
sos
first one
un
go through, but
loco.
he's gonna need going to shield this one if he doesn't want his Corsola to go down.
Ajá, sí, ahorita ya te toca.
Emmy Weedle might just double shield his Galarian Corsola and try to fast attack all the way through. It's going to be really tough because if he throws charge attacks, he needs to throw 2 Nightshades plus a third. Here comes another energy ball, and Emmy Weedle thinks he won't win the pacing battle.
Well, the big problem is when you only have one Pokemon left, you don't know what a switch timer is at. I think Emmy Weedle is very reluctant. He doesn't want any of his attacks to get caught on anything else. Now just getting a little bit more energy. He's not
Where is Emmy Weedle from? No, he is from Swiss and British.
Hisuian Electro gets to the energy ball, and that is the final charge attack that Hiromaru needs to bring down that Galarian Corsola.
I don't know what the CH stands for. I also thought Chile, but no.
Super familiar with our game are wondering why did Emmy Weedle not throw
Sí, dude, ¿qué pasó? ¿Qué hiciste ahí, Weedle? What the fuck? Why do you throw the game like that?
On the field, what gives?
So every time you use a charge attack in Pokemon Go PvP, it
Está
takes a
temblado,
turn,
he's
and
trembling.
that allows your opponent to also take that turn. So if Emmy Weedle's biggest priority is not allowing that Hisuian Electro to get to another charge attack, he's not going to throw a charge attack of his own because that just means another Thunder Shock piling on to that energy that's already accumulating.
So these two Ninetales being able to take down each other right at the very end there, and
Yeah, no entiendo qué hizo Weedle de este juego, la verdad. Qué mula.
Hiromaru knew exactly
Dude,
what he
will you throw that
needed
game?
to win this matchup, and that was get to enough energy to knock out the Corsola.
Exactly. This Pokemon
Se
is
confió.
so problematic for Hiromaru. Personally, I'm shocked that we didn't see the Licky Licky from him, but he still found a way to get past the Ghost-type Pokemon even without it.
So going ahead, Hiromaru took game number 1 of the first game of this Championship Sunday. He ended up taking this game as well. Will Emmy Weedle have a repeat of what he did before being able to take back that series, winning the next 3 games?
It's so
Much
hard
in the
to
review,
say,
¿por qué?
right?
¿Qué pasó?
Currently, we are taking a look back.
The stage is fucking crazy. It's pretty cool. Yeah, it shows, like, it gives you a lot of information. So even if you're on the stadium, you can understand what's going on.
Just a half second, and if you miss
They probably
one of
get to
those,
keep this
it can
custom chairs.
totally derail
Dude,
your
I would
plan,
love
your
one of
pacing,
those.
and your ability to execute on your
They
winning
look
condition.
so nice and
we
so
have an
comfy.
incredible judging team here. They're
You
taking
know
a
that they're
closer
actually
look at how
comfortable
that last game
and not
went
like the
down.
shitty gamer chairs that they sell all over the internet.
You did see Emmy Weedle kind of throw up his hand at the very end there, recognizing that he believed that he missed some attacks, and that is very big. When you have the strategy that you need to be able to get all of your damage into a certain Pokemon to get it off
Weedle,
the
what the
field,
fuck?
not
You
being able to
screwed
get even
You
one of
screwed
those
up.
attacks could be absolutely detrimental to your game.
Yeah, and just look at how close that game was, right? The Galarian Corsola almost able
Bro,
to
sleeping.
farm
So
down
real.
all
Okay,
three
let's
of
go.
the remaining Pokemon
I
because
sleep.
the Jellicent that Hiromaru had in the back didn't have any energy, and he was deep into the red. It might have absorbed maybe 1, maybe 2 Astonishes.
Also gonna
and it would've
bounce.
been over.
Thanks
So
for being
Galarian
here.
Corsola
Nice
came
to meet you
very
as well.
close
Have a
to
good one,
sweeping
man.
that
Thanks for
game.
being here.
So while this match
Really.
is under the review, let's go
I
ahead
know
and review how
I'm
Hiromaru
not
did
as
in
exciting
the
as Machi, so I really
championship
appreciate you
series
being
so
here.
far. Keeping in mind that this was his
Okay,
first
good.
ever tournament in the group stage, he 2-1 all of his opponents to be able to make it into day number 2, where he then took down our former champion, Beelzeboy, also brought Emmy Weedle down to that lower side of the bracket, and unfortunately for him, had to bring knock down another one of his fellow Japanese trainers, and Doombug97,
I mean,
a very,
why would
very
you
popular trainer
review
within
a
the
match
American
if it's
circuit.
done on a
Third
game?
place
Like,
finisher Kantono.
did the
his
game
Shadow
cheat,
Ice
or-
Force Shadow Politoed team was so
Or what
fun to
happened?
watch yesterday. And we came very close to having a all-Japanese grand finals, but Emmy Weedle just would not be denied. Fought so hard through that loser's side bracket, and he is here on the main stage yet again as our judges continue to debate that previous game.
So I know we kind of talked about it briefly. A lot of people haven't had the opportunity to see it before, but Licky Licky has been the most popular Pokemon of day 1 and day 2 usage. It is also on the team of Hiromaru and on the side of Emmy Weedle, so it doesn't surprise me that we've seen it quite a few
But
games
what
so
what
far.
the fuck is under review?
I don't know
Like,
if you noticed this, Amanda, but that Licky Licky from Hiromaru is an extra large.
He a big boy.
Yeah, it's a lot taller than Emmy Weedle's. Not that that makes a big difference in terms of combat, but I just want trainers out there to know that if you're out catching Pokemon and you find an extra small or an extra large, when you bring that Pokemon into the battle, it does visually
see, they do change
that.
sizes. Even in the main
Another Pokemon
games,
that has been
you
very
can have
popular so far in
extra
the series
small
is we actually
Tyranitar,
saw a
and it's
matchup in
super
that middle matchup
small.
where we learned that Emmy Weedle
This is a
wins
short
that
King
charge
Tyranitar.
priority with a Shadow Kanto Ninetales.
Pero
It's
un
the
mini
main reason there's
Tyranitar.
been quite
Como el que tenía Wolfie todo este fin de semana.
It's the main reason that I think that Hiromaru is keeping his Tinkaton on the bench.
We talked earlier about how these trainers were running the same teams of 3 in most of their matchups yesterday. Emmy Weedle had one deviation, though. That was a Shadow Quagsire, Licky Licky, and Galarian Corsola team. And maybe he said, you know what? There's something to that. Maybe that Galarian Corsola is the key, and I believe he's brought it to every single game thus far.
Yo también creo que ese Galarian Corsola es lo que necesita estar teniendo en todos los juegos.
Side of the bracket, they're losing game number 1 in a huge stadium. Can do a
Men, resetear el bracket.
Emmy Weedle looked unshakable there. He knew
Qué cansado tener que resetear el bracket y todavía ganar más.
That he was rock solid. You saw him pumping his fist. You saw him looking around saying, I know that I have what it takes to be a champion.
He's so dialed in. If you watch his eyes, he'll look across the stage at his opponent to fish for any reaction. He wants to know if you're bothered, if you're frustrated, if you're feeling confident. He's trying to feel out the player just as much as he's feeling his way through the matchups on the screen.
Well,
Nashville had the
he looks unshakable,
the confident energy going on.
These matchups, so you barely see him having any sort of doubt in his eyes or any type that he's making any sort of misplay.
Yeah, exactly. Very confident. And he's got a lot of reasons to be. We talked about his record so far this weekend. I mean, when you come to your first World Championships and you not only beat...
What are they reviewing, bro?
Boy, but you also take down the first World Champion, Emmy Weedle. That's a pretty good resume to start things off, right?
I mean, both of these trainers have some interesting resumes, making a lot of firsts for them. Hiromaru is the first Japanese trainer to be able to make it into the finals of the World Championships, and Emmy Weedle this is the first time a previous world champion has been back up here on this main stage.
You're exactly right.
Emmy Weedle won. Emmy Weedle ganó when he was in seniors, in the seniors division, which is like the middle division. There's 3 divisions for every game. There's juniors, seniors, and masters. Emmy Weedle won when he was a senior, and now he's in the finals as a master.
This is definitely a fascinating story, and I don't know if Emmy Weedle was on a lot of trainers' radars coming into this weekend either.
Emmy Weedle fue campeón en seniors y ahora está en masters, a ver si logra. Ojalá lo logre, sería bonito tener campeón de dos divisiones.
But he hasn't really had those top cut finishes this season that he's been looking for. But I think that he would definitely take that trade-off, be like, okay, maybe the regional competitions, maybe some of the other things I didn't perform as well as I hoped, but now on the big stage, he gets a chance to shine.
As our judges take a closer look at this matchup, we will defer over to the bracket. Let's take a trip down memory lane and see where these trainers have come from and the talented...
We need time, bro. We need time. What do we do?
I mean, my goodness. I really feel that metaphor, right? If you defeat a trainer from your region, you have to carry on that legacy. You know how talented PvP David is. If you're Emmy Weedle, you have to say, I have to do what he would do in this situation. I have to fight as hard as possible and try my best to win.
Absolutely. Not even before that, Emmy Weedle played against Boom 20, who is actually running the same team as PvP David, so maybe giving him a little bit of a leg up to be able to do so. Going for a 2-1 there, playing against Marto Galde, one of our most decorated trainers from Latin America, before he played off against Hiromaru.
Hiromaru started off that top 8 by defeating Dunebug from the North America region, and then took on Encantono. Again, that was such a fun series to watch. The ground types came out to play in the Shadow Hippowdon and Shadow Gliscor, and another nail-biter finish that Hiromaru was able to walk away from victorious.
So it's really funny because for Pokemon Go, it's not that there's a necessarily big rivalry, but of course people like to cheer for their regions.
Bueno, y el reset, ya hicieron el bracket, ya lo reseteó, pero no sé por qué están haciendo review al match, no sé qué pasó. Es como, el juego hizo tramp, no sé, ¿me entendés?
He is the EU winner.
It's him. He's him, literally.
He's him.
Well, we're going to get back to those games as soon as our judging team reaches a decision, everybody. But I just want to thank you all for joining us in that.
Pero sí, no entiendo qué es lo que qué review tiene que hacer, ¿me entendés? Es como, ¿se bugueó el juego o qué?
And maybe some good stats as well, but the background, you got that regardless.
Absolutely. I know that Caleb said that he got the shiny Mewtwo. I would just also want to let him know that I also got the shiny Mewtwo. And also we took some really fun photos because if you looked around...
No solo íbamos tan bien de tiempo y ahora se ponen con estas. Así vamos a terminar a medianoche con VGC.
Such an amazing experience.
I mean, this relates back to what you were saying about these trainers matching in the Go Battle League. We have such a tight-knit community, and even though you might be an ocean away,
Ay, vamos a quitarnos los audífonos un momento porque ya me dolieron los orejas un poquito.
Kind of have that like second tier of knowing before they actually meet. So the World
puede ser tan
Championships
tardada esta
are
mamá,
such
de
a
verdad
great
que sí,
place for
no
everyone to
entiendo que
come
se supone que
together to put a face to a name, as they say. You know, that trainer that beat you with Bastidon, that's them right there.
Okay, yeah, and not only are they competing for the prestige, for the crown, these trainers are also competing for some fantastic prizes here.
Mientras tanto mostremos cuánto dinero van a hacer.
$20,000, that's a nice chunk of change, but I would even take that $15,000.
Honestamente no me quedaría mal quedar en 16º lugar.
I suppose.
Me quedaría súper bien.
So much on the line. Not just the title, we talk about that quite often, but I mean, this could be life-changing for a lot of trainers, especially if they traveled far to come and compete here. And look at this gorgeous venue and our gorgeous fans. Let's hear it, everybody in the stadium. Let's wake up. Pokemon World Championships 2026. You just gotta be there.
Yeah, we see you pumping your fists. We're pumping our fists as well. Thank you for coming out. See who's gonna be our champion. We are so excited to be crowned one. These two trainers have performed well all
Todavía siguen de review.
All the praise that they are getting here on stage.
Such talent on the stage right now. Again, Emi Weedle made those corrections.
No, me da hasta penita los pobres castos.
Cómo se inventan
más que hablar y qué tanta mamada decir en este momento. Qué difícil es.
Can't wait to get into the next battle.
Cookie, ¿cómo lo hacen?
I hear you, Hero.
¿Cómo pueden lidiar con esa presión de tener que seguir hablando y que no pase nada? Qué imposible, de verdad. ¿Cómo lo logran? Yo no podría con algo así.
So the judges will decide if it is going to be favorable for Emi Weedle. That first game will essentially
¿Qué tanto están viendo, dude? El juego lo hace todo. No es como un juego de cartas. Ayuda, por favor. Porque no lo entiendo, honestamente. I don't get it. Hasta usaron nuevo, hasta cambiaron el overlay. Dude, hasta se inventaron un nuevo overlay.
Asking for some caster predictions. And I know that you said that you were really impressed with Hiro Maru's gameplay throughout the weekend, and you think that he potentially has what it takes.
Ya se ha tardado tanto que hasta tuvimos que cambiar el overlay. Probablemente producción estuvo trabajando en este overlay, en lo que estaban esperando. Man, ¿qué madres es esto?
But kind of ran out of answers. The moment that sticks in my mind, Amanda, was that game 5 when Emi Weedle was just completely out of shields, and that Pursuing Electrode from Hiro Maru was able to land the energy ball in it to the Shadow Quagsire. You could see Emi Weedle, grimacing on stage. It was so painful to watch that. And I think on his mind, right, he's thinking, I just can't allow that to happen. I can't allow myself to be out of options, especially in the biggest series here at the World Championships.
At the first best of 5, he was put on the back foot there on the side of Emi Weedle as Hiro Maru took game number 1, but Emi Weedle took his foot, put it forward, and won the next 3 matchups to be here in the grand finals reset. I had Emi Weedle as my prediction to be able to take it all because this man has done quite a bit.
Seguimos en Go, porque Weedle reseteó el bracket y ahora está un match on the review que lo están revisando y no sé qué tienen que revisar porque el juego es el que hace todo. O sea, que están que hubo trampa, que está. Perdió Weedle, listo, sigan a la siguiente. Man.
And the talent doesn't lie. We see it in every single
Pobrecitos los casters, de verdad. Santa madre, pobres compas.
Might not have had the strongest individual season.
Tremenda mamada. Dude, este sí es un mega ultra super recontra fumble. ¿Qué pedo es esto? Show, Weedle, show. Cállate, perdiste, acepta que perdiste y vamos al siguiente juego. Ganá los otros en lugar de estar peleando por este. Jugaste del asco, no guardaste todo para ese Corsola y no fuiste capaz de jugar. No. ¿Qué supone que vamos a ver ahora?
Going through here. Now keep in mind there's a bunch of shields in play.
Yeah, we're going to take a closer look. So this is what the judges are reviewing right now, everybody. I've been curious to see which moment is being called into question, but I think it's got to come down to the fast attacks and how that damage is applying. Astonish is coming down. Again, the Thundershock on that Hisuian Electrode is 2 turns, which is 1 second, whereas the Astonish is 1.5 seconds and 3 turns. So in that regard, you know, it really comes down to the slimmest of margins. A half-second difference really makes a world of difference in competitive Pokemon Go.
So as a refresher there, we saw 2 shields for both opponents. Emmy Weedle did not want to throw that energy into the Hisuian Electrode because he didn't want the Hisuian Electrode to be able to get extra fast attacks through while he threw, because he recognized that Hisuian Electrode, if it had enough energy, would be able to knock out his only remaining Pokemon.
Absolutely right. Only 2 shields to spare, and he spent both of them on that Galarian Corsola. We saw just how close that matchup got. He was able to fast attack down one of Hiromaru's 3 Pokemon, and the Jellicent was not far behind. So if you would have gotten past the Hisuian Electrode, this game likely would have had a different outcome. So as our team continues to look at it. Also, thank you, production, for allowing our fans to see just a bit more closely what we were taking.
Gracias, production, pero decidan algo. ¡Ta madre! Esto es ya demasiado estúpido. Esto ya es otro nivel de estupidez, de verdad. ¿Qué pedo?
No fault for them
Ya.
taking a little extra time to figure out exactly what went on in the matchup and make sure that everything was fair before we award a game win.
Well, Amanda, you mentioned this. Well, let's put it in writing. We had some caster predictions about which trainer we thought would win. I would love to see everyone in the chat get involved as well. Who do you think has the momentum in the series right now? Who do you think is going to become your next Pokemon Go World Champion? Just like the hardware, it looks like Amy Weedle's side of the scale is a little bit heavier.
Well, I will say that I think Butters is
Ni me imagino cómo está el chat ahorita, ¿saben qué?
Hiromaru was going to be winning, so making it a little bit more even overall. I truly think it could be anyone's game. Every single game between these 2 trainers has come down to the absolute wire. Hiromaru only winning with a
¿Qué pasó? Bro, llevan como 15 minutos haciendo un review, una revisión del match de Pokémon GO. El fucking juego lo hace todo y tienen que hacer un review porque Weedle dice que él apachó el ataque y que el Electro atacó antes. Dude, el juego lo hace. Dude, no. Perdiste, jugaste mal.
One more thing I wanted to mention, Amanda, is that we have our judging team on the floor, but we also have a head judge that's available. And this is the World Championships, the biggest stage.
Otro va a llegar otro idiota ahí. Maldita sea, ¿pueden avanzar ya?
You do have a judging team that is there to help. If you feel like
Por favor.
didn't quite go right, you do have that ability to reach out to them, to ask questions, and never feel like you're inconveniencing anyone.
Perdió Weedle. Vamos al siguiente juego, tiene otros 4 para ganar.
For all of our trainers.
Absolutely, and Go is an extremely fast-paced game. So sometimes like this, when a match is actually under
Perdiste.
you actually get a little bit of time to pause and think and reflect.
Si yo fuera Hiromaru estaría como la gran diabla. Ahorita ya me hubiera levantado a golpear a todos en la cara. Ya me hubiera levantado para repartir cachetadas a diestra y siniestra. Maldita sea, ya. Alguien en producción tiene que decir, no, ya es suficiente tiempo. El juego es lo que es. Perdió en Weedle. Vamos al siguiente juego. Ya, suficiente. Santa madre.
10 years for Pokemon Go, 30 years for Pokemon, and 5 years for Pokemon Go in the Championship Series.
Pero te apuesto que ni en TCG va a pasar esto. Es todo manual.
But one theme that stood out to me are some of the old timers still winning competitions, right? We had Arrow win in Los Angeles, and we had Stone Collection win in
Pokémon siempre quieren explotar las reglas en TCG. Me intriga que en Go se pongan así. Men, de verdad es tan estúpido. Te apuesto que TCG no vamos a tener un review así de largo. Te apuesto que no vamos a tener nada así.
My back's hurting already. I know that Arrow ended up performing at the World Championship. These are
El juego es un videojuego. El propio juego hace todo por vos. No tenés que hacer nada, ¿no? Esto sigue así, señores. Nos volvemos haters de Pokémon GO.
Exactly, such a unique meta. I know a lot of trainers in the video game or the trading card game or Pokemon Unite, they say, what's going on with the Pokemon Go meta? All you need to know is that Dondozo was top 10 on day number 2, which is pretty cool.
Por favor,
we also have an update for everyone about the action down on the stage.
Dude,
we did have a
get it
rematch
over with. You lost, bro.
And the rematch was upheld. So we're going to start fresh here, everybody. on another series
¿Ya?
between these two
Ya.
Hiromaru on that left-hand side up against
Van a resetear el...
This is now officially game number 1 of the grand finals reset. Both of these streamers have had a little bit of time on stage to think about and reflect how they played that first game.
La jugaste mal, Whittle.
Into this now, going up with a Hisuian Electro against a Corsola. What ended that other one is now starting this game.
And in the lead is typically the position where we see Pokemon like Hisuian Electro, because that Wild Charge does double debuff your Pokemon's defense, so you can throw a charge attack like that and bail out. But this time, an Energy Ball is used by Hiromaru.
Hiromaru going for the Energy Ball. Could have opted for a Wild Charge and immediately popped out, but Energy Ball still does a decent chunk of damage, as we see.
Ay, por lo menos ya empezamos otra vez.
Either way, just gaining up a
Ya se acabó el sufrimiento por ahora.
Gracias,
Gracias al cielo.
Both trainers willing to let those initial charge attacks through. Now the pivot into the Licky Licky, maybe a little bit early, not in time quite yet to catch a Nightshade, but now we're in the mirror matchup. And honestly, Amanda, this is the closest.
Literal, Will utilizó Lloro, fue súper efectivo.
That threatened the glaring Corsola there. It's that Shadow Ball potential. And so being able to just go ahead, stay in. Yes, her assumptions aren't going to be doing too much, but now he's got some energy that he banked before he popped out into his own Licky Licky to be able to start soaking up some of this damage.
Exactly. We are now in the mid-game, and controlling switch advantage does matter quite a bit in this game number 1 of our bracket reset. Another body slam getting fired off here by Emi Vito, but...
Y tan triste porque el pacing estaba buenísimo, estaba emocionante. Will reseteó el bracket, estaba jugando súper bien. La tuvimos que aguantarnos todo esto porque...
wins that charge attack priority. We still haven't seen it yet, despite seeing so many Licky mid-game matchups here.
Exactly right. Another charge attack yet again, as these two Pokemon whittle down each other's HP. So many fast charge attacks back and forth. Neither trainer willing to swap out.
Actually, just going to
tiró el otro una vez, sin escudo.
Another rollout first. He wanted to make sure he'd be able to get that off. Should Hiromaru throw his attack first. Both of these down. Desperate little immediate pop out here by the
Uy, le hizo el switch con el switch. Uy, uy, uy.
Yeah, and the pacing is just so fast. That Weather Ball is only 8 turns. Meanwhile, the Shadow Hippowdon is a little bit slower to reach the Weather Ball of its own. Although would deal a lot of super effective damage and likely knock out that Kanto Ninetales.
I mean, these Weather Balls are going to be thrown back and forth as that first one goes through. Hiromaru puts up a shield because, again, that Energy Ball would threaten the knockout, but even a Weather Ball does quite a bit of damage to the Shadow Pokemon. Now going ahead and just charging up, throwing right before the next one is available.
Tiene que usar su escudo, sí.
A couple sand attacks in and try to match the pacing of the Shadow Kanto Ninetales. Another Weather Ball pulls away the final shield for Emi Weedle, and you got to remember, there's still a Hisuian Electro on the other side.
Gracias, la Energy Ball, te usar tu escudo, bro.
¿Lo
va a dejar pasar? Uy.
From Hiromaru said as well, maybe not what Emi Weedle was hoping for, is now to be outpaced, but this is what am I talking about? Catching this Weather Ball onto the low health Licky Licky. Looks like Hiromaru is completely...
Se lo leyó.
Maybe he could get a sand attack or two. Unfortunately, unable to do so. Now out of energy and now out of shields.
Switch timer is now locked for Emi Weedle for probably another 40 seconds or so. He cannot swap out, but he does get to the Nightshade against the Hippowdon. This is the final healthiest Pokemon for Hiromaru.
And this is why Emi Weedle didn't immediately pivot when that Licky Licky came in. He got one more Astonish first, because now it put him ahead on energy. He was able to put that Hippowdon down quite low. Licky Licky on the side of Hiromaru coming in, going for that heavy-hitting Shadow Ball, trying to knock out the Corsola, and again with an undercharge, but he was kind of shaking his head. No, it was still enough.
Sí, damn, Hiromaru.
One more rollout, and the body slam is there. Hiromaru is able to KO this Kanto Ninetales and take game 1.
Weedle. Bro. Todo eso para volver a perder. Todo eso para volver a... No.
From Emi Weedle. There's always upsides and downsides, right? We saw Emi Weedle from that Shadow Hippowdon, and we thought, oh, it was a genius play. It was so clever, right? But then he shook his head. And a lot of traders are probably wondering why.
Vicky por mamón, si por lo menos ibas a hacer todo esto, por lo menos hubieras ganado, ¿me entendés?
45 seconds, and at that point, Emi Weedle really was out of options. He kind of exposed himself there.
It was a good catch. All the energy had to go somewhere. If it was anywhere, he wanted it to be on that low health Pokemon. But in the end, Hiromaru being able to hang on after knocking out that course.
Todo ese llanto por nada, diría. ¿Cómo se llama?
Game number 1 in the
Nicki Minaj.
finals reset. Keeping in mind, he also won game number 1 of the regular grand finals. So Emmy Weedle has the opportunity to once again pull it back and win the next 3.
Exactly, but it's going to be tough, right? I feel like
Sí ha perdido 2, pero utilizó lloro y fue súper efectivo.
I think he's playing better than ever.
Fue muy eficaz.
That Hisuian Electrode usually likes to keep that Pokemon in the back and kind of spring it on Emmy Weedle when it finds an opening, but just throwing it out there in the lead and saying, you know what, deal with it, deal with the wild charges and energy balls.
Ay, bueno, por lo menos ya vamos avanzando, casi que no se termina esa onda, man, what the fuck.
That Hippowdon coming in when there's just a little bit of health left. Yes, he sees.
Después de cómo hizo el bracket reset, estaba apoyando a Weedle, pero después de hacerme soportar todo eso, ahorita estoy enojado con él. Vamos, Hiromaru.
Well, I think the number one Pokemon that Hiromaru is worried about, maybe it is a little spooky, that Galarian Corsola, because that Pokemon almost fast attacked through his entire team in a previous game. And if he leaves a weakened Hippowdon or a weakened Jellicent out on the field, just 1 or 2 Astonishes, and that Galarian Corsola suddenly not only KO'd a Pokemon, but is now ahead on energy.
So these 2 trainers have been playing against each other quite a while. Not only
¿Vas a pedir que revisen el juego otra vez?
Also in the Go Battle League. Have to see how they want to do now that they've had the opportunity to face-to-face battle against each other. One more time, we have a match under review for this game number 1.
No.
Production has it. We would love to take a closer look at the situation that is currently being looked at. But again, this is the World Championship stage. Want to get everything right? Give our competitors the best and fairest shot at who wins the title.
I mean, and this is a big moment for both of these trainers, right? A lot is on the line. Hiromaru coming in, his first ever competition, making it all the way to Championship Sunday is absolutely a huge feat. Meanwhile, Emmy Weedle, someone very decorated within this circuit, knows what it takes to become a champion. He's done it once before. He wants to do it again. Both of these trainers deserve their time to shine in the spotlight.
Exactly. I think the argument, again, has been kind of like, the newcomer versus the experienced trainer.
Hiromaru, ganá, por favor, ganale. Necesitamos que ganes. Por lloró.
It is relatively simple to pick up. Right? You've got 3 Pokemon.
Es ridículo, traes revisión, men, ya sé. Por cierto, gracias por pasarte el chat. Sasori Ambu. Sasori Ambu. Ah, Sasori Ambu, ya. Sasori Ambu. Gracias por pasarte el chat a sufrir con nosotros.
There's definitely a lot of strategy within the game. If you've been watching throughout the weekend and you've been able to get a chance to win specific Pokemon, I know sometimes people are like, oh,
a ver, Sasori, utiliza el comando de atrapar, signo de exclamación atrapar, y vemos qué Pokémon te da el sistema. A ver, estamos viendo a ver quién logra atrapar un Pokémon raro. Tenemos un chance y creo que ha sido lo más raro que hemos atrapado por ahora.
And trying to give our trainers the best rewards, and I think that adding a strong Pokemon like that to your roster is very valuable. You don't want to miss out on that. Make sure to capture every single Pokemon, review them later, and keep some of the strong ones. You know, even if I don't think I'm going to battle with something, most Pokemon are just 1 or 2 updates away.
De nada, que se quería una transmisión en español. A la orden, joven, a la orden.
For Pokemon Go, it's very engaging. It changes every couple
Relicanth, eso está bueno. Felicitaciones. Relicanth no es tan común. Creo que estarías empatado con el Chansey.
Our wonderful partners at Scopely.
Man, Weedle, tu madre, de verdad.
Moveset updates, damage
¿Perdiste?
updates. A lot of Pokemon coming in and out of the meta, but these 2 trainers have mastered the current format.
Va a ser como Nemo, pero en lugar de nadar es sufrir. Sufriremos en el live. Que hay que hacer sufrir.
One of those outlier picks is one that has been really taking Hiromaru far. Shadow Hippowdon was something that a few trainers did bring to Worlds. We saw it on a couple of teams, but it definitely wasn't a top meta pick.
So if I could ask you, right, in terms of team reading for Show 6 Pick 3, if Tinkaton is so good, and we keep talking about it in the drops, why are we not bringing it against Emmy Weedle?
Well, Emmy Weedle, the other Pokemon that is almost everywhere, is that Shadow Kanto Ninetales. Tinkaton was in the 3rd spot for day 1 usage, dropped down to the 5th. It hits so heavy with its charge attack Gigaton Hammer, but it doesn't like those fire-type Pokemon, definitely doesn't like the ground-type Pokemon with that Shadow Quagsire or the Empoleon.
Si yo estuviera en la noticias, yo me hubiera levantado y me hubiera ido. Qué pereza estar viendo esta onda. Fucking shit.
In every single matchup up until these winners finals.
Another obstacle
Qué
to take a time
espanto
for
de
Hiromaru
match.
is that Shadow Quagsire. This was one of the more fascinating moveset choices to me. The fact that Emmy Weedle opted for Aqua Tail Mud Bomb. When Mantine was like, what, top
Pobres
5,
los
top
casters
6
también
usage,
estar
everywhere,
viendo de
all
qué
over the tournament.
demonios tienen que hablar
Your
todo este
Shadow
tiempo.
Quagsire, I think one of the most depressing things is to be paired up against a Mantine because there's really no way you can hit it with your double resisted Mud Bomb or your resisted Aqua Tail.
Well, Emmy Weedle
Ayer estaba viendo el Mundial de Yugi que sacó como a las 4 de la mañana con partidas seguidas sin revisiones, sin llorar. Y es Pokémon Go, man. Es que sí, si ni siquiera te apuesto de verdad que si el TCG se va sin revisiones de este nivel, voy a... esto es espantoso.
But these trainers are having to sit through this, figure out the game state situation and try to reach an amicable conclusion. I think we might have just arrived at one based on the
Van a reiniciarlo. No me chinguen que van a reiniciar esa onda. No me chinguen que van a reiniciar el bracket otra vez. Perdió, jugó mal. Lleva 2 veces jugando mal y utilizando lloro. ¿Quién ganó el Mundial de Yugi? Sorry, no lo vi. Me llama la atención saber quién ganó. Ya vamos. Sí, puta, qué bueno que lo hicieron perder, de verdad. Formidable llorando más bien, no jugando, puta madre. Evento que llego, evento que se cae. ¿Por qué? ¿Qué pasó? Men, Hiromaru, chat, chats, Twitch, YouTube. Le vamos a Hiromaru de ahora en adelante. ¿Cuál es el lag o qué? No entiendo. Que Weedle le está diciendo por alguna razón que el juego no está recibiendo bien sus inputs. Vamos Hiromaru, ganale. Mata a ese maldito Quagsire ahorita mismo. Acabalo, dáselo pedazos. Hiromaru, Hiromaru. Por su teléfono de Temu, man. Yo creo que son los... Vamos Hiromaru.
But here's the big deal. Yes, Wild Charge is going to debuff yourself. In no situation would he be throwing the Wild Charge into the ground and fire or water type Pokemon there. So now forcing himself to throw this energy balls. Emmy Weedle knows that it's not a bait. He has to protect up no matter what if he wants to keep that Quagsire around. Protect shield going up on the Suino.
Está, tíraselo de una vez. Vamos, vamos. No le gastó el charge, no le gastó el charge. Todos con Hiromaru, la verdad. Sí, por 1000%, siempre sí. Hiromaru, mi cabra. Cubrite, perro. Ah, no te cubras. Ganó Mario Ángelo de Mico con Kultun. Ah, Kultun es cool, me llega, me parece.
Kind of negating that whole mid-game matchup.
This might be a catastrophic misplay here, but he's going to make the best of it. Hiromaru kind of shook his head. He said, oh no, I should have sent out my Shadow Hippowdon instead. But you can't slow down, you can't stop, you have to keep on battling. Gonna throw the body slam there and try to even up this mirror match.
Every single second matters. Yes, he might have brought in the Pokemon that he didn't want to, but it's too late now. We'll see how he recovers in this matchup as his Licky is starting to put damage into Emmy Weedles here, sticking out its tongue, throwing the slams, seeing how low that it can go.
Body slam back and forth as these two normal type Titans whittle down each other's HP. Switch timers are up, but neither trainer wants to risk swapping out and giving away switch advantage, especially Emmy Weedle.
This game got much more dynamic now. At this point, he had a great time. Now he's got a ton of energy on that.
¿Debe tirar las dos, Hiromaru? Más te vale hacerlo.
But he's going to need two to be able to knock out Emmy Weedles, as the first one just isn't.
Tira el otro de una vez.
We're seeing actually now charge tempo.
Bien.
It's going to be on the side of Hiromaru.
Absolutely critical to try to wrestle back control switch advantage, but Hiromaru, even though he's going to double resist any type of ghost attacks, he doesn't have that much HP. He might lose the Licky regardless. It's so close. Can he get to the shell? Oh, no!
Oh, it's astonishing as the Galarian Corsola stashes down the Pokemon, coming in with a very nice lead and energy here, going to throw the Nightshade before the Earth Power is available. But everyone keep in mind, the shields are gone. There is an Energy Ball.
Vamos, Hiromaru!
Electrode, and it wins charge attack priority over both of Emmy Weedle's Pokemon.
No, you're exactly right, but I think Hiromaru needs to hang on to that energy for the Quagsire matchup in the back. It's very critical that he doesn't make another mental mistake here. Nightshade number 2 getting fired off, and this might be a Game 2 win for Emmy Weedle.
Va a ganar Weedle.
This Electrode is quite low. It has a ton of
Dude,
energy,
no,
but it's got
Nightball, ¿qué te pasa?
It
Perdón.
might not have enough as he throws his first one to get that Corsola
Dude,
out
qué
of the
pedo,
way.
Nightball.
Energy Ball will connect. Galarian Corsola will
Pero
fade, but
intenta ver
Emmy
qué
Weedle
pedo
looks
con
like he
ese
already
Nightball de
knows he
mierda.
won this
What the
battle.
fuck?
Out comes the Shadow Quagsire, and that's a farm down. Emmy Weedle with the equalizer.
Going ahead, taking that mid game. Both of those shields knocked down. Emmy Weedle knew his back was against the wall. That Energy Ball lurking into
¿Ve
the
este Nightball
Quagsire
qué
would
puta
have
se
been
creyó?
absolutely destroying the Quagsire. He fails on the swap, but he kept playing. And you know what happened, Will?
What?
A little bit of a fumble on the side of Hiromaru, sending in that licky. You see him kind of shaking it off right now, recognizing, I had that game. I maybe had that game. I gotta settle down here. I gotta focus to be able to win game number 3.
Gotta shake the nerves. Gotta zoom in. Don't think about the crowd. Don't think about the
Te digo
magnitude
que el
of
meta de
this
Pokémon
moment.
son Pokés bien
Focus
raros.
on what you
Sí,
do
como son
best.
diferentes, al final no tienen los mismos
Pokemon
stats.
Go, PvP, these trainers, either one, I'm serious, either one could take this. They are about as evenly matched as we have ever seen in a Pokemon Go Grand Finals. And it's just going to see
Men, qué estupidez con este Nightball, nada que ver. Perdón,
I know
sorry,
that
eso
we
no
keep
es.
saying it, but
Voy a,
it
te lo voy a ver qué
deserves to be
pedo,
said.
no
This
debería haber
is
hecho eso.
Hiromaru's first time playing live in this huge setting with
Ahorita lo voy a-
everyone. He's
lo voy a
on the
putear.
Championship Sunday stage. Of course, your nerves are going to be doing a little bit to you. You're not used to this sort of thing, but I hope that he can shake it for this game number 3. We'll see as the Jealous takes the field up against that Shadow Quagsire.
We have seen this matchup before. I do think that 2 charge stacks on either side is the recipe for success, but Emmy Weedle's been a lot more willing to give away control switch advantage, especially if he doesn't think there's a licky back there, but at this point, he might need to think twice.
Going ahead now, going for that first attack. The Surf does land. We've seen Emmy Weedle in the past couple games content to let Pokemon go as soon as they've done their damage, right? So it's saying, okay, Quagsire, you're getting that Jellicent low. I can
Ya lo
potentially
cambié
use
porque
you.
no debería haber
The
hecho
next
eso, qué
Pokemon
estupidez,
comes in to
perdón.
farm. Now throwing his second Mud Bomb. As we saw in another game, it's not going to be enough to knock out, and I don't know if we will see a Protect Shield use on the side of Emmy Weedle.
Yeah, this is nice though, forcing that charge stack priority tie. Hiromaru might be able to KO the Shadow Quagsire here. Goes for an undercharge as well. He likes to do this, allowing minimal farm. Simultaneous swap. Oh my goodness, Shadow Cat and Ninetales finds that licky.
What a read. Emmy Weedle says, I know no matter
¿Cómo vamos ahorita?
swap, if this doesn't knock out, I
Tenía que
need to be
cambiar el
quick
Nightball
here.
de su
Coming in with
moderación
that Kanto
estúpida.
Ninetales to get off as much energy and damage as possible, as quickly as possible.
Moving the pieces around, and the pieces fell in a place that Hiromaru might not like in hindsight, but he's going to fire off the body slam here to try to deal some damage to that Shadow Kanto
Ok,
Ninetales.
se puso ese corte, what the fuck?
Emmy Weedle, that's the first step back into this game.
Going ahead, first the body.
Vamos, Hiromaru!
Now a Shadow Ball for the real deal, getting both Protect Shields in this mid-game matchup. Emmy Weedle has a ton of energy on the Shadow Cancer Ninetales. It's up to him where he wants to deploy it, because there's still 2 Protect Shields left on the side of Hiromaru. Trying to go for a catch, unsuccessful as Corsola comes in to sweep up that Jellicent in the back.
Emmy Weedle is not shaken here. He anticipated the swap. He knew he had so much energy on the Kanto Ninetales and that Hiromaru was going to try to waste it. But again, he switched.
Le tiró el Shadow Ball, bien.
And he reeled in a Corsola on the other side.
He said, okay, I'll wait.
¡Mátalo!
I'm going to get that Corsola out of the way with this licky coming back in. Emmy Weedle has a choice to throw now. He definitely wants to throw.
Escudo, usa el escudo, bro.
Power Gem. It is enough to knock out the licky, but Emmy Weedle has 0 shields left. There's a Hisuian Electrode coming in. Hiromaru has
Te vas a tirar los 2 escudos para Electro, ok.
As well, so I would not be surprised to see Hiromaru let this Nightshade through. He's got a bigger threat, and it's lurking in the back on the bench, but he's got to overcharge a ton of energy, avoid a catch. It's going to be real tough from here on out.
Now, before, you see them waiting, trying to go.
Ahí está, tíraselo.
but Quagsire go down, but look how low this Hisuian Electrode is. There's two shields
¿Qué
left.
pedo tenés en la cabeza, Hiromaru?
Failed catch attempt, and Emmy Weedle nods. He knows that this is the end for game number 3. The wild charges are not going to slow down. They're going to plug in and power up. That's one KO.
Y el otro de una vez. Ahí está. Oh, Hiromaru.
Looks angry, wants a bit of revenge.
Oh, bien, Hiromaru.
Wild charge for you. Game 3 for Hiromaru.
Excelente servicio, Hiromaru. Uno más, bro. Uno más.
In spite of the stumble, Hiromaru
Vamos.
finds his way in that battle number 3, and now he stands on the absolute precipice.
Tenés que ganar, bro. Le debes esto al mundo entero. El mundo entero confía en vos. Perdé, bro. Perdé. Eso es una basura.
Maybe I could have won that previous game. I can't.
Ah, Weedle, te odio de verdad. Y eso que te quería apoyar. Te quise apoyar. Mira que hice el intento, pero vos arruinaste nuestra relación.
Emmy Weedle needs to win 2 battles here to become the
Esos
world
campos lo
champion,
tienen
but
bien medido, está de miedo, está muy bueno, se lo jugó hasta el último instante, pero le funcionó. Por algo lleva la chaqueta del equipo ruco, Simón, sí, porque es malvado. Ya les dejo el juego, te quiero al baño.
Back onto the field and get that alignment, even though he didn't have it earlier on in the game. He's going to look to do that again, I'm sure, in this next battle.
It's so dangerous, right? And I think a lot of times trainers opt for so many different opportunities while they're playing this game. Do I want to go for switch advantage? Do I want to go for shield advantage? It looks like Hiromaru is definitely going for that shield advantage there. As you saw, he had 2 shields too high behind at the end. We're hopping into this game. If Hiromaru takes this, he is our San Francisco World Champion. A lot is on the line, both of these trainers.
Licky in the lead. Shadow Hippowdon and Hisuian Electro for Hiromaru. Meanwhile, Shadow Quagsire again in the lead for Emmy Weedle with the Shadow Kanto Ninetales and Galarian Corsola behind it. Shadow Ball number 1 connects.
Going through, we've seen it quite a few times by Emmy Weedle, knowing that neither one of the attacks that are thrown is going to threaten the knockout, and what he wants to do is get a ton of energy. This first Mud Bomb goes through, he'll win that charge attack priority, throwing right before the Body Slam is available.
If Emmy Weedle is worried about his Galarian Corsola being trapped, he's got to feel a huge sense of relief, because the Licky on the field right now means he can see the problem, he can address it, he can do something about it, and it looks like he's going to allow his Shadow Quagsire to absorb another Body Slam.
Body Slam number 1 going through the first that Shadow Ball, actually an immediate pivot, because he recognized that that's exactly what Hiromaru was going to do time after time. He lets a little bit of help, he comes in with a Hippowdon, and Emmy Weedle says, okay, big Corsola counter out of the way, it's coming in, show me what you got. Earth Power coming through.
Shadow Hippowdon has been the most valuable Pokemon for Hiromaru, but that Earth Power is unable to trigger the defense drop, but it does a heap of damage, and at this juncture, Hiromaru will likely protect shield it up, but he decides to at the last second.
Yeah, because if we take a peek at those back lines there, this is actually one of the few times that Hiromaru has put up a shield in the mid-game, not saving it for the Hisuian Electrode in the back, but Emmy Weedle has that Kanto Ninetales, and let me tell you one thing, Will, grass doesn't really like fire.
¿Cómo estamos?
It's not. Next Nightshade will
apagué la cámara de
into
nuevo.
Shadow Hippowdon. This will likely KO that Pokemon and force Hiromaru to choose his next. But look at the swap. I mean, we don't already going for the Kanto Ninetales.
Vamos, Hiromaru!
This is going to be very close. One shield left for both of these trainers going for that Weather Ball number 1. You see Emmy kind of shaking his head. No, he thinks he really has to concentrate on this moment. Wild Charge would be enough to do it, and a Trailblaze, or not Trailblaze, an Energy Ball bait would also be enough to strip that shield.
Wow, does not allow the catch. Emmy Weedle clutches it up. He thinks that's the play that he needed to make. He's doubled up on the Weather Balls. Here's the first knockout, and Emmy Weedle is almost at the equalizer for this series.
Not throwing that Weather Ball was huge for Emmy Weedle. They're just getting more energy. Yes, it's going to be a
perdió.
for the Wild Charge, but he's got a Weather Ball of his own already lined up to go there, getting that first Protect Shield. Weather Ball coming through.
Ganó
no Protect Shield by
ganó Weedle,
Hiromaru.
maldita sea. Hiromaru, ¿qué pedo?
Palms are sweaty. That is a Game 4 win for Emmy Weedle, and our Grand Finals reset will go the distance, everybody. We're heading into a decisive game number 5.
Emmy Weedle said, I saw that 3-ball flex you did a little bit earlier on. That looked fun.
Bueno, último juego, chat.
As all 3 Pokemon remain on the field to take that game number 4. And this is the Grand Finals reset. We have one more.
Vamos, Hiromaru, no nos puedes quedar mal, de verdad. No puedes quedarnos mal, bro.
San Francisco World Champion.
Season of effort, a career of accomplishments,
No podés
All
hacer
hinges
esto.
on the next
No podés.
4 minutes. This is the peak. This is the summit that these trainers have dreamed up their entire lives, and they are standing
Todos con
here
Hiromaru.
on
Sí
the
se puede, Hiromaru.
eyes to the sky. Game 5
Poder
is on the
nipón.
horizon, but only one of these trainers will be your world champion.
Hiromaru came in from that winner's side of the bracket, defeating M.E. Weedle in a 3-2 victory on day 2 of championship. However, M.E. Weedle ended up
Men,
snatching
yo hubiera perdido Weedle si no fuera llorón.
here on the main stage here on
Si no hubiera
Championship
utilizado
Sunday.
lloro.
All eyes are on these two trainers in the
Weedle utilizó fake tears.
taking a breath, taking a moment to realize this could be me. I could be next. We're hopping in.
Vamos.
To game number 5.
Jellison in the lead.
Vamos, vamos.
Backside for M.E. Weedle. It all comes down to this, everyone. Hisuian Electrode and Licky Licky for Hiromaru on the bench. Meanwhile, Shadow Kenta Ninetales and Galarian Corsola for M.E. Weedle.
We've seen this quite a few times, and we've seen a lot of simultaneous swaps. So we'll have to see if either one of these.
La última vez que hicimos con esto, que hicimos con estas leads, perdió Hiromaru. Perdió Weedle.
Find their careers. Surf number 1 coming through from that gel set. No protect shield used by M.E. Weedle. It looks so, by the book so far.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen a very similar song and dance before, but will it change up here at the finale? Mud Bomb
Lo vas a
number 2
aguantar, ahorita tira el otro ataque de agua de una vez.
It's already got the surf, not waiting a turn, actually throwing the charge attack here. M.E. Weedle, his Shadow Quagsire would be the first Pokemon.
Sí, se va. Ok, vamos bien. Empezamos bien, Hiromaru. Muy bien, hay que mantener ese lead. No lo dejes ir, no lo soltes. Vamos bien, rápido. Colgale. Agua. Estas, oh.
Crushing KO there as he's unable to get to the surf. Out comes the Licky Licky as well, and M.E. Weedle knows this is a good sign. His Galarian Corsola, his most valuable Pokemon, is still in the back.
This was huge, even though Hiromaru ended up having the Pokemon that remained at the end. M.E. Weedle got to dictate the Pokemon that are coming in. If that Licky Licky was on that Corsola, it would have been devastating. If that Kanto Ninetales was on the Hisuian Electrode, the same story.
Vamos, Hiromaru, no puedes dejarla ir.
By the very end of this tournament.
M.E. Weedle just wants all
Usar
the
escudo.
energy his Shadow Kanto Ninetales can muster. Weather Ball coming through. I gotta be honest, I don't know if this is enough. Licky Licky does hang on. It's got a charge attack ready. Firing the Shadow Ball. M.E. Weedle forced to shield.
Oh boy, no protect shield now by M.E. Weedle. The Shadow Ball would do
Ok, ya se queda sin escudos. Estamos relativamente bien. Le tiró el... Bien uso del escudo. Vamos. Conseguí el Wild Charge y ya estás. Le va a tirar el otro, los dos escudos. Damn. Pero se quedó sin energía,
I have to wonder if you're M.E. Weedle, if you're going to stay in or if you're going to make him throw energy. No, swapping immediately into that Galarian.
Conseguí la energía y le tiras... Ok, el Energy Boost.
Everything I can to take out 2 Pokemon.
Throwing on good timing. A defense drop here would be absolutely massive. Does get it. Does that mean the second energy ball is enough? Doesn't throw in the charge priority. I think Hiromaru is trying to double up on charge attacks, but his Hisuian Electrode needs to hang on.
Vamos, aguantar Electros. Vamos, bebé. Vos podés. Vamos. Ahí está. Sí. Hiromaru, vamos. Vamos, Hiromaru. Sí se puede. What the fuck. Oh, sí se puede. Mira el otro. Ahí está.
But the Ember connects.
No!
The Ember went through before the charge attack went through here, and M.E. Weedle puts his head in his hands. He recognizes what a horrible situation it is to even still win in this type of scenario.
Oh my goodness, everyone. What just happened on stage?
I think we all need to take a moment, take a breath, because this is huge for both of these trainers. This came down to the wire, and I think
no, revisión, ese es reset, bro.
That he had 2 charge attacks.
Ese es reseteo, bro.
First look to be able to knock out, second one for the Ninetales. Ninetales energy went through first, knocked out that Hisuian Electrode.
Exactly. I mean, you got the double charge attacks, right? It's as simple as just tapping the button and swiping the bubbles. But in a moment like this, when the emotions are so high, the peak of a career, the moment of a life.
Qué horror que repitan la partida así como el lloro, sí.
Sometimes things just don't go your way.
Yeah. I mean, everything was in the driver's seat there for Hiromaru. Regardless of how this last game is going down, These trainers have been playing absolutely.
No, esa se repite, bro. Esa se repite. Eso fue. No, su madre. Si no repiten esto, es un fraude horrible.
The tears, the effort, not only this weekend, but also all season. Every single motion, every single Pokestop spun, every Pokemon captured, every egg hatched, every friend made along the way. It all has built up to this very moment.
Esta sí es under review. Más después de los 2 lloros que utilizó Weedle. No le importa. Esta onda tiene que volverse a hacer. Esta se vuelve a jugar.
Game number 5 here, and even so, absolutely down to the wire. It was anyone's matchup until the end here, and so truthfully, I don't blame them for taking a moment here to look over what's been happening.
No, esto se repite, mi bro.
I mean, facing his hands, I don't think Weedle has moved from that position. As Hunamaru talks with his translator there, my goodness, I'm gobsmacked, honestly.
Yeah.
I don't think we've ever been in a situation quite like this.
And especially when there's so much on the line, right? We have Hunamaru.
Te lo mereces, Weedle, por llorón. Por llorón. Tu juego de la victoria se va a la shit.
Emmy Weedle, our only ever Senior World Division champion, looking for his second title, already breaking so many records, being the only other world champion to be able to make it back to Championship Sunday. Wow. What storylines we have for both of these trainers, but in the end, there can only be one.
I mean, just think of the
si no entendí, el input estaba para hacer el ataque electro. Ajá, ya tenía las 2 energías cargadas. Y al parecer el juego no le recibió el input de que había patchado Wild Charge una vez, sino que recibió el input de que hizo un ataque normal Ninetales antes y con ese ataque normal fue suficiente para matar al electro.
We're getting some word here. It looks like that there will be a rematch.
Bien, bien, eso es lo correcto. Tiene que haber un rematch porque eso fue una mamada. Perdón, pero eso fue una mamada. Si Weedle no hubiera hecho sus lloros de antes, Fresh gana. No me importa, pero con esos lloros y lo que nos hizo pasar, se merece el rematch.
Both of these trainers here. I know that they made me look a little bit defeated at this point. They've been on stage for quite a while. The nerves are so high between these trainers. You still see Emmy Weedle's head in his hand a little bit. He knows that it's going to be another game.
¿Sabe que fue suerte que ganó?
I can't imagine the whirlwind of feelings that both of these trainers are feeling. They
Pobrecito.
They thought that was the end, but there's one more challenge ahead of both of them.
Justicia, ¿no? ¿Quién es que hace eso? Ah, el tío de Harry Potter. Justicia.
There's a lot of emotions going on in this very moment. If there is something that doesn't play out correctly within the game, it's automatically warranted as a rematch. So that means that we are going into a new decisive game number 5 for this moment.
My goodness, what a photo finish it would have been, but history will show that this next battle is the true final battle of the 2026 competitive season. A lot of discussion on the table there.
A la madre.
We don't have any insight into that. We can't hear what the judges or the trainers are saying, so we trust them to make the right decision and get this next game on the road.
Yeah, and you know what? I mean, there's a lot of emotions on the field here, but it just means more Pokemon Go games for us. And as I know, a lot of people in the audience, a lot of people at home love to watch all of these matchups. So while we maybe have played a few more games than was expected, you know what, Will, I'm here for it.
I'm here for it too. I wouldn't rather be anywhere else.
Mi hijo está aquí, estaba aquí jugando aquí a la par.
Especially for our competitors.
Escuchó que su mamá abrió una puerta y salió corriendo para allá.
One more time. Even though you thought the plan was
no, nada de mamadas, Weedle, nada de mamadas. Deberías ceder el juego porque perdiste. Hiramaru jugó mejor. Cargó se arriesgó a cargar ese Wild Charge.
Hiramaru, winners finals up against Emmy Weedle. Took it down to the line here. Best of 5 matchups, 2-2 at the end. Ended up being able to take game number 3 to put him in this seat on the winner side of the bracket Championship Sunday.
Tal vez a lo mejor lo escuchan gritando a lo lejos.
Lost game number 1 of the grand finals, but won the next 3. They've been neck and neck this entire time, taking it down to almost game 5 every single time.
I said it and I wasn't being hyperbolic. This is absolutely the closest we've had in terms of our skill levels for our Grand Finals competitors in competitive Pokemon Go. It's been 5 years. 5 years of champions.
Todavía no, lo más raro que tenemos sigue siendo Chansey.
Yeah, truthfully, it could be anyone.
Chansey y Relican de Sasori.
These two trainers are getting ready for their next battle, as we will see who will become the 2026 San Francisco World Champion. Tensions are high. I think a lot of things are on the line for both of these trainers. Nerves got to be really, really shaken up at this point. But my goodness, settle it down to see.
Well, Emi Weedle talking with his opponent. There's so much shared respect on the stage there.
Está temblando Yo también estaría. Mírale el agua, mira cómo se le mueve.
On the line, but I cannot wait to see how it plays out. It's tough, right? Because I mean, if you're Emi Weedle, you probably felt like you had the right team, and if you're Hidemaru, you feel like you made the right plays. You got to do it one more time.
Ya no hay Pokémon para vos. Se acabaron.
Trying to calm down.
Dusknoir. Oh, eso está bueno. Eso está bueno.
Here, these two trainers have proved time and time again why they are here on Championship Sunday, showing you all what they have. They've been going back and forth. They've been bringing unique Pokemon. They've been having fantastic catches, great team calls, saving shields till the very end. And this is getting to the point where we're going to find out who will be the champion.
Shadow Kanto Ninetales, as well as that Shadow Quagsire and Galarian Corsola have been very valuable for Emi Weedle. Meanwhile, that Shadow Hippowdon has started to find some light. It's looked as impressive as it did yesterday when Hidemaru was using it on the main stage.
Qué sufrida está esta final. Santa madre.
Almost took the whole thing.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say earlier on. I mean, I know that he said his Shadow Hippowdon was going to be his MVP.
Pobrecito los dos. Más Hidemaru. Él es el más pobrecito aquí. Él es el que más ha estado sufriendo esto.
These games have been so close.
Emi Weedle trying to focus in. Scan the battle codes. Our trainers are going to get started here shortly, everyone. I see more and more fans piling into the arena as well. If you're new here, you are in for an absolute treat because this is about to be cinema.
I see both of these trainers. They've been up here for a while. They've gone through the gauntlet of trainers. So many different people who could have been named champion. There have been so many good competitors throughout the weekend.
Pobrecito Hidemaru, está pero destruido el pobre.
About to have one more game to see who will be that champion, but it's so gut-wrenching for both of these trainers at this moment. And you see Emi Weedle, his head is in his hands. Hidemaru really looking like quite tired and devastated himself.
I'm telling you, I don't know. I've never been in the situation, right? I don't know if many of us have, but you have to find a way to push those emotions to the side and do what you came here to do. Do what you've been doing all weekend long, which is playing incredibly good competitive Pokemon. And our two Worlds finalists are looking to do exactly that. So much on the line, and they've already given so much, but they have to give a little bit more one last time.
El cansancio, el agotamiento mental que han de tener ha de ser impresionante.
What they're going to lock in for this matchup. If you're just tuning in now, it's been a nail biter through this entire series. We are on the game 5 of a best of 5 matchup in the grand finals reset to see who will be this champion. Both of these trainers doing so incredibly well throughout, but the emotions, the tension, everything is
bueno, vamos, Hidemaru. Empezamos igual.
Lead from Hidemaru versus that Shadow Quagsire from Emi Weedle. This is probably the 4th or 5th time we've seen this matchup play out. We know just about exactly how it goes. This time, though, Emi Weedle.
Bájenle un poco el volumen del juego.
Throwing that first mud bomb. If this has been anything like the past couple games that we have seen, we're not going to see any protections used on this first Pokemon from either side here.
¿Vas a colgar las dos? Ah, no.
Throwing the Shadow Ball here first is going to do a little bit more damage than that Surf would. Shaking things up a little bit. No Protect Shield used by Emi Weedle.
I really like the adjustment there.
Uy, sí fue bastante.
Ready to go, and Hidemaru is actually sticking to the script outside of that Shadow Ball. He's going to no shield both of the charge attacks from the Shadow Quagsire.
No importa, otro Shadow Ball y te lo bajas, ni siquiera.
In for a little bit more, charging up a little bit more energy and swapping out with some energy loaded.
Uy, uy, uy.
Into that Shadow Kanto Ninetales on the
Vas a guardar para doble Wild Charge,
Thunderstorms
sí.
off the swap, so he is going to be able to equalize the pacing just slightly more closely than he would from a dead heat.
Sí, tiras el
But he's gonna go
escudo,
for the first
obviamente,
wild
es un
charge.
Wild Charge, el otro está cerca del otro Wild Charge, entonces estamos bien.
That shield was loaded because this is charge attack priority, meaning the Pokemon with a higher attack will go first. That was the Electrode. Now the Weather Ball's been fired off, getting a shield back in kind. There's going to be some more.
Otro Wild Charge.
The Weather Ball number 2 goes through. Does
Tenía el segundo, ok.
Absolutely.
Wow, in spite of the slight head start, he's still not able to beat that Shadow Canto Ninetales to the punch on the second Weather Ball. Wild Charge will command the second shield, though, from Emmy Weedle.
Coming now through, no Protect Shields left for either trainer in the games, but the switch timers are also back up. Emmy Weedle actually swaps out first, anticipating the swap of Hiromaru. Hiromaru actually stays in a little bit more.
Uy, uy, uy. Es aguantar ese pelín, creo que le trajo buen punto.
Licky licky.
I think that's incredible, right? Hiromaru saw the swap coming, did not
Sí,
hold for
ajá.
any blink. In comes the mirror matchup.
Fue muy bueno aguantar ese Electro un segundito más. Le deja a su Licky Licky entrar con toda la ventaja del mundo en este juego. Y ya lo tiene casi a las 2 energías, entonces puede tirarse 2 Body Slams ahorita.
Trainers are not only keeping an eye on the health and energy of their Licky Lickies, they're also keeping an eye on that switch timer, because every time an attack is thrown, a little bit of that timer gets eaten up. And when you have a Pokemon that is thick like this, that can take a Body Slam after Body Slam, look at this, Emmy Weedle switch timer already up.
Exactly, and as you called out earlier, the charge tag party tie will go to Hiromaru's Licky Licky each and every time as that charge tag connects. Switch timer.
Tienes el otro, tienes el otro, tienes el otro.
And it's likely up.
Este lo aguanta, le tiras otro y creo que ya estás.
This is when things start to get serious, because either trainer could swap at any half second.
And you don't want the attacks merely lost on anything else. Actually, Emmy Weedle opting to go
Uy,
first.
uy,
There was quite a
uy.
bit of energy onto that Licky Licky, swaps into that Quagsire, and ends up taking it out. But there's a little bit of health left on it, and there's no Protect Shield. In comes the Hisuian Electrode to completely farm it down. Now, no matter what.
Y le va a tirar el Wild Charge.
A charge attack.
That was massive. I mean, this Hisuian Electrode is almost at the double. There are 2 Pokemon remaining. Emmy Weedle will likely have to send out his Licky Licky, loses the charge tag priority tie. Here comes a Wild Charge. How much energy is on that Shadow Kanto Ninetales? Hiromaru needs to recall now.
There was a blind Wild Charge there, and an immediate pivot to swap. Going.
¡Oh! ¡No! ¡No! Hiromaru se lo leyó. ¡Shit!
This is a shadow damage here. This Surf connects with the Ninetales.
¡Oh! ¡Hiromaru! ¡Let's go! ¡Se hizo justicia!
Pokemon Go World Champion!
Heroes rise and heroes fall, but Hiromaru takes it all!
So well done. So many battles.
Other
rematches in spite of the stumbles.
Se pudo. Bien.
To this grand
Oh,
finals.
shit.
And we thought it'd be the Hisuian Electric. But Jellicent came in there to steal the spot.
Grande.
Helping his fist. This is a trainer. It's the first time he's competed at the World Championships. This is the first
Grande, Hiromaru. La hiciste.
time that he
Muy bien.
home.
Literal el héroe, sí, man.
Bring that trophy
Se mamó. Oh.
to his region, and he could not be more proud.
Ah, excelente trabajo.
Goodness, you see Emmy Weedle's mom there clapping in the crowd, proud for her son who did such an
Después de lidiar con los lloros de Weedle, hizo lo correcto, ganó.
series. Emmy Weedle, fantastic trainer, but Hiromaru took it all.
What a series. What a time, and what a set for a lifetime of memories as we
¿Por qué nos liberó del infierno de Pokémon Yorogo? Sí, man.
World Champion.
Hiromaru, you are the world champion.
¡Sos la cabra!
Can you share what's going through your mind right now?
Hiromaru-san.
¡Va a llorar!
チャンピオンズの優勝者です。今考えていること、思っていることを言っていただけますか。
いろんなことがありましたが、もうとにかく嬉しいです。
There was a lot going on, but I'm just very happy.
Hubiera sido, estoy a verga de los lloros de Weedle. Se merecía perder, desgraciado.
That is amazing. How did you
Se imagina.
entire set after
Momento.
the reset?
Ese es un Metagross.
多くのラウンド、
En el pantalón del compa. ¡Qué buen Rashid! Un plushie de Metagross.
そのブラケットリセットが発生してたとしても、どのような突き進んだのでしょうか。
一回負けても焦らず、落ち着いて
Un perrito confiable.
考えてる選出をできたのが良かったかと思います。
Even though I lost and reset the bracket got reset, I was able to re-strategize.
Ah, cabrón, te dio doble.
To come back through.
You are representing Japan here in San Francisco, and you have won. What does that mean to represent your nation?
広丸さんは日本から来て、
¡Nihon! ¡Glorious Nihon!
初優勝ポケモン
Men, ya van 2 por 2, Japón. Ganaron United, ganaron Go. Va a ser un sweep, va a haber sweep. Puede haber sweep con VGC todavía. ¡Bravo, Hiromaru!
自分がこんなところに立っていられるなんてちょっとまだ信じられないんですが。
Y los dos son de japoneses. Ah, entonces si es sweep solo falta el TCG. ¡Oh! Tundurus, sacaste Tundurus. Ya vamos por legendarios.
になれたのは本当に嬉しいです。
I can't believe I'm standing here and I'm at loss for a lot of words, but as standing here as the first Japanese champion for Pokemon Go, I'm very proud.
We're all
¡Bravo! Hiromaru, sos un crack. Mis respetos.
We're going to head over to the desk where you have something special waiting for you in game.
今回、広丸さん初参戦ワールドという認識の上、ワールドチャンピオンとして君臨しました。今からゲーム内でいただきたいのですけど、ギフトを用意しております。
So, as
a ver, ¿qué le regalaron?
You get a special pose, you get a special outfit, and these should now have been added to your account. So I'd like you to go onto your trainer account, into your style, and you can click onto the outfits just here.
Dale, oh, mira, con corona y la capa y todo, qué cool. ¡No! ¡Let's go, Hiromaru!
Give it up, it's Hiromaru!
Peak!
What an incredible grand final that was for Pokemon Go. There is so much to digest, and we have some analysts who'd love to take you through everything that's happened here this weekend in San Francisco.
Thank you, Fareed. And what an incredible grand finals and performance from Hiromaru throughout the
Por fin se acabó.
So valiantly and had so
Gracias, Hiromaru, por liberarnos de Weedle.
World Championship, and probably not going to be his last. Two Butters, how are you feeling after that one?
I'm not sure if I've seen a Pokemon Go trainer with the belief in his Pokemon as Hiromaru just demonstrated not only yesterday, but today to become your Pokemon Go World Champion. How about closing it off with back-to-back charge attacks 2 times in a row to seal the deal?
Qué bueno que nos liberamos de esto. Ese último match estuvo bueno. El que perdió, el otro que también perdió Weedle de todas maneras también estuvo bueno. Mira, a fin de cuentas perdió 2 veces seguidas y eso me hace feliz. Se lo merece por los lloros, por usar fake tears.
There were just so many components that were so instrumental in this victory. Honestly, every single second was just spectacular.
And when it mattered the most, it felt like
Yo le iba a Weedle hasta que empezaron los lloros. Ahora que sigue TCG. Ahora sigue TCG. Y creo que en TCG sí nos tiramos las 3 categorías. Entonces sí nos tiramos Juniors, Seniors y Masters. Esperemos que no sean legs muy tardados, que no haya mucho stall.
With the bank charge attack, Weedle has to try and predict the switch out, but he stays on the field, and at the end, the surf connects, Ninetales fell, and Hiromaru was crowned champion.
It's such a great moment because the shift from yesterday to today for Imi Weedle was the Galarian Corsola, right? He didn't bring that early on in the winners finals. He brought that in the grand finals, and that was the problem, Pokemon. I believe he got 3 or 4 crucial fast attacks down with the Astonish and able to do that. And as you see, these are your top 3 here. Of course, we have 2 trainers from the Japan region in your top 3. Imi Weedle is your finalist as well.
And we got Kantono in that 3rd place 4 years ago in London in Pokemon Go's first ever World Championship. We had Crescent Angels from Japan get that 3rd and highest finish from Japan. And since then, they haven't eclipsed that until this year. 4 years later, Kantono getting that 3rd place. Imi Weedle another grand finals in the World Championships. And her taking the crown and taking the title to Japan on the 30th anniversary of
No sé qué tal está en meta, pero vi que tal deck le ganaba a Dragapult. A ver si hay... Sí, a ver, vamos a ver cómo está. No, de TCG tampoco estoy al tanto de cómo está la cuestión. Pero espero que esté entretenida.
And I cannot believe I'm actually saying this, is that Hippowdon is a world champion.
¡Grande Hippowdon! Woo!
With so many other interesting choices. Of course, the
Good
just
times, come on!
The Electrode too.
What I like as we take a look across Hiromaru's team is if you take a look at the Hippowdon and the Electrode and you take a look across the other 7 teams, you don't see a Hippowdon, you don't see an Electrode.
Sure.
Sometimes to be crowned champion, you have to take a risk. You have to choose Pokemon you believe in, even if others don't believe in them as well. And it pays off as Hiromaru is our new world champion.
We can see so many of our decorated players in that top 8. Of course,
Te
there's
ganó $20,000,
well,
Chad.
$20,000 in that first place that will go to
Te ganó
Hiromaru,
$20,000
as well as
además
the
de todo.
trophy and all the accolades, but more importantly,
Esa sí es
he
una
has etched his
pelota.
name in the history books of Pokemon Go.
And of course, you get a trophy if you're in the top 4. In
Excelente servicio.
previous seasons, where if you got top 4 at the World Championships, you do qualify for the next season Pokemon Go World Championships as well. So congratulations to all of our trainers that got in the prizing here at the Pokemon Go World Championships.
Honestamente, voy a ser sincero.
Are you ready? Let's crown our world.
Este de los 2 que llevamos, este fue el peor. Porque estuvo el rey de Mega Mewtwo, que no estuvo muy hype, que digamos. Después tuvimos los lloros de Weedle.
Now we must deliver the props our
Ahí está mi bro.
Join me in celebrating our 2026.
¿Quién es él? Él es presidente. Miren la cara, el bombastic side-eye que le hace a Pig.
First, we have our runner-up, M.E. Weedle.
No, mentira, felicitaciones. Solo men, qué desastre el que armaste, pero felicitaciones. Muy buen trabajo. Te iba hasta que empezaste a armar el desmadre. Te bancaba hasta que empezó el desastre. Hey, Pikachu ahí. You lost!
And our next finalist, first World Championship run, first World Championship title. Everybody, get loud for Hiromaru!
Hiromaru! Sí! Grande, mira esa cara de Chad. Ultra Giga Chad, él, mira, con esa barbilla poderosa y todo.
For your 2026 Pokemon Go World Championship runner-up and champion!
Grande, Hiromaru, te lo mereces. Jugaste excelentemente bien. Por fin le diste el trofeo a Japón.
Things going with the Pokemon trading card game. But for now, let's wrap up Pokemon Go at the analyst desk.
30 years of Pokemon, 10 years of Pokemon Go, and for us in Championship Series, it's our 5th World Championships, and you cannot talk about Pokemon Go Championship Series history without mentioning the legendary chapters of Imi Weedle in Hiromaru.
And that is... It was such an incredible road. Getting to the World Championships, even qualifying, is a feat in itself. And Hiromaru has tried 3 separate times. In his third time this year, he made it. And it just shows how far he can take it the moment he makes this big stage, and that any trainer truly could take it all.
And I love that we got the bracket reset as well. You know, at the end of the day, the best of the best qualified to be here at the Pokemon World Championships, and then we ended up with 2 trainers remaining. We wanted to make sure that we had as much action as possible, and to be able to reset that bracket just meant that every single moment was more instrumental to that victory. A lot of incredible memories.
And I think as we take a look back across our top 12 Pokemon from day number 2, we're going to see quite a few Pokemon on screen, but also the Pokemon that are missing are the ones that are interesting to me. No Hippowdon, no Electrode, Hiromaru.
Hiromaru, gracias.
And he did so incredibly.
And even the jealous
Terminamos con este infierno.
In the winners finals, he used that trio in every single battle for 4 straight games to get on that winner's side of the bracket. If he didn't do so, he could have lost the World Championships by being on that loser side. But he had that cushion, and it reset, and he was able to take the championships.
And that's something so impressive about Hiromaru and Kantono as well, who got 3rd place. They didn't go with the flow of all the other plays. They went against the meta, they went against the grain, and they did it their way, and they made it so far into this tournament because of it. And that's a beautiful part about Pokemon Go and Pokemon in general, is that yes, there are certain Pokemon that a lot of people use and a lot of people love to use, but you can also make your signature Pokemon, your MVP picks, work in the right moments.
I love that sentiment. You know, you can indeed sometimes win with your favorites, and then maybe a Pokemon favorite is still yet to be conjured up if you do have great success with it. I know you've enjoyed Dozo throughout this tournament, haven't you, Homeslice?
3 Dondozos in the top 8 is more than I ever could have hoped for. Just seeing so many trainers go against the grain, have incredible success, has been really fun to see. Even as those top Pokemon are revealed, Pokemon like the Licky and the Kanto Ninetales, the choice to run that Hippowdon is suddenly clear. Hippowdon resists the rollout. It has super effective pressure into that Kanto Ninetales. And honestly, it was a really tough Pokemon for Emmy Weedle to try and play around because of the insane pressure from that Hippowdon.
And in the end, the most meaningful Pokemon was the Hisuian Electrode. It is 12th on the usage here, and it's countered by the Shadow Kanto Ninetales. That's probably the strongest Pokemon in the entire meta right now. So to be able to do that, the belief, as we talked about before, it really is the story of Pokemon.
Definitely. And, you know, some of these picks, it takes a brilliant mind to be able to convince others that these Pokemon can even be usable, can even win it all. And we can take a look at some of these casting predictions too. Hey, I see a couple. Wait, hold on. There's a Hippowdon on your side too as well, Henry. So we're kind of all, you know, winners here on this one. A lot of Hisuian Electro there. You know, I appreciate the spice from Farid, and maybe those Pokemon didn't necessarily make it to the grand finals, but maybe in his hands, he would have done it.
Not gonna lie, feeling pretty good with this Hisuian Electrode here.
Yes, there we go.
I mean, obviously I was going to pick my boy Gastrodon, but there was a lot of great utility from Pokemon like the Florges and the Thievul as well that we got to see throughout the competition on the broadcast. But of course, the superstar really is that Ninetales as well. We saw it time and time again. It was a popular choice amongst us casters, so I do think I was onto something there. Even if I didn't necessarily have the winning numbers there, I had some good scores, I'd say.
I'm feeling pretty okay with mine. Hippowdon, the only Hippowdon on the bracket, ends up taking home the World Championship. 3 Dondozos in the top 8. We saw quite a few Manteens, but the Manteens did kind of fizzle out towards the end of day 2. And Annihilate, it appears it won back-to-back regionals. Sorry, back-to-back World Championships, but it was unable to get the 3P.
Yeah, Annihilate, of course, one of the strongest Pokemon ever. I had that in my predictions as well, but we actually did pretty good, which isn't always the case. It's always the trainers that are doing awesome, but it's nice to see the caster predictions go kind of well for us as well.
And definitely, and that's, you know, just a really cool part here of Pokemon Go, because you can just build your team however you would like to and try to make the synergies work. They might not make sense on their own, but paired with certain Pokemon, you got the Hisuian Electro paired with the Shadow Hippowdon, maybe something no one ever thought of, and maybe the only team with those specific 2 Pokemon combinations is what makes certain Pokemon unleash their true potential.
I think as well throughout this 2026 season, we've seen so many different archetypes rise to the top as different, you know, meta evolutions come through, and we are in that forever forward meta, and this is kind of the end point that we've been able to achieve. We only got a glimpse at the Turin event very at the end of the summer, and now to be able to be here at Worlds and see how it has evolved over time has been incredible. Going into the next season, things are completely going to change.
The end of the 2026 season, I think, was a very special one, as we had a lot of trainers being able to win first-time events. We had Arrow winning in Los Angeles, Caspian Pike, who had a great performance at Worlds, winning in Indianapolis, and then the crowning jewel of the 2026 season, Hiromaru, in his first ever Worlds, able to take home the crown and be crowned our 2026 world champion.
I think 2026, the story has been ascension, just as it was in the regional championships, in some international championships as well. We're won by some dominant trainers, but here in the world championships, a trainer that we haven't seen before from a region we're not as familiar with, but these Japanese trainers pulled off 2 of the top 3 of the Pokemon World Championships and had 8 of the remaining 32 in day number 2.
And speaking of regions we're not very familiar with, that makes it, including this year's World Championships, 3 years in a row that APAC as a whole has taken the World Championship title. Ending with Yakai in 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii from Hong Kong. And then we got Beelzebub from India last year in Anaheim. And this year we have Hiromaru from Japan. They have way less tournaments, way less chances to qualify, but that means that everyone that comes out of those regions are absolute monsters at the game, and definitely a region that if you didn't respect it for, you better respect next year.
I feel like you've just thrown the challenge gauntlet down for all of the other regions going into the 2027.
Yeah, we got to pick it up.
Yeah, like, come on, guys, step up your game. What are you doing over here? I think that's one of the nice things, though, is at the end of the season, yes, it's the end of one era, but it's the start of a new one as well. And for a lot of trainers watching that particular game and the tournament all weekend long, they're going to be inspired. Whether they're a veteran of the competition or maybe a new viewer tuning into Pokemon Go for the very first time, hopefully we're going to see the game grow and grow.
Well, to that point, we are ending the era a little bit for Pokemon Go Championship Series, where we've had 5 of the individual World Championships. But next year, we're going to have some Team Pokemon Go World Championships. And I believe we are ready to head over to TCG, so let's get onto the stage.
Two titles down, 2 more to go. Our next title has challenged our trainers to adapt, innovate, and outplay the competition. And now, 3 more names will join the ranks of those imprinted upon the banners above. Everybody, it is time for our Pokemon trading card game finalists.
The perfect math, a 2-0 win. Double KO on both the Draclo in about 5 minutes flat. The final piece of the puzzle, and that is too much.
A punk helmet, because why not?
That's a KO on Enzoroark. We retreat, we gust, we KO, we win. He's going to
Contact his boss's orders!
Contact the boss! He's going to KO with Moltres! He's absolutely stunned!
It seemed like she had no way back.
It's so hard to get to this point.
As we head into a 3rd and deciding game.
He's going to extend the hand here.
A miracle run continues.
It seems the inevitable is coming.
Oh,
That's it. Boss's orders, KOs.
We are going to a game 3. This is Henry's last stand. There's the handshake. And Diego Capturaga is back. If Andrew Hedrick finds boss's orders, he will win the game.
Now an opportunity to become world champion.
Everyone at home, everyone in the Chase Center, are you ready to meet your TCG Junior finalists? First up, you saw him rocking the pillar at NAIC, and now he's come to make his mark on the World Championship stage. Give it up for Luke Giffen. Next up, you've seen him as the victor of the Japan Championship Series, and now looking to take off against a new rival. Everybody give a warm welcome to Araki Yuta! All right, Luke, it wasn't that long ago that we saw you competing at NAIC, getting that victory. How have things changed for you as a competitor from then until now?
Not much.
Allá.
Found a new deck and played it a lot.
Reps are very important. So something to look forward to. All right, Yuta. You've been playing for
Encontré un deck y le di duro.
You're coming to us after winning the JCS. How have you been preparing to make your debut on a stage like this?
ゆうたくんはポケモンカードを始めてまだ4年目になりますけど、世界大会に来てどのような準備をしましたか
？PTCGL のオンライン大会
¿Cuándo
に出た
PTCG?
り、知り合った仲間とか友達とかとたくさん練習しました。
I enter tournaments and play with friends and practice.
Lots of reps.
Sí.
Practice, practice, practice.
Sí.
That's what it takes to make a hero.
Tenemos Dragapult contra Dragapult.
But it is time for you to make your way to your battle stations and get our TCG finals started.
Caminen, caminen, hijos.
Two of the world's best competitors in the juniors division fighting to see who will be this year's.
¿El vicio de las cartas te emociona? ¿Le sabes? Así nos puedes ir contando cómo están estos decks. Es Dragapult Dunsparce y Dragapult Dunsparce. ¿Cuáles son las diferencias entre cada uno? Si le sabes, contanos. A ver, explícanos un poco de este Mirror Match. ¿Qué hace la diferencia Dunsparce con Dunsparce?
It is always about which variant you are going to bring to the tournament, and it seems that both of our competitors have decided to go two separate ways.
That is the versatility, of course, of Dragapult EX, the most powerful EX Pokemon many would consider in the format. It's all about that Phantom Dive attack, dealing damage to the active Pokemon while spreading damage counters onto the bench. Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, to the TCG portion of tonight's championship. My name is Ethan Heggie. Emily Foreman is joining me. And what a match and what a plethora of matches we have in store for you all today.
If it's one thing that is for certain, you just never know what you're going to sit across from in the Pokemon trading card game. Over the past season, we've seen plenty of decks take home the gold.
¿Cómo se puede? Vamos, mija, tranquila, bajale.
Different decks really kind of rise to the top. So I'm interested
Está nerviosa.
to see two of our competitors who are champions in their own right, who is going to come out on top of the world.
It is a battle of North America up against Japan, two national champions.
¿A qué le vamos, señores? ¿Le vamos a Yuta o le vamos a Luke?
As you see, a lot of Dragapult in this in this bracket.
Le vamos a Yuta para hacer el sweep japonés.
Down to Michael in that mirror match. Yuta.
Glorioso Japón.
Against Bosen Chang. They meet now in the finals.
It's so interesting to see which variants of Dragapult really come to the top of the meta at a time, because there are so many micro decisions and micro thinking that you can really do. I mean, technically, they all kind of counter each other in some sort of way here. So I'm excited to see Luke return to the stage here, but of course, Yuta as well, a very well-known junior in Japan.
Both have put a lot of time into this deck. Talk to them a little bit before the match today. Essentially playing Dragapult for the end of the season. Those repetitions are going to come in extremely important for this mirror match. You can see who is predicting on each side, and it looks like
La mayoría está diciendo que Utah.
Most representatives, but Emily, you are one of Luke's supporters here today.
Well, I gotta tell you why, Ethan. And it's because I looked back on Luke's tournament, and I did see that Utah had actually taken a loss to Dragapult the Dunsparce a little bit earlier in the round. So I am going off of that knowledge, but I think for you, Ethan, you're gonna go based off of the matchup, and Dusknoir is going to have a lot to say about the Dunsparce.
It's so hard to pick one of these trainers. I wish I could put that logo right in the middle today. Either champion is fine, and that is definitely the case. That Dusknoir's Cursed Blast ability, 100% something to keep in this matchup. Players, get ready, get
Perdón, pensé que estaba diciendo que se hacía 100 daño con habilidad. Yo decía, what the fuck?
Match, a lot of key factors going into this matchup.
And truly, it is champion versus champion. As you can check out the accomplishments here on the
Ya más tiempo Utah sigue haciendo cosas.
champion and NAIC champion Luke is on a roll to claim his third champion title.
Miren qué raro tomado.
The same season, still looking on over to Utah as well. The JCS champion, the champion of Japan, is here. It is a star-studded finals, Ethan.
On a direct course to who will become this year's champion. As you mentioned, Dragapult EX in both players' deck, with using that the Dunsparce runaway draw to provide a bit of consistency, and there are
¿A quién le van ustedes, chat?
can do by benching that Pokemon repeatedly throughout the course of the game.
One of the Pokemon that I think everybody in the trading card game really truly loves to see hit the bench is going to be that Badoo, and starting to use Itchy Pollen to lock off a lot of these items. So it's really about who wants to go first, who wants to go second, who essentially has the better setup here, because once Badoo comes into play, Ethan, a lot of engines stop running.
Sí, cabal.
Definitely
Llega
an
Voodoo y
important
se acabó el
factor.
juego.
Lily's Determination, a supporter card that since its release has warped the metagame to be a popular and heavily relied on inclusion. That's another card that if either of those players can consistently evolve into their Tricloak and cycle through their deck with that card, they're going to have a lot easier of a time setting up.
And while these players are definitely playing different archetypes of Dragapult, I'm not going to talk about it just yet, but things like A-Spec, that one of card in the deck that you can play to really turn the tides, has been different for both players. So I am very excited to see when certain things are going to drop down.
Two similar decks, but two very different backgrounds for these players. Testing in different regions, playing different formats, different tournament structures. Those differences can be advantages for both players given the circumstance.
So excited to see Luke again here up on the stage. He masterfully won Grand Finals in
Al chile este look se mira como que tiene potencial de ser un ultra crack cuando esté más grande.
Has been released between NAIC and World, and that is Pitch Black, and it seems to just not have too much of a meta turn, at least on our juniors division here.
Talked about the A-Spec as we're setting up. Definitely important thing to mention. Most of these Dragapult EX decks consistently playing that unfair stamp card. It's an excellent disruption tool. Run me through the A-Spec that Luke has decided to play this weekend.
Well, Luke has definitely gotten a little bit tricky with his A-Spec, and it is going to be the Hero's Cape. Now, Dragapult already has above 300 hit points, but Hero's Cape is actually going to give an extra 100 HP to this Dragapult, and especially within the Dragapult mirror, Ethan, where there are damage counters flying left and right. Both players are going to be starting to set up multi-prize knockout turns. It's really important for Luke to protect these multi-prize knockouts from
Si le sabe shuffle, ¿eh?
No tool
bien.
over on Utah's side, nothing like a tool scrapper or jamming tower. So once that Hero's Cape comes down, they make things tricky for you to be able to deal with that Pokemon. There's so much damage that flies back and forth. Speaking of which, we cannot go without talking about Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain.
Yeah, I've already talked about Badoo, so why not mention Badoo's best friend, and that
Sí,
is
Monkey
Monkey
Dory
Dory,
es
who has been meta
cosa
ever
seria.
since the card has come into our game. Essentially can take these damage counters that you receive from Dragapult's Phantom Dive and send them back. Not only can you use
O sea, que
it
sé que son sleeves nuevas para este juego. Sí, ¿verdad?
tend to use it a little bit
Tienen que
more
estar
often.
recién esliviadas, digo yo.
We want to see these players set up multi-prize knockouts and then use something like an unfair stam to try and
En Pokémon hay doble
so they
sleeve.
can't draw
O es solo una.
Did talk about the Pitch Black expansion. No super important archetypes, of course.
No sé si está así. Creo que sí lo permite la regla de la doble sleeve, ¿verdad?
Big major card that we are
¿Quién era el que no era Yugi el que no permitía doble sleeve?
It is that special red card. In fact, both players playing that extra form of hand disruption. It's going to be even more important on Luke's side since he does not have that unfair stamp.
We did have rotation.
A ver, Sosori, vos que estuviste, que viste el de Yugi, ¿qué tal estuvo en cuestiones de producción el evento o estuvo igual de feo que siempre?
Which shuffles your player's hand to the bottom of the deck, and then you draw as many.
Sí, porque mira, o sea, mira este escenario, ¿ves?
Different with that special red card here. So I'm excited to see when those are going to come into play, because once again, it is very, very important to find.
Talk about the coin flip. These first couple of turns, so crucial for the setup. Does a player find that Badu on turn 1? How consistently do the energy cards come into play? And one more fact to always think about. How does the energy stick in play? Neither of these players are playing a card like Crushing Hammer. We see how impactful that card can be in the mirror match. These players are going to be feeling a little bit more comfortable spreading their energy out, maybe committing to that Monkey Dory a bit earlier than usual.
On a normal day, Dragapult players would love to go second, even though
Igual que feo que siempre, la verdad que eso sí, el trofeo está hermoso y la mercancía igual. Sí, eso es, o sea, no es feo, así de espantoso, ¿va? Pero la producción sí, creo que siempre he pensado que sí podrían mejorarla, podrían hacer un poco mejor. No pueden hacer cosas entretenidas como mira con Pokémon, mira el stage, todo. No, obviamente no tienen el dinero de Pokémon, pero pues...
Players eager and anxious to set up. Draw their opening hands, and a basic Pokemon to put into play to start. Looks like a few options.
Es que Yugi siempre es la misma, tiene una aura por ganar, pero los eventos son una mierda aburridos. Ajá, sí. Les falta producción. Mira, cosas así es como, nen, qué cool, ¿ves? Uy, sus dos racks.
Both players struggling right off the gate.
Those are the consistency cards that Ethan and I are talking about that are key to this Dragapult deck when the inevitable
Se fue Dracloak y Rodonsphere, está...
to hit and everyone. There are Pokemon trainers from all over the world today.
¿Y fue Mirror Match la final o fue Kultun contra quién?
First partner Pokemon, or you've taken your first steps onto Victory Road, you are about to be a part of history. So San Francisco, are you ready to grab your trading card game champion?
¿Cuántos viewers tiene ahorita este? 21,000 viewers en este y en este otro 265.
With the Pokepad and immediately going to get the bad news that Itchy Pollen will not be an option for him in game 1.
Empezando con Monkey Dory y el otro por lo menos ya medio va queriendo.
As that opening prize check is very important here, and get to see the rest of the hand, Ethan. But as long as there's at least that energy attachment of that fire energy, can't be too bad.
Ahí está el time, son 75 minutos.
Supporter card. We've seen that in Alakazam as a consistent way to get Pokemon into play. It's great in this Dragapult deck. Get those Dreepy, get the Dracloak evolved using Recon Directive to add some consistency to
otro Dreepy.
Grab Dreepy, put it into play, and start to develop the board.
While Utah has done a great job of grabbing the Dreepy, we have to talk about the secondary engine that this deck is technically playing, and that is going to be this Dusknoir line, that's Cursed Blast, and Utah not showing it already means that
a mí no me gusta cuando das el deck y en lugar de cortarlo le hacen shuffle. Nunca me ha gustado la idea de que le hagan shuffle a mi deck. Yo quiero que lo corten, no que le hagan shuffle.
Action on Luke.
Cuando me dan a mí, yo no les hago shuffle, yo lo corto. A lo mucho dos veces, pero no me gusta hacerle todo el shuffle.
Available the Buddy Poffin to kick turn off. Start to see some Dreepy come into play, and even considering immediately Badu as a disruptive option.
A lot of the times, players really want to conserve their energy attachments. Different variations of Dragapults really love to have that energy acceleration with something like a Blaziken EX, but none of these Pokemon are actually in the deck here, so these energy attachments are actually very important. But the thing is, for Luke, Ethan, the moment that he sees that there is no Badu on Utah's side, he really just wants to stop the engine before it keeps going.
Item cards, such a heavy reliance for this deck. Pokepad finds Dracloak, Dracloak finds more cards, and once that ball starts rolling, it's really hard to stop. But if you can get in the way, disrupt the setup even just a little bit, the tides start to turn and the floodgates can easily open.
The only problem with this deck search for Luke here is that, as a reminder, there are
¿Sacó el Buddy de una vez? Ah, no. Sí, sacó el Buddy de una vez. Quiere dejarlo quieto.
There are no rare candies to get straight into Dragapult from here, so it's going to be the energy attachment onto the Monkey Dory and the Pokepad as well to find that one of two copies of Dracloak in the deck.
Sí.
Fearing Itchy Pollen as an option, wants to play those item cards before they are potentially shut off. But no supporter card in hand for Luke. The hand is looking pretty weak. Otherwise, Pheasantipity can't use that until a knockout is taken. We will see the first.
Si es que el Budio, el ataque es de, no, de cero energía, ven. Qué loquera que tenga un ataque de cero energía.
To use that runaway draw and draws a couple of more cards here. Passing back on over to Yuta's turn, and there's that Dawn that you were talking about, Ethan. Gonna finally be able to at least set up a little bit of a part of the Duskull line, but also grab that key Dracloak here.
And immediately thinking towards the next turn. No supporter card in the hand. Energy, item, stadium, none of those super impactful. Wants to grab that Meowth EX so he can use that last-ditch catch ability on the following turn to find a supporter like Lily's Determination.
And 8 cards is definitely what Yuta wants to find. I mean, granted, off of this Recon Directive...
Shuffle your hand to your deck, then draw 6 cards. If you have exactly 6 prize remaining, draw 8 cards instead. Oh, está buena.
It is a very good card. You are able to go find a supporter, but the problem is it only has 170 hit points. It is very susceptible to a Dragapult Phantom Dive. It is going to stay on the bench for the rest of the game.
Sí, el otro lo dejas ahí, no pasa nada. No te urge evolucionar al que tenés activo.
Very good options, but
a Recon Directive. Once in your turn, you can look at the top 2 cards of your deck and put one of them in your hand, or the other card in the bottom of your deck.
Almost ready to go for the following turn. Risky Ruins comes down, meaning any Pokemon that are put into play from this point will have 2 damage counters placed on them. See what the rest of the hand looks like. Big Recon Director for Luke. Can he find some sort of help?
2 de damage está
brutal. Lily's Determination, a huge find off these 2 cards.
That's exactly what you want to see if you are Luke, but let's talk about that Risky Ruins, Ethan. It is a very important key card here in this matchup. If you have any Pokemon that you place onto the field, if it is not a Dark-type Pokemon, it gets 2 damage counters. And the thing is, we already talked about this in our kind of pre-match conversation. Monkey Dory loves to see those damage counters all ready to go to send them back to the other side.
The Dark Energy already in play means those counters can be moved over to another Pokemon. You kind of get in this weird spot where Monkey Dory moves the damage counters over one turn, and then the other player's Monkey Dory moves it back and forth. There's that Dunsparce you were talking about, Emily. Now looking for energy cards. Cannot evolve that Dreepy since it came into play this turn, and immediately evolving into the Dunsparce, using that runaway draw, looking for some help. Item cards are online for Luke. There was not an Itchy Pollen played back. Now we'll see Buddy Puffin re-grab Dunsparce and potentially another Dreepy.
This is exactly what you want to do if you are Luke. You have to look on the side of Yuta here and know that there's only going to be one Dragapult in play. So why not get every single engine that you have in the deck up and running right now here? But the question is, Ethan, I mean, Luke has prized 2 Dracloaks here. Wouldn't he want to find at least one more?
Definitely an option for the following turn. See an energy play down.
Bueno, está
see the Monkey Dory use that Adrenabrain to start 2 damage counters from Dreepy, moved onto the opposing Dracloak. Now just considering how else to play the turn. Preemptively playing Pokepad, preparing for potential Itchy Pollen shenanigans for the future.
Search deck for a Pokemon that doesn't have a rule
first with that Dragapult EX and energy already being in the hand.
What's really unfortunate for Luke here is that there are 2 damage counters very keyly on that Dreepy that came down on this turn. So Phantom Dive
Ahora turno de Yuta. Ay, no he visto que la luz de cada lado se ilumina más cuando está en su turno.
Yuta can very well either take the next Dreepy or even that draw engine of the Dunsparce, excuse me, for next turn.
This is a big decision with Meowth EX. Does Yuta want to set up the board or play something like the Lily's Determination or get aggressive? Use boss's orders, KO that Dracloak as well as the Dreepy on the bench. And immediately you see, put to the top of the deck, Yuta wants to get aggressive in this mirror match.
Part of the reason why Yuta is playing this Dusk Noir line is to get aggressive. Most of the time when you have Duskulls and Dusk Noirs, you use them to spread these damage counters so you can just destroy your opponent's side of the board. And while, yes, I mean, not much else to go with alongside on Yuta's side here, taking at least the big draw engine off the board and leaving Luke having to find a way to get these Dreepy back, it's the only way for him to go.
And importantly, will not be threatened on the following turn from a Phantom Dive. Luke is not playing any cards like
tenemos
to
ya
evolve Pokemon up
Dragapult.
and skip that stage of evolution. Here we go. Yuta playing the boss's orders, brings up Dracloak, Phantom Dive, taking 2 prize cards, knocking out the Dracloak, Dreepy, and leaving Luke with a poor board.
Only has 1 Budew, a Dunsparce, and a Dreepy to go. And you can imagine, Ethan, that Dracloak might be seeing a boss's orders next. At this point for Yuta,
Agarró
absolutely
energía
get
básica y un
aggressive as
Pokepass.
well. While being under item lock for sure this turn, it might be the fact that he's already really far ahead. So unless Luke, I was about to say, evolves this Dunsparce, we could potentially see another 2 prize knockout this turn.
This is so risky to use Itchy Pollen on the active. It would bring Dragapult EX up to 3 damage counters on it. And if Yuta can find a Monkey Dory plus Dark Energy of his own, that Venstracloak is in a world of hurt.
It's not exactly what you want to see if you're Luke. And let's go back a couple turns, Ethan. I mean, Yuta was very, very far behind, had only half of the Pokemon he wants to see out on the field. And now Luke only having 1 Dracloak to really work with now.
Will play Buddy Buddy Puff and look through the deck. There is 1 Dreepy remaining, so can place that down. And this risky ruin from Yuta is putting in so much work.
Exactly what you want to see if you are on Yuta's side here, but ooh.
Okay, from the top rope, Xerosix Machinations comes down, now forces Yuta to only keep 3 cards in his hand and discard the rest. Does get to choose. Look at this spot. Luke can discard some resources. Now, if Yuta wanted to try and play a supporter card to find the Monkey Dory Dark Energy, it may become a little bit too difficult.
And doesn't also very keenly have a Dracloak in play just yet either. So that draw engine that Dracloak provides with Recon Directive is actually not in play just yet. So the question is, what is going to be prioritized? Just keeping the consistency cards or finding a way to get that Dracloak for next turn?
Now, Yuta did take 2 prize cards on the previous turn, so we'll have access to those cards taken out of the prize cards. You see a lot of item cards
Mira qué bonito el
Yuta may be
stage.
thinking about in this spot.
Qué lindura
What
el
cards will I be able
escenario.
to play on the following turn? Is my opponent going to use Itchy Pollen on my active? Are they going to try and play around Monkey Dory? But even if you don't use Itchy Pollen, there is still 2 damage counters on that active. You'd have to use your own Monkey Dory to move that counter off.
Like you had said, Ethan, there are a ton of item cards within this hand for Yuta to get those Duskulls set up. And the problem is, I feel like Luke is just going to have to Itchy Pollen again, unfortunately, as you pointed out already. Now, the thing is, Monkey Dory, with that energy onto it, is now going to finally come into play. We are going to see some mind bend shenanigans. If Yuta wants to attack next turn, he's just going to have to flip heads for it.
Needs to buy some time, and this is a great way to do so. Mind bend 60 damage to the active, but more importantly, confusing this Dragapult EX. If Yuta wants to use Phantom Dive this turn, we'll have to flip a coin. If heads, it will go through as normal, but if he flips tails, not only does the attack fail, but he'll deal 30 damage to itself.
320 de HP es una loquera.
Is going to be able to get this Dracloak out from the deck to use Recon Directive. I don't believe Yuta kept a supporter in hand, so ideally this Recon Directive should give him potentially a Lily's Determination to refresh the hand. But more importantly, Ethan, where are these Duskulls?
Currently missing in action. Yuta would love to see those come down. Now, having Duskull in play early on in the game is a huge advantage. 60 HP means a Phantom Dive can directly take a KO on that Pokemon. You've always got to be careful about how many prize cards you're giving up compared to the threat. So here we go, 2 cards. And look at that, Lily's Determination. 2 options for both players now off of these crucial Recon Directive abilities.
Gotta feel good if you're Yuta, especially because Yuta is not under item lock anymore at this point. So a very fresh 6 cards, unfortunately, for Yuta, because has already taken some prize cards, so Lily's determination will only give him 6 instead of 8, but still, I'm sure that is a very welcome 6 cards.
Just thinking about how to approach the turn, it's going to be an energy attachment to the active. You are seeing that correct, ladies and gentlemen. Dragapult does only need 2 energy cards to use
Con
Phantom
ese Lily,
Dive.
a ver si
However,
consigue.
very scared of what this confusion could do to Dragapult EX if he goes for a powerful attack. Wants to
Su
play
dos
safe and maybe retreat this Pokemon to the bench.
But what do you retreat into, Ethan? You have your draw engine up and running finally, but you also have a Pokemon that gives over 2 prizes, and that would even up the prize
Sí,
race
cabal.
for Luke. So I'm interested to see what Yuta is going to retreat into. Maybe his own Monkey Dory, if he were able to find it?
Badu could definitely be valuable, but it's in the prize cards. It's unavailable. We'll have to go into the tank and think a bit about what is the best grab. 6 cards from Lily's Determination, drawn off of the top of the deck. We have seen the energy attachment for turn. Looking potentially for the Duskull, as you mentioned, another Dreepy. It's going to take a look at the discard pile, see what resources have been played on Luke's side. Looks like a Night Stretcher. That's, of course, a powerful recovery card. There are 3 in Luke's deck, which is slightly above the average, especially without playing Dusknoir.
And what's really important about Luke and his deck list from what we were talking about a little bit earlier, Luke has not revealed that Hero's Cape yet. Traditionally in Dragapults love to play that unfair stamp as an
Creo que
ace
Yuta está un
but
poco trabado
actually
aquí,
still
¿no?
concealing it here.
No
Maybe
tiene
let's get
mucho.
into Dragapult first and use something like a Crispin to accelerate energy before slapping the Hero's Cape onto his Dragapult and having over 400 hit points.
That is the difficulty of both ace specs in the deck. Super powerful, but also very difficult to find. You need to get a bit lucky at times, draw into them off Lily's Determination, something like Flip the Script, or of course, Recon Directive. There are games that can happen in the Pokemon TCG where you look through so much of your deck, but you're unable to find that powerful ace spec, and it can definitely change the tides of battle.
Risky Ruins
Bajo los
still
otros
in
dos
play as
Drippys,
well. And this Risky
con
Ruins
su
has been
daño
here
de
essentially, I
las
believe, since turn
ruinas.
1 or 2 even. So these damage counters are still very much
Okay,
down here.
un
But
Duskull,
finally,
por
a
fin.
Duskull found for Yuta can absolutely line up a Curse Blast turn.
Oreo.
That is now the question at hand. What does Yuta want to retreat into? That Duskull does seem like a decent option. Of course, Cursed Blast KOs itself to put damage counters on the opponent's Pokemon, but it also would be in range of an easy prize thanks to Mind Bend. It looks like the Dreepy will be promoted. That also would be KO'd from Mind Bend. Really just thinking that Dusclops or Dusknoir down the line could be a key to victory.
This is a massive turn for Luke if he is able to fire off all of these cards. Just as a reminder, everybody, there is still 2 Dracloaks in the prizes for Luke, so he's really kind of needing to work with the Dunsparce and the Dunsparce as much as possible. These are the only 2 Dracloaks. The problem is, if you were to evolve up into Dragapult EX, you're essentially losing one of those draw engines. But still, let's see what Lily's Determination is going to give Luke, because that's a massive 8 cards.
Luke now with a lot of options at his disposal. What is the best approach, do you think, for him to end this turn? What attack or Pokemon should be up in that active spot?
Just doesn't feel comfortable, right? Because the supporter for turn was the Lily's Determination instead of Crispin. So while, yes, Luke is able to use Mind Bend to have another knockout, essentially, onto Yuta's side, maybe it's okay to put Badu front at this point? It's really hard to say.
That Monkey Dory just so valuable once it has a dark energy on it. See Recon Directive number 1 and number 2. Already a Dragapult EX in the hand, so we'll see that Psychic Energy grab. No, just wants to get double Dragapult. That is an important thing in this matchup. Recon Directive, while so valuable, Dracloak is so frail compared to that Dragapult EX.
What I am worried about, Ethan, going into this next turn, while yes, Itchy Pollen is a great attack here, you have to wonder if Luke is considering evolving up into the Dragapult EX to try and protect the draw engine, but still Itchy Pollen here. Let's see if Yuta's going to at least have the energy to retreat to start launching the Phantom Dive once more.
Lily's Determination found yet again, and the rest of the hand very weak. Just going to use the Recon Directive and that assist from Lily's Determination will draw Yuta another 6 cards. Those cards being shuffled back in, randomized through the deck. see if there are some key pieces found for Yuta on this turn.
And you want to talk about key pieces. That Duskull is now ready to evolve. I believe Yuta showed just a little bit earlier that he does play a rare candy and does play 2 in the list here. So if he were to be evolving up into the Dusclops, could potentially take one of the Draclocks onto the bench, give a knockout here, and then taking 2 more prizes.
Es que sin el otro poner ningún EX en el campo todavía es como tienes que
Dusclops with 90
sufrirla
HP
todavía.
would require something like Monkey Dory to put it in range, which we do already see in play. And Dusclops really wants to get into the fray. Says hello from the shadows onto the top of the deck. We'll see everything get re-randomized again and get ourselves back underway.
Yeah, the flying out of the deck, right? I mean, Yuta did not have that in the beginning of the game. No Duskulls down. And now actually has a full board ready to go to start sifting through here. So Recon Directive and the rest of the hand, like you said, even wasn't giving him much before, but I don't think it's giving him much now either.
Did find that Dusclops be kept into the hand. Evolving it up, still has those 2 damage counters on it. And now the consideration for Yuta. What is the attack of choice? Is there an energy card in hand? This Dragapult EX with 200 HP remaining is in perfect range of a boss's orders KO, and after a slow start, Luke has an opportunity to capitalize.
This needs to be a massive turn for Luke, especially because of that 1 damage counter sitting on that Dracloak, Ethan. Dusclops is currently sitting at 70 hit points. So if Luke is able to get into Dragapult EX, find a Psychic Energy, not only can he knock out this active Dreepy with Phantom Dive, he can also take that looming threat of Dusclops off the board as well. There's the Crispin, does also have the Hero's Cape. Is the final piece of Dragapult there?
Crispin definitely an option, and this is where the crossroads can feel overwhelming for Dragapult EX. A knockout, always nice onto multiple Pokemon. You've got to be thinking about the energy cards in play. That Dragapult EX is the immediate threat. What should Luke do in this spot? Should he go after that Dragapult, or should he just take the guaranteed 2 prize cards?
It might just be you're already a little bit far behind. You mentioned this a little bit earlier, Ethan, that Dusclops technically does give you a prize card here, but the prize mapping is also really important as well. Double checking that he wants to take that boss's orders, like you alluded to just a little bit earlier, could potentially take a Dracloak as well. There's a lot of Pokemon on the bench with 70 hit points here, but like you said, as long as that Monkey Dory has the Dark Energy onto it, he can get anything done. But there's that Crispin here, finds that missing energy piece here. Let's see if he's going to be able to get it done.
2 different energy types found from the deck. 1 attached directly to a Pokemon, and that does not count as your energy attachment for turn. Can only play 1 from your hand, and this is how the deck is able to fire off Phantom Dive attacks from essentially out of nowhere.
I think what Luke has done also really well is keep that Dragapult EX on Yuta's side in mind. It does have 200 hit points remaining, but this is the board that you love to see, Ethan. With that Risky Ruins in play, there's some automatic damage counters that are already now in play for Monkey Dory to send back over onto Yuta's side. And there it is, the big reveal, Hero's Cave. That is a very, very brave Dragapult.
Brings Dragapult EX up to essentially 420 hit points. Dragapult EX strikes back with a Phantom Dive, KOs the Dreepy, KOs the Cursed Blast Dusclops, and leaves Yuta in a spot where he has to work to get himself back in this game.
And what Luke has done extremely well is he set up that Dragapult that's about to come into the active spot and be the attacker. Already has 200 hit points remaining here, and that Dracloak as well with the 30 hit points on it too. Both of them actually have some damage onto it, but still, I mean, Luke has set up double Monkey Dory. This is exactly what you want to see, and thanks to Crispin making it all possible.
Ese Dustar,
pero
Dusclops si lo dejabas ahí,
al
otro no te sacaba otro prize. Sí, tenías que bajarlo.
We are seeing the impact of Monkey Dory with Luke having double Monkey Dory set up and a bit of support from Dunsparce and Dracloak. We now get into the middle to late game where stability is the #1 factor.
Let's talk about the prize map here, especially if
lados.
Yuta were to use Phantom Dive into this active Dragapult here. Double Monkey Dory means that at least 6 damage counters are able to be thrown back to the other side of the board. You gotta look at it here, right? Dragapult only has 190 hit points remaining. Then Double Monkey Dory Adrenabrain sends 6 damage counters already over to the damaged Drakloak, and then those 6 remaining damage counters that Phantom Dive has yet to use will go on the final one. That could be a 4-prize turn.
Sí.
Time will tell. So we get into this game immediately. Pheasantipity EX placed into play. We'll see that flip the script ability, drawing 3 cards because one of Yuta's Pokemon were knocked out on the previous turn. Now just deciding how to sequence this turn. Do you play item cards to find Pokemon out of the deck? But that would shuffle the deck, meaning those cards placed on the bottom from previous Recon Directive abilities would be shuffled back and the order of the deck would change.
Thing is, both players are still also at 4 prize cards here, and I feel like now that special red card has been brought into our game, a lot of players are playing very masterfully around it. Special red card only turns on if your opponent does have 3 prize cards left. So honestly, Yuta just using it as Ultra Ball fodder at this point because Luke still sitting at 4 prizes with a very, very set up board.
And Yuta has a solid response on deck. Monkey Dory from the Ultra Ball put into hand has yet to attach an energy card for turn. And I see what is maybe the most powerful card in the game right now, Unfair Stamp in the hand. Will this be the turn that Yuta wants to play that powerful ace spec?
You might have to, but still though, what I really want to see Yuta target down is going to be that Dunsparce on Luke's side here. We talked about draw engines a little bit earlier, and while having Drakloak is great, having to Dunsparce and Runaway Draw is even better. Sift into 3 more cards here, so Yuta has a very big decision, right? Can move some of these damage counters over to
Es
the
el juego
Drakloak.
1 todavía, ya llevan la mitad del
I
tiempo.
think the Dunsparce might be a little bit better.
It's tough. The Dunsparce draws more cards, but you have to reset it up every turn. And once that Drakloak evolves into Dragapult EX, it becomes even more difficult to KO. We see the end game for this deck lots of time looks like Monkey Dory, as many as possible, and 2 Dragapult EX to force your opponent to take difficult prize cards. It does feel that that Drakloak just is a looming threat down the line and something that needs to be taken care of this turn.
It is so hard to say what Yuta should do. There are tons of paths, and that is the big thing about the Pokemon trading card game. We call it sequencing, making sure that you're doing things in the correct order because certain decisions on turn 2, for example, can really affect you even in those final tense moments.
Looks like everything is back in order. Recon Directive number 1. You'll choose 1 card. One of those was the Dawn. It is going to be the Psychic Energy. That's not quite the Dark Energy that Yuta is looking for, but instead going to commit to a Dragapult EX down the line, so Yuta does not need to rely off of a supporter card like Crispin or Rosa's Encouragement.
A little bit worried about these Drakloaks sitting on the bench for Yuta as well. Does at least have a Dragapult EX in
Pues tiene que
hand.
pensar bien, tiene que jugar bien despacio para asegurarse que todo lo esté haciendo bien.
With that Drakloak on the bench can at least evolve.
Porque una jugadita queda sin cuidado y ya
A
perdió.
little bit more help to work with.
Luke lo tiene amarrado, lo tiene
Spot
contra la
for
esquina.
Yuta. Luke is threatening game in 2 turns with a knockout on Dragapult EX and a knockout on that Meowth or Pheasantipity. So Yuta may have to ask himself, what Pokemon assists my opponent the most to getting to that winning board state? Going to evolve up into Dragapult EX to protect that Pokemon, give it a bit more HP, and there is the Team Rocket's Watchtower. Now all colorless Pokemon in play do not have abilities. Boss's orders to combo with that. Drakloak is going to be KO'd, and there is a timed Unfair Stamp, forcing Luke to just 2 cards in his hand.
This is exactly what you want to see if you are Yuta, shutting off this engine. And Ethan, this Team Rocket's Watchtower has become a very big favorite for a lot of decks. A lot of the times players are really thinking about shutting something off like Mega Kangaskhan, but it actually also not only shut off Meowth EX, but it also does shut off that full engine of Dunsparce. So one big thing is Monkey Dory was pulled, but it wasn't actually benched here. So I'm wondering if Yuta is really respecting Double Monkey Dory on Luke's side.
5 cards drawn. Of course, have seen the supporter card played for turn and that boss's orders. There is Monkey Dory for future turns. Does not have a way to accelerate another energy to it this turn since that Dragapult EX was evolved as well as energy attached to it. But all things considered for Utah is setting up a win potentially down the line. You can take 2 prize
si logra
cards this turn that
sobrevivir.
do with just 30 HP, can be knocked out from
No sé, con
Phantom
esa
Dive.
unfair stamp le dejó solo 2 cartas en la mano, entonces no tiene muchas opciones. Va a depender todo del top de caso.
Boss's orders, Dunsparce not evolving could be the difference maker.
Tendrá que
And
ser
that beautiful
top
line
de
that we
casi
talked about a little bit
sabroso,
earlier with
Luke.
Dumple Monkey Dory taking away both
Pero a lo
Dragapult, that
mucho
is
le está dando pues
essentially
un turno
now
más,
gone
¿me
and shut
entendés?
because of the evolution up into Dragapult here. But another 2 prizes for Utah.
And smartly placing all of the damage counters on Badu, does not want to give Luke any option to
Sí,
Adrenabrain.
Y se lleva a Dracloak y su
What
Budew.
did we find off of that unfair stamp? Just 3 cards in hand. Pokepad can find the Dunsparce at a minimum, giving it that
Sí, pero no tiene
extra
habilidad.
HP would prevent Utah from winning the game on the following turn.
I have a surprise for you, Ethan. I think Luke has the answer to that Team Rocket's watchtower, and it is going to be the Risky Ruins.
Su
Usually
propio
in the
Risky
trading card game,
Ruins.
sometimes we say unfair stamp is a lie, and it certainly is right now, giving Luke a ton of options back that he really, really needed.
3 great cards drawn, Night Stretcher, Psychic Energy, and Lily's Determination. The knockout is lined
Sí, ya
up
perdió.
immediately,
Ganó
and it looks
Luke.
like Utah understands the writing is on the wall. Luke Giffen is going to take game number 1.
Masterful play
Buena,
from Luke,
buena.
setting up not only the Dragapult
Estuvo bueno ese juego. Lo
can't
jugó súper
Double
bien Luke,
Monkey
la verdad.
Dory do? Even if Utah were to
Jugó
attack
a
back
la defensiva
into
cuando tenía
Luke
que hacerlo y
next
que en el momento que
turn,
pudo
Utah
explotar
still
le
has
dio.
those 6 damage
El otro
counters
intentó hacer lo
to
que
throw
pudo,
around,
pero
and
pues
traditionally
a
they
veces
tend to
solo
go
el
on
RNG.
Pokemon like Pheasantipity EX, and all Luke would have to do is find boss's orders to take the game home.
A veces
So
el
watch out
RNG
for
solo es el
Utah
RNG,
to give
solo es
himself
el
a little
RNG.
bit
No hay
more
nada,
time to
nada
really work with
que
here,
puedas hacer
and I
para lidiar
believe
con
he'll
eso.
probably be
Pero
wanting to go second.
con todo y todo estuvo bien manejado.
We saw in game number 1 these 2 different Dragapult EX decks clash in their own unique style for Utah. Going into game number 2, what does he need to do differently, or what cards may he need to have access to fight back and force a game 3?
Maybe a Duskull, Ethan. I mean, let's talk about it. I mean, Utah
Sí, no
had
tuvo su
access
segunda
to
engine
the
para
attacking
nada.
part of
Y,
the deck,
y
but
jugar
truly
sin
did
eso
not
sí le
have
dejó una
access
gran
to the
desventaja,
other
la verdad.
parts. But here are some of those key moments from our game number 1. I mean, that unfair stamp did its job. I mean, it stopped Luke for just 1 turn, but still, when you're able to just find the Pokepad that you have in your hand and the Risky Ruins, everything back online.
A perfect board for Luke at the end of the game. Dragapult EX guaranteed to not be knocked out in 2 attacks. Thanks to that Monkey Dory healing damage off, that was just too much for Utah to handle. As we get into game number 2, see the starting Pokemon for both players. Of course, there are advantages and disadvantages for going first or second in the mirror match. A lot of it comes down to what resources you have at your disposal.
Well, Utah is giving us a show of what a mulligan is. When
le
you
tocó
don't
ser
have
mulligan.
a basic Pokemon to start in your hand, you do get to refresh the hand, shuffle it back into the deck, but you have to give your opponent a card or, 1 card, and,
Una
sometimes
carta
mulligan
extra. Si
5
no sacan
times, you gotta
ningún
give your
Pokémon
opponent
básico,
5 cards.
pueden hacer
Now, I'm
mulligan,
sure
que es
Luke
regresan
loves
toda
to
la
see
mano al deck,
another
hacen
card in his
shuffle,
hand
vuelven a sacar
for that
otras
early
cartas,
step.
pero tu oponente saca una carta adicional.
That is the big factor in this.
Entonces empieza con una carta
Cannot
más que
stress
vos.
it enough. We saw Itchy Pollen do its job in that first game. Utah not having access to it, and it feels like there were a couple of moments where a good timed Itchy Pollen could have gotten Utah back in that game.
Yeah, absolutely. But the problem is, it's just that Luke was way too far ahead. In fact, just had the freedom to continue to set up Monkey Dory. See if Utah's going to have a basic Pokemon to show, and he will.
Sí,
But
ahí
even
está
the
su
rest of the
basic.
hand wasn't looking exactly too good.
There is a supporter card in the hand, so it does seem manageable. A lot will come down to
Este
who
peluche
goes
Kyogre
first
está
in
genial.
this second game. Looks like Utah will... Oh, looks like Luke is starting. So Utah opting to go second in game number 2. And look at that start for Luke. Budu in the active spot and Buddy popping to find these Drapey and put them into play.
We got to get fired up here, everyone in San Fran. If you are cheering for Utah, give him your energy now. But if you're
Wow.
cheering for Luke,
What are these prize cards, Emily? All of the energy acceleration and double Drapey in the prizes.
Oof.
Are you kidding me?
Not
Está
exactly what you
potente.
want to see. I mean, I'm sure Luke was really happy to open that Buddy Buddy Poffin, saying, okay, I can freely get my 2 Dreepy out. Little does he know, or maybe he just had
Pero
that
tiene esos,
wake-up
Dreepy.
call now. Those are the only 2 Dreepy he's going to have access to. So Yuta is going to realize when these Monkey Dories start coming down, that might be the way to go here. But you got to look at the rest of Luke's hand, Ethan. Already has the 2 Dracloak in hand, so even if Yuta were to retreat into Badu and use Itchy Pollen, Luke still at least has an energy and a engine online.
Big turn for Yuta. Item cards certainly going to be shut off on the following turn. Wants to find those powerful Pokemon searching cards. Not as bad as Luke's prizes. Let's make sure we get that straight.
Bro,
But unfair
todos sus
stamp in the
supports.
prizes, definitely a big deal, especially towards the top.
And this is the only copy of Risky Ruins in the list as in the prizes, like you had mentioned, but
Todos
you
están un
called me
poco
out really
fregados
good.
con
There
sus
is at least
prizes.
a Lily's Determination in the hand, and hopefully Yuta is going to be able to either find those Dreepy or find a Buddy Buddy Poffin to start filling up the bench, not only with Dreepy, but hopefully with Duskull this time.
Really looking for those item cards and Pokemon.
Bueno, a ver qué tal se va
More
este.
importantly as well, Dracloak for the following turn, just to look through the deck board, draw more cards, and put
¿Cómo lo ven
together
ustedes,
these
chat?
combo turns on the following turns.
Yeah, but without energy acceleration for Luke is going to have to play very, very carefully here too. Might have to be the one that's attacking early this time to try and sift out those Crispin from the prizes, or at least get something going so that he can find double
So
Monkey
Buddy Buddy
Dory
Poffin.
again. That is a great 8 cards for Yuta.
Almost as good as it gets. Maybe missing a Dracloak guaranteed for the following turn, but we will see the full bench filled up. Double Buddy Buddy Poffin, double Dreepy coming into play, and now the question, Emily, how do you want to fill these last
Otro
two
Body
benches?
Buddy. Oh,
Might
la
have to be
madre.
at least 1 for Duskull or going double Duskull. I mean, your opponent only shows
Los
2
Duskulls,
Dreepy,
ok, ahora está
so
mucho
there is
mejor
a
puesto
very
que
strong
antes.
possibility because Yuta does play Rare Candy, that Rare Candy Dragapult EX and Rare Candy Dusknoir could even wipe the board.
Would have to be on a future turn. That Itchy Pollen shutting off those options. The whole squad is here for Yuta coming into play. Itchy Pollen will strike first, and now Luke, the first player to be unable to play item cards in this match.
As we mentioned, though, a little bit earlier, Ethan,
Nice.
does at least have double Dracloak in hand, so that tends to help you quite a lot here. But see those recon directives going through. Pheasantipity is usually the one that you want to take off. That the Dunsparce EX is actually a really great card for those big basic boxes, but in the mirror, you want to have at least all of the access to the card draw you can find.
Looking at the hand, it's not super strong. No fire energy, no other Pokemon put into play, and more importantly, no supporter card. It's just going to be an Itchy Pollen. Now Yuta allowing himself to start powering up Dreepy, and we'll see another Lily's Determination. No
Otras
ability to
8
use
cartas,
Pokepad or cards like Ultra Ball, needs to directly draw into these Dracloak on this turn.
This is exactly why so many players play 4 copies of this Lily's Determination within their list, because
Sí,
it's really
men,
the
está
main supporter that you wanna
rotísima
see
esa carta.
between turns 1 and
Madres.
3, right? A fresh 8 cards, especially because Dragapult really can take its time setting up all of these damage counters for itself here. So, Yuta, can you find Dracloak with no item access? Big 8 cards, Ethan.
Making sure everything is clear. Let's take a look at the hand, and I see a 1 immediately. Using that recon directive
Dracloak.
right away.
Y el otro ya tiene. Ahí está su.
Other Dracloak in
su
the hand.
Dragapult.
See Ultra Ball go to the bottom of the deck.
Otra Lilies. Ay, rayos, ya tiene el otro turno hecho.
Will just be another Itchy Pollen Badu, slowly making work on the opposing Badu. And here we go. Luke needs some help. Finds fire energy. That means the option is available to use Phantom Dive. We'll decide to keep it. Monkey Dory to the bottom of the deck. 2 more cards from Recon Directive. It's just a Buddy Buddy Poffin that cannot be played on this turn. And now, Emily, do you stay disruptive or go aggressive? It looks like the disruption is preferred in this spot.
You just can't. And the problem is, while Luke is playing Hero's Cape, which does at least buff the hit points for the Dragapult EX, you never want your Dragapult to be taking the first Phantom Dive damage to itself. We saw how Luke utilized that a
Tenías
little
una
bit earlier
psíquica,
to
¿por qué no se
set
le
up those
pusiste al
combo
Dracloak?
turns. So now Yuta is going to be able to find another Lily's Determination. That's 3 out of the 4 in the deck.
Sí,
to find
madre, le
another
está dando
fresh
duro. Lily le está carreando.
Still looking for Dracloak, as well as those Dusclops
¿Qué le va a
to
salir?
evolve and threaten Dusknor on the following turns. When the position to be able to wipe your opponent's attackers off the board is present, the game can get scary very quickly. We'll see, of course, the Recon Directive available for Yuta. Finds 2 Dracloak and
Ahí
a
estamos.
Dusclops. An incredible draw for Yuta, as well as a boss's orders for the following turn.
Not just that, I mean, you have the whole suite available to you as
ya
you
tiene
so
todo el
choose
gang.
to. And while granted, yes, you're under item lock, you can't imagine that Luke is going to keep him under item lock for much longer. Now that Yuta is essentially going to get all 3 Dracloaks this turn and a Dusclops as well.
Damn, ya tiene el Dragapult, ya tiene el Dusclops. Estamos.
The rightmost Dracloak into that Dragapult EX to protect it from being KO'd from boss's orders. And like you mentioned, there is going to be no ability to item lock on Luke's side since Night Stretcher
Ya
cannot
se
recover the
fue,
only Badu
consiguió.
available.
¿Cuál agarró?
That is going to be forcing Luke into a position where he
Agarra la Ultra
has
Ball.
to get aggressive.
Ya, el otro turno puede usar el Ultra Ball porque ya no va a tener el lock de items de Bodu.
The target is sometimes a little bit more difficult to say. There's the boss's orders, just about to talk about it. You definitely want to get those Dusclops and the Dusk Skull out of there.
SNDP
But
para
still, that
hacer
Dragapult is going to be the first one taking some damage.
No
read
more
the
basic
script.
Pokemon found.
Ya tienes
All
el
of the
Dracloak,
Lily's
ya tienes energías. Va a ser Phantom Dive para bajar este
to the hand.
Bodu.
Boss's orders and decides to target down the
Buena
Dusclops
opción, así
and this
acabas con el
Duskull on
Dusclops
the
de una
bench
vez.
to wipe out Curse Blast as a potential option.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Curse Blast does. It essentially weakens down the hit points and allows for Dragapult to be taken out essentially in
Consiguió
one
un
turn.
Pipi y
Granted,
un
that
Monkey Dory. Ya con el
Hero's
Monkey Dory puede
is
empezar a
now
hacer
on the
cosas.
Dragapult EX, but you have to be wondering, Ethan, what is Luke going to do about this damage? I see a Monkey Dory in hand, but where's the energy to go along?
Time will tell on the following turn as Yuta kicks things off.
Te
with a
quedas con el
Recon
Monkey Dory,
Directive
por
and
supuesto que
now
te
play
quedas
those
con el
item
Monkey
cards
Dory.
previously shut off. See Monkey Dory brought to the
otro.
hand. There's a Pokepad, boss's orders kept instead. Do we see a Psychic Energy and Dragapult EX?
Ahí está.
There's the Psychic Energy, Rosa's Encouragement as well. Fanning to the discard pile, not quite enough energy to get full value from that supporter. So now with it being to the point in the game where Dragapult EX is powered up, Duskull just becomes a lot less attractive of a Pokemon to put in play.
Yeah, definitely don't want to at this point here, but as Yuta did in game 1, maybe it's worth just evolving all of these Dracloaks up to avoid those multi-combo turns. The thing is, what I'm very curious about is I'm wondering if Yuta's going to try and get Monkey Dory into play. He does only play one
Sí, tienes
copy
que
of
Pheasantipity
it, but
también.
at
Puede
least he
utilizar
knows
ahorita
that
para
there's going
Flip
to
the
be some
Script.
damage
Consigue
counters
más
sent back,
cartas.
and that Pheasantipity is always a target for that one damage counter for boss's orders down the line and a free 2 prizes.
Would have to be in a future turn. We've seen the supporter card be played and no energy card attached just yet. Looks like Badu has done its job. Yuta planning out a Phantom Dive on this turn, and now the question becomes hit points. How much is Luke able to protect this Dragapult EX, essentially his boss Pokemon, from being KO'd over the least amount of turns?
And what's unfortunate for Luke is that all of that energy acceleration that we had talked about,
Pues
even,
en Boss's Orders sí puede hacer
so
varias
it's
de estas
unable
cosas
to
ahorita.
get double Monkey Dory completely in play unless he were to find that Crispin off of a prize in a future turn. So he, at most, will only be able
Con
to
Boss's
send
Orders incluso
1
podría
or 3
ponerse a
damage
hacer
counters back,
mamadas
excuse me.
con
That's
ese
not going to be enough to
Pheasantipity.
protect this Dragapult for more than one turn.
You see protecting these Pokemon from easy KOs, shutting off that Recon
Los
Directive
dos
ability,
Dragapult
the advantage of giving your
demonios.
Pokemon more HP. Badu doing its job, retreating to the bench, Phantom Dive being used. Now the question is, where do you put these damage counters? And I like this choice here from Yuta to put 6 damage counters on this Dracloak.
Yeah, this lines up perfectly to have Monkey Dory take that
Sí, le pegó-
Dracloak
le
down
pegó
the
duro.
line with
No lo mata
Adrenaline as
todavía,
well here. Luke gonna
pero le
draw
pegó
this
bien
into the
duro.
Risky Ruins. So now the question is, what was off of the Recon Directive? Instantly grabbing the Meowth EX. Is it too late to put it down?
I'm not sure if Luke knows that both Crispin are a prize. That would be an ideal supporter card this turn, just to power up Monkey Dory. We'll check the deck with Pokepad and see the bad news that those cards are prized. Looks like Dracloak will be the choice. No supporter card played yet, no energy attached. And with this aggressive thinning, I wonder what the supporter of
Sí,
choice
está
will
un
be.
poco fregado porque no tiene
issue
cómo
is,
prenderle la
Ethan,
energía
because
oscura
Luke has prize
a ese
code
Monkey
with
Dory
them.
para empezar a hacer
This
mamadas.
Dracloak on the bench is going to be in range of a Phantom Dive knockout. No matter which way you put it, can only move 3 damage counters back over onto Yuta's side here. So it's unfortunate for Luke, but this is kind of what he has to do here. He has to set up the Dunsparce to try to get things going. Now, granted, he's at least guaranteed a prize card if he were to attack the Badoo here, but then it goes back to, does Luke want to use that combo turn?
Believe no dark energy in the discard pile. That would be an easy way to access that card for Adrenabrain. He's going to see this Monkey Dory come down, Dreepy number 3 hitting the board. And it looks like just considering thinning as many cards out of the hand and relying off of a Lily's Determination for 6 cards to find this dark energy.
It's just so unfortunate. Not exactly what you want to see from Luke. But to be fair,
Sí,
both
lo tienen
competitors
bien
have been back
acorralado.
against the wall because of
Sin
prize
poder
cards at
acelerar
some
energía.
point here. So Luke forced to evolve this Dracloak into a Dragapult again, playing a little bit more defensive. And here we go, Ethan. Lily's Determination. Can dark energy be found?
Takes that Dragapult EX out of range thanks to the evolution. The bigger question becomes this active Dragapult EX. As it stands, would not be KO'd from a Phantom Dive. However, a Monkey Dory on Yuta's side puts it in range. That dark energy is so important.
Yeah, and the question is, does Luke even retreat into something like the Dunsparce and let it go? But still, you absolutely want to use these damage counters to your advantage when you're throwing
Están
them
jugando súper
down.
bien los dos,
That's
la
a big
verdad, para
miss,
estar en una situación tan
Ethan.
atrapada.
No energy, not even a fire energy to power up that bench Dragapult EX, and the doors are wide open for Yuta to take care of this powerful EX Pokemon.
The only thing that Luke can really do is thin the deck for next turn.
Sí, podrías Possess
Like you
Orders,
had
ser
mentioned, I mean,
en
there's already
DP,
2 damage
meterle el
counters
daño a
on that
algún
Badoo,
otro.
So Yuta is going to be able to
Ahí
take the
sacas por lo menos
knockout
2
onto the
prizes
active
más.
Dragapult with that Hero's Cape, the Ace-Spec
Te quedan
going down, you
3.
just don't want to see it.
Luke needs to announce Phantom Dive this turn. It's the only way he can stay in this match. Present a threat, deal damage to this Pokemon, and maybe down the line, try and provide some disruption. So there we go. Phantom Dive onto the opposing Dragapult EX. 6 damage counters on the Dracloak, taking a little bit of a page out of Yuta's book on the previous turn to try and get back in this game.
I'm wondering if there's going to be a line down a couple more turns from now where that Badoo is going to at least get 1 damage counter, to take the knockout. Still only gives up 1 prize card, but Luke had checkmate last game with a 4 prize knockout here. So I'm wondering if Yuta is going to try and find Monkey Dory this turn to try and start sending these damage counters back.
Sería lo ideal, conseguir su Monkey Dory.
Dory already in the hand. Ultra Ball found from the Recon Directive. There is the Pokepad to search out another non-rule box Pokemon. Just finding Pokemon that can be taken out of the deck. Dracloak most likely not going to come into play in this game. We've seen how beneficial it's been early on. Deck will be shuffled. So that does signal that Yuta may be reliant off of a different supporter outside of Crispin or Lily's Determination, which almost all of them are gone at this point.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with Lily's Determination is that it's great in those opening turns when you can't really find your Pokemon off of items because you're under item lock here. Considering pitching the Dark Energy, Ethan, I know that's kind of key for Monkey Dory here. Question is, what is Yuta looking for? It is just going to have to be the Dracloak DX to try and protect the Dracloak on the bench.
There is a world where you're not in a rush to take the KO on this Dragapult EX. By taking a KO, you do activate a couple of cards that could be scary, a lot of them being hand disruption cards.
Special red card, as we talked about it just a little bit earlier, it would bring Luke down, or Yuta down to 3.
Hey, ¿qué pasó? Ahí está.
But now both Dragapults can be knocked out essentially next turn. The one in the active from just a very quick Adrenabrain over here.
Volvimos, chat.
Will Luke use
Estamos de vuelta.
Withdraw to keep seeing cards? I mean, you have to take Pokemon off your bench at this
Perdón, el internet.
point.
Rosic making an appearance yet again. No energy cards, so big 3 from runaway draw. Is there a way to get energy? I believe there's none in the discard pile for Luke. No energy cards immediately. Just gonna check and see how many cards are in the hand. I believe there were, how many cards?
Ya volvimos, sí, todo bien, todo
We
bien.
did see 6 cards in the hand, plus the recon, plus the Dunsparce ability. So here we go, Night Stretcher now. Is there an option to bring an energy back? Of course, you can retreat the Dragapult EX if you'd like to then get that energy back into play. But it does seem like Luke is really up against the wall and doesn't have a play that seems great at the end of the day.
Well, here's the problem, Ethan. You retreat this Dragapult with 30 hit points remaining. That goes to the bench, and that Dragapult is going to get knocked out from a Monkey Dory Adrenabrain with 3 damage counters already on the bench Dragapult on Yuta's side. So it's really if Luke wants to just keep trying to find ways to stay in this game.
So close to a 5 prize turn, just a couple of damage counters short.
¿Te imaginas? Un turno de 5 premios.
So
Wow.
many damage counters on it. You may even wonder if you're Yuta, do you ignore that Pokemon and just go after the energy cards?
You might as well. I mean, you've seen Luke struggle to find energy this entire game here, launching all 6 damage counters. I believe the signal was over to Monkey Dory, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, Monkey Dory taking 6
consiguió
damage counters from
Rosa.
from Phantom Dive, but do promote it into the active spot. Now Yuta does not have access to that Recon Directive ability, really relying off of the cards in his hand or with the assist of a Pheasantipity EX.
Did draw the Crispin for turn. Unfortunately for Yuta's list, he doesn't play 2 Monkey Dory, he does only play 1, so wasn't going to find double Adrenabrain action here. But there is the line to get the Dragapult on the bench and the Dragapult in the active here. But what do you do about the Dracloak on the bench that can evolve next turn to go back up into a Dragapult?
This is scary. It may get scarier for Luke as the special red card comes into play, forcing Luke to shuffle his hand, place it on the bottom of the deck, and draw just 3 cards. There are so many factors at play, mainly those energy cards left. If Dracloak goes down from an Adrenabrain plus Phantom Dive damage, that Dragapult EX is hanging on with just 30 HP remaining, and we know for Luke, his energy acceleration is so limited.
And the problem is, too, I mean, while Luke, yes, is going to lose a couple of Pokemon this turn, if that Dracloak stays up, which I don't think it will for much longer, that Pheasantipity will be able to draw him some more cards. There's the Phantom Dive, but still launching one onto Fez here. Here comes Dragapult.
Se bajan 4 puntos, 4 prices.
Off of these 4 cards. Is there an energy? Flip the script. Drawing 3 cards. There's a fire energy. Needs some way to disrupt Yuta, and it feels like no matter where Luke is able to retreat, his Pokemon will be knocked out. Yuta ties things up at 1 game apiece.
It is so unfortunate for Luke to have prized every single energy
Sí, ajá, le dejó bien fregado.
the deck, so Yuta
Pero por lo menos ahora ya
has
tiene
free
las cosas
reign
listas para
to get
proceder.
completely set up in the way
Y si te das
he,
cuenta, no le gustó perder de esa manera porque sí mandó todos los dados a la
targeting
shit.
down the Dusclops and the Duskull to prevent those combination turns. But the problem is, when you leave it up to chance to find your energy, not a supporter which automatically grabs it for you, you can whiff it. And unfortunately for Luke, not finding Monkey Dory Adrenabrain led to an unfortunate loss game 2.
As we look back on that second game, like you mentioned, going
Vamos a bajar un
after
poquito de calidad en lo que estoy con
like you
internet en mi
mentioned,
teléfono y
going
ahorita lo
after
volvemos a poner.
Dusclops was a piece that Yuta was able to establish in this second game.
Ese sí la jugó súper bien con esos 3 Dragons, creo que sacó súper bien desde el principio y pudo acelerar su deck muchísimo para este punto.
Thanks to Monkey Dory, that piece just so valuable, really put on display in this second game.
And here we are. I mean, Yuta able to fire back here. I mean, Ethan, these players are champions within their own right. We just saw Luke not too long ago win NAIC, and Yuta as well, the Japan national champion as well here. Both of these players are so ready to take home game 3.
Tensions building, just under 30 minutes left in this round. See these players shuffle up and find those 7 cards to start the game off. and your heart has to be beating in this spot. These may be the most important opening 7 cards of your Pokemon TCG career up to this point.
Many players kind of dread the Dragapult mirror here, but as we have shown you, there are many intricacies of this matchup, many things that are so important here. But you know what else is really important, Ethan? The people that have supported these players along the way. As we're going to resolve some mulligans, I think somebody's on the floor with some friends and family.
Of our competitors to ask them a couple of questions about how they're feeling right now. So Luke, up there on the big stage, how does it feel to be in this situation? We're going to a game 3 and you've supported him all of this way.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's my youngin', so like whatever he wants to do, so like we're just gonna do it. But game 3, his last game as a junior, here it comes.
That's pretty big. How are you feeling?
今、ユータさんが、この世界大会の舞台で立っているのを見て、どういうお気持ちですか？
はい、世界のポケモンカードプレイヤーが憧れるこの舞台で、自分の力を精一杯出してほしいです。
In my opinion, now that he's here battling like this, I want him to do his best to win.
Well, you've heard it here from the fathers of our competitors. Let's jump right back into the action with the boys to see who will be our champion.
Well into game number 3, Pokepad to start things off. Usually a sign when your opponent plays that first item searching card, and it's not Buddy Buddy Poffin, that they may struggle to get a lot of those basic Pokemon into play.
And well, as we are looking at the prizes, Ethan, that special red card that always seems to be looming in the background is going to be at the top of the prizes. But for Yuta, still going to have full access to the entire deck. But look at what Yuta is doing already, saying, you know what, I'm going first, so that means Luke is going to put me under item lock to play. Hey crowd, how are we feeling about this game number 3? I think everyone's hyped up to crown their champion, but while yes, Luke is going to have access to that energy acceleration he sorely missed, that Hero's Cape is now offline.
Powerful A-Spec unavailable, especially due to it being at the top of the prize cards. That Meowth EX also unavailable.
Ya volvimos del
well-timed Crispin or Rosa's
Perdón,
encouragement can
gracias.
as well as, of course, the boss himself coming into play. So here we go, 8 cards off Lily's Determination. The Budew already in play, guaranteeing Itchy Pollen is an attacking option. Now just looking to find more Pokemon, some energy cards, and more importantly, Dracloak for the following turn.
As we said, these 8 cards in this opening turn are so important here, Ethan.
Bueno, el último.
8 to go, ideally.
Sparse in this matchup, along with a second copy of Dreepy.
Also gets the energy attachment for turn 2 here. So now it is going to be the Budew, the Itchy Pollen here. And now the thing is, I mean, with Monkey Dory already with an energy on
Vamos,
it,
Yuta.
Ethan, it's going to be time soon for Yuta to use those damage counters against Luke, forcing Luke to promote Pokemon that don't exactly want to take damage, or even just one here would set it up for a Phantom Dive down the line.
And more importantly, being strong in the Budew war. If this Budew takes another Itchy Pollen head on, Monkey Dory can move those 2 damage counters to take a KO on Budew and force Luke to make a decision on which Pokemon to promote on that same turn.
Last ditch catch with Meowth here, finds that Lily's Determination. As we've seen now for all 3 games, it really depends on what you find off of this Lily's Determination. Ideally, another energy. The Monkey Dory already has the energy on it, but unless you're using Mind Bend, you really want to start getting at least a couple of more Dreepy into play as well. That is the only one on Yuta's bench.
Dracloak of dire importance for Yuta, opening up so many doors. The support, of course, from the Recon
Ya
Directive,
tiene
but
sus
also
2 clubs y el
Dragon Ball
Meowth
EX
ya está
down the
empezando a
line
tener
with
su... no, es Monkey Dory y
Here we go,
Meowth.
the
Ya es un
tension
buen
building.
inicio para el
Just
engine.
under 20 minutes left in this game. Looks like we are just getting a little bit of confirmation on what's going on down at the table. It's a high-stakes match. There is a lot of pressure, and things do happen in the Pokemon TCG.
People make mistakes, and especially when you are surrounded by this beautiful crowd, you are playing on a stage that is lighting up below you. There is a ton of pressure. So Luke going to give Yuta's deck a shuffle before 8 cards here. like you had mentioned, Ethan, this Budu War now coming into play is very important.
Looking for energy, looking for Dracloak. That's just a couple of Dracloak, you know, nice 3 to find on that, but no Dreepy and no energy. See if this Recon Directive can assist Yuta in any way. There is a Dust Skull. Ultra Ball, of course, cannot be played. So can at least threaten something. And here we go. Risky Ruins, Monkey Dory to move those 2 damage counters, and Budu goes down on the first turn, or rather the second turn of the game. Not going to allow Luke to use that Itchy Pollen on the following turn.
And the thing is, the difference between Yuta's list and Luke's list is that there's no automatic acceleration to get into Dragapult EX. So now Luke is just going to have to sift through the deck once more to find these Dracloaks here. He's severely far behind. I mean, granted, the Dracloak doesn't have the energy on the bench, but there is still Crispin available to Yuta. And now that there is a Duskull in play, Luke could see both of these Dreepy gone next turn if he doesn't evolve.
Going to see a ton of cards this turn, despite being under item lock. 8 from the Lily's Determination, and a guaranteed 3 cards from
los seniors y los de Masters son mucho más rápidos los juegos.
To evolve.
Entonces vamos a ver qué tal les va.
Of that Phantom Dive on the following turn, definitely an option. We see Wonder Cloak found. There is another Dunsparce. Not a lot of energy cards, it seems. So 2 cards from Recon Directive. Does find Boss's Orders for down the line. Trying to take a look at this hand. No energy cards, so here we go. Benching that Dunsparce. 3 cards from the Dunsparce. Psychic Energy, Buddy Poffin. Does not find a second Dracloak, but at least getting that energy attachment for the future turns.
It just feels unfortunate for Luke, because I feel like he's forced to promote this Dunsparce here up into the active. I mean, there's only 1 Dracloak and 1 Dreepy to essentially protect here. I don't believe there's anything else that he can really do at this point. He is still technically under item lock, even though Budu were to take the knockout here, but maybe committing this energy, of course, over to the Dracloak to try and find an attack for next turn. But still, I mean, Ethan, the threat of Dusknoir and Dusclops is coming.
This is a huge opportunity for Yuta. If he can find a Dusclops or Dusknoir, he can take out Dracloak. Who needs Phantom Dive? Rare Candy, a card that has not come into play in this matchup. Now Yuta finds an opportune time to skip that stage of evolution, trade 1 for 1, but it's at a great advantage for Yuta, taking out the main attacker looming on the board for Luke on the following turns.
Does also have the Buddy Poffin as well to get another Dreepy set up as well. Does also still have the Monkey Dory with the energy attachment, so those 2 damage counters can be sent over as well. There's the Curse Blast onto the dust on the Dracloak. Will this Dreepy survive until next turn?
It's so close. Yuta can win the game this turn. There is a combination of cards. Crispin plus Dragapult EX plus...
Uy, agarró el Dragapult.
You could use the Crispin to power up Dragapult EX and then use Monkey Dory. All the pieces are there. Yuta has absolutely popped off in this third game. 2 energies accelerated.
3 premios en un solo turno. Damn.
To move the 2 damage counters from Duskull onto the bench Dreepy, and as long as there's a Dragapult EX in the hand, Yuta can knock out the only 2 remaining Pokemon in play. We'll see him go through the motions. Energy attached, Dragapult EX in the hand, Adrenabrain to put the damage counters onto the Dracloak.
Yo creo que sí va. ¡Oh! ¡Buena! ¡Buena, Yuta!
Your juniors division.
Y acabó así.
World Champion.
Man. ¡Buena, Yuta! ¡Craqueado! Ahora ya podemos subir la calidad aquí porque voy a regresar el internet. Para atrás. Excelente. Bueno, señores, otro. Van 3 de 3 para Japón. Van 3 de 3 para Japón. Yo no sé qué pasó en San Francisco, pero Japón está dominando. Vaya. Solo dije, hoy solo se levantaron el día de hoy los japoneses y eligieron la violencia. Solo se levantaron y dijeron, hoy ganamos, chat. Y en efecto.
so young and so talented. We rarely see matchups like this played to perfection as almost from these two young competitors.
Demonios.
Absolutely a treat to watch.
Excelente partida. Muy bien, Utah.
Incredible 3-game set. Emily, if that is just a
¿Qué les pareció, chat? ¿Qué les pareció el juego? Estuvo bueno. Estuvo bien jugado, estuvo bien reñido la mayoría.
Trading card game without a Dragapult mirror to start us off for the day. And like you had said, Ethan, we are just at the juniors division. There are still plenty of
Hey,
games
viewers,
to be
cállese.
played. I cannot
Men,
be
no habían
more
chingado todo el día
excited
los
to
bots
see
hasta esta
what
hora. ¿Será que
Seekers
chingan a esta
and
hora en
what our
particular?
Masters division is going to give us.
Taking it all in, I'm sure. Yuta is a world champion, and he has done everything this season, winning a Champions League, the Japan Championships, and now what many would consider the most prestigious event of the year, the World Championships for the trading card game.
One of the things that Yuta had mentioned that I think really kind of drives it home is the fact that he is always playing with his friends. And I always have to say it, the best way to play the Pokemon trading card game is at your locals with your friends in person. Those are your future best friends, your future trading partners, and the people that you are going to travel around the world with.
Congratulations to both of these competitors. One thing's for certain, we can see how powerful Dragapult EX is. Combined with the many different ways to build the deck is why it has done so well this weekend across multiple age divisions.
I mean, it has been dominant since the day it was printed. It was used as an attacker in one deck, and now the way that you can actually build it is so creative. We've seen lists with Dragapult EX without a Dragapult EX, using just Dracloak and that Recon Directive to really keep sifting through the deck. I mean, it has it all, right? It has a built-in draw engine. You can spread damage counters, and it feels like every single deck in the Pokemon trading card game has one question to answer. Can it beat Dragapult EX? And maybe not.
Maybe not, maybe so. Of course, building up to our Masters Division Finals, where Diego Casiraga sees if he can become the Dragapult Slayer to take down one of the best representatives. So much more Pokemon TCG action.
Va 3 de 3 Japón, man. Todavía no lo creo. Qué impresionante performance de Japón.
Diego, who is gunning to be a two-time world champion, Andrew Hedrick, kind of who feels realistically, Ethan, the king of Dragapult EX himself, looking to take home his first world's title. I mean, the action for the Masters Division was absolutely explosive over the past couple days. We've seen a
Chat, me
variety
dejan
of decks to make
dejarlos
it
con
through, but
Siyakun
for Diego
en
to
lo que voy a
very,
hacer
I would
mi
say,
almuercito.
Secret
Me permiten dejarlos con
Alakazam
Siyakun
deck.
un momento.
We don't want to give it all away. We just want to hear from our champion himself.
A ver, Yuta.
Hello, everyone. I am beyond honored to be here on the stage with our first official TCG champion.
¡Wow! ¡Muy bien, Yuta!
What a match that was. Yuta, first, I want to know, what was it like competing on this stage? How did that impact your performance?
WCS の舞台に立てて決勝を行えたことどう思いますか？
すごい嬉しいです。
I am very happy.
I can imagine. I can imagine. Now, you did start this series in a deficit
Fresh.
with that initial
Estoy
loss.
feliz.
Can you walk me through
Cine.
game 2 and how you were able to turn things around?
1回戦目惜しくも負けてしまいましたけど、2回戦目から逆転してどう思いましたか
1戦目負けて気持ち落ちてたんですけど、2戦目が勝っててすごい興奮しています。
So I did lose the first match, but I composed myself and I was able to win the second match and beyond.
And it paid off.
Buen
that's for
trabajo,
sure.
buen trabajo.
Before we let you go and enjoy your celebration, who would you like to shout out when it comes to this victory?
誰かに感謝したい人いますか？
たくさん練習してくれたりしてくれた人や、いつも連れてってくれる、お父さんお母さん。
Oh, sí.
So I want to thank all the friends and people that practice with me, and most of all, my parents.
Woo, Yuta!
A deserved victory here today Everyone in the arena, give it up one more time for your TCG Junior World Champion. We have Yuta Araki.
Yuta Araki, let's go, es mitad vampiro.
We'll let you go and bask in the glory of your victory. Like I said, that was just one of our TCG World Champions we have dubbed today.
Para
And
tocar
now
seniors.
we have 2 more to go. Are you ready to find out how the finalists in the senior division are gonna show out on this stage?
Vamos a verles el aura. Hay que hacer un análisis de aura, porque creo que nos funcionó con Yuta. Él venía con más aura que Luke.
Sounds like it. All right. It is time for your seniors. First, we're gonna welcome out, nice and loud, give it up for Kobe Ho!
¡Oh! ¿Y ellos quién sos? A ver. Kobe Ho. Muy bien, ok, viene chill con chanclas. Creo que eso le quita un par de puntos de aura. Chanclas con calcetines no es muy conducivo a aura.
Keep it going for JNG!
Ay, cámara, ¿qué pasa? Ok, este sí viene con un poco más. Un poco más de aura, ok. Dunsparce contra la casa.
No stranger to competition, but this is a very unique
Mega
venue.
Kangas
Can you
can.
walk me through what the
Okay.
experience has been like for your first couple of days of competition to get here?
It feels amazing to be here and just to get an opportunity to win or final.
Me
The
parece.
opportunity has arrived, but not just for you.
Es
You're looking
Australia.
for yourself on this stage. What has it been like these past couple days as you have prepared yourself for a stage like this?
To be honest, it hasn't really synced in yet, but
Me llega la foto de Jake, sí tiene, está bien como, oh, bien maestro Pokémon.
Okay.
Está cool.
We need to
¿Saben qué? Está
let things simmer on
cool.
this stage a bit. Players, please go to your battle stations. Casters, take it away.
Thank you,
A ver.
Abby, and congratulations.
US contra Australia. Ok, aquí no puede ganar Japón porque no está. Entonces, ¿a quién le vamos, señores? ¿A Kobe con Megakangas Clefairy? ¿O a Jake con Alakazam
Quite the
Dunsparce?
journey, quite the season, and they have one final match to play.
Absolutely, Chip. What an exciting moment here.
Yo digo que le vamos a Jake porque tiene más aura.
Big arena here.
En su foto, en su entrada y todo. Y no tiene chanclas con calcetines.
A senior division world champion. We have an interesting matchup. We'll say we'll get into that as we go along. But what an opportunity, what a moment for both these players.
A chance to be etched into Pokemon trading card game history. There comes but one opportunity every single year to become the world champion, and these opportunities do not come easily. Such a tough field to get through for both of the trainers up to this point, and it's one more match to see who will come away the champion.
Absolutely. I mean, it's amazing to see how we got here, but let's
Bueno,
take
si en lo que
a
nos
quick
se
second to check in
preparan,
with some friends and
ahora sí voy
family
a
that may have
aprovechar
helped these
a
players
hacer un desayuno,
on
un
their journey to
almuercito.
get here.
Hello, everybody. Of course, we're back on the stage with the fathers of our senior competitors. How does it feel for your sons to have got into the finals in these anticipation?
Sorry, I couldn't even hear because of the noise. Very excited though, very nervous, very anxious.
Yeah, how about yourself?
Yeah, very excited. Thankful for all our friends and family back home from Australia supporting us here. Thanks.
Incredible. Who do you think is more nervous, the boys or you guys?
Probably me.
Yeah.
You think yourself? Amazing. What really inspired their competitive streak?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
What inspired their competitive streak?
I think he's just competitive in nature. Anything we play, whether it's basketball or golf or any board games at home, he never wants to lose.
A competitor through and through. How about?
I love Pokemon from a little kid, and I think that just drives him the whole way, just a love of the game.
Honestly, the love of the game is a lot of the reason that most of us are here. Now, if you had any final words that you could say to them before they draw that very first card of this finals of the World Championship, what would that last thing you want to say to them be?
I think he's just put in the work and he deserves to win. And I just hope he does the best he can because this was a celebration on its own.
Very well said.
Like I always say, just smile and have fun. That's why we're here.
True words through and through, but I shall hold you no longer as we have a riveting game to get to. Let's jump straight into the action. The boys are ready on the stage.
Great to hear from those who have supported these two young trainers the most on their journey to get to this point. And speaking of that journey, we've got to take a look at the bracket to see what the fight looked like to get through top 8 up to this point.
Yeah, Kobe did have to go through Prince Williams in the top 4, a close friend and even testing partner in the past. So maybe a bittersweet moment there, taking down Prince to advance to the finals. Jake, did have to go up against Jones Diaz in the top 4, which I believe was playing a Mega Lucario deck. Tends to be very favorable for this Alakazam deck that Jake is bringing to this tournament, but it's always a difficult road to make it to the finals of the World Championships. Both these players have fought hard, practiced so long to get here, and now it's just one more match to go.
And let's take a look at that matchup that we will be featuring. It will be Kobe with that big basics deck featuring Mega Kangaskhan EX and the Lily's Clefairy EX up against Jake and his Alakazam to Dunsparce.
And you can see our predictions here. I think very emblematic of what we tend to see in this matchup. Alakazam is very strong against this kind of deck with big basic Pokemon EX that give up multiple prize cards, but we'll see, Chip. Anything can happen in the Pokemon TCG. We've seen it time and
Qué
time
bonito
again.
los papás estén ahí apoyando a
Even
sus
bad
hijos.
matchups can be won.
Eso no lo hacían los papás de
Anything
antes.
can happen
Eso creo que es lo más
indeed,
bonito de
and if there
esto.
is a time for some sort
¿No
of
creen
miracle,
ustedes? ¿No les
perhaps it
parece
would
lindo
be
que los papás
this
estén ahí y
stage,
así,
this
ok, divertite,
moment
mijo, sí se
inside the
puede?
center with this incredible crowd cheering these two trainers on, shuffling up the decks,
Hey
getting
bro,
ready
your
to draw
match is
those
friend.
opening
Hey,
hands.
yes, Coach Ellie
This
Kratos.
matchup
Yes, I
is
am.
an interesting one.
Sadly, I
Very
am
much
match's
so
friend.
favored by the Alakazam player, but Kobe's got some tricks.
You can hit me with
There are
your
some
ribs,
things he
no
could
problem.
potentially do to give
I'll
himself a
take
fighting
it.
chance.
Just
Absolutely,
joking.
and both these players.
Thanks for being here, man.
accomplished.
We
Kobe
appreciate
is
it.
no stranger to the world stage.
Man, I mean,
top 4
you know what I mean.
in Honolulu in the junior division. So maybe more.
Jesus, I
comfortable
thought
in
you
this
didn't
kind
speak
of a
English. I
situation.
do.
Whereas Jake, has made the finals of a
Es
special
English
championship,
y
so
español.
top 4 at
How are you,
regional
brother?
events.
Pretty good.
But this is such
Enjoying
a
the
huge
show,
moment
actually.
for
It's
both
been
these
pretty fun.
players.
I was just
Kobe
saying that
did
it's so
mention
nice to
loves
see the parents
basketball,
of these
and I think
kids
very fitting
like
to be
being
playing
there
a
and
World
supporting them and
Finals
playing
match in the arena
Pokemon.
like this.
Super cool.
Just getting things all squared away for these opening hands to be drawn. I want to hear from our crowd out there supporting these players. If you're excited for this senior finals match, make some noise!
We're getting fired up here in San Francisco. These two players, they've been waiting all day for this moment, probably running all different simulations, thoughts, situations through their heads on how this could play out. Will one of them be able to manifest their dream of being a world champion?
And what they are playing for, so much glory, so much recognition, respect from their peers and fans alike, that incredible Pikachu trophy, that first place trophy
Ever
card.
played Black Myth Wukong? I did
Words cannot
not.
describe
No.
what must be going through these
Doesn't
young
really
men's
interest me a
minds as
lot.
we see those opening hands being drawn.
Why
Just
told
getting
me
everything
it's
squared
pretty
away.
solid. Yeah, not really.
And we'll get right into
I
the
don't think it
action here
really
shortly.
It's my jam. And I'm
Yeah,
sorry, guys, I'm
absolutely.
gonna
And
be eating lunch.
Again, you got to
I've
imagine the
been here
nerves
for what?
running
7
through
hours.
at this point. This is
I need
a
my
huge
lunch.
crowd here in the Chase Center, and so many people here to watch the finals. Plus, I mean, I think you got to know going into this on both sides. Alakazam tends to be very favored into this matchup. So I think if you're Jake, it's pretty simple. You just want to execute your game plan, get
I
that
know you are
Alakazam
playing
up and
Wukong.
running,
I mean,
get
I
those big
think I read
one-hit
you on
knockouts.
Match's chat
If
playing
you're Kobe,
Wukong.
trying to find
What's-
ways
isn't that
to, find a way, some sort of opening to get an advantage in this matchup. It's going to be tough Not impossible, though.
Looking perhaps for spots where Jake has stumbled, maybe a slower setup, chances for Kobe to pounce, attack that draw engine of the Dunsparce, the Alakazam, whichever piece seems most suitable at any
Es que si
given
el deck de
time.
Dunsparce a la Alakazam no
Of course,
tengo ni
Wellspring
idea.
Mask, Ogre
Ninguno de
Pawn,
esos
that's
decks
potential.
decks tengo idea de cómo
Of course, worth
funcionan.
noting these players, have had an opportunity to review one another's deck lists. We are at this top cut phase of the tournament, so both players have a chance to with their unique tech counts, their different inclusions, and sometimes more importantly, exclusions for a given tournament weekend.
Yeah, I'm sure both players are well aware of what the other is playing at this stage. Sure, both players probably have support group, testing group, helping them theorize the right way to approach this matchup. As we do go through here.
And we're going to throw this poll up here. Scan this if you're in the arena right now to participate. We'll take a little scan and see what we are asking here. Figure out which of these competitors is going to come out on top. Who do you think will win this grand finals? Cast your vote now.
All right, here we go. Chip, a live poll.
It's pretty close here, Puka. 50-50. Perhaps a little bit of a hometown favoritism for Kobe being here from the U.S.
I do believe Kobe has the support of the Tabletop Village, that big group of players who travels all across the country as well. Big following here. I'm sure big support groups for both of these players. We have to call out, this is a big moment for both of them, but just reaching the finals of the World Championships is such an incredible accomplishment. A lifetime memory being formed here. This is just what you dream of. You play an entire season to qualify for the World Championships. Your hope, how many players went into this thinking, this is how I'm going to do it. This is how I'm going to make it to the finals. I'm going to play on that stage.
Jake tiene solo simplemente más aura.
Players that made it happen.
And look at this poll, dead on, just about 50-50. Pretty split here in the audience on who they are going to be rooting for, who they believe to be our soon-to-crown world champion, Jake NG versus Kobe Ha. We'll get this match sorted and get underway very soon. Once again, Alakazam from Jake up against the Mega Kangaskhan big basic toolbox deck of Kobe. Which one of them will claim their glory to become the world champion?
Celebrating 30 years of Pokemon, Chip, and over 20 years at the World Championships. It's brought us here to the arena as we take a look at these prize cards.
Players setting out those 6 cards off to the side.
No están tan mal,
energy
pero
cards
4
in the
energías sí
prize
está
cards for
potente.
Kobe. That is potentially awkward. Also, Latias EX, he does play 2 copies. That is a very important card for this archetype. And over on Jake's side, he's prized that Pheasantipity, and it looks like our players are ready. Our judges are ready, production is ready. I hope our crowd is ready here in the Chase Center. And there's the fist bump. We're getting in to the Senior Division final match. There's going to be an opening of the Mega Kangaskhan EX on the side of Kobe Ha. Kicks it off right away with that run errand ability, drawing 2 cards from the top of his deck, attaching a lightning energy for turn, and it is the Relor in the active spot for Jake. But not much working for Kobe on his opening turn. Just that attachment and now a pass over to Jake.
A little bit of a David versus Goliath situation to start off here, Chip. The 300 HP Mega Kangaskhan EX staring down the 50 HP Relor. Of course, Jake's deck is Alakazam. You're trying to start off small and work your way up big. Start with Abra, evolve up into Kadabra, Alakazam, and build up cards in your hand to use that powerful hand attack. Does more damage for each card in your hand. So the whole strategy here is draw as many cards as you can.
We see Jake taking a moment
Y no
to
es
check
un
his
EX,
prize
entonces
cards,
no da
making
dobles
notes of what
premios.
Pokemon he does and does not have available. And a key one that he's just found out was that Genesect. It looks like he's brought that to the front to make sure that is available. Of course, Kobe's A-spec of choice is the Unfair Stamp, something you do not see very often from these big basic decks. It's what Kobe's chosen to run, so Jake wants to make sure Genesect is potentially available. And here is that telepathic Psychic Energy, bringing out a pair of Psychic Pokemon. 2 more Abra join the party.
crucial opening telepathic psychic energy there. Your big goal on the first turn of the game, just get a lot of basic Pokemon into play. In the Pokemon TCG, your Pokemon need to be in play for a full turn before you can evolve to the next stage of evolution. So the sooner you get down these Abra and Dunsparce, the sooner you can evolve them up, and sooner you can start attacking.
And there is one of those Dunsparce joining the party on the bench, played down by Jake before passing it over to Kobe, who does have a Teal Mask Ogerpon EX and attaches a grass energy through the use of that excellent Teal Dance ability, accelerating an energy into play and also drawing himself one card. Of course, Run Aaron's still available, but not before the use of the Meowth EX and that excellent last-ditch catch.
You know, Kobe's deck all about basic Pokemon. No evolutions at all in this deck. It's kind of what we call a toolbox deck. Lots of different types of Pokemon for different situations. And one that could come up early on in the game is Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX. It has an attack that allows you to hit a benched Pokemon as well as the active Pokemon and take multiple prize cards in a turn. If Kobe's able to do this early in the game, he could establish enough of a lead to put pressure on Jake. And that's really going to be necessary because once Jake's Alakazam is fully set up, the prize trade is fully in his favor. Alakazam only gives up one prize card, whereas things like Meowth EX or Mega Kangaskhan EX give up 2 or 3 prize cards.
Veo cómo funciona aquí. El otro se tarda en avanzar.
We may be going aggressive here with the grab of Crispin from this Meowth EX. He'll be able to search out 2 basic energies of differing types.
Logra avanzar, tiene fácil la ganada porque el otro está lleno de cartas que dan 2 premios. Entonces ahí es donde se puede hacer la ventaja. Ahora, este puede empezar potente de entrada.
Mega Kangaskhan get aggressive?
Pero si le da chance a Jake de hacer su setup, ahí quedó.
Again, Mega Kangaskhan EX has 300 HP. That means 15 cards in hand for Alakazam to knock it out. That's not easy to do on the second turn of the game. One of the ways you can maybe throw the prize trade back in your favor is finding spots where your opponent can't knock you out in one attack. And then you have some tricks to take advantage of that later.
And there's the attachment of the basic water energy to the Mega Kangaskhan and a rapid fire combo. Kobe strikes first, taking the opening prize card in this final match. Jake will promote his Dunsparce and immediately goes into the Kadabra using Psychic Draw number 1. And here comes Psychic Draw number 2.
Okay. This is how this deck operates. Kadabra and Alakazam both have abilities that when you play them from your hand to evolve one of your Pokemon, you get to draw cards. Kadabra gives you 2, Alakazam gives 3. The one card we want to find in this situation, if you're Jake, is the rare candy to skip a stage of evolution and go right into Alakazam. But we also see an A-Spec card here, Chip.
There it is, that enriching energy grabbed off of the Hilda alongside the Dunsparce. Such a powerful card just for your energy attachment. You get to draw 4 additional cards, and he can cycle this card back into the deck thanks to the runaway draw ability. Now, Puka, if Jake can piece together a rare candy and an Alakazam and manage to get up to 15 cards in his hand, he could take down this Kangaskhan on the second turn of the game.
If that happens, that means 3 prize cards are taken. That's halfway.
Porque es Mega EX, sale 3. Shit.
That still needs to be found here.
There's the runaway draw, 3 cards added to his hand, and no, Puka, I do not see that rare candy just yet, so it does look like he has missed out on an Alakazam attack this turn. He's expended all of his potential draw power. Pheasantipity EX once again not available in the prize cards, so just a push of this Abra and a Pokepad to find out one more piece, grabbing a Kadabra.
And for Kobe, that's exactly what you were hoping to see. Your opponent unable to get an Alakazam out on this turn. Your Mega Kangaskhan EX makes it through the turn without getting knocked out. You need every possible turn you can get in this matchup.
Qué mala suerte que no sacó ningún Alakazam.
Seeing a response from your opponent.
And here is a unique inclusion from Jake this weekend, that Forest of Vitality alongside Rabska. evolving Relor up as soon as it comes into play, and then protecting the bench with that spherical shield ability.
Critical damage and effects of attacks from your opponent's Pokemon done to your benched Pokemon. Oh, buen nivel, buena habilidad. Each player's grass Pokemon can evolve into grass Pokemon during the turn they play those Pokemon, except during their first turn. Nice, ahora tiene protegido a su bench.
Run errand for Kobe.
Creo que no cambia mucho aquí, pero si fuera algo como... I never was into Pokemon stuff. It's pretty fun, but it's fine, I get it.
Skyliner ability, allowing
pretty
him
nerdy.
to move his Pokemon around freely, and here
Pretty
comes
geeky,
the
pretty...
Crispin. Once again, 2
pretty
turns in a
Japanese.
row, Kobe will get an extra
I
energy
guess?
card
I don't
into
know.
play. This is what this deck aims to
Pretty
do.
childlike, maybe?
Absolutely. But one of the reasons this Rabska is so important in this situation is, again, Kobe can only take 1 prize card at a time. All of these Pokemon on Jake's
No, I mean, I like something called Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, you play Yu-Gi-Oh? I play Yu-Gi-Oh as well. I like both. I prefer Yu-Gi-Oh cards, but in video games, it's no contest.
Rabska blocks that play from happening since it protects your benched Pokemon.
Worlds for Yu-Gi-Oh was actually
Fighting energy attached
yesterday?
from that Crispin onto a second Mega Kangaskhan. And that's a bit of a risky Pokemon to power up, Puka. You called it out. If 1 Mega Kangaskhan gets KO'd, that's half of the game. So in theory, Jake could close out this game only attacking 2 times.
That's true, but for now, we see another rapid-fire combo. Kobe putting on the pressure.
Alakazam!
Alakazam.
Let's
Psychic
go!
3 cards from the top. If Jake NG can increase his hand size up to 15, he'll be able to topple the mighty Mega Kangaskhan EX. And Dawn, an excellent supporter to see in a position like this, searching the deck for a basic Pokemon, a Stage 1 Pokemon, and a Stage 2 Pokemon, adding them all to hand.
Puede sacar otro Alakazam, evolucionar otro
It's
Alakazam,
almost a
otras 3.
foregone
Okay.
conclusion. Jake's going to get to 15 cards on this turn chip, but one thing he needs to find as well is Genesect. Need to find that Pokemon that can use this Ace Nullifier ability. One weakness of Alakazam is the popular Ace Spec card, Unfair Stamp.
Sí,
Makes you shuffle your hand
okay.
in and draw 2 cards, which of course
Entonces
resets your
Genesect
full
para parar el
strategy.
Ace-Spec. Wow, qué buen deck.
Genesect is the main way to power play for that big Ace Spec card.
An energy attached to Kadabra, preparing for a second attacker in the future.
Qué
of
buen
this
deck
game.
este de Alakazam, la verdad está bien bonito.
Perhaps already waiting in the
Qué creativo.
That certainly will be a big piece, but no, Puka, he misses the Genesect. He takes this KO. Half of the prize cards, he'll jump ahead, but this is a huge opening for Kobe. If he can find his Ace-Spec card, Unfair Stamp, he will be able to reset Jake's hand and leave him with only 2 cards.
Big opportunity for Kobe, but a huge knockout for Jake. That's 3 prize cards on this 3rd turn for Jake. Can Kobe respond if he doesn't find the Unfair Stamp? I mean, there's so many cards in Jake's hand. It's really got to be Unfair Stamp this turn.
It's all about finding that pink card. If he can see Unfair Stamp here, he's got a real chance. He's got this second Mega Kangaskhan EX ready to go, and energy attached. And look at that in the hand. It is there, Puka. He's got that Unfair Stamp. Gonna play Cyrano first, searching the deck for 3 Pokemon
Okay,
EX.
ya lo tiene. Ya
Adding
tiene
them
Kobe
into
a
his
ganar.
hand.
Do you see the Cyrano as well, finding 3 Pokemon EX, putting them into the hand. We see the area 0.
Kobe got
Thunder Depth
this.
come
Kobe
into play
ganó.
as well, potentially.
There's that Pheasantipity hitting the board with that flip the script ability. And since Jake did take a KO on the previous turn, Kobe would be able to use that to draw 3 more cards, perhaps saving it for the other side of his Ace-Spec use. But not seeing the Genesect is perhaps curious from the perspective of Kobe. Could he ever key in on maybe that Pokemon being prized and try to save his Unfair Stamp for next turn, Puka? He may not get another turn.
Exactly. You're not going to get another turn if you don't use that this turn. Your opponent can just boss his orders up your Mega Kangaskhan EX and win the game.
What is he digging for here? Flip the script once again, using this before the use of his Ace-Spec.
¿Y qué está pretendiendo? ¿Si ya ganó?
Stadium card in that massive hand for Kobe. May have been looking for that, but there it is, Chip.
Unfair stamp. Both players sending their hands into the deck. Kobe will get 5, still a solid bit to work with, and Jake will be left with only 2.
This is a huge moment for Kobe in this game. This is the one opening that he has to disrupt Jake's strategy, putting his opponent down to just 2 cards in hand. Intentionally going with the Mega Kangaskhan EX once again. It's going to be really challenging to get up to 15 cards again after being reset down to 2.
We have spoken about the difficulty of this matchup from the perspective of Kobe, but if there is an opening for him, this perhaps is it. He'll take this KO with rapid fire combo and leave Jake with just a couple of cards. Jake could win this coming turn. Should he get to 15, that seems so difficult. There is the KO. Kobe will tie this game back up. 3 prize cards apiece. Jake promoting that to Dunsparce and draws for his turn. Alakazam right away. Psychic draw, 3 cards from the top. Let's see what he can chain together here.
It's a long road ahead, and those aren't actually very good cards, Chip.
And not much help off of this Dunsparce either. 3 more cards available, but he is going to miss this KO. He cannot win the game this turn any longer. I don't think he has any additional dig, and he's going to just promote this Rabska.
The unfair stamp might have worked. There's just not a whole lot going on in Jake's hand. Found the Alakazam at first to draw a couple cards, but I don't think there's any supporter cards. Wasn't able to redraw the enriching energy. Wasn't able to find another way to get an Alakazam. Seems like there's so many ways that Jake could have found to draw more cards, but somehow didn't get any other ones.
Telepathic Psychic Energy as well being used and not finding any Abras, so there will be no future Psychic draws on Kadabras this turn. This opening for Kobe here seems to be piecing together. Both Abras there in the discard pile for Jake, so no viable targets from that Telepathic Psychic Energy, and just a pass. Let's see what Kobe can do with this opening as he draws for turn. Mega Kangaskhan in the active position.
Yeah, now Kobe's going to have to make some big decisions. Does finally find Area 0 under depths, if that's something he wants to go with this turn.
Teal Dance attaches a Grass Energy, drawing him 1 more card. Perhaps if he could find that Gen Pow, he would be able to put that Area 0 into play and then get rid of Mega Kangaskhan as a liability.
Oh, wow.
I think if you're Kobe, you're kind of hoping that Mega Kangaskhan can tank a hit this turn. Ideally, maybe finding a boss's orders to go after either Alakazam or maybe even Kadabra.
Honestly,
that's the way to draw more cards.
That is an interesting choice here. Alakazam, obviously the threat, the Pokemon that can attack you, but if you take Kadabra away, that removes some of Jake's outs to draw more cards.
So the last ditch catch does find boss's orders. Which Pokemon will Kobe go after? Is it Alakazam or Kadabra? Clearly you need to go after one of these. Knocking out Rabska, not going to be enough here.
It is not a clear-cut choice, and Kobe is still thinking through what the best option will be. He'll bench another Mega Kangaskhan and use this Glass Trumpet item card, allowing him to put some energy cards into play onto his colorless Pokemon, thanks to there being that Terra Teal Mask Ogerpon EX on the bench. Looks like the Meowth gets a Water Energy. Kangaskhan a Psychic in there. He is going to chase after this Kadabra, take away the draw engine.
And this is huge. Jake's really only going to have 1 turn to try to respond to this. There's only going to be 1 Alakazam.
Si logra llegar a las 15 cartas, gana ahorita, pero va a tener que tener suerte. Va a tener que estar top deckeando a lo loco.
Well. Looks like Kobe's going to switch it up and go into the Teal Mask Ogerpon, understanding my opponent might be out of Abra.
Using that Myriad Leaf Shower, Kobe will jump back ahead here. Just 2 more prize cards, and he will win game 1 of this final match. Jake here with a question of what to promote, and is going to concede the fact with this promotion that it is going to be very difficult for him to get a knockout this turn. And Puka, I think that hand is completely dead. He has absolutely nothing to work with.
Unbelievable. The unfair stamp really giving Kobe an opportunity in this game. Jake does have the Sacred Ash, able to shuffle in 5 Pokemon from the discard pile back into the deck.
Kobe on his next turn would basically spell checkmate. Jake would be left with just a Rabsca. He has no way to put an Abra into play this turn. And that would mean he would be unable to attack on the following turn. Kobe is just 2 turns away from winning game 1.
Some brilliant tactics from Kobe. Can he find a boss's orders to essentially close out this first game?
It wouldn't win him the game on the spot, but it would spell checkmate if he can find boss's orders here. Only 1 in the discard pile. There are 3 Meowth in his list. He's got 2 in play, so still the potential of a last-ditch catch. See some energy being moved around with these energy switch. Powering up the Latias EX, not a very common attacker.
You gotta think at this point, though, even if Kobe just, and is able to clear out all of the Mega Kangaskhan and make it so that Jake has no 3 prize card targets.
Puka, I think this is it. I think this is checkmate. Kobe can take a knockout on this Rabsca. Jake has no way to take 3 prize cards on the next turn. And then Kobe can attack with the Latias, KO anything in Jake's deck. And that will mean Kobe will win this game 1. I don't know if Jake has a response to this play.
What a masterful setup in this very challenging matchup. It seems like Kobe has figured out a way to attack some of the weak points of this Alakazam deck just using these big basic Pokemon EX and Mega Evolution Pokemon EX. Sometimes simply attacking with big Pokemon gets the job done.
Cyrano played to thin the deck a bit, getting a few of those Pokemon EX out, and taking a KO now is Kobe with that Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. Jake will draw to kick off his turn. It is just a Dunsparce. I don't even think he's doing enough damage to knock out Ogerpon, and Jake's gonna pack it up. Kobe.
Buen juego, GG's.
A stunner
GG's para Kobe.
Things off here in our senior division finals. Really all about that unfair stamp.
Sí, lo carreó duro. Durísimo esa unfair stamp. Lo carreó, pero ultra, hiper, mega duro.
Alakazam knocking out the Mega Kangaskhan EX, but unfair stamp. It's got unfair in the name, Chip. Sometimes that happens.
That's what it feels like coming out of this game. Jake just did nothing after that unfair stamp happened, and the setup was so good for Jake. I mean, look at this board. 3 Kadabra, Dunsparce, Rabsca. He's prepared for all of Kobe's tricks, and it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, one area that we may look back on here is, yes, the Rabsca was nice. Makes you feel safe. Not having that potential of the Wellspring Mask, Ogerpon EX to target your bench Pokemon down, but the bench was a little bit constrained, not a lot of Dunsparce. And so when it came time for that unfair stamp, there wasn't a lot of draw support there readily available. And crucially, did not have the Genesect either. We'll see if there's any adjustments here.
Ese Genesect le hubiera ayudado un montón.
Of course, you need both the Genesect and a tool card. We know he had access to Genesect. Could have grabbed it off the Dawn, but I'm assuming he did have it in his hand, and he just missed out on one of his 4 tool cards to activate that Ace Nullifier ability.
Oh, crazy. And that's sometimes what can happen when you take a knockout that appears in front of you without fully setting up yourself for the remainder of the game. Now, in this situation, feels like you may have to recompose yourself, right? That was maybe a shocking way to lose the first game if you're Jake.
Volvimos.
I think Kobe has to be feeling great about how that all played out. But again, up a game 2, getting started.
Here we
bueno,
go.
game 2 empezamos igual.
4-turn benching of an Abra and a telepathic psychic energy right away. And similarly to game 1 in the active spot, Puka, Mega Kangaskhan facing off against Relor.
having Deja Vu chip, Mega Kangaskhan, Relor, and Abra with the telepathic psychic energy. I think this is just the first game again.
Ooh, and look at these prize cards as Jake is doing his opening search. A couple of Kadabra.
Uy,
Looks like a
uy,
draw
uy.
very important for fueling his engine.
And crucially, that Eerie is in the prize cards as well. That's one of your defenses against Unfair Stamp. You can just discard it from your opponent's hand before they get an opportunity to use it. This might be tough for Jake now. Doesn't have all the resources at his disposal that he may want.
Still searching off this
Está,
telepathic
lo
psychic.
tiene un
It will
poco
be a couple more
atrapado aquí
Abra
porque con esos
brought
cadáveres de
down.
los prize cards no hay
Is a
mucho
buddy
que pueda
Poffin as
hacer.
well, searching the deck for 2 Pokemon with 70 HP or less, putting them into play. Looks like 2 Dunsparce brought to the front of the deck immediately. You mentioned the clogging of the bench in game 1. Not really a problem when you're putting out Dunsparce, as it can clear those spots up.
Sí, porque
Yeah,
Dunsparce
that's one
solo
of the
rebota.
parts about this support line. Of course, great combo with that enriching energy, draws you more cards. But yeah, need to have those in play later on in the game.
Kobe is going to open up with the use of a run errand to draw a couple of cards from the top of the deck. It looks like he's got Cyrano and Crispin in his hand. No Teal Mask Ogerpon though, so I don't think we're going to see the potential of a turn 1 attack. Cyrano will be his choice here to search his deck for 3 Pokemon EX, reveal them, and put them into his hand.
Trying to see if there were any energy cards in that hand. Could be an issue. If not, really want to get an energy in play on the first turn so you can set up for an attack on the second turn. And you can see the prize cards for Kobe here. Again, a lot of different types of energy. I think not overly relevant, but the water energy will make it so he cannot use the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX in this game.
It does cut him out of that potential play. Of course, Jake does have that Rabska, which also cuts Kobe out of that play. It seemed like Kobe wasn't even keeping that line open very much in game number 1 as he attached the water very, very early, recognizing that Rabska is very easy to establish for his opponent.
And one of those just 2 bosses orders in the prize cards as well. We saw that was a crucial card in the first game, being able to target down some Pokemon at the right moments. But overall, I think
Ese deck de Roy se verá súper caro, se verá como el deck más caro del mundo.
Let's see what Kobe decides to go with on this first turn. Again, you really do want to establish some sort of offense in the first couple turns.
And a part of that offense is finding an energy attachment. And if he's going to miss an energy attachment here, that is going to put him effectively a turn behind. He can make it up a little bit through the use of Crispin in the future and some Teal dances. So it's not necessarily the end of this game, but it is definitely a big miss. He's going to use the Cyrano to find out Latias EX, give that chunky Mega Kangaskhan a little bit of movement. Of course, the hefty 3 retreat cost brought down to 0 thanks to Skyliner. Teal Mask Ogerpon EX and Lily's Clefairy also a part of this equation.
All right, so as Kobe looks through the deck, does see that the Unfair Stamp is in there. That'll be a crucial part of this equation as well. More big basic Pokemon EX coming down onto the bench, including a second Mega Kangaskhan, but where's the energy?
It's the same thing we saw from Kobe in game number 1, getting that second Kangaskhan established, respecting the potential of a big play from his opponent of taking out this Pokemon. He wants to be able to promote it should his active go down, and here it is, Jake's second turn. Pokepad immediately fetches out the Dunsparce, ready to go with a runaway draw.
In the first game, we saw Jake miss finding rare candy on the second turn of the game. That's going to be even more important in game number 2 with those 2 Kadabra. In the prize cards, you want to see that rare candy so that you can skip from Abra to Alakazam right away. Will Jake be able to find it in this second game?
Yeah, again, possible here for this Mega Kangaskhan to go down. Jake needs to get into an Alakazam and get 15 cards, and there is the Alakazam, rare candy, bringing it out. Drawing himself 3 cards. He does also have that enriching energy, so he can attach and draw some more, though he would lose out on his Relor unless he, retreating it off the Relor, unless he was to find an air balloon. Here comes a Kadabra from this Pokepad. Be able to draw himself a couple of more cards.
You know, this situation, I think it's always very tempting to take 3 prize cards, right? It's, again, halfway to getting to all 6. So it's, always when you have that knockout in front of you, we're like, I could just do it. But this may be a situation where Jake wants to be a little more patient. Wasting that enriching energy could backfire later, and doesn't seem to be under a lot of pressure from Kobe after the missed energy attachment on the first turn. So we could see a situation where Jake is just content to pass the turn, evolve up some of these Pokemon, and set himself up for a longer game.
We'll see if he chooses to remain patient, and he is going to attach this enriching to his active. Wow. Drawing 4 more cards. Does have that Dunsparce he fetched off of the pad. Getting a count, looks like 10 cards in his hand currently. Still a long way to go to get to 15. And there is the Dunsparce coming out.
Chinchar.
The second Dunsparce hits the board as well.
Otras par de cartas de los Dunsparce.
Seems so unlikely for him to reach to a one-hit KO. He is going to retreat into this Alakazam and not take a one-hit knockout, still lay a bunch of damage into this Mega Kangaskhan. But so often we are used to seeing just knockout after knockout after knockout when piloting Alakazam.
Yeah, and we do see the runaway draw, so Dunsparce going into the deck, and you have to see that the air balloon was drawn off of that. That could have potentially been used to retreat the Reller without having to use that enriching energy. Gotta wonder if that's gonna come back later for Jake, not having access to that powerful A-Spec card.
You only get to play 1 A-Spec in your deck. There are so many powerful ones to choose from. And for Jake this weekend, it has been the enriching energy. But for him now, it is in his discard pile. He has no access to it, but he's got Boss's orders to bring up the Latias EX.
Y ahí sí se la
And
puede
he has
bajar.
enough cards in hand. He can still take a 2-prize KO this turn.
Sure seems like he was in that awkward middle ground, having enough to knock out a regular Pokemon EX, but not enough to knock out Mega Kangaskhan. So still a huge turn here.
Con 2 más que agarraste.
Fragile feeling here, Chip. You get a knockout, but you, once again, don't have the Genesect.
El telepate.
This is another opening for Kobe. If he can find that unfair stamp, he could leave Jake susceptible to being stuck with a low hand size. Kobe does play a couple copies of the Cypher Maniac's code breaking.
Todavía no.
That's a way he could guarantee himself this card draw.
We would love to pair the unfair stamp with an attack, though. And right now, need to probably play Crispin to get an attack, unless you can find multiple energy switch in combination with that Teal Mask. Ogerpon EX could potentially attack with something like
Ahora tiene
Lily's
Meowth
Clefairy
también, puede
EX
utilizar Meowth para sacar
instead,
cartas.
if you wanted to go that route.
Another card Kobe does play as well is the one Lily's Pearl, so he could make the Clefairy worth just 1 prize card. Here comes that Meowth EX using that last ditch catch.
Lily's Pearl,
Lily's
Pokemon cards.
Only
That's
when
just
knocked out by damage from an attack powerful hands is an effect of an attack. So he's going to look through here and search out any supporter from this last ditch catch. And it does look like it is Cypher Maniac's code breaking being lined up. Any 2 cards placed on top of the deck in whatever order he pleases.
You're going to see the unfair stamp once again. Of course,
Con esto puede sacar
one more card on top of
el
your deck.
unfair
You'll draw
stamp.
them both with the run errand. So you could both draw the unfair stamp and set up a combo for an attack here.
Does look like that Cypher Maniacs will be the choice. And we know unfair stamp will be one piece of this equation. Question now, what will his
Digo que saques un first stamp,
grab
pues.
be?
O sea, sí no le permitís el daño. Pero sí lo dejas jodido. O sea, le dejas todavía la oportunidad de seguir jugando porque tiene para cómo seguir armando. Tiene Dunsparce, tiene para hacer otro Kadabra, tiene para hacer otro Alakazam.
Basic psychic energy, Puka.
That signals an
Y
attack.
si no atacas, igual
Very
tienes.
EX. I believe there's an energy switch in hand already. So Kobe going to try this strategy once more. Unfair stamp, knock out your Alakazam, and let's see what happens.
Run errand, drawing the 2 cards that Kobe just placed on top of the deck. going to use an Ultra Ball to discard a couple more cards from the hand, fetching out any Pokemon he would like.
Qué bonita esa Ultra Ball.
That to his hand, and also thinning some cards out of his deck that he doesn't want to draw anymore. Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, one of those cards going to the discard pile. He's going to thin just one more Pokemon out of his deck. If he's got Area 0, he could put more Pokemon into play, of course, if he would like to, or just discard them. Raging Bolt, not super necessary whenever you're dealing with Alakazam, which only has 140 hit points. Really nice to knock out high HP Pokemon, perhaps some of those Mega Pokemon we've seen in the format, like opposing Mega Kangaskhan's, like Mega Excadrill EX, but not useful in this matchup at all.
Yeah, that's exactly what you can do here. Discard those cards with Ultra Ball so that you don't draw into them off of this unfair stamp.
There's the basic Psychic onto the Clefairy and an Energy Switch off of the Teal Mask Ogerpon, and unfair stamp will give him 5 cards refreshed and leave Jake with just 2 cards. He's already got the attack lined up. Kobe will take down this Alakazam, and these 2 cards here for Jake NG are massive to keep him and his hopes of becoming world champion alive.
Chip, there's just one problem. There's no Latias EX in play currently, and the bench is full. Kobe needs to find Area 0 Underdepths and Latias EX to even retreat.
We're so used to seeing those cards just automatically being in play. That is not the case in this game and in this situation, and off these 5 cards, it does not look like he has been able to draw into them. That's why he was debating so long on that Cypher Maniacs, Puka. He just has to pass now. And it's over to Jake on his turn, and he's got Alakazam.
3 cartas.
A crucial miss for Kobe on that turn. When you can't combine the unfair stamp with a knockout, your opponent gets more time, and time is not something you can afford to give to Alakazam.
Uy, este es el comeback. Oh, rayos.
Wonderful hand off of that unfair stamp. He's going to be drawing all sorts of cards.
Alakazam into the Dawn, Dawn into Alakazam, the Dunsparce, and Fezandipity.
Damn, sí se recuperó. Fuck.
To the top. Buddy Poffin to replenish the board. If Jake can get to 15, he'll be able to take this knockout. He'll go down to just 1 prize card remaining. Let's see if he can piece it all together.
And even with no knockout here, I think the damage has been done. Jake has so many cards in hand now, has the opportunity to set up those Dunsparce for future
otras 3.
Third Alakazam, all 3 Alakazam into play now for Jake. And I don't think he's going to get to 15, but like you said, Puka, the damage has been done. Kobe's one trick, his one chance in this matchup is the use of that unfair stamp. He's already expended that resource. And it was for not enough of a payoff.
Sí.
Yeah, let's not forget Jake is ahead on prize cards. He's already taken the first 2. Kobe still has to take 6 knockouts to win this game.
Damn,
and
Jake lo va a lograr.
Vamos, Jake. To disrupt that hand. If we keep seeing those runaway draws with the Dunsparce filling up the hand every turn, there's no way to set it back down to a low enough number where Alakazam won't be able to knock out these Pokemon EX.
And Jake can just feel free to replenish this board with the Dunsparce over and over and over again. There's no reason to worry about.
Qué bueno de Dunsparce, la verdad.
Established now, unfair
Qué cool ese efecto de esa habilidad de Dunsparce. Mis respetos, qué buena carta.
Continue to draw here and see what else he could possibly do, but if he doesn't get off an attack here, I fail to see a real path. There's an attachment. He's active.
Transform.
Looks like an energy switch, so he's going to attack with this heavily damaged Mega Kangaskhan EX.
Pues, ajá, si ataca eso, lo significa que lo va a dejar en el campo y va a estar abierto a que venga el otro Alakazam.
That's not a good feeling either.
He is going to manually retreat that hefty Mega Kangaskhan into the Lily's Clefairy EX. It will be able to attack. It will take the KO on Alakazam. Kobe's going to put a couple energy cards into play with this Glass Trumpet. But Jake is just 2 attacks away from closing this out. He's already got the 2 Alakazam on his board, and his hand is no longer in danger. There is the KO. Lily's Clefairy takes down Alakazam, that handheld fan. On Jake's end, will bounce the psychic energy over
Pero igual no fue mucho tampoco lo que hizo.
On the bench. Kobe finally taking a prize card in game 2. And let's just see if Jake can stream together a couple of attacks in a row.
We did see in the first game, Jake got to a spot where he kind of ran out of steam. And let's remember, there's no enriching energy anymore. That was discarded early on in this game. So it might be a little more difficult to build up the hand than it would be normally. But there's still a pretty healthy number of cards in that hand. Alakazam did 100 damage, and there's the flip the script to add more.
Serendipity EX using its powerful ability as a KO was taken on the previous turn by Kobe. Jake, should he have an energy card which is attached now, he'll be able to KO this.
The Dunsparce va a utilizar a
Dunsparce put into play as well. I don't think he even has to use these runaway draws to get this KO. There is the powerful hand. Jake down to just 2 prize cards remaining.
Okay, solo 2. ¿Cuáles agarró ahora?
You can see how powerful that hand really is, knocking out that Pokemon EX for just a single energy card.
Este está potente.
What can Kobe
Damn.
do from here?
Sí.
The pressure is on.
Kobe.
You can see why this Alakazam deck is so difficult for Kobe to deal with.
Here is flip the script of the Serendipity EX to draw.
Kobe necesita ser... No veo cómo gana.
Nothing else, he'll be able to draw through quite a bit more of his deck this game. You see that teal dance of...
No veo cómo Kobe gana esta, la verdad.
Out. And here is that run errand ability to draw himself 2 more cards.
Porque tiene que... Digamos que se baja Alakazam, ok, es un premio. Pero el otro tiene un Alakazam ya en el campo, tiene 2 Dunsparce para recargar su mano si lo necesita para conseguir esa única energía que necesita. No veo qué puede hacer, la verdad.
Jake's already got so many cards in hand. Perhaps the one hope here for Kobe would just be if some energies were prized for Jake.
Sí, ya, no iba a ganar. Es que no tenía cómo salir de esa. Qué buen juego de Jake, madre santa. Let's get fired up.
Fair stamp, not enough.
Qué buen juego, Jake, bro. Estamos bien. Un juego más y ganamos, chat. Un juego más y ganamos. Sí se puede. ¿Quién dijo miedo, ah? Sí se puede.
See why this single prize Alakazam for just a single energy favors or trades so favorably with these Pokemon EX. Even just knocking out something like a Latias EX.
Sí, la hizo bien cool, honestamente. Mis respetos, mis respetos.
I mean, and that knockout was huge. It's what prevented Kobe from getting into his attacker on the following
estiramiento.
Getting rid of that pivot ability was a really heads-up move from Jake, and it ensured that he would cruise to a Game 2 win.
All right, everyone here, let's hear from Pablo. Pablo, what are you seeing in this match, and what can we expect to see as we go into this crucial Game 3?
I mean, obviously, defense against the on-first stamp is going to be the key thing, having that Genesect down, and we saw that very smart play taking out Latias in order to remove the mobility, right? So we'll have to see what they can do, but Genesect, I think, is going to be key in Game 3 and could be defining.
Yeah, waiting for knockouts, 100% huge. Not playing a way to take a KO until you can establish that Ace Nullifier ability. That is the main way in this matchup that Alakazam struggles, just not building up a large hand that it can keep later on in the game.
I think what's so interesting about this list is the Forest of Vitality and the Rapska actually coming into the fray at this point to use that Spherical Shield to actually prevent the bench from being damaged here. It's unfortunate that the Sacred Ash was prized, but that's the thing. When the Unfair Stamp gives you so many cards to draw back into that opening beautiful hand, anything is possible.
Thank you so much, Pablo, Ethan, and Emily. Appreciate your insight and thoughts as always, as these players are setting up for game number 3. And Kobe will have the opportunity here to choose Puka first or second. Give himself a chance to get established, and here it is, Game 3 of the Senior Division final match. Let's hear it for these trainers. As Kobe is going to kick off this opening turn. Latias EX in the active spot. A Lily's Clefairy, an energy attached, and just a pass. No Mega Kangaskhan, and Jake NG has started that crucial Genesect.
We're off to the races here in the third game. A world champion will be crowned after this one. Pokepad, the first card being played for Jake, needs to set up.
Empezamos con... Ese es el
Genesect. We heard our analysts talking about that. Genesect finally hitting the board in the third game. We thought this was going to be a crucial part of this matchup. There's actually some tricky stuff that can happen on Kobe's side as well. Will we finally see this ace nullifier come into play?
It's going to almost be forced at this point since Jake has had to start it. He'll most likely be able to move it with an air balloon, which will just naturally get a tool card onto this Pokemon. But Jake's opening play here is just that Pokepad to get out the Abra and a Dawn to search the deck for 3 different Pokemon. A basic stage 1 and stage 2.
Un Kadabra, un Fezandipiti y un Alakazam.
Being potentially eyed up. Is his hand that weak that Fezandipiti was considered, Puka?
I don't love that. Unless there's a lot more good stuff in that hand. That is a bad signal. Oh my goodness, Fezandipiti EX being taken off the Dawn right away? Unless there's more like Buddy Buddy Poffins, things like that. This could be some trouble.
It does look like it was a Fezandipiti ultimately as the choice because Abra can be fetched with that Pokepad.
Okay, eso ya lo cambia un poco. Está mejor puesto. Sí.
That will be put onto the board and just a pass, no energy on the side of Jake. And as we see this hand here for Kobe, there's also not much going on. His only bailout being, I think, this Cypher Maniac's code breaking. I don't think he has anything else.
¿Y qué va a hacer? ¿Sacar el Ace
I don't
Pick?
think there's enough Pokemon in play for Full Moon Rondo to even knock out this Genesect. What does Kobe have here?
Hey, vuelve a cargar.
Whatever you want, especially when that Pokemon only has 110 hit points. Whatever you want, especially when that Pokemon only has 110 hit points, but it's not going to happen here this turn.
Sí, no puede hacer mucho.
Things are getting weird in the third game here to decide our world champion. Not optimal starts for either player. Who can adapt?
Pero usted puede empezar con Kadabra y empezar ya a ciclar cartas.
When things don't go completely according to plan. See, these are the adjustments you have to make when you're playing at a high level like this.
Teal Mask, Okrapani X, and Cyrano played on top of the deck, and makes a lot of sense when you look at the hand here for Kobe. He'll be able to Teal Dance into that Cyrano on the next turn and fill his board with a bunch of powerful Pokemon EX. He will retreat, and he's going to deal just 80 damage with this Full Moon Rondo.
Casi.
2-hit KOing a Genesect. I don't think that's how you draw it up, Puka.
Definitely not. Big 2 cards off the Psychic draw here, though.
Does find an energy card. It is that Enriching Energy, his A-spec of choice. He's going to attach, draw himself 4 cards, and continue to fuel forward this position. It's not going to be possible now to attack. There's no Wondrous Patch in this list from Jake, so no KO potential, but a second Dawn played will search out a bunch of Pokemon and continue to help him get his board established. It was seeming a little scary at first for Jake, but I think he's begun to stabilize.
Yeah, the key was just kind of survival in this situation.
Sí, sobrevivir, es que ese Genesect sobreviviera era clave. Porque ahorita sí está jodido.
Yeah, that means no Alakazam remaining in the deck. They're hiding out between the hand and the prize cards. We're going to see another Psychic draw here of the Kadabra. 2 more cards. There is a basic Psychic. Dunsparce will hit the board. And it does look like just 2 Alakazam in the hand, so 1 is hiding out in the prizes. He's got Battle Cage in his hand, thinking about just playing that card out, and he will do just that and passes now over to Kobe.
And we see Jake once again not valuing the Genesect in this matchup. Could have retreated it to try to protect it and save that ace nullifier for later, but deciding, no, this is the least important Pokemon I have in play right
Quiere
now.
terminar rápido el juego, pero es que se va a
And this is
fregar
the
con
play
ese
Kobe set
Sireno.
up last turn with his Cypher Maniac. He uses his Teal Dance, draws that one other card he put on top, and it is going to be the Cyrano. Searching the deck for 3 powerful Pokemon EX, adding them into his hand. Pheasantipity, Mega Kangaskhan EX.
Ese lo pone en una
Meowth
mucho
as
mejor
well.
posición.
The things I
Más con
love
ese
about this Cyrano,
Pheasantipity.
being able to chain
Supongo que lo que está
supporters
intentando
thanks to
Jake hacer es que
Meowth
ahorita
EX.
saca un que le maten a Genesect, Pheasantipity. Pero,
Kobe will certainly get a knockout on this turn. But the question is, will he be able to set up for a big follow-up after that? The opening turn has been fairly weak at this point. Not a lot of acceleration. You really feel like he's got to be gearing up for that unfair stamp in the next couple turns. What's going on here? Looks like just the full moon rondo. There could have been an awkward situation there with a cruel arrow from Pheasantipity with the right mix of cards, but now Jake has a golden opportunity.
Let's see if he's able to capitalize. He'll lead off with that telepathic psychic energy, searching out 2 basic psychic Pokemon, putting 2 more Abra into play on his bench. We know he has Alakazam waiting in hand, and he already has so many cards available.
The only ways to get back that Genesect that just got knocked out, there's 1 Sacred Ash and 1 Alana's Aid. And those are both kind of difficult to find early on in the game. So once again, we might be headed for a situation where Genesect is just not a factor. We came into this thinking that was going to be one of the main interactions in this matchup. It just hasn't come up yet. But Jake has still been able to find a way to get this Alakazam
genial
up and
está
running.
este deck de Alakazam, me
Certainly
encanta,
has
está
enough cards to get a
precioso.
knockout here. And he's going to use the Eerie, trying to perhaps catch that unfair stamp. Unable to do that, but does get 2 energy switch.
Wow.
Pheasantipity,
2
oof.
energy switch. That will definitely limit Kobe's options.
It was his
following
orders.
turn.
It was his orders.
Flip the script, Pheasantipity EX, drawing a few more cards. Here is that Forest of Vitality. Getting rid of that battle cage, putting this stadium into play now. And as long as he's got 10 cards in his hand, powerful hand will take the KO. Jake NG strikes. 2 prizes
Kind of
down,
fun.
4 more to go.
Telepathic psychic energy.
How will Kobe respond here? The pressure is mounting. The hand is built up for Jake. Alakazam is up and running. Is this the time to find unfair stamp? Starts off with just 3 cards off of this.
Flip the script to draw those first 3. And Kobe's used 1 Cypher Maniac's code breaking. He does play 2 copies, so he could piece it all together with his Meowth that he grabbed last turn off of the Cyrano. Gonna draw
Man, que
with a few
está-
other abilities first to see if he can perhaps find it naturally.
Los nervios.
Of course,
Necesito-
not only does he want to play the unfair stamp, he wants to pair it
Necesito-
with an attack,
urge
with
ese
a
unfair
KO,
stamp.
which is what he missed out on in game number 2. And here comes that Meowth.
Bueno, el momento la verdad.
One major difference in this third game is Jake was able to put down Pheasantipity EX before this unfair
está.
stamp is potentially coming. It's going to weaken the effectiveness of that. You have to wonder if there's even an opportunity for Kobe to take advantage of the fact that Pheasantipity is down. Could potentially, use things like Sob with the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon EX to trap it for a little bit so you can set up a bigger play later. But no, Cypher Maniac is the choice here.
And he's going to grab a Grass Energy and the unfair stamp here. He's lined up this KO. He's going to play a few more cards out of his hand to thin as much as possible. And there it
Nice,
is. Unfair stamp. Kobe will get 5 cards, leaving Jake with just 2. But Jake has prepared his board well for this situation.
Sí,
Not only that
muchísimo.
Pheasantipity,
Aunque maten a Alakazam no pasa nada, pues. Fue
Will the
rápido
third time be the
recuperarse.
charm for Kobe's unfair stamp? It worked the first time. wasn't as effective the second time. He needs it to stick one more time to have a chance to become world champion here. This ace-spec card is the game changer that could decide this tournament for these two players.
Here are the cards being drawn. Kobe's already expended everything he really needs to this turn. He's used all of his draw abilities. He's got that Teal Mask Ogerpon EX set up and ready to fire off a Myriad Leaf Shower, taking down the Alakazam, tying this game up. 2 prize cards taken apiece. Let's see what Jake has off of this draw, promoting his Dunsparce, ready to use that runaway draw ability. And he's going to kick it off with a Pheasantipede EX and flip the script.
Saca sus 3 cartas.
See a Hilda and a Dawn in the hand. That's going to represent so many additional cards on this turn. A Kadabra.
Oh, damn! Ahí se armó su mano otra vez. Shit!
Cards. You have the runaway draw with the Dunsparce available as well.
Oh, fuck.
Things are looking great for our Australian player, Jake.
Es un first stamp, porque ahora ya puedo sacar toda su mano otra vez. ¡Rayos!
Plenty of cards.
Qué deck tan
to draw this
increíble
turn.
de
The
Akazam.
Dunsparce available in the active spot. Needs to make sure he can find an energy card. There are so many cards for him to draw to see one. There are 2 found from the psychic draw of Kadabra. There are 3 coming in from this Alakazam. And still 3 more to draw with the Dunsparce available. He only needs 11 in his hand to get this KO.
Yeah, crucial difference between this and the first game as well. Mega Kangaskhan was the one following up after the unfair stamp. Now, a much smaller Pokemon that's much easier to knock out.
Much easier to get to 11 cards compared to the 15 required to KO a Mega Kangaskhan. And should Jake have an energy card, which he does, this powerful hands will take down this Teal Mask Ogerpon EX. Taking Kobe's only Terra Pokemon out of play, taking all of Kobe's energy cards out of play, and leaving him with a board simply full of Pokemon.
Regresa. ¡Oh, la madre, Jake! ¡Vamos, Jake, si se puede!
To just secure a victory if possible, improve the odds where you can, put more Kadabra and Alakazam for you to draw on your future turns.
There is that KO.
Saca otras 2, agarró el Puffin y la energía.
Will promote.
¡Oh, la madre, qué buen deck es esta onda!
So much card draw available. Pheasantipede EX and the use of Flip the Script. 3 cards right here. Peeling them one at a time. Still more to find with the Mega Kangaskhan and its run errand ability. What could Kobe possibly attack?
Estoy emocionado, siento el corazón a mil ahorita. Qué buen juego está este. Shit. Y la gente dice que el TCG no es emocionante.
You have a couple different options here. Obviously, you can't just leave things the way they are. You'll lose immediately if nothing changes on this board, whether that means attacking the active Pokemon, knocking it out, or trying to get a little crafty, maybe using something like Boss's Orders to bring out Pheasantipede EX and try to trap it. I don't know if that'll even be enough at this stage, but you gotta try something.
This is the last game.
Solo es emocionante cuando lo entendés, pero esto está fácil de entender, ¿no? Si lo estás siguiendo.
Kobe's gonna see it out and try to find some path here. Perhaps through the use of
Este deck en particular, estos decks en particular están súper fáciles de entender.
Gonna put down a Lily's Clefairy. Oh, he cannot bench that Meowth Puka. There are no Pokemon in play. He put down that Lily's Clefairy first. Of course, Area 0 Underdepths expands your bench to 8 Pokemon, but only if you have a Terra Pokemon in play.
Something we've probably all done at some point.
Sí, bro.
Have a Terra Pokemon in play, and that Area 0 Underdepths is always expanding your bench to 8 Pokemon, but the
damn, bro, misplayed. No! Vamos, Jake!
For the Area 0 Underdepths, and the first card that Kobe played down was the Lily's Clefairy.
Yo lo estoy siguiendo, pero decía por tu comentario, la mayoría de gente ni trata de entender. Es cierto, es cierto. O no le saben, vamos a ver, no tienen el approach.
Has to find Crispin if he wants to attack this turn. That's now his only path with no Teal Mask Ogerpon in play. No opportunity to get extra energies out through the use of a teal dance.
Men, qué emocionante está este juego.
Kristen here,
Shit.
he's gonna miss an attack. Psychic energy will come down onto the Lily's Clefairy EX. Gonna take stock of the discard pile on Jake's end. Looking for any way.
Me hice fan del deck de Alakazam.
He will use a
Boss's Orders. ¿Para qué hace?
into the active spot. Banking perhaps on lack of energy cards available for his opponent, hoping that maybe a couple energy cards are prized. It is entirely possible. If that were the case, Jake may have a hard time moving this Pheasantipity. He will draw for turn. There
Ahí está. Buena, Jake, let's fucking go. Qué buen juego, santa madre, a la madre. Wow. Wow. ¿Cuánta gente estoy viendo? 25,000 a huevos. Men, qué juegazo. Qué pinche juegazo. Oh, la madre. Oh, mi corazón.
Become our champion. Well played by both players. Such an amazing match to watch. At the end of the day, Jake will be taking home the crown. Congratulations.
Jake, qué cabrón, mira. 10 de 10. Qué excelente jugaste, bro. Man. Yo les dije que traía el aura. El problema fue que el otro venía con chanclas y con calcetines. Eso no se hace. Mala idea. Mala idea.
What a run it has been for both of our players. Congratulations.
Qué buen
the
juego.
world champion in the seniors division.
He said at the beginning he was going to be the champion and
Y cumplió.
followed through on
Y
his
cumplió.
promise. Congratulations.
Él dijo que iba a ganar y cumplió. Santa cachucha.
Very confident player. And you gotta think there was a moment he may have been questioning himself.
Hay 25,000 en YouTube, 18,000.3K en Twitch y 82.7K. Estamos sí a más de 100 entonces, man. Y ahorita va a subir para Masters.
With Jake for an interview. We've got to see how he's feeling fresh off
Qué
his
excelente juego, madres.
Oh my goodness, what a match we just witnessed. And we officially have our world champion for the TCG
Yo sí creo
Senior Division. All right.
Es el
Jake
mejor
NG,
juego de TCG que he visto en las finales, en los mundiales.
favored in this matchup, but this did go the distance.
Sí, de finals, de World
Breakdown of this match from your
Championship
perspective.
Sunday.
So game one, I just drew nothing off the stamp, which just lost me the game pretty much. I think I might have made a slight misplay. I didn't Sacred Ash back Abras into my deck, which probably lost me the game. But in game 2 and 3, they were pretty clean. I just drew a supporter off stamp and I won.
Now, the senior division offers a unique opportunity to start building your reputation as a player nice and early. As you continue down your competitive career, how would you like for people to describe you as a player?
I hope they view me as a top player. Ultimately, that's just my goal, to feel like I'm good. I don't really care that much about winning as long as I feel I'm at the top of the current player base.
There's nothing like a world championship title to prove to people that you're good. Before I let you go, who would you like to give any shout outs to?
I'd like to shout out my dad first for bringing me to all the events that I go to. He takes a lot of time off work just to come with me. I'd also like to thank out Yuichi and Addison for playing the same list as me to Worlds, as well as everyone who's tested with me and helped me build my deck.
Truly is.
Buena, Jake. Mis respetos, sos un crack.
Chase Center, give it up one more time for your
Qué increíble match. Honestamente, qué increíble match.
We have had some very interesting matches so far today, but I do think we have one more matchup when it comes to TCG. Am I right? There's something else we have to do.
Masters.
That's right. The TCG Masters division is on the way. So let's get you set up for our final matchup.
Let's go. Vamos.
For nearly 30 years, the Pokemon trading card game has continued to evolve. New cards, new strategies, and new generations of trainers. but the dream of becoming world champion has remained all the same. The best trainers of the 2026 season earned their place in San Francisco, and after countless hard-fought battles, clutch plays, and crucial top decks, only 2 remain. One final match will decide the next.
Bueno, señores, jóvenes contra boomers. ¿Quién va a ganar?
Diego Casiraga is one of the most storied players in the game's history, having 3 prior Top Cup finishes, including his world champion title in 2017. His run this year has been fueled by the powerful hands of Alakazam.
¡Otro Alakazam! ¡Let's go! ¡Sí, Alakazam!
After defeating Henry Chow in top 4, Diego proved that he is still one of this game's top competitors as he battles for a champion.
Y con sus hijos, bro. Le vamos a Diego.
Todo en este partido.
Vamos a Diego, señores. Le vamos a Diego. No hay para dónde.
Dominated the Pokemon TCG for the last few seasons. Andrew is playing Dragapult EX with Crushing Hammers. This is an archetype that he popularized after winning the Los Angeles Regional Championships earlier this season.
Hedrick finds boss's orders. He will win the game.
He defeated former #1 ranked player Brent Tonneson in top 4 to punch his ticket into Championship Sunday. This finals match is a story of the experienced veteran versus the young superstar, but only one of them can leave this stage as our champion.
¡Vamos, Diego!
My turn.
One of our trainers is looking to become the first 2-time world champion.
Man.
TCG
Y con ese deck de Alakazam está buenísimo.
Rock this deck towards victory in a regional this very season. Everybody, it is time to meet our TCG
Que esta va a estar buenísimo. ¡Qué buena shit!
We have Andrew Hedrick.
Cookie, ahorita ahí en Twitch tengo que este es de G o tengo Champions. Diego, nomás por la historia tiene mi apoyo, se mamó. Dice Champions, qué raro, yo lo puse a cambiar y no quiso cambiarlo, man.
I know I'm stoked for this matchup. I know everyone in the audience is. Andrew, 5 regional victories, an NAIC title. This would mean the trifecta. What is it going to take to actually achieve that?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess gotta try to treat this match like you would any other, right? Gotta try to play the best you can, do what you can with the cards you draw, and to see if it works out.
And Diego, the last time we saw you on this stage, your wife was 7 months pregnant with your first child. Now you have returned as a father of 2. Walk me through the journey back from 2017 till now.
Y es un orgullo que ellos estén acá conmigo y poder vivir con esto con ellos.
I'm really proud to have them here with me, supporting me here in the sidelines.
We appreciate the support of everyone that is in the audience right now.
Ahora ya lo cambió, gracias.
Send our trainers off to your battle stations. All right, casters, what do you got to say about this?
Oh, we got a lot to say about that, Gabby, but we're hopefully going to have time to say it all. We've got Andrew Hedrick, Diego Casiraga. We have crowned.
Que este va a estar bueno, este va a estar bueno. Más porque ese deck de Alakazam es hermoso.
Champion. Now just some Masters Division left. I'm Ross Gilbert, and I'm here with the lovely Joe Bernard. Joe, how good is this final going to be?
Oh, this is Goliath versus Goliath. With you, Ross. This is a combination of modern era versus veteran. We have the mastermind of the modern era in Andrew Hedrick, looking to complete the Pokemon gauntlet. He's already a regional champion. He's already an international champion. Just what remains? The World Championships is just 1 set away. But he faces down a veteran of over 20 years of experience at the very highest level, Diego Casiraga. He has a resume better than anyone firing Jason Klaczynski at the world's level. He's already got 2 top 8 finishes. His dream came true in 2017 with Gardevoir GX, and he's hoping to do it again today.
Well, back in 2013, we saw Jason Klaczynski win the World Championships for the 3rd time. But since then, the player base has grown immeasurably. Tournaments have gotten infinitely harder, and we ask that question, will we ever see another player repeat as the Masters Division World Champion? Well, Diego's coming here saying, look, I won it in 2017, 9 years later, I'm back, and he has got an excellent...
Vamos, Diego, si no tenemos a Wolfie, tenemos a Diego. Chat, si no tenemos a Wolfie, tenemos a Diego. Ah, qué bueno shit.
To go, and he could do what people thought might no longer be possible.
If anyone can, it could be Diego. And we've got the friends and family standing by, so let's hear from them.
Thank you so much, guys. Of course, I'm here with the friends and family of our competitors, and I've got a couple of posing questions to ask them. How does it feel having supported them towards this point, and now they're on the world stage?
I mean, to me, it's no surprise. I think Andrew Hedrick is on a different level from every other player in the world, and it's pretty rare that the best players get to actually make it to the finals of Worlds, so I really want him to bring this one home because he's a great friend of mine.
Sorry. That's okay.
I mean, it's a really, I've been seeing him playing all my life, and being here, it's really...
¡Bravo! ¡Oh, su esposa, mi Kokoro!
I think we're all so proud as well. Feels like
¡Vamos, Diego!
And now get to this point. How much preparation goes into events that like this that people just might not understand from home?
I mean, I have spent countless hours just sitting in call with Andrew, playing, sharing screens, playing, you know, the TCG live ladder. He gets to the highest eloads I've ever seen. It's incredible. He's put in so much work, and he really deserves this.
Can I read? I mean, it's seeing him practicing and practicing, and being with family, and it's really nice.
I love that. That's so good. Still makes plenty of time for the family. And if you could give just one final breath of support, what would you say to them right now if you were over there?
He can do his best, and we will support him no matter what.
Oh.
Use Phantom Dive to knock out all his Abras and win the game.
Good advice. Well, let's go see if that's going to be what unfolds. Good luck to our players as we embark on this journey together.
Let's go!
Well, it's hard to argue with that advice. Use Phantom Dive, knock out Abra. Ladies and gentlemen, we have met the players. Give me a cheer if you're cheering for Andrew. And on the other side, if you want to see Diego Casaraga take it home, make some noise!
Woo!
I think they're both pretty popular, Joe.
And who can blame them? They've had such historic placements. Andrew, more recent success, but Diego, over many years, such a strong competitor. As we see how they made it to this finals, actually quite similar runs from both players. You'll notice that both Andrew and Diego were able to take out Crostal in their top 8 matches, and then were both able to defeat Dragapult in their top 4 matches. It was really amazing to see.
Men, qué bueno va a estar este juego.
Against Henry Chow in that previous game.
Oh, that was fun.
Sí, pinta para que va a estar increíble este juego.
So you know that he's got a lot of experience in this matchup. Actually, throughout the tournament, he has 4 wins and 1 loss. His only loss of the entire tournament so far has been Dragapult.
That is a little bit awkward, but there are a lot of Dragapult out there. He has beaten a lot of them. Let's see what the casters think about this particular matchup.
A ver, ¿qué dicen los casters? ¿A quién le están votando?
Our predictions. Who do we think is going to take
Ah, por la victoria, Diego. Sí, 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 sí.
We ended up on different sides of this bracket.
Whoa, parejo.
But you think Andrew's bringing it home?
Well, it's a dead heat between the casters, and you can see why. It's hard to back against
Yeah.
the world champion. I'm feeling that what I've seen from Andrew, he's just such a phenomenal competitor. and I do happen to think that his build of Dragapult EX will have enough answers to this single prize Alakazam archetype. Diego does have a lot of defensive cards that can help out against the dangerous Phantom Dive attacks, against the Adrenabrain from Monkey Dory, but I think that Andrew just about has the edge here with his list.
I've been looking at recent tournaments, and Dragapult has been the best deck for a while. No one's arguing that. But it didn't win the last European regional of the season, and it didn't win the last North American regional of the season, and it didn't win North American internationals, and it didn't win Japan championships, and it was the best deck in all of those tournaments going in. And I just think sooner or later, Dragapult gets got, and I think this is the game where Dragapult gets got. But I do think it's going to be close. I think it could go either way, and I do think might be a pretty good matchup we're going to watch.
Well, if the casters can't decide who's going to win, it's going to come down to these players. Let's have a look and remind ourselves.
Desde el 2019, 2017 ganó el... Oh, no, dude.
A 5-time regional champion, NAIC champion. His best world's finish to date has only been top 32. He's absolutely eclipsed that right now. But another great stat for Andrew is that he's only come second in the 7 finals that he's attended in. He is so locked in for these finals.
He has lost 1 final out of 7. That is a pretty good record as you go in, and Diego, a whole bunch of results there. But the one that really stands above all of them is that World Championships final, that title over in 2017 with that Gardevoir GX. Let's take a look at some prizes. Anything coming down that terrifies you, Joe?
Not too
much. And reaching energy.
Energy's not great.
Night Stretcher and the Ace Spec for Diego, not ideal either. So both players are going to have to navigate their prizes in this situation.
Okay, looks like we are getting ready to start. People in the Chase Center, it's time to get loud! Oh! That's exactly what I was talking about.
Ya se llenó, ya casi se llena. Está súper bien.
Players have the fist bump. We are off in the Masters division.
Bueno, ahora contra Voodoo.
Out of a best of 3, and it looks like we're starting off with Andrew Hedrick with a Badu in the active. Diego has got an Abra. It is a buddy popping for Andrew. That is going to allow him to go and grab 2 basic Pokemon. Joe, give us a quick rundown of his Dragapult deck while he searches.
Well, it may not be the first time you've seen it this weekend. We even saw it in the Juniors division. But this archetype is built all around the Stage 2 Dragapult EX, meaning that Andrew's priority will be finding, first of all, early Dreepy, and then working his way into Dracloak. Having that Recon Directive ability grants you so much access to the deck that you'll be able to string together all sorts of combos.
Es una loquera.
It's no bad thing that the Dragapult itself has a phenomenal attack in Phantom Dive, dishing out 200 damage to the active, but also, crucially, placing 6 counters on your opponent's benched Pokemon in any way that you like. And it's how creative Andrew can be, where he's going to find his edges in this set.
Yeah, you're looking to take multiple KOs, set up Pokemon 3-4 turns down the road. You need to be able to see the future if you're playing this Dragapult deck. Well, the Buddy Poffin is going to go out, get Andrew a couple of Dreepy down onto the bench. That is going to evolve up into Dragapult. And a second Buddy Poffin. Turn 1, double Poffin. That is a dream of many a Pokemon player. So we can start seeing even more basics here. If you want to get an army of Dreepy down on the bench, this is a good way to start, but we are weaving in a Dunsparce there, which of course evolves into Dunsparce that is going to be your draw engine.
Both of our players here are utilizing this as a sort of secondary engine within their main evolution line. So it's an amazing start for Andrew here to have access to 3 Dreepy in addition to the Dunsparce, opening up all sorts of opportunities for him to draw on that second turn of the game as he evolves up into his Pokemon. So all things considered, this is a phenomenal turn 1 for him.
It's everything you're looking for. Turn 1 going first, you're not allowed to attack, you're not allowed to play a supporter. What you really want to do is establish a whole bunch of basic Pokemon. You'd like an energy. Does not look like we're going to see that, Andrew. That is, well, do you see one in the hand there, Joe?
All I can see is Dracloak for next turn, a Meowth EX possibly for next turn as well. That's all I'm seeing here right now.
Well, at least you got your basic Pokemon. You don't get your energy, but you can pass over to Diego knowing you're in a pretty good position. And we do pass over Diego's first turn of these finals. Aber in the active, decent start. What do we have? We're looking for Pokemon Search.
Poffin, okay.
And it's only one Buddy Poffin.
Yeah.
But we do have a Buddy Poffin.
One seems to be enough. I think there's also a Pokepad in this hand as well. So Diego will start to sift through his cards. Once again, his evolution line, not only a great attacking threat, but also he can draw cards throughout the game as he evolves up. The Kadabra allows you to draw 2 when it comes into play with that Psychic Draw ability. Alakazam gets you 1 additional card, a great bonus, and that powerful hand attack as well.
Es porque va a agarrar otro Abra para tenerlo y tal vez un Dunsparce para empezar a tener las dos engines en camino.
Diego's hand, not just for what it contains, but also the raw size
O sea,
of the
por doble Abra.
hand is what's required to reach knockouts.
And that's something we're going to be tracking throughout the game. We're going to be looking at Andrew's opportunities to disrupt the hand. We're going to be looking for things like the special red card, things like the unfair stamp, these cards that can lower Diego's hand size, trying to make it as difficult as possible to rebuild it. You need 16 cards in hand to get a KO on a clean Dragapult EX. It's absolutely possible. We've seen it plenty of times this weekend, but Andrew's job is to make it as difficult as possible for Diego to pull that off. A Dunsparce of his own for Diego, and just having a little bit of a look. Now, it is worth noting we have 6 cards that go down as your prizes to begin the game. Those cards are inaccessible until you draw them as prize cards by taking knockouts. So the reason you see these players doing long searches in the early game, they are just looking for which cards are missing so that they know what they don't have access to. Diego right now is thinking, oh, that enriching energy, hope I draw that soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially important as Hilda is one of the crucial supporter cards he will look towards throughout this game. The enriching energy would be a way to unlock some draw out of this supporter, but instead he's just going to have to rely on the telepathic psychic energy to not only attack, but also to get additional Abra into play, because it can search out basic psychic Pokemon. Part of the reason why this archetype is so consistent is the 4 copies of this telepathic energy.
Yeah, perfect order coming in with that. Really did give a power spike to this deck. We've gone and grabbed a Kadabra for next turn. Of course, we know that Badoo with that Itchy Pollen attack is going to be turning off the use of item cards. So it is in your best interest when you're playing against Badoo to proactively play your items, maybe even a turn early, because you can Pokepad now and get your Kadabra. Next turn, that Pokepad will not be available, but you will have the Kadabra ready to evolve, draw 2 cards, and hopefully work towards your main attacker. A Battle Cage goes down, and that's going to be big in this matchup, right, Joe?
This is going to be a crucial war that we have during the entire series, where the stadiums land, because Diego wants to keep this battle cage in play for as long as possible.
Prevent all damage control from being placed on bench Pokémon. Oh, ok, básicamente apaga a Monkey Dory y apaga a Dragapult.
So whenever you can find those stadium bumps, that's really important. But look at this, Recon Directive into Recon Directive. Andrew is flowing right now.
All 3 Dracloak come down nice and easily. You had 3 turn 1 Dreepy, 3 turn 2 Dracloak. Absolutely what you're looking for. Each of those, let's look at the top 2 cards of your deck, 1 to your hand, 1 to the bottom of your deck, and that gives you your draw engine as you keep rolling. This is what you want to do. Slow the game down with Badoo, build up your Dragon army on the bench, and it is going beautifully for Andrew.
The Crispin is the supporter for the turn here, so Andrew can begin to power up multiple Dracloak. He could likely put 2 energy onto 1 bench Pokemon or spread out his attachments just to save him the headache later on in the game. But no, we are seeing 2 energy onto 1 Dracloak here. It may not indicate that we're going to get aggressive this turn with a Dragon Headbutt, but he's certainly eyeing up an attack on the next turn.
He absolutely is. One of the things you've got to watch with Dragapult, it is a 2 energy attack. So cards like Crispin and cards like Rose's Encouragement, they are played in the deck so you can cheat just a tiny bit by getting 2 energy attachments in your turn rather than 1, so that you can get this Pokemon up and rolling a little bit faster, especially if you, say, miss an energy attachment on turn 1. There is that tiny chance that Diego could potentially go Rare Candy, Alakazam, Energy, Boss's Orders, KO, Dracloak. Is that something Andrew's worried about?
Not so much, especially if you're going to use the Itchy Pollen here. I feel like that has to be the line of play this turn.
Yeah.
You're just going to go for Itchy Pollen and hope that this item disruption can really slow down. No.
Oh, it is proactive, Joe. He's going for it. It is a Dragon Headbutt onto the Abra. First KO goes to Andrew Hedrick. No more Badoo, no more item lock. It is a proactive first KO here. That is not what most people would
irse a lo agresivo de una vez, quiere cerrarlo rápido.
Really odd already. In this finals, there's a Dawn top deck from Diego Casaraga. Perhaps the only reason Andrew went for this line of play was there was no supporter from Diego on his first turn of the game. But now we're going to see the runaway draw. If we can find a Rare Candy from these 3 cards, Ross, things could get explosive.
You don't
Not quite, but we do find the Pheasantipity EX.
That's going to be 3 more cards. It's got the ability, flip the script. If you had a Pokemon KO'd last turn, you get to draw 3 more cards. So you're going to have access to more cards. And now you don't even need to use something like a boss's orders. If you just get Rare Candy, Alakazam Energy, you not only knock out
Yo estaría
the
muriéndome los nervios ahí.
importantly, you remove all the energy from the board. There's your telepathic psychic energy. That's going to go and get a couple more Abra if you want to, if they're available.
Yep, absolutely. This is a really disciplined choice from Diego. Make sure you pull these Pokemon out of the deck before you use your flip the script from Pheasantipity EX.
Eso es cierto, siempre cuando estás jugando con cartas tenés una opción de buscar y otra, y después de sacar cartas, primero querés buscar y después sacar cartas por lo general. Porque entonces cuando saques, cuando hagas draw, ya no vas a tener poder encontrarte con ese y no vas a desperdiciar tu efecto.
Already has access to the Genesect in hand.
There's your Kadabra. That's going to be able to evolve next turn, draw a couple of cards, and then you get to get a basic as well. Presumably, I'd think a Dunsparce to evolve up into the Dunsparce. There we go. So that's going to essentially reset your draw engine. The Dunsparce draws 3 cards but goes back into your deck. So one of the things you need to do is to just keep resetting it. Try and make sure you always end your turn with a Dunsparce on the bench so that next turn you can evolve, use Runaway Draw, and then round and round we go. You don't need many cards in hand. You only need 5 to KO a Dracloak. So I'm not worried about hand size.
No.
It's just Rare Candy now. That's all we need.
And there are 3 copies within Diego's list. And here we go. 3 cards from Pheasantipity.
Show me Rare Candy. No. Oh, that's a bit sad. That would have been great. That would have been such a huge turn. Because you get rid of all the energy, you get rid of the Dracloak, you even up the prizes. Instead, you just don't really have a great response. And that's going to allow Andrew to really go as the aggressor. Draw 2 cards here. And we've got Buddy Poffin and a Dedenne. We're going to bench that Dunsparce to potentially evolve and draw cards next turn. But a real missed opportunity here. The lack of Rare Candy, not through lack of trying, I might add, but the lack of Rare Candy means no evolution here, no real attack. You can Super Cybolt for 30, but that's not the same, Joe.
I don't think we're going to see that. And it looks like Diego considering benching Dedenne or Genesect here because he wants to retreat out of this Kadabra. Could also use this Buddy Poffin while he has the opportunity to possibly even put another Dunsparce into play here. That would be a decent sacrificial Pokemon. Expecting a Phantom Dive to come back your way next turn.
And hoping that that Battlecade sticks. That Battlecade will stop the residual damage counters from Phantom Dive KOing an Abra. Because Abra's only got like 50 HP. It's very, very, very low HP for an evolving basic. So that will just be cleanly taken out by a Dragapult, but Battlecade is stopping it right now. It means there's a single KO coming from from what we assume is going to be a Dragapult next turn, rather than a double. If you're Diego, you are hoping that Battlecade stays in play. Andrew does have 2 copies of Risky Ruins. That is going to be target number 1 next turn. Yep. Well, after a Dragapult.
No doubt it's going to be the retreat from Diego so that he doesn't have to find the Rare Candy on the next turn. But it's a big sigh of relief. Andrew took a gamble in this game number 1 with the Dragon Headbutt, but it's really worked out.
It really did. That could have absolutely been punished by a Rare Candy Alakazam. It wasn't, and now Andrew gets some potential to just keep taking prizes. We've got an Ultra Ball in hand, so the Dragapult isn't going to be an issue. It is a stadium we're really looking for at this point. We've got a Pokopad. That's going to go and get a non-rule box Pokemon, generally a non-EX nowadays, and it is going to be the Dunsparce to go and draw more cards. This could go really, really well for Andrew on turn 2.
We're seeing 3 cards already from Runaway Draw. We also have a 7-card dig in total if we're looking at key pieces. There's already boss's orders in the hand for Andrew as well that he might look to use either on the Kadabra, once again forcing Rare Candy, or even trying to bring up that Pheasantipity EX can be such a nuisance for Diego. It's a Pokemon that he would rather not put into play, but you can see why he opted for it. Trying to find that Rare Candy would have been massive. The fact that it's whiffed and now that there's this liability EX in play, for him.
It's one of these huge swing turns. Had Diego hit the Rare Candy, you get to take all the energy off the board, get rid of a Dracloak, but by missing it, you give your opponent the opportunity to potentially have a huge swing turn of their own. It's the Stadium card, Risky Ruins. That's what we're really looking for here. Remove the Battlecade, allow a double KO. Second Recon Directive comes down, and it is a Risky Ruins that he's drawn.
Damn, la
sacó. Double KO here with that Dragapult. Absolutely huge hit of that Recon Directive for Andrew.
This game is already looking so incredible for Andrew. With the Ultra Ball already in hand, he can find a Dragapult EX. And now that he finds the stadium, it's a no-brainer to bring up that Kadabra, being able to knock out both a Kadabra and Abra, leaving Diego with just one of those vulnerable basic Pokemon, and forcing him to find more throughout the game will also open up even more opportunities for Andrew to take those cheap prize cards.
Absolutely. We see an Ultra Ball discarding 2, Crushing Hammer, because why get rid of energy? You're doing very well, and there is no energy. The Dragapult comes down, so all we need now is to replace the stadium. The double KO is there, but I agree with you, Joe. We're looking to see a boss's orders. That is what Andrew is probably going to be playing here. Bring up that Kadabra, and then go and get the double KO. Get the Kadabra, get one of the Abra, and really put Diego in a really bad position. Not just down 3 prizes, but down 3 prizes with just one of that evolution line, one Abra, and nothing else on the board.
Andrew even gets to stay topped up on attachments. Everything is going flawlessly for him in this game number 1. And you have to see the boss's orders coming into play. No, it is going to be the Pheasantipity EX coming out.
And this is not too shabby now. You
200 damage.
Absolutely. And the thing here is, you then leave it with 10 HP remaining. At some point, there's going to be a Phantom Dive. You're going to drop a damage counter on there. Interestingly, chose not to play the risky Ruins. Didn't go for the double KO. Now, one thing that is worth noting now, if there is an Abra left, and that's a big if, 5 damage counters on an Abra, 1 damage counter on a Pheasantipity, we could get a triple KO next turn. But now we're over to Diego, drawing a whole bunch of cards. We've already got the Alakazam. Do we have, is there any way we could get this Dragapult this turn?
We absolutely can. There's already the Air Balloon in hand, so Diego could retreat the active Pokemon and still have a manual attachment to the Alakazam that he's just evolved into. And with a flurry of more Psychic draws and potential Runaway draw, there's no doubt that we can reach here with Diego. Already has a lot of cards in the hand.
We just drew 2 more with Kadabra, that Psychic draw. We're now drawing 3 more with the Runaway draw of the Dunsparce. You get 2 cards when you evolve into Kadabra, 3 when you evolve into Alakazam. Now, it is worth noting that Andrew didn't take a KO last turn, so Pheasantipity will not be able to flip the script and draw 3 cards. That was probably part of his thinking when he chose not to take the KO. And Diego here, the magic number is 16. 16 cards in hand. You need to play the Air Balloon, you need to play an Energy, and you need 16 cards in hand to pull this off.
I counted 17 in the hand, and you have to play 2 from here, but you still have your supporter that can plus you cards. But crucially, it means he can't play Eri this turn. And there's currently the special red card in Andrew Hedrick's hand from early on in this game.
Oh, it's a double Air Balloon, but the second one comes down onto a Genesect, which means the Ace Nullifier is active, which means Andrew is not allowed to play his Ace Spec, which in this case would be the Unfair Stamp, which would put Diego down to a 2-card hand, which is very, very bad. But now we play Dawn. You get 1 card out of your hand, you search 3 Pokemon. That is a +2 in hand in total. And I think if I followed your maths, that might put us on to 16, Joe?
I'm hoping so. If not, there is still the final Runaway draw that's available to Diego. He would much rather hold off of this, if he can, to have some sort of springboard back from potential disruption.
We're going to have to wait and see. In a moment, we unfortunately do not have a live count of cards in hand. If nothing else, we know that Diego is very close to having 16 cards in hand and getting this KO.
This one is 15, and you can rare candy into Alakazam. That would -2, but you're getting the +1 back from the Psychic draw. So Diego would be able to really bolster up the hit points of lots of his Pokemon here. And you can see he's eyeing up that rare candy in hand.
I just got a note in my ear. We've got 15 cards in hand. That's what we're seeing right now. So if we rare candy Alakazam, that goes down to 13, but the Psychic draw draws 3 puts you up to 16. And that would be the magic number, and that would be an absolutely gigantic KO from Diego. That would be a huge point in the... It feels like every turn so far, Joe, has been a huge turning point in the game. But I'm sorry, we're not exaggerating. That's just what's happening.
And Diego's going to have one final check, but he has already counted a couple of times.
I counted with him. It is 16. It is definitely 16 cards. We retreat the Pheasantipity. The Alakazam goes into the active, and we are going to see a powerful hand dropping 32 damage counters and getting a fresh 1-hit KO on an undamaged Dragapult. There's 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 16. That's the KO. Diego.
Buena. Ok, primer Dragon Clock. Estamos bien. Todo está
Pick one.
And plucking the enriching energy from those prizes.
Y agarra.
Being influential.
Oh, el enriching energy. Ah,
shit. Take the knockout, but Diego was able to do it with the Ace Nullifier Genesect coming into play with a tool attached as well. So Diego is thinking, from this position, he can't be hand disrupted this turn. Diego's going to be able to sit on this large hand size.
Man, ahí estamos, se recuperó.
He comes in if you've taken 3 prizes, which you haven't. Unfair stamp can't be played if there's a Genesect with a tool, which there is. And there's no judge in Andrew's list like we've seen on other games this weekend on the stream. So right now, Diego's hand is safe with an enriching energy as well for next turn. And now Andrew's in a really awkward position because it now feels a little bit like your prize racing, but after that giant KO.
El problema es que si no jugas un Dragapult, te van a empezar a bajar los Draglocks y te vas a quedar sin cosas. Entonces, o jugas el Dragapult, y creo que Diego tiene un Possess Orders para sacarlos si fuera necesario. Entonces, o empezás a poner a tus grandes ahí, o te vas a quedar sin gasolina.
Because from where I was standing, it seemed like an obvious play, but Andrew has something else cooked up.
And Andrew knew that that was a possibility. When he took that chance last turn where he hit the Pheasant Dipty but didn't KO it, he knew that this could have been the plan. He is planning for this. Let's see what he's got.
I can see why. He's holding the Rosa's Encouragement supporter cards. You need to have a Stage 2 Pokemon in play, but crucially, you also need to be behind on prize cards to gain access to the acceleration effect here. As you can see, a Psychic Energy and Fire Energy that was just removed from play instantly back into the equation. So Andrew is being able to chain these Phantom Dives no problem. And now he has a really strong opportunity here. Can he even weave in a Monkey Dory attachment from this position to take advantage of his own risky ruins? Doesn't look like it, so he's just going to have to come into the active.
Se baja la Kazam, reparte los damages, se puede bajar el Dunsparce.
The Alakazam is easy. 1 damage counter on the Pheasant Dipty for a 2-prize KO is easy. And there, it's just where does the other 5 go? You could put 5 on a Genesect to leave it 6 damage counters away from being KO'd, or you could spread it around some of the Pokemon on the bench if you prefer. Here comes a KO, and it is 1 onto the Pheasant Dipty, 5 onto the Genesect, and that means that Genesect is now a sitting duck. At any point, Andrew can just go 6 damage counters, yay, extra KO.
Andrew has put himself in a position where, as long as he's able to bounce a Battle Cage that we've just seen Diego draw into and will certainly re-establish, it will just be 1 Phantom Dive to close the game on the next turn. What can Diego do to respond in that instance? We know his hand size is colossal.
It needs to be a KO on the Dragapult, and he needs to get this Battle Cage back down. There is the Battle Cage. There is an energy. So the attack is here. You've got the free retreat with the Air Balloon on the Genesect. You've got your Alakazam with an energy. That's fine. Cards in hand. I mean, he's just counting it here just to make sure there are 16 cards.
That's the deck, Ross. I can see why you're confused, because they're about the same size right now.
I keep seeing Alakazam players, they pick up their hand and their deck, and it's a pretty even ripple shuffle. We see them pulling off.
I actually think Diego has more cards in the hand right now.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 by my count. That is going to be enough to get a KO on that Dragapult. And then you're just asking questions of Andrew at that point. That's what Diego's going to be doing, asking these questions. Do you have a Fire Energy? Do you have a Dragapult? Do you have a Risky Ruins? If the answer to all 3 is yes, it might not matter what Diego does. So here we have a look at the hand. What do we get? Oh, special red card is being selected, and a Night Stretcher as well.
2 big hits, honestly, Ross. That Night Stretcher might be even more impactful, because all Andrew has to construct next turn is a knockout with Phantom Dive, as long as he can find a stadium. And Diego has already now got the information that there's no draw supporter in Andrew's hand, and there's also not that second stadium yet.
It would need to be a Meowth, search for a supporter, and then try and hit everything you need off of that. You don't, look at Andrew's hand. There's no, there's no Dragapult, there's no Risky Ruins. There's 3 things Andrew needs. Right now, he has none, and Diego knows he doesn't have any of them. So here we are going to just retreat the Genesect. Alakazam is going to go into the active, and it is going to be, and I mean this literally and figuratively, a powerful hand, which is going to take a KO. But first, it is just going to be that runaway draw, drawing 3 cards from the Dunsparce.
Yeah, forcing that Eerie meant that we had to use runaway draw here to still have a critical mass of cards in hand. So Diego's going to shuffle up
the
Dunsparce that was just back into the deck. But it looks like we are now topped up back into the critical mass for a KO with powerful hand here. The good news for Andrew is after this Dragapult is knocked out, it's only a single prize board. So he may have a couple of turns. He may not even go for a Meowth EX next turn. He may just try and go for a few turns, trying to recon direct and use the Dunsparce over multiple turns to close out this victory.
That could be a plan. We have a couple of Dunsparce hitting the bench there for Diego, and it is just going to be a powerful hand. There's a big KO on Dragapult. Diego goes down to just 2 prize cards remaining. One more Dragapult KO.
Vamos, Diego!
Will take this first game, but Andrew has something to say about it. Padu goes into the active. It's got free retreat. It can pivot really easily. That's why we see that. And now the question is, what does Andrew have? Big top deck here. It's an unfair stab, which isn't allowed to be played. But we got a runaway draw, and that is going to be used immediately. Fire Energy gets hit. That's
Dragapult already. That means we're just a stadium away from closing the game here. Genesect on the bench, 60 hit points remaining. That's perfect for Phantom Dive. It could all be over here after a couple of recon directive.
I just want to go back a couple of turns when Andrew hit that Pheasantipti for 200, which meant he only needed to put 1 damage counter on Pheasantipti, which meant he could put 5 on Genesect, which means he can now put 6 on Genesect and take the game. That is what Dragapult players like Andrew do. They are setting up these free turns ahead. So there we see a second recon directive. We're looking for Risky Ruins. If we see that, Andrew should be taking this first game. It's a Psychic Energy. It's not Risky Ruins, Joe.
It's not what you're looking for, but it might be enough. Now you can attach Psychic Energy to your other Cloak and even just go for an Itchy Pollen this turn. This gives you another chance at it because Diego still has 2 prize cards left. Yep, that's what we're going to see, the safe line of play from Andrew Hedrick. Just having 2 threats online.
And it's worth noting that Genesect isn't going anywhere. It can't evolve out of it. Nothing is moving. We do see a boss's orders played by Andrew. That is going to grab a Dunsparce into the active. Really just trying to make things a little bit more awkward. There is an Itchy Pollen. There will be no item cards for Diego next turn. And Andrew just says, look, I don't have it this turn. Give me a minute. I'll find it.
Just 1 stadium and still a fairly sizable deck for Andrew to sift through on the next turn. As for Diego, it's really easy to get this single prize knockout. We can already move our active Dunsparce whilst drawing additional cards here. He's used his only disruption. The Eerie Supporter is all Diego has. Otherwise, he tries to be
nervios tengo. Estoy súper nervioso con esto porque de verdad en cualquier momento gana cualquiera.
Kadabra here rather than Alakazam, seeing as though it's just a 30 hit point Budu. Alternatively, Diego could go for a boss's orders play to limit the recon directive or the potential of runaway draw from Andrew. That's probably his highest impact supporter this turn.
I would think so. I think you really need to try and do this if you have the option, which absolutely Diego does. Dracloak comes into the active. This is going to be one fewer recon directive. Because honestly, Diego's winning this next turn. That is not an issue. Diego is going to get the victory next turn. The issue is, can Andrew get it 1 turn earlier? Can he get the Dragapult, the Fire Energy, the Risky Ruins, and get this double KO? Diego has to make it as difficult as possible while keeping up with this prize race. There is a KO on the Dracloak. Easily enough cards in hand. He needed 5. He had, I don't know, like 15, 16, something like that. I'm not even counting. It's too many now. This really is the turn. Andrew has to have it this turn. Diego is 1 knockout, 1 prize away from winning game 1. Andrew has to piece it together right now,
Risky
or it will
Ruins.
be too late. We need Dragapult. We need Fire Energy. We need Risky Ruins.
2 of those pieces already in the hand. Andrew already has access to Meowth EX and Ultra Ball as well, so could be a Flip the Script getting involved, could also be a Dunsparce once again helping him out here. The Fire Energy is always going to be committed as we are getting down to the final turn of the game, and we are always evolving up into our Dragapult EX as well.
No tiene
Simply, well, we're going to try and thin the deck with Buddy Buddy Poffin if there is anything. Is there that final Budu even in the deck? Yes, there is.
This is something we see a lot of players do. You take cards you don't need out of the deck so that when you're blind drawing, like just a draw free, your chance of hitting what you want is slightly higher because there are fewer cards that you don't want to hit in the deck. We're going to see an Ultra Ball get played here. Andrew is going to be searching for something. You think Pheasantipti, Joe? I think you might be right. It draws 3 cards, and Andrew is thinning the deck beautifully while we see this. Now, we are going to see the Meowth come down first because we need to take the supporter out before we draw with Pheasantipti. It is going to be a Lily's Determination, which The question is, are you going to hit it better when you Lily and then Fez, or Fez and then Lily?
You absolutely Lily first in this instance. There we go. We're going to be shuffling up, and Andrew is trying to give himself potentially 12 draws out of this deck. He's actually doing a full count of his deck right now.
There's 13. I think
13.
I counted 13.
The reason to go for Pheasantipity in this instance before getting the Dunsparce is that now he also has outs to the Pokopad that remain in his deck. So he will be able to see 6 cards from this Lily's Determination.
Men, qué buen juego. Está literal a una carta. El que saque, si saca el Stadium, ganó.
Down to the Risky Ruins. Right now, Dragapult is KOing that active Alakazam. That is not an issue. But you need to be able to drop 6 damage counters on that bench Genesect to get the KO, take your 6th prize, and win the game. Right now, Battle Cage is stopping those damage counters being placed because it is an effective an attack. So Andrew is searching for the Risky Ruin Stadium card. That will get rid of the Battle Cage, and that will allow the damage to go through. Show me Risky. There it is!
There está, ya ganó.
And Andrew is going to get rid of the Battle Cage. Dragapult comes active. KO on the Alakazam. KO on the bench Genesect.
Buena. Hasta el final. Qué buen juego, man. What the fuck?
Crowned world champion.
Whoa.
What a thrilling game number 1 here in the Masters Division Finals. And
Qué juegazo.
Taking things slow
Qué
on those final couple
juegazo.
turns.
Tanta cachucha, qué juegazo.
Off while he had a single prize board state. But Ross, I'm most interested in that turn number 2, where we got aggressive with a dragon headbutt.
Absolutely. Well, let's go back to the whole of game 1. Let's have a little bit of a look how we got there. We see the retreat from the Badu here.
Estuvo increíble.
Towards that turn number 2, the aggressive KO on the Abra, starting the prize trade, saying, I don't need Badu right now. Diego's deck did what Diego's deck does, drawing a whole bunch of cards, but it was the whiff of the rare candy on that second turn so that you didn't get the Alakazam attack. That put Diego 1 turn behind, which turned absolutely crucial. Here we see the Dragapult putting 1 damage on the Pheasantipity for the KO, 5 on the Genesect, setting it up for what would be the turn later. Diego takes a second KO on a Dragapult, but it's irrelevant in the end. Andrew hits the Risky Ruins. The Dragapult gets a double KO on the Alakazam and on the Genesect, and that was enough for Andrew to take a victory. Diego was 1 prize away, 1 turn away. It didn't matter. Andrew got to 6 prize cards first and is 1 game up in our World Championship final.
What an impressive display from both players so far in this Masters final. They both put themselves in the best position possible. Diego was almost certainly winning on the next turn.
La remontada, creemos en la
Those
remontada.
pieces and really picked together a nice combination. Diego's been in these tough positions before. He's been on this stage before 9 years ago. He's not going to be put under too much pressure. He's seen it all in the Pokemon TCG. And you can see that he's not even sweating out there, Ross, despite having that beanie on his head.
I mean, he's already got one of these trophies at home. He's just trying to add to his trophy cabinet. Andrew might have to make one, although to be fair, he's got a few victories of his own. Now, what we see happening here is a mulligan. When you start the Pokemon TCG, you need to have a basic Pokemon to begin the game. If you don't have a basic Pokemon, you shuffle your hand into your deck, you draw a new opening hand, and then if you've got a basic Pokemon, you carry on. If not, you repeat. For every time you mulligan, your opponent has the opportunity to draw 1 extra card, almost as like an apology. Sorry you had to wait for me to go and get a basic. Have an extra card, and then we go.
So getting into this game number 2 then, will it be Hedrick's hammers or Kasiraga's cutlery? The fist bump from our players. And one big advantage for Diego in this game number 2, he should have the advantage of going first. As we saw, Andrew took full advantage of his evolution Pokemon early in that game number 1. In this case, Diego could be the aggressor.
Absolutely could. We see the first Buddy Buddy popping. Ladies and gentlemen, in the Chase Center, we've been a bit quiet. We are in the Masters Final. Make some noise! I like these guys. They make noise when we ask them to. It makes me very happy. Having a look at Diego's prizes here, there is an Abra and a Kadabra and a Genesect. He plays 2, but that enriching energy is somehow there again, Joe.
Well, the only good news is that it's towards the top of those prize cards, so in theory, Diego could access them once again.
Just move 1 spot over to the right.
Yes, absolutely. Ooh, look at that. 2 Badu and the Risky Ruins, and the only copy of the Dunsparce for Andrew.
That's bad prizes. The early game is Badu. Risky Ruins is your answer to Battle Cage, and like you say, there's only 1 Dunsparce in the deck. That is genuinely horrible prizes.
Eso es crazy.
That's the worst we've seen all weekend.
That is far from ideal. So often the Dragon
Y esa
Bolt
Risky
EX
Ruin,
archetype relies on Itchy Pollen
Y
in
más
the opening
porque
turns
este es
to sort of
el
stem
deck de
the
Diego es de
setup
un
of other decks
prize,
so that
monstruos
you
de
can
un
pick up on
premio.
lower hit point
Damn.
That won't be available to Andrew.
¿Y
but
fueron
also,
qué?
We know that the stadium is such a key card
30 minutos del primer juego y ni se
Diego
sintió, what the
trying to leave
fuck.
that battle cage in play for as long as possible. Game number 1 was decided exactly because of the Risky Ruins, so Andrew, without having immediate access to that card, may have far less options.
Absolutely. And the thing is, Diego's playing 4 Battle Cage, so you don't think, when do I play it? You just play it. It just hits the board. You don't worry about it. And it's then down to when your opponent can bump it and how often they can, and then when you can reestablish. If that Risky Ruins takes a while to come out the prize cards, and Diego can just get rid of the first Risky Ruins, that is going to be absolutely huge. So we do see Diego doing this first deck search here, trying to figure out which of those 6 cards are in the prizes. So far, we've got an Abra in the active, we've got an Abra on the bench, and a Dunsparce on the bench. Decent start, and it's worth noting that because Diego has a single prize attacker, this turn 1 energy attachment so much less important than it is for Andrew.
Yeah, all things considered, this is already a very decent start for Diego. We'll also get to peek his hand at this stage. Looks like he's holding on to a decent chunk of supporters there as well for the next turn. So action over to Andrew then. Let's see how at least his opening hand has treated him. I see an Ultra Ball. We might be trying to find a Meowth EX to save us here. The hand otherwise is pretty poor.
Yeah, that is not a great opening. I mean, we're eyeing up a Dracloak and a Dreepy to be discarded with Ultra Ball. You can't really get rid of your special red card because that's one of only 2 hand disruption cards you've got, and they're absolutely crucial in this matchup. But you see Andrew changing his mind a little bit. It's a really horrible decision here. It is a Dracloak and it's either Dreepy or Darkness Energy. That's the decision he's making right now. And he is changing his mind.
It's so unorthodox to think about getting rid of your key evolution line and draw engine.
Pues que tiene la-
Andrew is playing 3 copies of Night Stretcher in his deck. That might be part of the reason why we're seeing him be so liberal discarding these Pokemon. In many ways, it actually gives you more outs towards your Dracloak during the game. So Andrew might be doing the unorthodox play that may pay off. And the reason why he was valuing that Darkness Energy so much was to try and get an early Budu. But it's not there, Ross.
It's not there, unfortunately. Both Budu are in the prizes, and that energy was going to give a nice way to retreat your active Dreepy, put Budu active. He's got a 0 energy attack. Andrew's just figured out his prizes are absolutely horrible. His opening hand is, to put it lightly, far from ideal. So Meowth comes down, searches out a supporter card. That is going to be Lily's Determination. You shuffle your hand into your deck and draw 6 cards. But if you haven't taken a prize yet, if you've got exactly 6 remaining, you get to draw 8 cards instead. And hopefully this lot of 8 cards is going to be better than the 7 with which Andrew began the game.
The irony here is that Andrew may still just use this Night Stretcher and get back Dreepy before using this Lily's Determination. Yeah, I think now that the Darkness Energy is just far less useful, he may just grab back this basic. Yep, it's coming back into play. That was always an option from the hand, and now he will see 8 fresh cards. Chooses, of course, not to attach the Darkness Energy. That would have been so handy with access to Budu. That's what he already had in mind, but that's not available to him in this position. So instead, he's going to try to find the Psychic or Fire Energy, possibly to stash on the bench somewhere.
And the difference here is essentially you're setting up like you would normally, but you don't have Itchy Pollen. You're still setting up your Dracloak. You're still trying to get your energy down. You're just not
Está hablando duro la cámara ahí.
do so. But Andrew does have free Dreepy out turn 1, which is not too shabby. Going to be looking for a bunch of Dracloak next turn. Let's see how these 8 cards from Lily's Determination treat him. There is another Dreepy, so we can go up to 4 if we wish. There is a Dunsparce, although by now Andrew knows the only Dunsparce is prized.
And look at that, case in point. He's drawn into a Night Stretcher. That's his only way to Cloak next turn, so that discard from Ultra Ball is really saving him right now.
Absolutely. You can draw into it, you can draw into an Ultra Ball, or you can draw into a Night Stretcher. And there is a Night Stretcher, and it is just going to be straight for that Dracloak. That will be evolving up next turn. All things considered, you got 4 Dreepy, you got your energy attachment, not too shabby. We pass on over to Diego. We get the evolution into Kadabra. Psychic Draw gets 2 cards. It's a Psychic Energy and a Telepathic Energy, which is lovely for getting more Abra if you need them. And we've got some options in hand if we're Diego.
Yeah, already the Telepathic Energy in hand, so some more Abra can flood onto this board. And with a Dawn supporter, there's still the opportunity to run away, draw, and see a rare candy. If that could come together, once again, Diego could be in such a powerful position. A reminder, 3 copies within the deck for Diego, currently not in the hand, but he would have 3 draws to help him get there, and he's already thinning the deck quite nicely of these basic Pokemon.
That is the goal. Early doors, get your basic
Vamos, Diego, si se puede. La segunda es tuya. La remontada existe.
Afterwards. When you evolve into Kadabra, you get cards. When you evolve into Alakazam, you get cards. When you evolve into the Dunsparce, you get cards. Pheasantdipty goes down. What does that do? It gets cards. That is most of what the deck does. Genesect is the outlier, but we like him. He turns off A-Spec so he can stay.
Yeah, he keeps your hand large, especially against the unfair stamp A-Spec from Andrew Hedrick. So far, Andrew's just discarded his A-Spec in game number 1 because of the safety net of that Genesect. In this instance, we're seeing Diego grab that runaway draw to Dunsparce and will end this search on an Alakazam, no doubt. But will he opt to draw these 3 cards? There's opportunities for rare candy. Even finding that air balloon could be so vital for him. Oftentimes we've seen Diego opt to not take prize cards until he has the Ace Nullifier developed.
That is sometimes what we are going to see. Well, it is going to be an Alakazam, a Dunsparce, and a Genesect coming out from
Vamos, Diego, yo creo.
That is your stage 1, your basic, and your stage 2. Such a good supporter in a deck like this, where you are playing a stage 2 line. Here is your first runaway draw of this game 2, drawing 3 cards with the Dunsparce.
Ahí está.
Popping it back into the deck.
Let's go, este es Rare Candy. Vamos, let's go. Empezamos bien.
Could be getting into an early attack. Now, there is the threat of the unfair stamp that can sometimes be scary, but you've not been item locked. So you give yourself a huge amount of outs, even after going down to a 2-card hand, and that's even if, in the hypothetical situation, Andrew has access to it. So well, I feel like getting the pressure in early could be amazing for Diego here.
Any chance Diego might have a tool to attach to a Genesect, turn off, turn on Ace Nullifier, turn off Unfair Stamp? I've not seen one myself.
No, I don't think it was there in the hand. I think that's the only thing holding us back from an obvious play, but I still feel like we're going to use Rare Candy. And of course, Alakazam can also help us see more cards, so there's still a chance for one of Diego's 3 tools to make their way into the hand.
It does feel like, and stop me if I'm wrong here, Joe, it feels like Unfair Stamp is way better when you're established. When you've got 4 Dreepy and no evolutions, it does feel like Unfair Stamp isn't as good. It's a lot of Pokemon draw, 2 Pokopad, and a Buddy Poffin.
Yeah, I don't see a tool in there, but you can at least try and establish maybe another Dunsparce with this final Buddy Poffin that's come into the hand. Having a board of 2 Dunsparce already feels pretty reasonable to get aggressive. I feel like Diego's going to do it here.
I mean, I would, but I always do, Joe. When there's a KO, I'm going for it. Diego's somewhat of a more careful player than I, but I do agree with your reasoning there. You've got 3 Dunsparce on the bench. You are set up as well as you can. So if you draw a Kadabra, you evolve and draw. You draw an Alakazam, you evolve and draw. If he draws the Dunsparce, he evolves and draws. He's got so many outs next turn. If an Unfair Stamp does come down, that it feels like he's protected as well as he can without playing a Genesect.
And in the best case scenario, Andrew would want to use Unfair Stamp alongside KOs. And right now, his board is just basic Pokemon, and he does not play Rare Candy of his own in the deck. So I think that's also something in Diego's mind, that he would quite welcome an Unfair Stamp if he could still just announce an attack on the next turn and still do some reasonable damage.
Yeah, that sounds like it might be pretty gosh darn nice. We have 2 Dunsparce in hand for Diego here. That means a potential draw of 6 more cards next turn.
Yep.
Now we need 4 in hand. I feel confident there is at least 4 in hand. It's not going to be a KO. It is just a pass. Does not want to run into the threat of Unfair Stamp. So a cautious start here from Diego. See if it pays off in the end. But we're seeing some unexpected plays here in the final, Joe.
Well, that's why they're there and we're here, Ross. Let's see the second Dracloak now come onto the board for Andrew. Already holding on to a couple Crispin. Does have his 1 Stadium card that he has available to him in hand right now. Of course, this will be a building turn. There's not much else going on, so it will be a Crispin coming into play. Just start accelerating these energy. He can stash a Fire Energy to hand this turn. Maybe even attach the Darkness Energy to the active position. Could be an option for him. If Diego's going to keep waiting until he can find his tool, you may still want to attach to this Dreepy just in case.
Well, we're going to be having a little bit of a search here with our Crispin. And, you know, whenever you play these cards like Crispin, it is another opportunity to just look through your deck. Yes, you did your first turn search. It's always nice to have a quick look again. Just double check. The deck is private information. No one's allowed to look, not even yourself. But anytime you get a chance to look in your deck, you can have a good look and just remind yourself what's there, especially when you're in a high-pressure situation like a World Championship final.
Lo primero es tiene que buscar
psychic energy coming down onto that Dracloak.
una manera de poner a
psychic
Genesect
energy.
para estar seguro.
It's a decent setup for Andrew, but it does feel like Diego has had a great start. Do you think he might regret not taking that KO last turn?
The more I justify it, I can see exactly why Diego's gone for this approach. You naturally play around the special red card much better by not taking a single prize KO, but also crucially, unlike in that game number 1, as we do see a Crushing Hammer heads, the first of the set, the big difference from game number 1 is that there is also a Meowth EX in play. So Andrew can't do that sort of slow single prize board that he attempted to do in game number 1. Diego knows that if he's firing on all cylinders, he should be able to find a position to take 3 two-prize knockouts.
Well, there we go. If you can take 3 two-prize knockout, who worries about a little single-prize knockout here or there? It is an evolution into a Kadabra, drawing a couple of cards. We see an evolution into the
los tres
Dance
estadios.
Pass, going back into the deck and drawing 3 more cards. So are you telling me, Joe, we might see a boss's orders coming and bringing that Meowth up, or is that something for later in the game?
You can certainly use the boss's orders now if you would like to. If you have access to that option, I think his priority really is getting this battle cage into play, but also trying to find a tool desperately. I imagine that there will be no knockout unless there's the Ace Nullifier developed.
Well, we just saw 3 cards drawn from that runaway draw on the Dance Pass, and I had a good look. I did not see a Pokemon tool coming out in there. So right now, that Ace Nullifier is not online. We know Genesect's in hand, but without a tool, it doesn't do very much. Alakazam comes down. That's 3 more cards drawn off of that Psychic draw. Still, no tool card being drawn. Diego's got a monster hand of cards, but I am not seeing any Pokemon.
Yo creo que empezás a pegar. No te quedas así, empiezas a pegar.
Almost everything else.
Tiras un boss's orders y empiezas a pegar.
Yes, sorry, there's a telepathic.
That Crushing Hammer heads is actually pretty impactful because we can't even use Enriching Energy to draw any additional cards because you have to attach a Psych Energy this turn to attack.
Well, that's something we didn't hit earlier, and it is worth pointing out. Generally speaking, single prize deck, a single energy deck, you don't mind too much about Crushing Hammer. But if you've got Crushing Hammer down, still no tool. But if you've got an energy already on the board, that means that you can weave in that enriching energy to draw 4 more cards. If you don't have an energy down, then you really can't use it on the same turn. But seriously, how has he not hit a Pokemon tool yet?
So unfortunate for Diego. We've just seen 3 runaway draws and some Psychic draw. Does that change the complexion of this game? Diego now thinking that there is a genuine threat of Phantom Dive once again sort of taking over the board if he's not careful. He's not been the aggressor so far because he thought he was a shoo-in for most likely a 2-prize knockout this turn whilst developing Genesect, but you can see him shift through the deck. There's the 3 tools all still there.
And the board here is fine. You've got 2 Dunsparce down, you've got a Kadabra down, you don't have an Abra, so Kadabra turns not into an out right now. But there's still, if you get an unfair stamp hit the board, Diego's still in a decent position to potentially try and draw out of it, but you're absolutely right. We wanted to see that Genesect, Diego especially. We see an energy coming down onto Alakazam. Are we going to see a boss's orders? Yes, Diego's put it right to the front of his hand of cards there. I think you said yourself, Joe, we need to see a KO this turn. There comes a battle cage. It's actually onto the 2 energy Dracloak instead, so hunting energy rather than prizes here.
Yeah, he really wanted to not be forced into this position, but he felt like he sort of had to. In this case, you know that Andrew is only on a 4-card hand. You've limited one of those Recon Directive. On the previous turn, Andrew just used a Crispin, so in this case, Diego trying to attack Andrew's hand on his draw options. So it is just one Recon Directive.
Well, let's see what the Recon Directive gives him an option for. A
Dragapult EX.
Okay, so that does give a Dragapult, but is there a Fire Energy in hand? Because you're going to need a Fire Energy if you're Andrew, if you're going to be attacking this turn.
But this is the worry. Again, with no rare candy in the list for Andrew, having to attack with this Dragapult feels so awkward because then it can easily get knocked out with no hand disruptors for Andrew in his hand.
And in game one, every time Andrew Phantom dived, the damage counters had a really nice place to go. Onto the Fezandipti, onto the Genesect, and then KOing the Genesect. Look at this board, Joe. Do you see, where do the damage counters go? Where's the best place?
It's tough right now. I feel like even attacking with Phantom Dive is just such a trap. I feel like we have to get out of here. But again, it's so intimidating when Diego sat on a catalog of cards. You have to expect there's more Boss's Orders in there, even though there's only 2 copies within his deck list.
Absolutely, and that could punish. Well, we do see a Dracloak in the active. There are 2 energy on, so Dragon Headbutt's going to be there. There's a Darkness energy to retreat. Andrew doesn't want to leave it in harm's way. Puts the Meowth EX into the active. He's just giving Diego the opportunity to KO this Meowth for 2 prizes. That cannot be Andrew's plan A, but unfortunately the draws have put him there. Here comes Enriching Energy for 4 more cards.
Vamos.
We've got Boss's Orders as well. It could be the Dracloak with all the energy, but we don't have it. It's in the prizes.
This retreat from Andrew is going to work out. Again, such a situation where Diego normally can access so much of the deck, it would never even be a consideration. Finally a tool though for Diego, so that's a good break for him.
That's going to be awesome. That means that Diego can put down that Genesect, attach the tool, and then Ace Nullifier is turned on, so there will be no unfair stamp coming down. That's a bit of a win. Of course, if you KO the Meowth, that does potentially open up special red cards.
It does.
Because Diego will have 3 prize cards remaining, which is probably another thing that Andrew was thinking when he put the Meowth into the active.
That's 100% what he's trying to go for here. Trying to force more thought out of Diego at the very least.
Is there any chance Diego has Eerie ready?
Boss's Orders, cambias a Dracloak y te lo matas.
And that's really the only draw that we have outside of other supporter cards to grant us access to Hilda or Dawn.
Well,
there is one psychic draw.
Eerie here would be kind of awesome. No, there's a Dawn, but no other supporters seen. Offer that Alakazam psychic draw for free. There's a Buddy Buddy Poffin. Diego's going to be able to search for some more low HP basic.
Last few cards.
Oh, it was literally the last card in the deck.
And you would much prefer to put a air balloon onto a Genesect than a Lucky Helmet because of those crushing hammers that Andrew still has access to.
Yes.
In random situations, if Andrew can bring up a 1 retreat cost Pokemon, then get a Hammer Heads on the Alakazam, that could be another potential turn of reprieve for Andrew, especially on a Pokemon that has a tool other than Air Balloon already committed to it.
We do see an evolution into the Dunsparce. That's another.
There it is.
Hey,
Finally, an Air Balloon comes into the hand.
And there is another Dunsparce.
I feel like in this position, you'd want to just evolve into a Dunsparce, finally establish that Genesect, crucially with Air Balloon, and then you will launch this attack. You have to be still so scared, though, of that special red card. The only good news for Diego is that Andrew hasn't really drawn many cards, hasn't played a vital supporter over the last couple of turns, just a couple of Crispin. So Diego knows that Andrew's basically sat on nothing, and he's really just banking on a Recon Directive.
That Eerie does like sticking to the bottom of the deck. Twice we saw, twice it was there. Now we're going to see that Dunsparce come in hand. The Dunsparce, it is more draw. Could he be searching for that Eerie? It does come in the hand. So if he wants to go hunting for that special red card, it is going to be in there. And if you can put down the Genesect, that with the...
Oh!
It's a miss. Just the Buddy Buddy Poffin.
But there's no draw in there. There's 1 Recon Directive, and that is it if you're looking for the special red card.
He already knew that, really, from the last couple of turns. Diego has definitely been keeping track of these things, but no doubt, Diego's done
Sí, ahorita te vas a pegar.
Come off for him, so there's still that option for Andrew. Now we've seen the Ace Nullifier come down, so there's no opportunity for Andrew. Ooh, just thinking about that Lucky Helmet, if he's going to draw too many cards, if he is getting hit by certain attacks. But we're seeing a big count here. Inevitably, this is going to be enough to deal with this Meowth EX. So Diego will be going down to 3 prize cards remaining.
Yes, absolutely, he will. Meowth goes down. Diego takes 2 prizes, 3 away from evening up this set. Reminder that if it's the beginning of your turn, what have we... Oh, we
red card.
Top deck the special red card. Diego did everything he could. He played the Eerie, so if it was there, he could get rid of it. Andrew top decked without even needing Recon Directive to go and get it. This could be absolutely devastating for Diego.
Andrew Hedrick in the Masters Division Finals. I think he's just picked up, oh, was that a Lily in the hand? Yes, it is. Those two recon directives were crazy.
They were absolutely what you need.
Damn.
And that means that Andrew is going to be in a great position. Look at Diego's hand. He's got 4 cards left in deck. He literally counted his deck to make sure he wasn't going to deck out from a lucky helmet draw.
Hold on. Andrew's thinking about not launching Phantom Dive at all here. He's thinking about not using special red card either. What are we missing, Ross?
Oh, his unorthodox plays in game 1 absolutely
What?
play special red card to reset Diego's hand. Chooses not to evolve up into Dragapult. Just plays a Lily's Determination. Getting a new hand of 8 cards.
Dale, amigo, explica qué está pasando, no entiendo nada. Andrew tiene la... Diego, el de la Kazam, tiene la ventaja ahorita porque básicamente tiene todo su deck en la mano. Andrew había sacado justo la carta que necesitaba para poder voltear el juego, pero al utilizar Lily la regresa al deck y puede que no la vaya a sacar.
Well, that's going to be an interesting thing to see. Special red card is in hand.
Sí, otra vez la tiene lista.
He is going to be able to go ahead and use it.
I don't think he's changed his mind.
No. Dunsparce comes down. Dreepy goes up into...
Básicamente, Andrew está viendo si quiere jugar agresivo o si va a jugar a la defensiva. Tiene que, si juega agresivo puede ganar, pero si no, ahorita lo pueden empezar a castigar duro.
When you use the Dunsparce, it goes back into your deck, so Diego can use that to essentially reset.
That is something to consider. Of course, you need to have cards remaining in the deck to be able to use the runaway draw.
You do indeed.
There we go. It's going to be 70 damage. Proccing the lucky helmet in this instance brings Diego down to just 2 cards remaining in the deck, and he will have to draw for the turn here, Ross.
And I think he might... I'm trying to work through how these next couple of turns go. I think Andrew might have done the maths here and gone, even when you run away draw, I think I'm going to be able to deck you out using your own lucky helmet. Here we go. You draw a card, 2 go down. Now, if you can't use any more runaway draw to put any more cards in there, if you've got 2 cards, if Andrew attacks, you draw 2, it goes to your turn, you draw for turn.
Le va a hacer deck out.
Deck out. Is that what we might be seeing here?
Andrew Hedrick going to be using Dunsparce to ram his way to a World Championship title.
Qué crack si gana por deck out.
And Andrew's already 1 game up. If he wins this second game, he will be...
Es que esta jugó muy a lo se puso muy greedy y tratando de sacar ese globo. Si no se hubiera puesto tan greedy, no hubiera tenido este problema, pero la cagó jugando tan greedy buscando ese globo para poder ponerle a Genesect. Por jugar muy a lo seguro, perdió.
This is absolutely incredible scenes. Andrew Hedrick has not taken a prize card in this second game. There are no Pokemon in the discard pile for Diego to use any of his Pokemon recovery to increase the size of his deck. Diego just figuring things out here. We're not going to see the retreat on Alakazam. He can't allow this lucky helmet to proc again.
But that just means all Andrew needs to do is gust it into the active and attack and deck Diego out. He's got a boss's orders already in hand, Joe, and that might be all that we need, any attack. Andrew has been around for a long time at this point. He's been a regional champion 5 times.
Ya ganó Andrew.
He is a North American champion. He won the North
Va a ganar Andrew.
American
Sí, no, ya se acabó el juego. No hay nada que Diego pueda hacer. Lástima.
Finish at the World Championships in the same year. Now he's trying to add the World Championships. He's got Dunsparce, that's the boss's orders. He attacks. Diego
Qué maestro, Andrew. Santa madre, qué maestro. Literalmente dejó que Diego se matara solito. Dejó que Diego se matara solito con puro miedo a 2 cartas. Dude.
Just concluded the Masters Division Finals.
Buenísimo. Andrew, te mega mamaste. Qué crack. Básicamente solo jugó a asustar a Diego.
Takes it all the way. This man eats Pokemon. He sleeps Pokemon. He breathes Pokemon. Already a 5-time regional champion. Already an international champion. And now a world champion.
Well, let's hear from our world champion. Let's go down to the stage and talk to Andrew Hedrick, your world champion.
Qué crack, maldita sea.
Hey everybody, we just finished
un cerebro ultra mega galáctico el que tiene Andrew.
Division Grand Finals, and I am now joined by your world champion.
Qué brutal manera de cerrar, es piropo, bro, porque santa madre, es un puto genio. Es un genio. Santa cachucha.
And now you can add world championship to your NAIC.
Qué compa tan... Oh.
Tell me what it means to actually achieve the trifecta.
Sí, no, jugó por miedo, por no jugar a lo agresivo, perdió, porque hubiera bien podido empezar a jugar agresivo desde el principio, intentar comerse al Dracloak, intentar comerse al Meowth y empezar pum, pero le dio tanto miedo la Red Card o el Unfair Stamp que ya no quiso hacer nada y por miedo sacó todo su deck, se hiperenfocó en solo Genesect.
Too good, it's just too consistent, and I can kind of have so many options with it. So the last few weeks I just played as many games as I could with it to get ready for the tournament.
Bro, sos un genio. Sos un genio, Andrew. A la madre.
Diego was wearing is older than you are. He wore it on the stage when he won the previous World Championship in 2017. While you have your own experience, were you ever intimidated by the veterancy on the opposite side?
Yeah, I know playing against a great player in the finals, obviously it's pretty scary, but all you can do is focus on the game in front of you, and that's what I tried to do, and tried not to think too much about my opponent or how good they were.
And to give
Man,
you
sos
the
un
opportunity to
prodigio.
think of some loved ones, go ahead and give a shout out to whoever you'd like to address.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to all my friends who, you know, I talk to every day, I test with.
Qué crack.
Just so many, can't name them all. Shout out to my parents, my mom, and my dad were always supporting me. And my dad was the one who
Se lo merece, se lo mega merece.
at first. I just wanted to collect when I was in elementary school, but, you know, he kind of made me learn how to play the game, and I would say it worked out. And shout out to Pokey Color for the support, too.
A family affair indeed. Congratulations once again on your victory. And everyone here in the stadium and at home, give it up one more time for your world champion, Andrew. All right, well, I know you put up quite a show, and our analysts have something to say about it. So let's hear it.
Thank you, Gabby, and congratulations once again to the 2026 World Champion.
Man, no me lo creo, de verdad. Qué
An
pedazo de
iconic
juego.
moment, decking out his opponent with Dunsparce.
No,
Thanks
wow.
to the lucky helmet that Diego put into play. An incredible moment and an incredible player. I can't think of anyone more deserving than Andrew Hedrick of this moment.
Absolutely. That lucky helmet turned into an unlucky helmet for Diego, ended up costing him, but you have to admire the ability to just be flexible and adapt to situations. Andrew showing why he's worthy of being world champion this weekend.
Honestly, an amazing play by Andrew, finding that line. Diego trying to prevent every possibility of being able to recover his hand, and all of a sudden, the lucky helmet ends up working out against him.
Yeah, absolutely well deserved from Andrew. He eats, sleeps, and breathes Pokemon, always practicing, always thinking about the game, and it's great to see that effort pay off.
We have now crowned 3 world champions in the trading card game. Let's take a look at that junior division bracket as Yuta Araki became our world champion, winning
Bueno,
close
sí. El final, los 3 sets de
against
VGC
Luke Giffen.
y terminamos.
Yeah,
Qué
absolute
increíble
pleasure to
estuvo
see
TCG,
two
la verdad,
young
estuvo
players
muy
do
bueno.
so well in the Dragapult Mirror match, a matchup that is still being explored, still being played. Congratulations to Yuta, completely well deserved.
And in the seniors division, we
Estoy
of course
impactado.
saw Jake NG defeating Kobe Ha, that incredible Alakazam, able to take the win.
Yeah, Kobe came in with a clear game plan of how to attack this very challenging matchup, was able to take the first game of the series, but at the end of the day, Jake's advantage with that Alakazam was just too much for Kobe to overcome.
And in the Masters division, after an entire season spent with Dragapult EX, after a regional championship win, after defining the metagame with Crushing Hammer, a 2-0 victory, Andrew Hedrick over Diego Casiraga.
Amazing final. We had very exciting game. Came down to that draw of the stadium, and then the lucky helmet. Nobody could have seen that coming, Chip.
Incredible foresight from Andrew Hedrick to recognize that line. Once that lucky helmet came into play, immediately checking through what Diego had still available, knowing that if he went this route, he would have the safe deck out option, and it makes him the world champion, a player who has had so much success the last few years of the game. 5-time regional champion, an international champion, and he will now add that iconic Pikachu trophy to his extensive trophy collection.
And another shout out to this incredible top 8, specifically the top 4. This may be the most stacked top 4 we have ever had at a world championship. We have international champions, we have world champions, we have players who have won multiple regionals in the same season. So much talent this year at Worlds.
It was certainly a global affair with players from across the world competing, but it is Andrew Hedrick from the United States taking home that $50,000 first place prize.
It's gotta feel good to take home that prize. I'm sure this will sink in later for Andrew, but I do want to take a moment to acknowledge Diego's accomplishment as well. Pablo, I know you've been friends with Diego for a very long time. What does it mean to see him so many years later make it back to the finals of the World Championships and have another great accomplishment?
Generally extra special. I mean, he defeated me on his run to becoming world champion in 2017. Watching him in the final, seeing him be the closest person to get to a potential 2-time world championship since Jason Klasinski, really, really amazing. It means a lot to me. I'm sure it means a lot to him as well. And he was really pumped to make it all the way.
And of course, with his family here supporting him as well, you know, when he won the 2017 World Championships, his partner's still pregnant with their eldest son, and now their eldest son here to see Dad up on the big stage. I mean, what a special memory for that family.
Yeah, and Pablo, you did mention Jason Klasinski, of course, only 3-time world champion in the Pokemon TCG. I do see a lot of similarities between him and Andrew Hedrick. You know, both very calculated players, tend to go for very consistent, streamlined strategies and just try to outplay, outwork their opponents in order to get victories. Could this be the start of the reign of a new legacy with Andrew Hedrick?
And I do believe we are ready to crown all 3 champions out on the stage. Gabby, take it away.
That's what I like to hear. The Pokemon trading card game is one of the oldest pillars in competitive Pokemon. Yet our trainers continue to innovate, keep the competition fresh, and awe-inspiring across every single age division. Today, we add 6 more names to the record books as we celebrate our finalists and crown our world champions. Let's get into it. Starting with our junior division, in the runner-up position, we have Luke Giffen. And your champion, Yuta Araki. On to seniors, the runner-up position, Kobe Ha. And your senior division TCG world champion, JNG. Last but not least, in our Masters division, in the runner-up position, we have Diego Casiraga. And your final TCG World Champion in the Masters division, give it up for Andrew Hendrick. Six fantastic trainers. Everybody, one last time, give it up for your TCG finalists. It's fantastic to have new names to speak of. And I know our analysts have something to say about that. So what is it that you have to say?
Thanks a bunch, Gabby. Yes, congratulations again to these finalists and our newest world champions. We are not done. We, of course, have our video game competitions still to come. While we get set up, we're going to just talk a little bit about this whole event, how we got to this point, and continue to congratulate all of these champions.
Yeah, it's such an amazing moment to be here in the Chase Center to experience this. You know, Pablo, you and I have both been attending the World Championships since the 2004, over 20 years at this point, and to see where it started to where it's grown to today. It's just amazing to be a part of this with, you, all of us here at the desk and everyone here in the arena. Thanks so much for making this such a special moment. All these years for Pokemon TCG leading up to this.
Over 2 decades of world championships, from hotel, underground facilities, ballrooms, until the Chase Center. It really is a pleasure to be here with you guys and with everyone here right now.
And the competition just continues to get more intense every year. Players get better, decks become innovated at a higher level. It just shows that the future of the game is so bright.
Talking back to that Masters.
Just putting in the time, and there's something to be said for just continuing to use the same thing, identifying what the most powerful strategies are. And if you can hone your craft, perfect your skills, you can find yourself overcoming even disadvantageous situations by simply identifying things that other players maybe couldn't.
I mean, we all knew Dragapult had a very big target on its back heading into this event. Maybe the biggest a deck has ever had, I would say. And to still come out on top.
Y ahorita viene el VGC, a ver qué tal, imagino que está preparando la premiación allí atrás. Después viene el más popular, a ver cómo está el viewers este. 26, ahorita va a empezar a subir para VGC.
Coming into the World Championships, right? A lot of people said Dragapult EX can't win. It's gonna have too big of a target on its back. Sure, you could make top cut with it, but surely when you get into top cut, you'll run into one of those counter decks and it just won't be able to close it out. But Andrew proved everybody wrong.
And he did not have an easy path to...
¿Ya los primero? Ah, bueno, entonces está preparando para el otro.
Against Crustle, and if you saw his list, he does not have any counter cards besides Crushing Hammer. Still played through every single option. That's what he does so well. You can clearly see it in that top match, in our finals match. He found a way through.
Se mire el mero.
And well deserved.
If there's going to be a line to find, Andrew Hedrick is going to take it, and that is proven by the lucky helmet play that we just saw upon that.
Sí, es que
I don't know if I'm going to get over that anytime soon, Puka.
Esa jugada de Lucky Helmet sí fue otro nivel. ¿Para qué lo usaste? Es que no tenía razón de por qué usarlo, de verdad. Fue un display tremendo usar ese.
I believe it was a clean sweep for Andrew Hedrick in the top cut, winning 2-0 over and over against such high quality opponents as well. So he came prepared for this weekend, and there's a lot to be said for preparation, but also staying focused.
Bueno, Cookie, ¿cómo vemos VGC? ¿Cómo lo vemos? ¿Qué tal está?
I mean, why don't we relive the moment of the Lucky Helmet? We have it right here. Let's jump into it. That Lucky Helmet, the crucial attachment. Even Diego had doubts, right? And probably in his mind, he was thinking about the special red card, which coincidentally was Andrew's top deck next turn. But turns out that ultimately was his demise.
Yeah, as soon as Andrew didn't play the special red card, we knew something was up. He had other plans, and he wasn't wanting to KO this Alakazam, something that seems so counterintuitive to your general Pokemon TCG strategy. What a pivot to see this line.
Yeah, absolutely. Seeing the line, playing as safe as possible, drawing into that dark energy, and putting it onto the Dunsparce to make sure he could claim the World Championship title. In as much style as you can.
Lo pensó como 1000 movimientos adelante el
really
compa.
getting in there and dealing a lot of damage.
Él ya había visto todo el juego en su cabeza.
His opponent and drawing the cards that eventually led to Andrew's victory.
Yeah, I think Diego may have thought this through a little bit and thought, oh, well, even if I get hit by Dragapult EX, my Alakazam will get knocked out.
Yes.
I have the Dunsparce to go ahead and make sure I don't deck out. But didn't account for the fact that Andrew does not have to knock out Alakazam, can just attack it multiple times without doing enough damage, and that slight oversight may have cost him the World Championships.
Yeah, I think we were definitely all perplexed about Andrew's line of choosing not to evolve into Dragapult. Even the whole crowd were like, oh my gosh, and then he didn't draw Dragapult again out of the Lily. It wasn't that clear line, right? It's a very unexpected decision or unlikely decision, but ultimately these 4 cards is what led to this amazing play. I don't think we're ever going to see something like this again in a final.
Also, Andrew had not taken a knockout this entire game, and that is why this play works. Diego plays Sacred Ash in his deck, but he doesn't have Ultra Ball. There's no way to put Pokemon in the discard pile for him to shuffle these Pokemon back into the deck to replenish. And since Andrew had not taken a single KO. There were no live targets for Sacred Ash to refuel his deck.
Yeah, not the line you typically see to end the game off.
Okay,
You can see immediately Diego just trying to figure out a way out, thinking, can I shuffle in one to Dunsparce, maybe multiple to Dunsparce to change things up? But just slowly realized that the writing was on the wall, and that is how one small decision can snowball so quickly against somebody who could identify alternate win conditions.
Now, the Dunsparce does, of course, shuffle attached cards back in. Diego had a lot of cards in hand. Was there perhaps an opportunity to put an energy onto a Dunsparce, put a tool card onto it, to put even more cards back into his deck?
Yeah, we did have that option, right? I do believe we had to run our whole deck. There was an Balloon. There definitely were energies as we retreated, trying to prevent this play. And ultimately, I mean, with the pressure, the moment, everything on the line, I feel like it's not an easy thing to realize.
Sí, la verdad es que sí fue un misplay bien feo.
That's pretty safe
for sure.
Yeah, and I think it goes to show you even the best of the best sometimes can get caught off guard and have a hard time.
Está muy metido en su cabeza y ya no supo lo que estaba haciendo.
Play. Sometimes, you know, it's not your day. Sometimes you're really locked in and you can find those things, but you know, Diego is so focused on other things, he may not have seen that in front of him. Now, who's to say how this game would have ended anyway, but that was an immediate way to perhaps not duck out.
What an epic moment. The Dunsparce coming up. They ran for game with the boss's orders. That was not in anyone's
atacar con Dunsparce para ganar. Dunsparce ganó el Mundial.
Not have flipped this.
Incredible foresight from Andrew Hedrick, and he becomes the 2026 World Champion. He is a 5-time regional champion. He is a singular time international champion. He got top 32 at Worlds a couple of seasons ago. He's had tons of other great international and regional successes. You know, we spend so much time at these events talking about the greatest Pokemon players. Of course, Jason Klaczynski, his 3 world champion titles. Tord Reklev, his 5 international titles, 2 incredible runs at world championships for him. Andrew Hedrick does not have the time in the game that those 2 players have. He's still very, very young, but I think it's time he starts making his way into those conversations.
Yeah, it's definitely making a case at this point, and if he keeps this up, like you said, Chip, it's only been a few years of racking up all of those accomplishments. The future's pretty bright for him.
Yeah, I mean, even the fact that he has accomplished so much in so little time, I think just speaks volumes of he should be in this conversation, because the other players, right? How long did it take Diego to get that world championship, and how many years did he try? So yeah, Andrew definitely on another level at this moment.
Yeah, and he and his friends who prepare and play, consistently finishing at the top level this season, whether it be championship points or regional wins or international placements. And that is scary when the top minds are together and working towards every event. You know that when you show up, there is a group that is prepared and ready to take down an event.
It almost doesn't feel fair to the rest of us trying to play, right? All of the best players working together. How are we supposed to compete? They're dominating up at the top of the game, and it is a really fun thing to be able to watch.
Yeah, and I do think we've seen a trend in the last several years of kind of these young up-and-coming players being the ones to dominate at this level. I think it is inspirational, though, for some of our older folks that Diego was able to make a run as well. That, you know, it doesn't matter what your age is when you're playing Pokemon TCG.
Haya vuelto a estar para todo el mundo el juego, eso es lo que dice.
And anybody can compete, and it's always a great time to jump in and learn how to play the game.
43 years old, the oldest player to grace this World Championship stage, and I wouldn't be surprised if he improved that in future years as well.
Best line I heard over the weekend is Diego could have been the oldest player to have won the World Championship since Diego won the World. That was amazing to hear.
I believe 35 whenever he won the 2017 World Championships, and still doing it now 9 years later. Well, it's been an excellent journey with the trading card game, Pokemon Go, and Pokemon Unite. So many world champions already crowned, but we are not done yet.
Toca
it is time
VGC.
to kick off Pokemon Champions, where we will crown 3 first-time Pokemon Champions World Champions.
We are in
in San Francisco, the land of the Golden Gate Bridge. And this bridge is angry.
Basque Legion with the Aqua Jet to take the final KO. And it's going to be Hiroshi Onishi to take the set 2-0.
And with the last respects connecting onto Whimsicott, brings it down to Focus Edge, but that is it. Joao Felipe Leite is moving on to our top 8.
They're trying to get a one-shot onto the Sneasler.
Oh, and it survives!
So close.
Joao is going to be moving on to the top 4.
The damage is done. Sneasler's at 33%. And the forfeit comes through. Zach Weed moves
Qué bueno que Zack no llegó.
Heat Wave following up in the sun into both targets is enough for Hiroshi to get the double KO. 2 turns, and with that, Hiroshi Onishi moves on to Championship Sunday.
We are just watching a boxing match between these two, and they are truly trading blow for blow. Garchomp's Earthquake is going to deliver the finishing blow, and Takuma will be moving on to the finals here at the Pokemon World Championships.
Pokémon Champions.
Shea Center trainers, are you ready to get started with Pokemon?
Bueno, y empezamos.
Here on Championship Sunday.
Continúa la dominación de Japón.
Finals. Kazuki Kage.
Man, ok, estos equipos están buenos.
Hadahori.
It is that moment, the culmination of all that hard work, the determination, and the talent that these trainers have put on the line this season. It all comes to a close here. One more match to go for both of our
Vamos, vamos, vamos.
A world champion.
Here to take you through the action, to be kicking off VGC, Sierra Dawn, Lee Provost. It is an honor to be here at such an incredible stage, an incredible arena, to be crowning your first Pokemon champion, world champion.
That is the most exciting thing. Champions has just come around, and to be the first world champion of the Champions era, what a title to take away with you. And yeah, it's been an incredible weekend so far. But starting off with the juniors, it's always so exciting. It gives us hope and a bright future ahead for the VG scene, and we know we can get to see these talents rise up and become these new heroes of art.
This is the next generation of Pokemon trainers.
A mí me gusta el podcast que tiene, el de Osco. Siempre me gusta escucharlo.
To be cementing their spot.
Qué raro que un Japón va a ganar el primer mundial de Champions en Masters.
Their journey. And
Y en Junior, sí, en Juniors.
A stage like this.
Los dos son japoneses.
Incredible. 2 trainers that have battled it out all weekend and have shown that they are amongst the best. Now one more battle for our world champion.
Yeah, just soak it in, take up the moment. The trainers are going to get themselves ready. The teams are very interesting going into this match. We can take a look at Kazuki's team here. The Frozlast, which has that Megastone. So Mega Frozlast, Mega Scovillain. We've got the Basque Legion, the King Gambit, Lycanroc, and the Sneasler. Very familiar set of Pokemon. We've seen do extremely well. This one making to the finals. Can it get
Los videos de Osiris son
entretenidos, This
pero
variant has been so popular and so
el
strong.
podcast es alegre, sí, estoy de acuerdo.
Dominant Charizard has been, and we've seen this team, this variation, take down those big bad Charizard teams over and
Está bastante interesante con
over.
ese Scovillain, la verdad.
Other powerful
Todo lo que ha hecho
the Sneasler and the Basque Legion.
por Cristo, Megafrost las quería, aún puede ser World Champ. Sí, man, pero al otro lado está Mega Swampert.
No matter
¿Qué hago yo? ¿Cómo elijo?
you have options. The fact that you have the setup King Gambit as well.
Qué cool la gorra de este chavo.
Round to allow this King Gambit to try and
cague.
set up. If you can get a sword stance, that could be momentum.
El caster hombre es el youtuber Osiris. Oh, okay.
Out with that fake out there to get that King Gambit set up, whether it comes in the early game to soften things up for that Basque
Es
Legion.
win-win, sí, ajá. Gane el que gane, gane yo. No importa que gane, yo gane.
When approaching their game plan. Of course, we've got that Charizard Y, the Swampert, the Archaludon, the Grimmsnarl, Pelipper, and the Venusaur. The common trend here is that double weather. The options So you've got the Charizard bringing the Sun to speed boost the chlorophyll ability on that
Sí,
Venusaur.
el
You've got the
Double
Pelipper
Weather se
bringing
volvió bien
the Rain
popular
and
ahorita,
Power
¿verdad?
Spot.
Para este el
The
torneo.
speed on that Swampert.
Fue como
Giving it
que
the
el
swim ability when it does Mega Evolve and
el
the
skill.
formidable threat going to be able to handle a lot of those issues on the opposite side of the field. The Lycanroc that might come to check the Charizard. The Sneasler, the King Gambit as well, and that Wave Crash under the rain is so powerful.
This is a Charizard team with Dimension having this dual weather mode, which gives Kazutaka so many options in how he wants to approach this matchup. You can try and just go all in on one of your weather modes, or you can bring a couple of options that you think would fare really well into
Sí, la verdad es que sí es.
And I would be so interested to see
Es que sí es potente ese Double Weather, sí, la verdad es que sí te da tantas opciones de cómo puedes jugar.
everything for you. But as well, having the dual weather going up against the single weather mode of Kazuki gives you, I mean, twice as much potential to get ahead.
Ajá, más exactamente, igual Pelipper. Puede pegar, o sea, no tan duro, obvio, pero puede pegar duro, puede pegar con su Weather Ball de fuego en cualquier momento. Yo quiero un peluche de Ogrepon.
Of the weather, and especially in the Swampert scenario, you can pivot out first before anything moves after a Mega Evolution and override that weather, get in your favor and get that Swampert in that preferred.
Bueno, empezamos. Sí están fast trackeándolo, ¿verdad?
For the leads, right away, an aggressive look coming out from Kazutaka and going into the range of this other mode, this Swampert for Kazuki.
Yeah, the Swampert's in a nice position. It does have to worry about the fake up from the Sneasler. Of course, that could slow it down.
Ajá, no, digo, pero un Weather Ball de fuego no va a pegar tan duro en Pelipper, ¿no?
But it's pressuring a knockout, that's the question. Probably not on this stage of the game. You probably don't want to fake that out because it will activate that stamina ability and give it a free defense boost. But the King Gambit does feel like it's in a great position to get that Sword Stance off. If the Sneasler goes for the fake out into the Swampert, stop it in its tracks.
Sale el Chaludon que entra Peli.
Being able to stop that. And we've already talked
con
about
el Mega.
how impactful that Sword Stance could be.
Sí, para zafarte para zafarte el Close Combat, ajá. Pero no entró en Mega.
A swap out, our Chaludon is out. Pelipper joins the fray, and with it, setting up the rain. This is going to enable the Swampert with this Mega Evolution. It's going to be oh so speedy and dealing oh so much damage. Looking right away.
Entra con un montón de presión ya de entrada.
Onto the two Pokemon on the opposing end, potentially, but will just be a protect on this turn. With potential of the fake out on the opposing end, you do have to make sure this Pokemon stays safe, and correctly calling that protect is big. But when you have to protect, there's always the opportunity to set up.
Pero ahorita tenía Earthquake, entonces tenés que cambiar alguno.
On this next turn.
Yeah, and that's a huge play for Kazutaka. He's got that King Gambit in the perfect position. Now it offers support with that.
Tiene mucha presión ahorita ese Swampert, de verdad, está haciendo mucha presión.
The field doing some big damage to that Swampert. Question is, can it take a +2 Sucker Punch? That is what we're going to find out probably very soon. The question is, though, is it going to be enough to just soften this Swampert up for maybe a Basque Legion to come in later in this game, take advantage of that rain, and then pick up a knockout with that Aqua Jet that has just protected. So
o siempre podría tirarse un Wave Crash hacia Sneasler. Ajá, la cosa es que tenía que sobrevivir el Sucker Punch.
Also, the Weather Ball into that King Gambit. If a double up comes out with the Earthquake, it could be detrimental. Take that Pokemon down.
+2 Sucker Punch.
¡Uy! ¡Lo sobrevivió!
Into the Swampert, holding on 7% HP. Can go ahead and attack and
Iba a ser,
Sneasler, no damage done, but Earthquake into the King Gambit is going to deal a lot. King Gambit doesn't normally appreciate these hits and will be brought
y ahorita va a rematar.
Follow up here from the Pelipper, no attack, but making sure you're set up for success going on forward. Tailwind with the speed.
Yeah, the Tailwind's really useful because once that Swampert does leave the field, then the Swift Swim goes with it. You need to support the remaining Pokemon in the back when they do come onto the field, especially.
¿Qué haces aquí? Yo creo que puedes proteger a Swampert para darte tu turno con él e intentar hacer algo con Pelipper. Podrías Hurricanear a ese Sneasler.
Maybe switch it out, save it for later, and use that Pelipper, leverage that into the King Gambit.
Okay, lo va a regresar.
You need to go after that. Hope that the King Gambit doesn't target the Pelipper.
A little swap around, a double
Oh.
actually, as Grimmsnarl and Archaludon come back out. Archaludon loves being in the rain, and of course, the double swap means you won't take any damage if there was a potential sucker punch on the opposing end. At a gunk shot.
Fantastic switch here.
¡Oh, la madre!
Now got that Grimmsnarl on the field, and one thing that you
¡Qué leída! Oh, lo dejó pero destruido.
activated on the King Gambit is a reflect.
Man.
The reflect you can set up now. It's going to give you perfect protection and put that
¡Qué
Archaludon
pedazo de
in perfect
turno este
environment. The
niño!
range setup
Shit.
got access to Electroshock. It can go
Man, ese gong shot, sí.
Get a +1 to the special attack and start getting some momentum.
Entró de gratis,
and
así.
get them back into the game, because right now
Fácil.
Gambit is still a big threat with that +2 to
Pero ahora tiene fake outs.
Going into this next turn, Grimmsnarl joining in. If you're worried about a lot of this damage from this King Gambit or even the Sneasler, you can go ahead and set up some screens. Reflect is going to mitigate a lot of that offensive pressure from here on out. Sucker Punch in the Archaludon though, +2.
Ooh.
How big this Reflect was and defense to help it later on. Life Orb slowly chipping away at King Gambit's own health. Follow up from Sneasler. Nice, but right now it's Electroshot. Of course, in the rain, this will be a one boosted up move. You get this back.
Damn.
Don't have to wait for next turn.
Grim casi nunca tiene fake out. Yo sí le hubiera hecho el fake out ahí.
Sneasler down to about a third. Gunk Shot going into this Grimmsnarl instead. Such a powerful attack, but again, Reflect paying off huge.
Yeah, that Reflect so valuable here. Oh, the poison as well. That's put that Grimmsnarl on a timer. There's a matter of time before it will fall down. Leftovers coming in really handy for the Archaludon, just putting it out of arm's reach, especially when you've got that Reflect kind of bolstering those defenses. Now you've got
Sí, con ese defensa extra y el Reflect puede aguantar tu Sucker Punch muerto de la risa. Y el, todavía está el, ¿cómo se llama? El Tailwind echándole la mano.
Just getting a little bit extra health, getting into a better scenario for the following turns to hopefully get a big swing with it going into the latter turns of this game.
Yo creo que van a cambiar. Yo creo que. Pues si cambias King Gambit puede que deje esa otra que. Pero me refiero a que. Ah, no, creo que no lo tiene. Sino creo que sí lo hubiera usado.
And of course, for the King Gambit, you have those boosts, but you got to make sure these attacks count. The Life Orb is dealing.
Sí, ajá, proteges a Archaludon.
Archaludon with Protect won't be hit by a Sucker Punch, as it will fail. Now close combat, already such low health on the Grimmsnarl, will take it down.
Yeah, it's a really nice play to get that close combat into the Grimmsnarl. Yeah, you can go for another gun shot. It's quite risky. It's not the best accuracy here, but the main thing is it activates that white.
Y la White Herb, okay.
That's doubling the speed on the Sneasler. So even in a tailwind, even if the rain's set up to support that Swampert that could come back onto the field, you're going to match speed. You're going to be actually outspeeding those. And with the damage that the Swampert's already taken, the Sneasler are going to be in that position where it can just pick that off. Now the Pelipper though, good timing to bring it back onto the field. It is going to set that rain up again for another 5 turns. So that Electroshot is now enabled. It is going to be able to start powering up that Archaludon a little bit more each and every turn. And the big threat.
¿Qué haces aquí? Es que ese Sucker Punch da miedo, pero tu mejor posibilidad es.
The perfect timing with
Archaludon
going down to Pelipper, setting the rain up perfectly.
Tailwind, ¿cuánto queda? Un turno más.
You get that full 5 turns of rain going on forward, but you still have to be oh so careful. If you eye up an attacking move with this Pelipper, this King Gambit still puts so much pressure on the board. There has been a lot done.
Tan lindo Pelipper.
What this King Gambit's been able to do with these swaps, with these well-timed protects. But we'll have to see if it can make a little bit more use of it.
Sí, no, es que le va a aguantar.
Punch, though, Sneasler first to act close combat for those drops, and another defense boost on the opposing end. Now Electroshot in retaliation, boosting up its special attack once again into either one of these Pokemon that's already taken quite a bit. Special attack boost, now going for the attack into the Sneasler.
Y se lo bajó.
Yeah, and that +2 now on the board for that Archaludon. It's going to be hitting extremely hard each and every turn that goes past it.
Sí, ese Weather Ball ya ese es su trabajo.
Follow up from the Pelipper, that Weather Ball finally
Ve, ahí está.
But Kazuki got a lot of value out of that Pokemon after getting that Sword Stance up and really punching.
Pero men, empezás a curar, le das un par de turnos a Archaludon gratis para curarlo y fresco.
winning battle, though, we had highlighted Lycanroc and Frostlass as two really big.
Va, ahorita Frostlass quita
Lycanroc
la...
not necessarily in the same level of success you would want
Va a
to
quitar
see,
la
but
lluvia.
Frostlass could override that weather.
Yeah, this is the perfect scenario for Kazuki. Now he can Mega Evolve, overwrite the rain, take away the Electro Shot from a 1-turn attack to a 2-turn attack. On top of that, you put your Lycanroc on the field. Yes, it might be threatened by the Pelipper, but you are taking away the rain, so that weather will become an Ice-type attack, not something that Lycanroc has to worry about too much. The more important thing is that offensive threat that it's got. It's got access to close combat. It can go
Y si cambias a Pelipper por Swampert, sacrificas a Swampert para después traer a Pelipper de vuelta y poner la lluvia otra vez, no es como que Swampert te va a servir mucho de todas maneras, no lo dice.
If it's double into with a potential Shadow Ball or Blizzard.
First on the turn, though, with
Si yo hubiera sacado a Pelipper, traigo a Swampert, lo sacrifico, ajá.
Evolve. Frostlass coming out with this snow warning. So you can't rely on those one-turn electric shots anymore. And if you do want to get that weather back, Pelipper has to swap out Protect from our Chaladon as Cellrock into Pelipper. This is going to be great for dealing a little bit of damage here, which could add up going on forward. The Protect our Chaladon, though, won't be any damage, but Kazutaka looking to keep going and pushing on forward with that Tailwind.
Yeah, it's a really smart play from Kazutaka just to protect.
Entonces va a ser el Tailwind, va a sacar ahora a Pelipper.
But now with that Tailwind activated,
Para mantener a Chaludon rápido.
is going to be ahead of the Frostlass and the Lycanroc. The Lycanroc does have a little bit of security with that Focus Sash, so it can go after either of these targets, but we've seen the damage already. The Cellrock not going to be enough to get the Pelipper, or do you focus all your attention down into that Archaladon that now is a slot that is going to be vulnerable? It has just protected, it's not likely to go for it again, and it is in a position where it will attack. Which targets are going for, though? The Lycanroc to break the Sash, or that Frostlass? If you can get the Protect right on Kazuki's side of the field, you could really
Ajá, ahí está, justo. Entonces va a sacar a Swampert para sacrificarlo. Y entonces regresa Pelipper, pone la lluvia.
Arguably only the last opportunity to do so. So Mega Swampert comes out with a well-timed Protect.
Uy, se lo agarró.
Lycanroc, the target of choice, Flash Cannon. Lycanroc brought all the way down to its Focus Sash.
Yeah, we'll see where this Lycanroc goes. It's got the Pelipper again, or is it the close combat? It looks like it is into the Archaladon. Is it enough? It's
Uy!
defense boosts have added up Archaladon with 4%.
Man.
He's gonna stick around for one more.
Estos leftovers.
turn to get a
Oh,
little bit of
shit.
recovery back. And now Swampert out on the field. Both of the Pokemon have such low health, but you can switch into Pelipper and have this Swampert really be able to pressure.
Yeah, and that's the beauty. That's how
Sí,
well
la verdad,
he's
es
controlling
cierto.
this board right now. Yes, he might have to forego the Archaladon boost and things, but is it putting the Swampert in a really advantageous position? Got to be careful about that Cellrock. Both Pokemon very low health. The Archaladon will definitely be able to take one, so maybe the preferred switch here
O
is
puedes cambiar a Archaludon por Pelipper, activar el Swift Swim y tirarte un... ¿Cómo se llama? Un buen Earthquake.
As just protected. It is going to be vulnerable now to a Flash Cannon though, so the choice is probably better to keep that Archaladon. Maybe Swampert go out, but it is sticking around.
No swamp and a priority move from this Lycanroc. Swampert already at such low HP. No chance of sticking around. Follow-up Flash Cannon.
Oh, ahí está, ya. GG's.
And a Frostlass that has absolutely no chance trading KOs on this turn. But now, for Kazuki, it's only a Lycanroc with one HP.
Yeah, and I mean, a fantastic play there saying, okay, well, I can utilize the Tailwind, it's still in effect. I don't need to risk my Pelipper coming in on that Accelerock, and that's exactly what we saw there. Now coming in, getting weather control.
Qué bien jugado, man. Ese turno de cambiar a Archaludon con el Gong Shot fue increíble. Qué belleza de turno, madre santa.
One turn of Tailwind left to take advantage.
Wow.
That's what we're seeing the Protect on the Lycanroc. It might get one more turn, but from a double attack, it looks like it's getting closer and closer to being wrapped up.
Well, if you're eyeing up trying to go for something like this Rock Slide, Pelipper on the opposing end has the Wide Guard to be able to stop it. So Lycanroc, you stay safe for now. You can run out the Tailwind. But beyond that, if you go ahead and click the Rock Slide and there is the Wide Guard on the opposing end, that is still just a loss.
Yeah, and that's the problem with these spread attacks, especially when Pelipper's on the field, present. There is always the thought, and it's the...
Olvidé que era Flash Cannon a más 3, sí, man. Cierto, o sea, ahorita entrega el juego, pues.
Option into the Archaladon, but again, is it going to be enough? It is the Rock Slide, though, going through those mind games. No Wide Guard going to connect.
It's going to connect into both. No KOs, but if you can go for a flinch instead, It could be your way to try and make something happen here. 2 Pokemon remaining. A single attack will be enough to take you down. Only have one.
Tiene uno de HP, es como fusilado.
Well, your doom. Another electro shot for the road. 1 HP is all you have to do. And Kazutaka to take the first game in the set.
Wow, what a first game, so explosive.
Sí, quería el double flinch, pero creo que no había manera, que no salvabas ese juego.
This game, but
Solo no había forma de salvar ese juego, pues.
of the weather on their side of the field, and some of the tools are really leaning into that Archaladon in particular.
Los tenían cruzados, ¿verdad? Los pusieron mal.
Things up on the opposite side of the field while kind of setting up that special attack and being overall in the end with that timed tailwind just so perfectly to just overcome all those threats on Kazuki's side of the field.
Even looking at earlier on,
Los tenían cruzados.
Gambit with the Sword Dance boost becomes so scary. But there was a great job done by switching around Pokemon well-timed protects to really make sure this King Gambit never got out of control. And once you take that threat down, get your Pelipper in safely later on, you can tailwind, you have
Ese flash card estuvo.
and you just do so much
Ajá, pero la
damage
producción se confundió.
And I mean, the Brimstone was so pivotal there.
Yeah.
Didn't really
Sí.
do much offensively, but what it did provide the team was that defensive
¿Cómo
support.
están los
with
views?
Reflect. We had seen that, I think, the Lycanroc would have easily been able to take down the Archaladon.
Qué buen juego, qué buen juego se tiraron los juniors, man.
But Kazutaka just using those tools.
Bueno, les toca a Kage,
time and not panicking too
a
much.
Kazuki
either when
Kage,
Gambit got that
a
sword stance set
hacer
up.
algo nuevo,
I think
pensar en
controlling
otra
the
idea.
game and keeping calm and composed was such a great thing to see. But all for Kazuki to do coming into this next game is to tie it up. Does have options. Did we see maybe the Basket Legion come if Kazuki's thinking that the rain is going to be the optimal mode? I feel like that is going to give a lot of problems to things like that Swampert. It will get the boost in the rain to its wave crashes, and it can be an endgame Pokemon with that last respects as well that can really cut through and get the damage you require on those remaining Pokemon.
Kazutaka having so many ways to pilot this team, but now Kazuki knows that rain was the answer for game number 1, giving you so much information on how you want to handle this game number 2. Maybe Lycanroc gets left at home, try and switch up the Pokemon just a little bit.
Sí, la verdad es que Lycanroc no hizo mucho ahí porque no estaba Charizard, pero si sabes que va a hacer eso, ¿por qué no metes a Charizard al siguiente y dejas afuera al Rain Team?
Championship title on the line.
Yeah, it's really difficult to set up against this Sun Rain team as well, because you think you're going down one route. Kazutaka might be conditioning their opponent as well in a lot of ways, where they might switch it up and bring that Charizard instead of the Rain.
Sí,
Getting
cabrón.
into game number 2, it's time to see if there could be
Ahí está, ¿eh? Jugó la vuelta.
Rain mode left at home. Kazutaka to bring out the Sun instead. Venusaur and Charizard going up against the Sneasler.
Qué malvado se mira Venusaur en este juego, de verdad. Qué bonito, qué buen trabajo hicieron con el modelo de Venusaur.
Susceptible to that fake out. But can you risk being passive here? I think, although you don't want your Venusaur sash being broken, yeah, can you protect in front of a King Gambit that can potentially set up a Soul Stance and then become that big threat once again? Because Charizard and Venusaur aren't as good defensively as the Pokemon that we saw in Game 1, not anything like the Archaladon or that Swampert. They're not going to be able to take those priority sucker punches as well. So do you just go for 2 attacking options here? You go for the Heat Wave and maybe even the Sleep Powder into that King Gambit to slow it down.
Mega Evolution with the Charizard from Kazutaka. And it was not a problem in game number 1 to let this King Gambit set up, as long as you have an answer later down the road. Charizard doesn't protect, will just eat that fake out instead, as it's actually just a double up fake out. Charizard doesn't move, but was still eyeing up an attack, which means King Gambit can still get the Sunker Punch off. Sleep Powder though, in
Uy, le
King Gambit
pegó.
does your one move, you bring the Charizard down low, but on the next turn, you have to take that mandatory turn of sleep.
Yeah, and that's the advantage of actually the Sucker Punch coming out, the Sleep Powder going after it. Now there is that guaranteed turn that the King Gambit isn't going to move this turn, and now that Sneasler is susceptible to the Sleep Powder as well. This Charizard pretty free now to go for a Heat Wave or a Weather Ball into either one of these targets.
Oh,
and
wow.
now you can start building that momentum. The Venusaur, a big part of why this is working. Has Kazuki got a way to get around this? Is maybe the Skull Villain in the back? If it is, you could maybe switch it in. It is have the immunity to that Sneasler, but at what cost? You're going to
¿Qué vas a hacer ahora? Yo creo que el Heatwave tirarías.
on the way in, boosted by
Oh.
that Sun as well.
no swap seems really too strong at this point, so Sneasler stays in and will protect. So Venusaur will still fail the Sleep Powder for that reason, and King Gambit will take that first turn of Sleep. Heat Wave from the Charizard, though. You have the Sun on your side. A super effective hit.
Sí, menos, se lo harta vivo.
And waking up the first KO taken in this match.
Yeah, what a way to handle
Hey,
that threat
¿qué pasó?
Gambit without taking any damage really on your side. The Charizard has been softened up, so it will be susceptible to damage later on. But with this Venusaur on the side of your field,
Ahorita va a quitar el...
in a great spot to keep that
Va a
pressure
quitar el
on.
sol.
The problem now is the Frostlass comes onto the field. It will be override that Sun with its snow, and the Venusaur will lose that chlorophyll boost. It will become susceptible also to that blizzard that threatens from that Frostlass at the same time.
If you want to get the weather back for Kazutaka, you have to swap the Charizard back out and in again as Snow with the Mega Evolution. Charizard will protect on this turn. You've already taken a lot of damage, and if you want that weather back, you can't afford to get
Double
KO'd.
protect.
Double protect on the board. Now we get an opportunity to see what we're seeing, and Blizzard is going to do nothing, and same with Sneasler's attack.
Yeah, now the double protect, you scout out what your opponent's trying to do. See the close combat going into that Venusaur, maybe expecting a switch there.
Sí, lo dejó tranquilo y pudo leer qué es lo que tenía pensado. Puede planear ahora su siguiente turno. Yo sacaría Chari. Sacaría Charizard ahorita.
Kazuki in a really commanding position now. It's all on Kazutaka to respond in this scenario. They need to get that Charizard off the field if they want to take weather control again. But the problem is, we just protected that Venusaur. So are we going to see maybe a double switch? The big question is the Pelipper lurking in the back? If it is, it's a great Pokemon to bring in now. Get rid of that snow and...
Sí, ajá, sacas a Chari. Si entra Peli, pero me muero. No, de Archaludon.
To swap out Archaludon to join the field instead, as it will
Sale Pelipper.
double swap.
No. ¡No!
Pelipper comes out.
Bro, se jugó a double weather. ¡Qué crack!
Weather modes to this match to contend up against the snow. Not the most accurate, but will connect into both targets. Pelipper and Archaludon taking some damage. That's
Oh!
Pelipper. That could swift so much momentum in this match. It will be a close combat as well. The follow-up. But on this next turn, Pelipper has the opportunity to just not move. And with that close combat, you've already done so much damage, and you're going to be so fast on this next turn with the Unburden.
Yeah, now there is the scenario where you can go Blizzard and then close combat into the Archaludon.
Sí, ajá, lo dejó bien. Ese Freezes lo dejó bien jodido.
There's no Reflect helping it out this time. That White Herb activating as well in the Sneasler. And really, really difficult scenario. Can the Pelipper thaw out? Can it take another Blizzard and a roll? So
Pobre Pelipper.
have to connect though.
Hace frío, jefe.
Preferred environment, but you could maybe switch it out to regain control of that. But are you just better staying on the field and exerting that offensive pressure that you've got right now?
For Frostlass, if you stick around going for those inaccurate attacks and knowing that there's an Archaludon that could go for that Flash Cannon into you to start making sure that Kazutaka has all the momentum in the match, you need to swap. Lycanroc yet again brought into this match. Follow up close combat into the Archaludon. It already
Todavía lo recibió. Oh!
So will take this hit, even though it's getting oh so low on damage. The Pelipper though, frozen. Is it going to thaw coming up next? It's going to be the
Electroshot aquí a Sneasler para bajártelo una vez, ¿no?
And really be able to kind of take more momentum into this match. But if Pelipper keeps staying frozen through these turns,
Ajá, sí, porque necesitas quitar eso del campo. Uy, uy, uy.
Frozen solid, so you can't double up to take it down.
Yeah, really difficult now. If the Pelipper thawed there, you would think maybe a Tailwind could propel Kazutaka into a more...
Si proteges a Archaludon y dejas ir a...
to bring it in at any point and override the weather, but I think you've got to plan it and time it so well because you know the Charizard's in the back. Kazutaka. Now you can utilize your close combat, although the Archaludon's have the defense boost, it is going to be susceptible to going.
Eso está rudísimo, sí, está muy bien jugado. A pesar de que se bajó ese King Gambit, supo jugar muy bien Kazuki. Si le proteges, le das otro leftovers.
Out onto the field.
And with your Archaludon already having taken so much damage, it's forced into a protect as Pelipper goes down with that Accel Rock. So now one of your modes of weather is gone. You still do have the Charizard to be able to contend, but again, if you bring it out here, Kazuki can go ahead and bring the Frostlass
Los
back
compañeros
in.
campos
So
vienen cableados
maybe just have to go with the
diferentes.
Venusaur, swap the Charizard into the other
Ya
side.
traen eso en el cerebro de
Turn
esos dos.
wrong, you might never get control of the weather again.
No, and that's a big problem. The one plus that Kazutaka has right now is the Venusaur does have its focus sash, so it does have a little bit of room to maneuver. It is going to threaten.
¿Qué, pero qué?
So
¿Qué
that
es?
does
¿Sleep Powder?
super effective damage into that Lycan Rock as well. Pretty much any of those options, even the resisted ones onto the Sneasler, will probably be enough to take it down, so you have to be very careful not to lose a slot and then lose a resource as well.
Close combat yet again into our Chaladon. Turn after turn has really stacked up, and another KO taken in Kazuki's favor. Now just down to the two. Rock Slide to break the focus sash on the Venusaur and deal a lot of damage. And
Sí, no, man.
Like Rock stays away.
Muy bien, Kazuki, la igualaste.
Forced out onto the field. Doesn't appreciate that at all.
That's a huge miss now, and now in a position, it doesn't matter with the sun coming onto the field because you've got that straight switch from Sneasler, you would imagine, into the Frostlass, overwrite that sun, and then the Lycan Rock is enabled, that chlorophyll ability is taken away, the Rock Slide can come out if it does connect. Will be enough to get the Charizard.
Sí, ya, este
Will be enough to get
GG's.
the Venusaur though, that is the question.
Sneasler swapped out. Kazuki has won the weather war as snow set up once again. Venusaur is going back to being slow, and Charizard so pressured by this Lycan Rock. Rock Slide, yet again, not being tricked into going for the single target, so you can get some damage into the Venusaur, take the
GG's.
KO, and only one Pokemon remaining in your quest to get this to a game number 3.
Yeah, it doesn't miss its target. It takes down the Venusaur and that Charizard
Miren qué cabrones.
just waiting in the wings. We are going to the game 3, Sierra, like you say, and a well
Sí, sí, la hizo
played
súper bien. Ya no voy a hacer nada más. Yo solo entregar el juego y vamos al
the
próximo.
adjustments here and doing it in such a great fashion. The Accelerock into the Charizard, the target that it's after all this time, right at the end of the game to lock it up, take us to a game.
Cabal, sí,
A
excelente.
series going the distance, so expertly played. Coming out from Kazuki.
Ese Charizard ya no
Not
tenía
one but two weather modes.
nada que estar haciendo ahí.
You have to be so careful with that Frostlass and those pieces and the perfect preservation
Pobre
of that Lycan
Charizard.
Rock to make sure you
¿Qué
can
pasó?
force the Charizard out onto the field. Put so much pressure onto it to really be able to clean up that match. Something like the Sleep Powder is quite important, but at the same time, when you look at the Sneasler allowed to keep doing all the damage turn after turn, you were able to get so much pressure from the get-go to force that.
Yeah, and the freeze was big here. It did prevent maybe a tailwind being set up, but I don't really know if it really changed the outcome overall. I think the big thing we've got to point out here that Kazuki wasn't really conditioned into not bringing the Lycan Rock. Would have been easy to say, I expect the rain mode again, so I'm not going to bring the Lycan Rock. I'm going to replace it with that Basculegion. If you'd done that there, then the Venusaur would have been an even bigger problem in this game. I think bringing it to this game was a huge, huge play, and it really paid off. And
Perfect.
now they're back in contention to lift the trophy. One
Sí, lo más que hice fue ese freeze al Pelipper. Ahí sí, ahí fue lo que se hizo el juego.
overcome the other.
Pero me pregunto si, bueno, sí es cierto, si a Frostlass querés tener cómo jugar todo el weather, entonces querés traer a los dos. Porque el Snow mete mucha presión de una vez. Blizzard es muy fuerte.
Kazuki Kage or Kazutaka Hatahori. One more match for who is going to be starting off their Pokemon journey in the juniors division with the highest title of them all. Only one more match.
A ver, a
and so much
ver.
pressure.
Vos estos sí lo están fast trackeando un montón, ¿verdad? No les dieron entrada por el túnel ni nada. Está como, necesitamos terminar esta onda ya. Todo es culpa de Emmy Whittle.
At the Chase Center. Gotta make some noise for these two young trainers. Let's give them that energy. Let's get one
Todos estamos aquí por culpa de Whittle, maldita sea, ya es muy tarde.
Junior World Champion.
What adjustments are we going to see from both trainers coming into this game 3? That is the question on everyone's mind. Are we going to see the rain mode from Kazutaka? He was so successful in that round 1. Game 1. We're going to see the Charizard mode again. The Venusaur was very potent. You can land those sleep powders and it's in the right position and you can keep control of your weather.
Esa gorra está bien cool.
Kazuki to control that, keep that contained. Or are we going to see the Basculegion finally come to the game? Is that going to be the Pokemon that could be used to soften up some of these targets on the opposite side of the field? If you're expecting the rain...
Marta, no, pido revisión,
There's a lot of issues for that Swampert, but if you're
El
expecting...
videojuego no hizo bien las cosas.
So beautiful, I think why the intricacies of it are all dependent.
Bueno, a ver, ¿con qué empezamos ahora?
Getting into the game, it's time to see where these trainers' minds are at. What adjustments will
Swampert
be
de
made?
Chaludon.
Swampert joins the fray. Next are
Sigue igual. Sí, no, ¿para qué la vas a cambiar?
and Sneasler. If we tell you this fake out and the setup sword stance, once again, King Gambit can put on so much pressure. But do we get to see a swap and just a Swampert that tries to go on the offensive? And do we see a switch up from that fake out sword stance play from Kazuki?
Yeah, I love the lead here from the They've got the option.
¿Cómo hacemos? ¿Qué haces aquí? A ver.
Either of their leads. You've got the Archaladon.
Sneasler automáticamente tiene Sword Stance, tiene Fake Out para ponerle presión a Swampert del Earthquake para que King Gambit haga Sword Stance. Archaladon no puede hacer mucho contra ninguno de los dos aquí que digamos, a menos que cambies de Swampert por Pelipper, pero estás dejando abierto de todas maneras a King Gambit para que te tire el gran vergazo. Entonces cambias a Pelipper y esperas que se repita. Repetiste el primer turno de la vez pasada, pero con el cambio de que baiteaste el Archaludon.
Will it be a fake out from the Sneasler to make sure no damage is there? Sure enough, Swampert will flinch and no Earthquake. Now Sword Stance plus 2 for this King Gambit. A big Sucker Punch next turn could happen.
Yeah, and the chip damage really important on that Swampert. Now,
sí, Frostlass, el equipo de Frostlass tiene las de ganar ahorita. La veo muy difícil ahorita para este Swampert.
But if it is out of range, it will be in a scenario where it can get an Earthquake, and you've got to think Pelipper is going to be able to follow up, but not want to keep it in.
Te vas por Grimmsnarl, dejas el Sucker Punch débil.
Want to protect everything, and that's exactly what we're seeing.
Kazutaka in game number 1 had no fear letting that King Gambit set up with well-timed switches, and another one there. Grimmsnarl coming on out, no damage from King Gambit. Now Sneasler early on will get that White Herb activation, stats drop back to normal, and speed. So important with Tailwind from the Pelipper. You want to make sure that this Sneasler can continue to pressure with potentially a gunk shot onto this Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, and either into that Pelipper.
¿Podrías cambiar a Grimmsnarl por Archaludon?
Or can attack the Sneasler in a great position even despite the Tailwind.
Y Weatherball con Pelipper para tirarte a King Gambit. Ahora, del otro lado, cabal, yo si lees eso, haces close combat al espacio de Grimmsnarl. Igual de como sea, le vas a pegar dura a lo que sea que esté ahí, entonces no hay mucho problema. Pero te arriesgas al Reflect, que va a ser Grimmsnarl.
We Sucker Punch, but it will be enough. Reflect from Grimmsnarl to mitigate the damage, but the plus.
Ahora ya no tenés Weather y Frostlass gana.
So significant. Sneasler with the follow-up gum shot will connect. Grimmsnarl is at full health. It will survive the hit, but it's brought real low.
Yeah, real low, and probably in range of even a resisted Sucker Punch next turn. Just decide to go for an attack. Of course, it has got access to other options. It can parting shot in weaken that slot. You still got the scenario here.
Si no veo cómo te salvas de esta.
Now it can Earthquake, but it will be hitting the Grimmsnarl, which isn't ideal. You've not got your preferred partner. Pelipper has been taken down, so Grimmsnarl is going to be susceptible. You've not got the option to switch either because you can't bring your Archaladon into an Earthquake.
Yo creo que ya perdió Swampert. No la veo. No veo cómo la sale. A ver, hace Earthquake, matan a...
going overcompensating into that slot though, because if there's a protect there, it opens the door for Sneasler to get some more damage on the board.
A light screen set up for later on Sucker Punch into Swampert. Not enough for the KO. But again, if we see this wave crash, you're going to do so much recoil potential to yourself. We're going to put it all on the line though. Earthquake hits everything.
Uy, se bajó el Sneasler, ok. Y tu opción es metes Archaludon y ves qué madres haces ahorita, ¿no?
Call there, Sierra, saying the wave crash probably not the most optimal because you're hurting yourself, and taking the Sucker Punch puts you in a really awful position where the Swampert now is not going to be able to really take as much value out of this drain as you would like it to, but at least getting the Sneasler off the field removes one threat, and now you can take full advantage of the Tailwind turns that are still in effect.
Entonces ahorita sacas Archaludon, que lo tenés full health, empezás a cargar. Es que con doble prioridad estás difícil de ganar esto, la verdad.
for Kazutaka. You have to get the most well-timed protects to make sure this King Gambit doesn't get a KO onto the Swampert or deal so much into this Archaludon. But if you get that call wrong, that could be game-losing.
You really could. I think the Swampert in a pinch here where it needs to protect, I think it's the obvious target to go after the Sucker Punch, even despite the Tailwind. That's what we're seeing. But does Kazuki see that? Go after that Archaludon instead. And
Lo agarró.
Into the Archaludon, bringing it down to less than half.
Si este le hice close combat.
Sliver, but if it's a follow-up, Archaludon taking so much. Flash Cannon into the Lycanroc. Focus Sash still intact, means it does hold on for at least one more turn to fire off the powerful attack of its own. Close combat, but we split the difference.
You were hoping there that the close combat might be into that Archaludon, but a really smart protect there. But the one thing that Kazutaka hasn't been able to do is remove that threat in the King Gambit. Now it's still threatening another Sucker Punch. It will go down to the life of recall damage here, but it's done so much work already in this game. And the Archaludon now not in the rain, not in its preferred environment. The same with the Swampert as well. You have Tailwind in effect, but is that really going to help you against the priority attacks from the King Gambit?
No te iba a salir si doble protect.
But the fail means that Sucker Punch still isn't going to do anything, so no damage. If Lycanroc follows up there, it could be the KO, but into the Archaludon instead. Swampert sticks around. Archaludon survives the hit with the defense boost, and now you still have two Pokemon for Kazutaka to contend with. Flash Cannon into Lycanroc on one.
Yo creo que va a ganar Frostlass de todas maneras. Ahorita entra Frostlass con full health.
It's still around. You still have to worry about the King Gambit on the next turn, but you can go for Protect again, and this Archaludon's done so much work. The problem is, for Kazuki, there is still another Pokemon to join the field, and with it being this Frostlass, you can go ahead and get this Mega Evolution. You are at full health.
Sí, no la veo. No, yo no veo cómo salir de esta. A ver, supongamos haces doble Protect ahorita para que Archaludon se recupere un poco de sus leftovers. Al otro turno intentas pegarle a King Gambit con Wave Crash. Te matan con Sucker Punch mientras le haces Flash Cannon a Frostlass. Frostlass puede ser Aurora Veil, no sé si lo tiene, pero queda, no lo veo, no veo cómo ganas.
I would probably argue no. I think you just keep it checked with that Sucker Punch. Remember, the light screen is still in effect, but I don't think it's going to be enough to allow that Archaludon the room to get another attack off.
That's the problem. The health bar for Kazutaka's Pokemon are so low, and Frostlass with the Mega Evolution, with the Snow, can offer so much damage. Archaludon with the Protect, and if it is a Sucker Punch into that slot, it wouldn't do much, which does get it right.
No.
Swampert on the other side. Unfortunately, with it being a Blizzard, a dual target attack, Swampert is not safe, and it's enough to get another KO. Only one Pokemon left in Kazuki's journey to becoming a champion, with only Archaludon remaining on the opposing end.
Yeah, the Frostlass and the Gambit have this pin now. The Sucker Punch, the Archaludon cannot attack without taking that Sucker Punch damage first. And even if that's not enough, the Frostlass dead is going to be able to follow up and close things out. Can the Archaludon do it?
Sí, ya se acabó.
Slimmer and slimmer each tick of the clock.
Attempt of the double protect, but it will fail. Sucker Punch does no damage, but this Frostlass has this opportunity to attack. And with the Blizzard, it is enough. Congratulations to your junior world champion.
Muy buena. Ganó Frostlass. Frostlass campeón del mundo. Let's go.
Phenomenal play there from Kazuki. How well they got that King Gambit in the right positions at the right time and got the maximum value.
Igual W. Sí, ganaba el que ganaba, yo gané. Entonces, todo bien.
The talent showing.
Mira, viendo la cámara. Soy lo máximo.
Dedication. It's all come to a culmination here, and they are a junior world champion.
Se mamó.
Absolutely fantastic.
Se mamó.
To be a trainer so young and achieve a feat unlike any other, becoming a Pokemon World Champion is incredible. And being down a game in the set, but never wavering.
Mega Escobila, no, eso es lo peor, no.
I'm so excited.
Mega Escobila, campeón del mundo, ahí es donde perdemos, mira.
Very bright future.
Yeah, I mean the way that they managed the ball position throughout those games, it looked a little bit shaky after game one. where you saw this one per kind of dominating, the weather control kept. But I think keeping the Frostlass so key until the last moment.
Ernesto, bienvenido. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Buenas noches.
Maybe leading with
¿Te viniste para ver el VGC?
The sneeze or its perfect partner, right?
Bienvenido de vuelta.
Sword stance, and you're thinking, well, it's better to soften things up. We talked about that. So something like the Frostlass can come in late game and then do the damage, get the knockouts that are required to cause.
Chilito me gusta, pero no como la plasta estalera que es. Si lo uso haría un chile ofensivo, así como el que estaba jugando ayer. Ayer lo jugaron bien ofensivo al Scovilan.
Swing that momentum and then clinch those wins. They were all important for them taking this crown this weekend. Just phenomenal play.
That's what makes him such a strong trainer and what makes this team
Qué buen juego, estuvo muy bueno.
¿Qué
les pareció a ustedes?
There's other options on the team to be able to just beat the entire thing. A match so expertly played, such a well done job, but it's time to go hear from our newest world champion.
Thank you so
Excelente.
much. Let's hear it for our first ever.
Sí, salí poco, pero no me quería perder la final. Bienvenido de vuelta, Ernesto. Estamos ready. ¡Mira! ¡Sí le sabe! ¡Bravo! Y él le hace la maroma. No me llega. Tiene buen feel.
How does it feel to be the first ever Pokemon Champions World Champion?
おめでとうございます。初めてチャンピオンになれた気分はどうですか？
最高です。
It's the best feeling.
Yay!
Who was the most valuable Pokemon on your team throughout this competition?
この大会通してチームの中で一番大切だったポケモンはどれですか？
雪目の子です。
It's definitely Frostlass.
¡Sí! ¡Mi vieja! Pinche Frostlass.
Of course, there were many family and friends who helped you throughout your journey to become our first ever world champion here today. Do you have any shout outs or any messages you want to give to anybody watching at home?
ここに来るまでに家族や友達にいろいろ手伝ってもらったと思うんですけど、誰かに送りたいメッセージとかありますか？
家族に連れてってくれてありがとう。
Thank you for my family for bringing me here.
¡Qué crack, la verdad!
Let's hear it one more time.
Cero emociones, pero solo para celebrar está bueno, ¿verdad? Y se le queda viendo la cámara directamente, así como que haciendo contacto con los ojos de cada uno. ¡Ah, qué buena shit! Vamos a ver la siguiente.
All right, that is one world champion down in the video game division. Two more we go. Casters, back to you.
Let's turn our attention to the senior division world champions.
Hey, ¿es Perú?
Carlos Verastegui and Vikram Thiagarajan. My name is Rosemary Kelly, and I'm so honored and excited to be here next to Aaron Zane to bring you through this next grand finals.
San Francisco! Let's do this! It is so exciting to be here with you, Rosemary. My name
Cybertron!
is Zhang, and I have been waiting a long time to be here. The 30th anniversary of Pokemon Champions' first ever World Championships, and we are here in a legendary arena in Chase Center. We're about to crown a brand new World Champion as well.
It's already off to such a great start on this championship Sunday that we got to crown our world champion in the juniors division, but now we move our way up to the seniors, and these are two competitors that are so ready to take the stage, both regional champions, but they still miss out on that elusive title. Can they claim that final crown, the world championship, to add to that trophy case?
I want to hear you all scream right now!
Woo! Tranquilo, Cookie, tranquilo.
I actually feel the crowd under my feet, Aaron. That's how loud this stadium is getting.
It is unbelievable. You all are here as a part of Pokemon history. The senior division in particular is an age group that many of the game's best players initially started their careers in. I think about 2014 world champion Sejong Park,
He finished second at the World Championships in the seniors division a few years before that. There are so many of the game's greats who start their Pokemon journey here and of course evolve to become the Pokemon master that they
La verdad es que Veamos y Cybertron en el casteo son muy buena pareja para castearse.
Especially because you don't get too many years either to be able
Cybertron
to
tiene muy buena energía,
siempre
siempre ha sido muy bueno.
Amazing proving ground before you do age up into the Masters division and see if you can continue the legacy that way. But for both of these competitors, one comes from Europe, one comes from Latin America. It's very exciting to see them both.
Este Pokémon United ganó Z Division.
Stage, and we're going to get a chance to see them do it for the first time in this World Championships.
Señores, es momento de Perú. Apoyamos a Perú.
Right? Pelipper, Archaludon, Charizard, Venusaur. That is one of the two teams that will be represented in the finals here. Staring down, actually, the very first team that was crowned champion.
Energía, conocimiento, dicción. Hacen un trabajo excelente. Sí, rebotan muy bien del uno del otro.
Mega Floette. So it is the tale of a brand new team that has popped up leading into the World Championships.
Perú, 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 Perú.
As we take a look at our players' accomplishments.
Both regional champions. Carlos getting that title at the Special
¡Vamos, Carlos!
in Lima just this year, as Vikram took home that accomplishment in Leo in
Ganale, Vikram.
2025. But for both of them, this is one of their greatest achievements.
Sinischa,
to be able to be here in the final two at the World Championship.
Necesitamos a Sinischa de campeón del mundo.
Incredible experience to have.
And it's going to be a potential battle between the Charizards here, of course.
Carlos Verastegui for the win. Sí, señor, ya Diego nos quedó mal, es hora de que Carlos haga lo suyo.
Ever since we started in Pokemon Champions, only fitting to see it here.
Vamos, 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 vamos. Bueno, Dios ver a Chris apoyar a Sard y Mira, está Sinischa, entonces ahí se nivela.
Both of them very powerful mega evolutions in their own right. Floette looked at as we started out our journey in Pokemon Champions because of the immense offense that it can dish out with those fairy type attacks. But with a Pokemon like Swampert, when you do have this dual weather option, that gives you another Mega Evolution just to keep
pues Carlos, es tu momento, tenés que jugar bien, man. No la vas a estar cagando, tenés que ponerte focus y lock-in. No ha mostrado nada de la décima, si hacen eso va a ser en la clausura, que es hasta después de que terminen todos los juegos. Ahí es cuando son los trailers de todo.
Which Charizard is going to be faster, because both of these Charizards can actually hit each other for super effective damage, right? And so Ancient Power being a really powerful attack, 4 times super effective. The Venusaur is a really big glue on the team that is able to be super disruptive, can threaten with Sleep Powder, can be led with that Charizard. A big question I have for you, Rosemary, in this matchup is which Mega Evolution do you want to commit to if you're Carlos? Bringing Charizard in a matchup when you see down Rain on the opposing side often can feel really tricky. So you might want to
ese bot.
Try to get a boost up. Once it gets Calm Mind, you get that special attack and special defense boost. It's difficult to knock out. If you pair it with the Incineroar, Sinischa, and Venusaur and protect it well, Floette often can just overwhelm the opposing side. But Floette is staring down a very big physical threat on the opposing team, which is going to be the Mega Swampert.
Mega Swampert can do a lot to every piece on Carlos's team, and that damage can add up really quickly. That's one of the key differences between these two team compositions, is that Carlos may take a couple of turns to actually get that engine started and then be able to press the go button.
Vikram!
There's damage all over the place, whether or not you want it to come from this Mega Swampert, Mega evolving immediately, getting that Swift Swim activated with the Pelipper with the Rain, or you can just go on the offense with something like the Charizard or even the Archaludon.
Swampert! Woo!
I think that Pelipper, Archaludon, and Venusaur is going to be a trio that we will see a lot of throughout the course of this set. Now, what really makes Vikram's team unique is your ability to flex your Mega Evolution. You can pick Charizard, go with the Sun. You can also bring Swampert, and Venusaur outside of the Sun is still really threatening. That is one of the key Pokemon I'm looking at for Vikram in this matchup. And it can be really disruptive with Sleep Powder, but also don't discount it defensively into that Floette. Floette can take a lot of damage from Sludge Bomb, and Venusaur can be used to slow down its offensive pressure. The main question, though, is how
Ni vos te querés esa mamada de hacerle Boo a Swampert. En este momento sí, Boo Swampert. Queremos que gane el otro. En esta batalla le vamos a Charizard y Floette.
And then the Venusaur from Carlos can threaten with a
No, aquí no hay dudas.
And so there's a lot
de aquí le vamos.
that you have to think about when choosing your Pokemon to bring to this first game? And is that actually going to be something where you have to think a couple steps ahead and try to bring some counter picks?
Buenas, joven. Estamos listos aquí para apoyar a Mega Charizard, Mega Floet. Estamos aquí para apoyar al meta, señores. Aquí somos pro meta, pro Big Six. Tocayo odia a los teams de lluvia. En este momento somos amigos, Tocayo, no te preocupes. Le vamos a los Big Six. No pueden perder los dos. No, porque él es de Perú. Él es de Perú y tiene que ganar Perú. Perú es clave, señores. Perú es clave. Tienen que entenderlo. Ya el año pasado tuvimos Perú campeón del mundo. Este año podemos repetir. Tenemos que hacerlo. Necesitamos a Perú. Perú es clave. ¡Vamos! ¡Perú!
For him to bring into this matchup because you're staring down Fake Out from Incineroar and a setup Pokemon in Calm Mind Floette.
Something to call out
Boo, Vikram!
Sheets is going to be the stat alignment of both of these Venusaur. One, for Carlos, is going to be timid. So that's going to be a stat increase to its speed. On the other hand, for Vikram's Venusaur, that is a modest stat alignment. That's going to mean more power and special attack.
Pero es clave para que tenga un campeón del mundo de Pokémon Champions, sí.
Is going to be how these Charizards interact with
Creo que
each other. Should we
en VGC es el único que nos falta, ¿no?
And this is because you have Ancient Power
Y
on
Go.
one side, you have Weather Ball on the other side. A Weather
Nos
Ball
faltan los videojuegos.
is one of the ways
En los,
that this
en los
Charizard
videojuegos de Go y VGC, pero ya tenemos en TCG y en Unite.
Whoever has the faster Charizard will have a big advantage. And here we go.
Carlos,
Game one.
Carlos, mira, y tiene mejor strike record, va 9-1, Vikram va 8-2. Solo digo, ¡vamos!
Charizard and Venusaur hits the field.
It's going to be the Grimmsnarl, not a pick I actually expected to see here, and so the Grimmsnarl immensely helpful in setting up those screens, but right
¿Cómo
now,
me mama el modelo de Venusaur de este juego?
into Swampert. If you are Vikram,
Lo arreglaron.
you know that the Swampert can just get knocked out by a Leaf Storm immediately. So Swampert may consider going for a Protect. You may consider switching out into your own Archaludon, for example. But right now, Carlos has all of the offense with this duo. And if you switch out and Carlos calls you and goes for a Sleep Powder, it can be disastrous.
Sleep Powder would
¿Y TCG quién ganó?
on this turn, but swapping on the
Japón,
weather, also be able to stop something like the Mega Evolution.
Australia y Estados
It's
Unidos.
going to be the Mega Evolution of the Swampert, and Charizard just protects itself, hoping to scout out whether or not a sneaky Pelipper in the back can be whether that it overwrites later. But
Todos
Swampert
todos protéjanse, todos protéjanse.
from this opposing Venusaur as Grimmsnarl gets up a light
Venusaur,
sprint. That's going to be great against
¿qué vas a
both of these
hacer?
special attackers.
Oh, and the first Sleep Powder comes out and it will miss. Like I said, folks, expect to see a lot of Venusaur in this set. That means Carlos is not able to accomplish anything this turn. However, of course, Venusaur still
Desperdició un turno.
onto the opposing.
Muy bien, Carlos, desperdiciaste un turno. Excelente trabajo.
Shot, right? And of course, neutralize damage up, but if Charizard Mega Evolves, well, Charizard will set up the sun, Parting Shot will come out, Pelipper can come in, immediately changing the weather back into rain. And so it's a big miss to start off. Charizard just
¡Vamos, gato!
So we'll switch into the
Sí.
Intimidate here.
El gatote.
It's going to neuter the damage output of this Swampert.
Vamos, Wolfie.
Physical attacker, but that Swampert's going to shed that drop immediately as it switches out for the Archaludon, a Pokemon that would handle the. Ooh, that is a little bit better. We are going to see that Parting Shot fail because as Grimmsnarl is a prankster Pokemon and then Incineroar is a dark type, you cannot use those support groups into it. Archaludon switches into that Leaf Storm, takes the stand.
Se hizo buena esa con el mega gato. Con el cornflake, con el Zucaritas.
Swampert just gets one hit KO'd by Leaf Storm, it's a disaster.
Mírame aquí apoyando a un Incineroar. ¿Qué demonios me hizo el mundo? ¿Quién soy? No me reconozco. ¡Incineroar, vamos! ¡Vamos, Incineroar!
You put it in Ice Punch KO range from the Swampert. For Carlos, your goal is right now, you don't have a lot of damage on the board. We also saw the commitment to Charizard. It's not going to be that setup Floette, right? And so Grimmsnarl right now is going to pivot out. This does leave it vulnerable to a Sleep Powder for the switched in Pelipper.
But the Pelipper is at least going to.
Ese es el fake out al Archaludon, ¿no?
It does hit.
¡Ay, no! Lo leyó. ¿Y qué va a hacer este? Parting.
Electro shots now. But as we see this Incineroar still waiting with bated breath, it has not gone for a fake out on this
¿De la
turn.
Citrus?
There's
¿Lo
likely
aguanta?
some type of attack going to come out in a moment. But first, the special attack.
Sí lo aguantan, ¿no?
Our Electro Shot gets unleashed, and you're going to start to stack up damage against this Incineroar.
Así está re bien.
Put it in range of being able to consume its Citrus Berry, but then our Chaladon is immediately going to get that special attack increase taken away with the Parting Shot as Carlos gets a nice pivot out.
Y ahorita sale Charizard, Mega, quitas, ok.
While he has not done any damage there, putting Pelipper to sleep and Pelipper not taking any sleep turns means that he's incredibly vulnerable right now. And the question is, well, do you really want to switch out, right? Swampert, obviously an incredibly powerful Pokemon, but if you switch it in and it eats up something like the Sleep Powder or Leaf Storm, well, you're throwing away what might be your biggest...
Bueno, bien jugado, ese Incineroar hizo su trabajo.
His damage output. So I think Carlos has
Por algo es el mejor Pokémon del mundo.
Charizard and Venus were to do a lot of damage right now. Pelipper's going to switch out. Grimmsnarl, I think, being the safest defensive switch here. Charizard's going to finally Mega Evolve, and crucially, now the Grimmsnarl can potentially Parting Shot out once again, bring the rain. But where is Carlos targeting right now with the Venusaur? Could it be a Sleep Powder into our Chaladon or even the Grimmsnarl switch in?
You got to get through this next turn first, and it's going to be the Leaf Storm. Venusaur has already taken a special attack drop, and with the light screen up, that's going to be even less damage to this Grimmsnarl. A great defensive swing.
Doble a ese lado.
Also targeted towards that slot, so our Chaladon gets out of these first.
Best competitive Pokémon Instinct, sí.
Means it can go for a Dragon Pulse into the Venusaur, start to whittle it away, and that's going to be 56% left.
You can see Vikram celebrating there, knew that there was a potential Sleep Powder like could go into our Chaladon, or a Heat Wave or Weather Ball. Sleep Powder neutralizing our Chaladon, Heat Wave or Weather Ball doing so much damage.
¿Qué haces?
Vikram does not have the heavy damage dealer, which is Swampert, right?
Ajá, no tenés activado Swampert, solo quisieras Double Swap, pero sacase Charizard por si acaso, traes a Instinct, metes el... Sí. Sí.
You're saying, I don't want to base a Parting Shot with Pelipper coming out. Grimmsnarl actually says, look, I saw you switch in Incineroar earlier. Parting Shot doesn't work against Dark types, so I'm just going to manually switch into Pelipper instead. Oh, but Sleep Powder.
Oh, bro.
Sleepy Pokemon on Vikram's side with the Pelipper, something instill a sleep.
¿Qué se la hizo? Oh, lo tiene, pero aquí, mira. ¡Vamos, Carlos!
Carlos's favor. Yeah, it's really back and forth.
Incineroar.
The thing is, for Carlos, how are you going to deal damage into our Chaladon? The answer is Charizard. You have to position it well, but you also want to conserve the Venusaur, right? Because Venusaur, of course, is going to be such an important tool to deal with Swampert. So Carlos played really nice defensively, has gotten okay damage, obviously gotten the sleeps off, won't pressure with too much damage right now, so looking to pivot into something a little bit stronger, and Charizard's going to be the
Ahí está, llega Charizard.
Very safe to get this
hacer
in,
las suyas.
You see the Pelipper and our Chaladon asleep on the other side. As our Chaladon is going to take its first turn, Parting Shot from this Incineroar is going to drop this
¿Y le vas a hacer
again,
qué?
and let Carlos get this Incineroar out to keep it with these Intimidate drops for later when that
Y sale Venusaur otra vez.
But now we actually get some valuable information. Maybe we see this fourth Pokemon that Carlos has brought to the game, or Venusaur comes back out.
Yeah, you know what's interesting is I think both Sinistcha and Garchomp provide a lot of
Men, qué bueno este match.
Garchomp here.
Ok, me gusta, esta opción me gusta.
Garchomp. Pelipper takes a turn to
Es Scarf, uff.
Now you have basically what is your strongest offensive duo on the team, right? You have a lot of
Sí, uy, aquí ya tenés. Aquí cerras el men.
Has that wide guard, and so you have to be cautious of clicking your spread moves like Earthquake or Heat Wave. I think if you're Carlos, you might expect Vikram to make a switch with that Pelipper right now. So if you anticipate a switch, it's an opportunity to do a lot of damage. I think for Vikram, Grimmsnarl as a Pokemon Lab is not super.
Vamos, Carlos, estás jugando excelentemente bien. Ya lo tenés. Tranquilo, tranquilo. Jugá lo que sabes.
It's Carlos' opportunity to burst down in terms of damage.
Swampert has to switch into these attacks, and the first Dragon Claw is going to do a good chunk as Heat Wave now connects onto both. Our Chaladon is also going to take a considerable amount of damage, but these stamina boosts can start to stack up against this Garchomp. Our Chaladon wakes up though and gets that super effective on the other side, but this Garchomp
quitarle la lluvia.
Turn. This has been a really defensive game back.
¿Qué haces? Cambias a Garchomp por Instinct.
Just really add up.
Sí, ¿verdad?
Both players are slowly doing damage, 20 to 30% here and there, but no big
Cambias a
knockouts.
Char por
Right
Instinct.
now, though, of course, Vikram is threatening a big play. The Chaladon or the Swampert can switch into Pelipper, and then the other Pokemon can just target down the Charizard, right? Swampert did eat up a lot of damage on that switch in. Charizard on Carlos's end feels like you kind of need to conserve it, right? And so, of course, if Vikram predicts that and targets the Garchomp down, you can just get an immediate knockout onto the Garchomp. And so now Vikram, once again, going with this Weather War, being able to pressure and set up the range, gotten his main ace in Swampert in on the field, but it's taken a lot of damage. And so key dynamic this turn is, do we see a Pelipper switch it into either slot? And yeah, does Charizard switch? Does Vikram call it and knock out the Garchomp?
Charizard has the ability to protect itself, but Garchomp does not with that Choice Scarf. As Incineroar comes in, it's hoping to
Si
get
tuviera Lifer podría llevarse al Large. Sí, pero si sale Pelipper no sobrevive a ese Swampert.
But Pelipper decides to switch in for the Swampert to shut that Intimidate drop, also set up the raid now for that partner, Archaludon. And Pelipper is also going to be able to take that Dragon Claw as Archaludon gets set up. Another Electro Shot to boost
Bueno, este está Macero.
It can only go in one direction, and that is going to be the Incineroar on the receiving end. A great defensive switch by both parties here.
For Carlos, recognizing, I think if I lose Charizard, I actually cannot beat the Archaludon. This is what makes Archaludon feel like the final raid.
Ahora ya tenés fake out por lo menos.
I need to get to an end game where I can basically have.
Pero ¿a quién le tiras el fake out?
Archaludon, I'm going to switch out. Garchomp's Dragon Claws are doing okay damage, but that Dragon Claw into Pelipper did under 50%. So another one is likely not going to knock it out, can activate that Citrus Berry as well. Incineroar on the field right now, of course, does pressure with Fake Out. Normally you don't really want to give stamina boost over to Archaludon, but you might be okay with that, saying, look, my goal to deal with this is going to be Charizard anyway.
Esos equipos todo el que llevan dolor sí, men, sí lo son.
And Charizard's going to hit the field once again in a battle versus Sun and Rain.
Y te tiras.
Feels like just a matter of time before we're going to see the first knockout, but both competitors being methodical about how they get there. Archaludon free to go for another Dragon Pulse.
¿Qué vas a hacer aquí? ¿Que Parting Shot otra vez? Solo dejándolo quieto.
Another Parting Shot helps reduce the damage output of this Archaludon and get another switch.
Really beautiful defensive play by both here. You can see how much both players are looking to have weather control. We've seen the sun, we've seen the rain, we've seen the sun, we've seen the rain, and this tension is so crucial to the battle because if you lose your weather setter, it will just be a huge advantage given to your opponent. However, Charizard and Venusaur now out on the field, pressuring Sleep Powder once again. You can go for something like Sleep Powder into Archaludon.
Sí, tenés un turno ahorita de esto, o sea, entra Pelipper, pero pues... O sea, puedes hacerle Ancient Power al spot de Pelipper. La cosa es en dónde va a entrar Pelipper, porque... ¿Quién quitas? ¿Quitas al Archaludon? ¿Para que no te lo duerma?
Makes sense to try to get that Pelipper back in on the field once again. But Rose, how many times have we seen the weather change at this point in the game?
Too many to count right now as the pressure cooker has continued.
Y ya se van a acabar el tiempo también. Shit.
Venusaur is going to swap out again. For another pivot into the hoping that it will take one of the attacks from these Pokemon a little bit better. But Archaludon has opted to protect itself instead.
Porque falta la Padrón. Ese parque está hermoso como, estas plantas se ven como plantas.
Waiting for the Grimmsnarl to set up the light screen so that the special attacks are not going to be as powerful. Charizard, though, still can't connect onto this Grimmsnarl, and there's been a lot of damage stacked.
Ahí está, primer knockout.
First KO of this game number 1. Grimmsnarl goes down, and a fresh switch in with the light screen that was just set up for Vikram.
I want to explain that dynamic because I think that Venusaur obviously, for many, was exerting a lot of offensive, or I should say sleep.
Y ahora tenés fake out. Tenés opción de fake out a ese Archaludon. Mientras le tiras un Ancient Power a ese Pelipper. Sí, ¿verdad? Esa es la jugada.
Again, you've got Archaludon in range, so it feels like the Charizard needs to pivot back out. And so I do think like getting that first KO is a big deal. Carlos is inching this advantage just a little bit more.
Yo eso digo que
turn so quickly. Once again, though, conserving this Charizard, saying, look, Garchomp here can switch into an Electro Shot.
Garchomp's ground typing will make it immune to the Electro Shot, but there's also no threat of that if you just fake out the Archaludon and stop it from moving on this turn. But can Pelipper finally wake up? It has been asleep this entire
ese Pelipper está echándose un buen cuaje.
Crucially, does stay asleep there, so that Pelipper, had it woken up, could have gone for something like a Weather Ball to knock out either of these Pokemon, maybe set up a Tailwind as well. Now it will be able to wake up on the following turn. Garchomp is not actually exerting that much offensive pressure. The Archaludon has these defense boosts. You can go for a Dragon Claw into the Pelipper slot and maybe swap back out into Charizard. Once again, it is this
¿Qué hacen ustedes, chat? ¿Qué hacen aquí?
going back and forth, and I think
¿Cómo la manejan?
decent damage on a Pelipper. For Carlos, you really want to just get one more knockout and just win the Weather War, right? If Pelipper falls, that's it. It's going to be really difficult for Swampert and or Chaladon to beat your Charizard in Sun.
Sí,
so Incineroar,
cae Charizard otra vez.
uses its fake out, and it's going to be Charizard.
No, otra vez Sol.
Open the door for Vikram to finally get some type of knockout. As Garchomp goes
Uy.
he's going to survive with just a sliver of HP, and the Citrus Berry is going to help him recover some. But our Chaladon lets loose a Dragon Pulse, a KO now secured here for Vikram as Garchomp falls.
Garchomp will fall, but I think that it actually did a decent job in this game. Pelipper wakes up now, gets that Tailwind up as well, so speed over in Vikram's favor. However, there now is a free switch in, and Venusaur is a very strong Pokemon to have out on the field. Another thing to consider, Pelipper cannot protect Rose, and so as a result, that means that you can always target that slot. For
O sea,
example,
¿valió la pena sacrificar ese Garchomp?
would knock out Pelipper or the incoming Swampert. So even though Tailwind is up on the opposing end, Carlos does have a Venusaur in Sun, which of course doubles its speed. And the Archaladon has even so many parting shots where it don't think it'll get a knockout onto either of these Pokemon with its damage right now.
You would
Sí,
like,
creo que
if
bueno.
you were this Swampert,
Sí,
to
yo creo
have
que
the
sí
range
entra
to
Venusaur
activate the
gratis.
Swim ability. But at least you have the Tailwind to try to make up some of that deficit you're not going to be able to have if you have to switch out this Pelipper. Either way, though, to get
Man, este
great
juego está
back,
bien
it's going to
potente.
require 2 turns. Vikram to manually switch out this Pelipper, but then you don't want to give up too much damage from this Swampert either. Right now, Carlos has a great position in this game. Letting this Quick Start loose means that the Pelipper is going to get knocked out. And weather control firmly in Carlos's hands.
And this is what I was saying, Pelipper can't protect. If you stay in, you get
Trabajo
knocked out.
Pelipper,
If you
bien.
buffer, you get knocked out. Dragon Pulse doesn't do enough.
Trabajo Pelipper, let's go!
Feels like Carlos has full control of this game. Even though Tailwind is up on the opposing end, look
Let's go, let's go, let's go!
Carlos. Like I said, this Charizard is your win condition into our Chaladon, and Carlos has conserved it.
Si se pudo, ya se ganó, señores.
So
Se fue este juego.
be able to bring in that Swampert. Tailwind is up, but it is going to expire soon. And like you said, Rose, that's weather just completely gone in Carlos's favor. Right now, if you're Carlos, you are probably looking to stall out this Tailwind. There's only 2 turns left. So you can consider something like protecting one Pokemon, switching in Incineroar for the other slot. Then you have Fake Out
It's
pressure the following
Incin
turn.
para el Intimidate,
Carlos is
¿no?
getting very, very close to winning this first game.
Eso haría yo.
Still some speed control turns that Vikram can use to try to get back into this one, and Swampert protects itself for the first one. Doesn't want to give up too much damage over to the Venusaur, and maybe is hoping that it will switch out here so that Swampert can have something to do on the next one. Our Chaladon, though, is hoping to make up the difference. That Dragon Pulse does knock out
Oof.
a big threat on the field to the Swampert, and so we are down to a 2v2 in this first game. But make that a 2v1 as Charizard lets loose the Weather Ball, another knockout secured, and Swampert is going to have to do the work of 3 more Pokemon.
And Carlos saying, you know what, I'm okay actually just staying in because I have that Chlorophyll up. My Venusaur basically, with its boosted speed, will neutralize the Tailwind on the opposing end. And because Swampert's actually already taken a lot of damage, I can't
Fake
out
out.
this game with the Incineroar and the Charizard combination. And so now you can go for something, of course, like a Fake Out. Crucially, this Charizard does not have Solar Beam, right? So we'll have to go for Weather Ball. It goes for the Double Protect. That's actually a big fail because it means now there's a lot of free damage coming onto Swampert.
Swampert, with 3 of its allies fallen, has a lot of work cut out for it, but the Weather Ball is going to do enough that even if you get one big wave crash down into Incineroar or Charizard, you are
Sí, se acabó. O sea, ¿qué va a hacer? Protect.
damage.
¿Me
That
entendés?
should be game over.
Ya.
Carlos should take this first game.
Bien, Carlos. Estuvo cansada, te la hicieron cansada, pero se pudo. Se logró. Bien, Carlos.
Wave crash. That being said, Intimidate was already activated. Swampert is going to go for a Protect now, but this is Carlos's game, and I think both players are already probably thinking about their game plans for this second match.
In the second match, then, what do you consider? You brought your Rain mode, if you're Vikram, to this battle, so do you actually consider bringing Charizard instead?
It's a really good question. Yeah, I think the Venusaur is actually a Pokemon I'm looking at. Brimstyle was something that I mentioned coming into this game where it was nice defensively, right? It was able to set up screens, but I think the problem is that Vikram did not have many opportunities to get big swings. Our Chaladon, when it does not have any special attack boost, just won't do very much damage. And so Weather Ball will finally come out, and Carlos' perfect pivoting of Charizard. One. Swampert will survive. So it'll take itself out and actually knock out the Charizard as well, showcasing how powerful it can be, but still not enough, obviously, if it'll fade from recoil.
You gotta give Swampert the effort, though, for not going down without a fight. But Incineroar, the final Pokemon left standing in his first game.
Bien, Carlos. Let's go. Sí se logró. Sí se logró. Vamos, vamos.
So as we head into the
Vamos
second
bien
game,
encaminados. Sí se puede el resto. Sí se puede.
how many
Sí
different
se
modes that you can lean
puede.
into, right? I think if you are in Vikram's shoes, you can consider, like you said, Rose, going into the Sun mode instead, maybe going for Charizard and Venusaur. I think that the Venusaur in particular is a really valuable pick for Vikram because you can use it to Sleep Powder the opposing threats, right? Landing a Sleep Powder into the Charizard, big deal. We take a look at this first game. Big Sleep Powder miss right away, but the Venusaur otherwise was quite clutch, hitting basically all of its other Sleep Powders and also getting some two-turn sleeps along the way.
Yeah, that Pelipper spent the majority of that first game asleep with all of the methodical pivots that were made. You had to make sure that
bueno,
the
juego
positioning
dos,
and the
juego dos.
timing was just right for this Charizard for Carlos to finally start dishing out damage. But once the damage was mounted, it was impossible to mount the comeback as Vikram watched one by one his Pokemon falling to the hands of these Venusaur and Charizard duo.
Yeah, I think if you are now in Vikram's shoes and you're thinking about adaptations, you can run it back with the same 4 Pokemon, but it felt like Carlos just was one step ahead in terms of the pivoting, right? So Charizard Venusaur is one adaptation. You can match the opposing Charizard Venusaur. Like I said, Venusaur Swampert coming into this game is also an interesting one where you do pressure with Sleep Powder while kind of protecting the Swampert. I think the goal, ideally, if you're going to bring the Swampert, is you have to knock out that Venusaur on the opposing side. Swampert, as you saw at the end of that first game, is a big damage dealer, but it only basically got one big attack in that entire game. And the reason for it is it never found the opportunity to hit the field very safely. It's just very difficult to pilot. So,
Vamos!
like you said, Rose, that Charizard might be the adaptation. And maybe
Yo elijo creer en Carlos. Perú, Perú,
Sometimes I wonder
Perú.
if you can't beat them, maybe join them, try to dish out those Sleep Powders. And since it was such an effective strategy for Carlos, you might want to consider doing it. But as you had called out too, just the offense on the Charizard, you don't want your Venusaur to be on the opposing end of that. And so it's also still a tricky positioning game, no matter how you slice it.
Could it be a Charizard Venusaur versus Charizard Venusaur mirror? I think when I was looking at this matchup coming into today, I thought that the Sleep Powder and the Venusaur is just so strong on both teams. It is a very scary move to click. We saw the finals start with that miss, of course.
Esos dos te ganaron.
Miss, but it can
Boo.
swing so heavily in your favor, especially when both players are looking to switch so frequently, right? We saw Pelipper switch in and just immediately get put to sleep. Well, if you take a look, of course, on Carlos's team, there's also no Protect on Incineroar, so landing a Sleep Powder into that or whatever switches in would be a big deal. And so I wouldn't be shocked to see Charizard Venusaur now come out from both leads. And I think if you are Carlos, you can also consider maybe saying, now I actually reveal the Charizard strategy, I'm going to go with Floette and try to go with the Calm Mind-based strategy, right? If you want to go with Floette, you can lead something like Incineroar and the Floette immediately, which of course allows you to pressure with Fake Out into Calm Mind. You can also play more defensively, leading something like Incineroar and Venusaur, which allows you to go for something like Fake Out Sleep Powder early, neutralize the big threats, then bring in the Floette and start setting up. And so the options are endless for both players here, but Carlos has that game advantage.
Carlos, me
And I
quedo
wonder
con
how
el lead.
much more
Me
Vikram will lead
meto
on this
otra vez
or
a Vino
Chaladon.
Chari.
That was a Pokemon that I feel like had a lot of potential in that
O mejor empiezo,
first game, but you saw those
¿Se
stamina boosts
Insin
not
Vino?
mounting to anything particularly
Con Chari al fondo y tal
A
vez.
lot of the damage from Carlos's team actually was coming
No
from
sé.
special attackers.
I really like that point because
Está difícil hacer la lead ahora. ¿Qué pasa si el otro juega por algo totalmente diferente, verdad?
Vikram in that last game was the rain was not up for half the battle because Charizard was just swapping out and in and out and in. And so as a result, if our Chaladon can only click Electroshot every other turn, its damage output is just way lower.
Sí está potente esta pelea.
Away, right? Maybe do 30%, 40%.
Ok, ¿empezamos?
Not enough. And here we go, folks. Game 2.
Carlos, Carlos, Carlos.
But Vikram can still pull it up. And like I said, Charizard Venusaur, there it is.
Chari vino. Y Chari vino.
Besties on the field and a mirror really pointing at each other right now as the Charizard and Venusaur stare down.
Hola, primo.
Rose, I'm scared. I'm scared for both players right now because both players have the pressure of Sleep Powder, right? This first turn already is really interesting because you can protect your Charizard, hope that Sleep Powder goes into that slot, and go for something like Sludge Bomb and Heat Wave to just try to knock out the opposing Venusaur, right? So Mega Evolution is going to come out, and of course, this allows Venusaur to now move first on basically both players' end.
have to worry though again and keep in mind that Carlos's Venusaur is timid, so it is likely to be the faster between the two, even though we haven't seen them up against each other in this match just yet. But it's a mega evolution for both as they have hit the field. So now what comes next? Which Venusaur will move first?
Pegó el Sleep Powder. Muy bien, a ver el otro también.
Tracks for this first turn, but Vikram's Venusaur can respond.
Oh my goodness, you can see Vikram's Charizard, by the way, Mega Evolving first and also taking the sleep turn first. So unless they're speed tying, might just be indication that Vikram's Charizard is faster. Like I said, coming into this battle, whoever's Charizard is faster will have a pretty big advantage there. And so now, lots of things that can happen.
Man,
Right?
Arthas puro RNG.
On the opposing side, then you can go for a Weather Ball into Charizard. But as you pointed out, Rose, it is going to be timid Venusaur here. Modest Charizard on the opposing side as well. And so Venusaur is going to pivot out. Is it going to be the Pelipper to change the weather into rain? It is. I expect the Venusaur on Carlos DeSantis still move first here. And could it be a Sleep Powder into that slot?
If it is, that would be a great call out. Of course, you cannot put the opposing Venusaur to sleep, but you could put either the Pelipper or the Archaludon. So that Steel type Archaludon coming in and not taking any damage.
Okay, so turn 2 of sleep. Now,
Como cuando el de la jugada en el pool del RNG del poder. Sí, men.
if you are Carlos, you're probably looking to get a sleep powder off, maybe put the Archaludon to sleep and pivot that Charizard out.
Sí.
It's the same dynamic that we saw from the first game, but I do like the adaptation from Vikram. I think Charizard also just poses decent damage throughout the course of this game, and so
Sí, lo problema es que ahora Vikram tiene la opción de jugar a cualquiera de los dos climas. Ya no se preocupa por ninguno.
It is too bad that this Venusaur doesn't have Earth Power in this particular case, because you would love to be able to get some damage down onto the opposing Archaludon, but you will take another Sleep Powder connecting onto the opposing Pelipper. Archaludon, though, now has this opportunity to get the Electro Shot, get that special attack increase. Maybe it will be useful for these subsequent turns, but is this going to be an Electro Shot into the Garchomp that switches or the Venusaur? Venusaur is the one on the receiving end, and that's just going to be some chip.
It's a fantastic call there, and unlike last time where Incineroar was able to neutralize
¿Qué haces?
Archaludon early,
¿Metes a Chatty Earthquake?
no parting shot, and so an Archaludon at +1 is so much stronger than a neutral Archaludon, right? You're pressuring that Dragon Pulse into the Garchomp. Venusaur now maybe wants to angle for a Sleep Powder into Archaludon, but Carlos just does not have that much damage, and that's the thing with this Choice Scarf Garchomp. Like we saw earlier, what Dragon Claw does, under 50% to Pelipper, you can go for a ground type attack, but the Archaludon's just going to stack up those stamina boosts. So Garchomp, once again, kind of in an awkward position, which is why I was thinking Sinistcha makes sense in this matchup. And okay, you know, who needs damage? You can go for Rock Slide, that gives you a flinch chance. Actually still does a decent amount to Pelipper as well, but of course will start stacking up that stamina.
Looks like it's still going to be 3-hit knockout from...
¡Oh! A mimir todos. Bien, Carlos. Así se juega.
Venusaur has said, you're just going to go to sleep. But Pelipper wakes up, so that is the damage.
Oh, shit.
Effective knockout. And that is going to be a huge Pokemon out of the way.
An absolutely huge...
Damn.
Now Venusaur can no longer Sleep Powder. And I think this is what's really awkward about Choice Scarf Garchomp as a pick in this matchup, right? Yes, it's fast, but it is not necessarily threatening one-hit knockouts. And once you commit to a move, well, now you're just locked into that Rock Slide, right? Charizard, of course, however, does hit the field. And so you do pressure a Weather Ball into the opposing Archaludon. That'll obviously do a lot of damage. And so I think Vikram got a really great turn there, eliminating Venusaur.
Sí, Vikram lleva mucha ventaja ahorita.
Weather control. So Vikram says, okay, I want to reset for rain. Time to bring out Venusaur.
But this is so risky, because what if it is just going to be a Weather Ball into that slot? You also have to worry about the Rock Slide. Switching to your Venusaur, that Focus Sash is now no longer going to be able to keep this Venusaur in this if it does take a super effective attack. Charizard wakes up as well. Weather Ball does go into the Archaludon. Venusaur around for the next turn.
Uy.
Has to count its lucky stars for that survival.
So intense right now. Archaludon does manage to hang on. It's a big offensive turn for Carlos, but now Vikram once again has the ability to either pivot him. I actually don't think you want to do it right now because
¿Proteges a Charizard?
in the field. So you might want to angle for something like a Sleep Powder into Charizard, and it is going to be that, and
Sí.
it does connect. Vikram inching closer and closer to taking us to game 3.
Garchomp can still go for Rock Slide though, which could stop this Archaludon from moving if it does manage to wake up on this turn. But those stamina boosts are starting to really add up here against the physical offense of this Garchomp. But Archaludon wakes up. Dragon Pulse now is it?
Oh, Vikram antes de Game 2. Shit.
Two Pokemon left
Ya esta no la
here
recuperas.
as we enter into the latter parts of the second game.
And that is the difference between getting that special attack boost on Archaludon and having being at neutral or even -1. Huge knockout there. That's 2 KOs, and now that is weather control over in Vikram's favor. Carlos, of course, still does have
Ese Garchomp no vino a hacer nada.
and it is sleeping. It is just so scary. I think the Incineroar right now obviously has fake out pressure into either Pokemon, right? You could fake out Venusaur, Charizard, hook to wake up, go for Heat Wave, right? I think that's basically the best bet. But it is still so tough because Vikram, of course, can pivot in the Pelipper and, of course, change the weather.
Wonder if you can go for an Ancient Power, though, with this Charizard. That's the one attack that I'm thinking of. Can Carlos keep himself in this game if he gets a big call right?
Sí, si hace un buen read con Ancient Power, pues...
Venusaur is going to swap out here. It's going to be the Pelipper. So, the weather now turning once again back into rain.
Rain active as Archaludon protects itself, just doesn't want to be on the receiving end of a fake out and a double up. Because even if this is going to end up being a water type weather ball from this Charizard, that could be enough to knock out the Archaludon on the other side. You also afford yourself to...
Sí, ya perdió Carlos esta. Ahorita, o sea, Vikram ganó.
Vikram there, maybe there was an opportunity to actually just have attack with the Archaludon, knowing that the Charizard wasn't guaranteed to wake up there, 1 in 3 chance. It was a throw chop, it wasn't a fake out. Electro shot there actually would have probably knocked out Charizard and just won the game. But Vikram saying, look, I'd rather just guarantee that I get the Pelipper in safely. Of course, did risk an Ancient Power. Charizard now guaranteed to wake up, does wake up. It's going to be the Weather Ball to knock out Archaludon, but that means the Pelipper will be able to get a Weather Ball or a Tailwind up right now.
Tailwind for speed control, but a Weather Ball would be super effective into either of these Fire-type Pokemon. As Incineroar goes for the parting shot to limit some of this Pelipper's special attack output. Still might not save itself from the partner coming in and trying to get some damage down. Tailwind to set up that speed control, and let's see what Vikram brings in next.
So it's going to be the Tailwind. As you saw, actually, crucially, Carlos' Incineroar faster than that Pelipper, so being able to drop that special attack immediately. It's going to be Venusaur. Can Vikram put it all together? The Pelipper's offense right now is quite good. As you mentioned, Rose, there is that Ancient Power on Charizard. That is super effective damage into the Pelipper. Right now, Incineroar and Carlos...
No creo que la tendría que jugar excepcionalmente bien para lograrlo. No lo va a
lograr. Going to find its mark there. That's a big connect. Will Pelipper follow up with a double up with the Weather Ball?
So Ancient Power is off the board, but the Weather Ball is hoping to secure some big damage into the Charizard at -1 special attack, though. It is not going to be enough to get the knockout now, but you should be able to follow that up on the next turn, as Throat Chop will not knock out this Pelipper here.
You can just see the strength of the rain, right? Of course, Carlos has
Damn, maldita sea, Carlos. ¿Por qué dejaste ese Venusaur en Hurricane?
Recoil either, maybe predicting Venusaur to potentially go for a protect. Either way, though, right now, Vikram just is in the driver's seat. Charizard, however, has taken turn of sleep, so it can go for something like a protect. However, even if you protect, what are you going to accomplish, right? Incineroar can maybe parting shot into Pelipper. Maybe you...
Qué menso. Hoy sí, qué frustrante. ¿Cómo haces? De verdad, qué mal jugaste, Carlos. Estoy decepcionado.
In this matchup.
Shit.
The damage is going to start to add up, and Charizard stays asleep. So now, really nothing that it can do in this turn. As Slug Ball comes out, that's going to be damage down onto the Incineroar, as Weather Ball finishes off this Charizard, and now it's just the Incineroar, the last Pokemon standing in game number 1, has to make up for its allies here. Another parting shot to drop this Pelipper special attack down to -2, but a 3v1 is too much for this cat to handle.
And there's just no way to close out the game in terms of damage for Carlos. So,
sí, ya lo dejo.
I'm going to drop Swampert, I'm going to bring Charizard. Both players lead Charizard and Venusaur, but it is Vikram that strikes back here in the second game. And I think now both players are likely already looking towards game 3, of course. Still not over yet in the sense that the Incineroar is standing on the field, but there is no way for it truly to deal with all of Vikram's remaining Pokemon. If you are Carlos, then you've got to start thinking about maybe that Garchomp's not. Garchomp's going to come out, continue.
Sí, ese Garchomp no salió a hacer absolutamente nada aquí.
But it is just slowly going to fade. And of course, the Weather Ball knock comes out. in the rain, has eaten up a couple special attack drops, but will still faint, and we're going to get game 3, folks.
What an exciting series so far between these two incredible trainers, Carlos and Vikram, evening up the game count, and it will be this decisive game.
¿Cómo qué harían ustedes? Yo sí sigo ahí, pero cabal cambio a Garchomp por algo diferente. Pero la cosa es por quién. ¿Por Sinistcha?
And I think the Garchomp is something like sometimes felt like a liability. The question, though, is, well, what do you replace the Garchomp with? It's not like Sinistcha necessarily feels better, right? And so, is there a mode
¿Pero es que metes a Sinistcha? ¿O cambias a Floet ahorita? Esperando que él esté preparado para Mega Charizard.
Into Charizard and Venusaur. Those are two Pokemon that resist fairy type damage. So, it might feel tricky to weave in, but if you're able to get a free...
Yo creo que cambiar a Mega Floet, Sinistcha, Incin y Garchomp podría funcionar.
Look, I'm willing to run it back, and I'm just going to, change how I play those opening turns. We're both going to go Charizard, Venusaur. But I think for Carlos now, seeing that the Charizard is likely slower than Vikram's is a really big deal.
The speed interaction
abrir Incin.
confirmed that Carlos's Venusaur
Yo creo que abrir Incin es lo correcto.
is faster. So now do you think about going back, maybe hoping that
Abrir Incin y te da ese fake out pressure para poder scoutear el lead de tu oponente.
one sleep powder the difference that might make you a world champion?
Incin Vino.
The fans here in the crowd as we get into game 3 here.
Incin Venusaur creo que sería la opción.
Championships. It has been a back and forth battle. Honestly, incredible play by both players.
¿Cómo lo harías vos, Cookie? ¿Cómo habrías si fueras Carlos? ¿Qué haces?
Are for game 3. I think there's a world where Vikram also could maybe say, I'm actually going to go back to Swampert. I do think that it feels more unlikely, but Venusaur Swampert is one of the mix-ups that you can go with on that side of the field. Otherwise, I think the Charizard Venusaur lead with Pelipper or Chaldon is very scary, and knowing that you are faster with Charizard is a big deal.
Vamos, Carlos.
If you're Carlos, though, and you say you want to bring the Choice Scarf Garchomp, you can consider leading it immediately because, of course, the Garchomp is actually quite nice defensively into most of the moves. You pressure with Rock Slide. If a Venusaur just misses Sleep Powder on Garchomp on turn 1, well, Garchomp's like, okay, cool, I'm just going to Rock Slide, I'm going to break your Focus Sash, I'm going to do a lot of damage, maybe even potentially knock out the Charizard depending on how it is trained. And so, if Carlos says, I don't want to go with the Float mode, I am looking at Garchomp as a lead.
Creo que Chomp Incin para darte versatilidad, decís vos.
To fake out as well to
Sí, es una
guarantee
buena
that you
idea.
could potentially get a Rock Slide off on that first turn.
Eso no es mala idea, o sea, te da toda la versatilidad del mundo. O sea, haces lo que perras, querrás.
Trainers, Pelipper and Charizard, both available to try to command the weather from each other. But I do wonder whether or not we will see either of the other Mega Evolutions in this game. One way's for sure, though, it's going to be an exciting Game 3 finish to crown our world champion in the seniors division. Everybody get ready. Carlos, Verástegui, and Vikram Thiagarajan are almost going to get into this final game.
Vamos, Carlos, Perú!
As you can see, they're playing on this grand stage, the largest stage that we've ever had in competitive Pokemon. Game 3, everything.
Bueno, a ver, ¿con qué empezamos ahora?
On the line. Let's see what the mix-ups are.
Well, for now, it's going to be a
Charivino, okay.
Venusaur and the Charizard, but we do see Carlos switch things up. Venusaur hitting the Charizard hitting the field, and Garchomp with that Choice Scarf.
There's that Garchomp.
Rock Slide.
If you were expecting Charizard Venusaur, now you say, look, I'm going to put the odds a little bit more in my favor. The way that the Charizard Venusaur normally wants to deal with this is I'm going to Mega Evolve, I'm going to Sleep Powder your Garchomp, I'm going to go for something like a Heat Wave or a Weather Ball, and crucially, because it's Leaf Storm on Venusaur, you can angle for a knockout immediately onto Garchomp the following turn. However, if Sleep Powder misses Garchomp, it's an absolute disaster. I think that's what we're going to see here on turn 1 to start the game.
Mega Evolution first, though, as we wait with bated breath to see what will happen next. As Charizard for Vikram Mega Evolves.
Oh!
Not a Mega Evolution for Carlos. It's just going to be a Protect of Vikram's Venusaur and a double Protect here. Scouts out what this Garchomp is going to log into with this Choice Scarf. We get confirmation, it will be the
Yo creo que usted igual estás bien así, fue la decisión correcta de parte de Carlos.
And crucially, Carlos's Charizard did not Mega Evolve there, right? That's for two potential reasons. One, if you think Vikram's not going to Mega Evolve Charizard, you don't want to set up the Sun, allowing Venusaur to then outpace the Scarf Garchomp. The other thing that I think is unlikely, but I do want to bring up, is there ever a world in which it's Floette there in the back? I think unlikely. Vikram says, look, I do not want to play with the potential Sleep Powder miss. Let me switch in our Chaladon, and Charizard now is going to Mega Evolve.
Ahí
It's
está.
going to be the Floette in the back. Carlos just saying, I don't want to give you the speed advantage early on turn 1. What's interesting here is Venusaur could actually sleep powder the Charizard and say, yeah, go for Rock Slide, give me a defense boost.
Would be quite nice, and that's exactly what's going to happen. So Vikram does get that first part correct. A sleeping Charizard and that Garchomp across the way with the Rock Slide is going to get that stamina boost set up on the Archaludon and buy this Archaludon some valuable time if that Pelipper is waiting in the wings.
Charizard will crucially take its first turn of sleep here. Now if you're Vikram, you have the play to switch Venusaur out into Pelipper, set up that rain, and immediately launch Electroshot into the Charizard slot. The Garchomp is locked into Rock Slide, so it will not really deal any damage to our Archaludon. We'll do around 40% to Pelipper, but that's not the most. You see how good this defensive Pelipper is. And
sí, lo agarró feo.
Switch out the Charizard, right? Because you don't want to just take a lot of damage or face to Electroshot. It's going to be Incineroar coming in here. So the Intimidate not really making any big difference. It's actually just Leaf Storm here, not going to switch in. And Garchomp takes so much damage. Vikram saying, look, I'm going to prioritize knocking out your Garchomp, which clears the path for my Charizard.
There's no way to stop the Archaludon from attacking on this turn unless you're able to get the Rock Slide flinch. There's a 30% chance to do so. So is it going to be...
Sí, se consigue el flinch, sería una loquera. No, ahí está.
One Dragon Pulse is going to knock out the Garchomp.
Man, este Garchomp no ha hecho nada todos estos juegos.
And I think it is a perfect opening here for Vikram. Really well done. I think, you know, one approach to knocking out Garchomp is, like I said, Sleep Powder and then Leaf Storm it, right? But with that, you know that you might miss the Sleep Powder, so basically Vikram says, I'm going to make your Choice Scarf work against you. You're locked into Rock Slide now. My Archaludon basically completely walks
Salió a no hacer nada el pobre Chompy.
And knocks out Garchomp without it getting a Rock Slide in a
Yo hubiera cambiado a Chomp por Incin en lugar de Chari.
Ideally to get that Charizard, and so I would say the advantage now heavily goes in Vikram's favor, but of course there is a Sleep Powder on both sides right now.
Carlos's Sleep Powder would be able to connect first onto the opposing Archaludon.
¿Qué le hace? Parting Shot.
Has been confirmed to be faster.
Archaludon, a huevo, sí, Parting Shot Archaludon es lo único que puedes hacer.
To stop the opposing Venusaur from doing something on this turn. That's why we're going to end up seeing a Protect here. Zeror could also just fire off some offense. So we see a double Protect from this Venusaur and this Archaludon to make sure there's no funny business on this turn.
Sleep Powder, not going to do anything. Flare Blitz, also not going to do anything. The main question for Carlos is how are you going to deal enough damage? The Archaludon
Parting Shot.
right now,
Haces Parting Shot a Archie.
The answer, of course, is going to be the Charizard in the back.
Haces Double Up a Archu.
Only taken one turn of sleep as well.
Con Parting Shot, sea lo que sea que entre ahí.
Sleep Powder comes out, and it's going to be a miss on Archaludon.
That's buying some valuable time here for Vikram's Venusaur to actually get some damage out with that Sludge Bomb. Dragon Pulse as well is just going to help to whittle away this Venusaur's HP, but it leaves this Archaludon to have to eat a Parting Shot to drop its special attack. But with only 3 Pokemon remaining, Carlos has to bring back out this sleeping Charizard.
Charizard comes out, but it is such a difficult position right now. Sunlight also fades, and so that means that you don't even necessarily have to switch in Pelipper, right? The risk of switching in Pelipper is it comes out and then it gets hit by a Sleep Powder, and then you just can't wake up with it in the following turn. You have to take that one turn of guaranteed sleep. Right now, though,
damn, Carlos, me fallaste.
That Archaludon, so you can go for a Sleep Powder onto it once again. Charizard here maybe just says, you know what, I'm going to stay in and I'm happy to just put Heat Wave. I want to try to knock out your Venusaur. Vikram, of course, can pivot in that Pelipper. He's got the Pokemon advantage right now. The momentum is definitely on his side and no switches here. You can see Vikram saying, I don't know about this one.
Charizard stays asleep though, so maybe we do get to see some damage go in that direction, but right now it is the Sludge Bomb fell by the Protect. As as well with that Dragon Pulse.
Se salvó.
Not much accomplished that turn, but Charizard does stay asleep. Had that woken up, it might have just been a Heat Wave, knock out the opposing Venusaur. Vikram decides, I don't want to switch him Pelipper there, maybe out of respect for a Sleep Powder or Leaf Storm into that slot. Now it is going to be Carlos' Venusaur that is switching out into Incineroar. Can Carlos retaliate back and get a knockout right now? Are we going to see Venusaur potentially switch out into Pelipper? There's the swap.
Right, so we do have one unrevealed Pokemon in the back, and now we know it is the Pelipper. Coming to set the rain here, and that's going to be weather control for Vikram. Charizard is taking all of the sleep, but it does get to double connect the Heat Wave onto both Pokemon. But look at how little damage that's going to do with the rain and neutral.
Oh, no, se comió a Charizard.
Out from Archaludon.
Uy, uy, uy.
Venusaur pivoting out. This is such a powerful attack. You have to imagine it wants
No sé cómo no la viste.
It is going to land its mark into Charizard. It's not going to get the knockout, but it gets Vikram 1 inch closer to becoming world champion.
No sé cómo no la
It was
viste,
already
qué
difficult for Carlos,
menso.
but now it feels nearly impossible to win.
It's really tough when that Charizard doesn't have a lot of HP left to play with.
Bueno, señores, Vikram, campeón del mundo.
Back up the sun with their own Charizard.
Swampert, campeón del mundo. Let's go.
Speed advantage. But right now, Pelipper and her Chaladon really looking tough here for Carlos
Shit.
to take down.
It is so tricky, especially with Sleep Powder
Nos
missing.
falló Carlos.
The first thing you have to do if you're Carlos is you need to find a way to get Venusaur back out onto the field, get a Sleep Powder off, and so Charizard is going to protect you. You would think it wants to switch out, but if you switch out, but the Venusaur is just vulnerable. Electroshock comes out once again. And folks, this is our Chaladon, a Pokemon that often feels like it is as strong, if not stronger than Mega Evolutions in Pokemon Champions. Will target Charizard here, as Incineroar will be able to pivot out. So this is what I was saying. Number 1 for Carlos is get Venusaur out on the field.
And also,
Me le va a tirar un Hurricane ese espacio.
That is our Chaladon has been getting from those Electroshots. No, you didn't get the damage down in the Charizard, but you did make that our Chaladon a lot more threatening by adding +1 to its special attack. So the parting shot coming in very handy there from that Incineroar. But now that the Venusaur is on the field, you don't really have a lot of HP to play with for either of these Pokemon on Carlos' side.
And what's tricky is, well, you have...
Si ese tu Garchomp, Carlos, ese tu Garchomp no sirvió para absolutamente nada durante todos estos juegos.
For it feels like it wants to switch out. All of its moves basically will just dent the Archaladon on Pelipper, and so I think Carlos probably wants to look for a Sleep Powder. Maybe you can go for something like a Protect and switch an Incineroar, but the problem is then you just get doubled up into. It's just going to be staying in, so it's going to be Sleep Powder. Does land on our Chaladon, but this means Pelipper can get a lot of damage. It will get a knockout onto either of these Pokemon. Ancient Power, though, super effective damage. Does not do that much, and will Pelipper retaliate back and just knock out Charizard? If so...
Ese Pelipper está hecho de acero, man.
Our Chaladon's going to take its first mandatory turn of sleep, though, and Pelipper fires off the Hurricane. That is going to be a knockout onto the Venusaur. Just 2 Pokemon remaining here for Carlos, as it's the Incineroar and the Mega Charizard that has to go up against the world. Vikram still has 4 Pokemon to play with.
And with Venusaur going down, I mean, this Charizard now cannot beat the Archaladon. Archaladon in itself is such a strong win condition. Ancient Power does okay damage into Pelipper, but now that the rain is up, Vikram basically just has to say, look, I'm just going to keep our Chaladon in rain. You are not going to be able to handle it. And I think we're going to see our Chaladon claim.
Sí, Vikram ya ganó, chat. Ese Garchomp no sirvió para absolutamente nada.
We're just moments away from being able to see that, and Vikram being the world champion. But you can't give up here, Carlos. You still have some fight left and Pokemon on the board. As we play out the rest of this positioning game, we see the Pelipper leave the field for the Venusaur on the other side. So that is going to be the Pokemon that takes that Ancient Power. Our Chaladon wakes up though, so Electroshock is going to get fired off. And if that's into these Charizard, that's going to be a knockout and leaving Incineroar on an island.
Vikram has come so close on this stage before. Top 4 at the World Championships.
GG's, chat. Vikram ganó,
and he's one Pokemon away.
Vikram ganó, bien merecido.
Classic, iconic Pokemon staring
Swampert,
down
campeón del
Chaladon.
mundo.
He's not going to have enough damage. And Vikram now feels it. He knows that the title is his.
What an incredible season here for Vikram. Got top 4 at the Turn Special event earlier this
Solo
year.
entrega el juego, no nos hagas perder el tiempo, Carlos. Solo entrega el juego. Por respeto a tu oponente y a todos los demás, entrega el juego.
And take home
A la
the
madre.
World Championship title. Just to bookend an incredible season. Venusaur lets loose a Sludge Bomb, poisons this Incineroar to put it even more on a timer. But as our Chaladon gets this Electroshock ready to go and to fire off into this
Y con esto muere Incineroar.
World Championships! But we're going to have to wait one more turn as this Incineroar does not fall to that one Electroshot.
To go for a Flare Blitz into the Venusaur, get one more knockout.
Aunque sea, me lo llevo. Dice.
You have to give so much credit to Carlos here. Such a phenomenal player. And this matchup, I think, was quite tricky, right? When you are a team that only has sun, the rain is so tough for the opposing side. The ability to flex between dual weather. There's a reason why this is one of the top teams coming into the World Championships. We saw it win in the junior division, and I think we're about to see it win in the senior division. Pelipper coming back out, and it's going to be the final turn of the battle now.
Pero no ganó en juniors.
Look across
Ganó Frostlas.
our child and wonder how it could even stand tall to this offense. As we do see the forfeit come through, that's going to confirm
Se confundió Cybertron.
as your world champion in the
Buen trabajo, Ikra. Buen trabajo.
Absolute treat to watch both of these players. You can see the sports
¡Eh!
amazing.
Grande, Carlos. Casi lo hacías.
Incredible senior division players.
Buen trabajo, Ikra. Jugaste excelente. Juego 2 y 3.
Masterclass by both. So much constant pivoting and switching. Take a look at that crowd, Vikram. That is your world championship winning crowd. You can see the fans celebrating.
Buen trabajo, buen trabajo. Lástima que no ganó Carlos.
Charizard and Venusaur plushie.
Nos quedaste mal. Decepcionaste a toda Latinoamérica, Carlos. Toda Latinoamérica está decepcionada a ti.
What a treat it was to watch these two players go up against each other.
It was just an incredible positioning battle, even going back all the way to
Bueno,
that
se toca el final y la clausura. Chat.
So methodical, thinking several turns ahead
Estoy
about
cansado,
how to get my
jefe.
Charizard into a position to really put this Swampert into a bad spot. And so Carlos really setting the pace and the mental for how the rest of the series was going to go.
And that was a marathon. Like that first game, it was just constant switching back and forth. The mental fortitude that you need to have to be able to play this game
Qué buen
at the
juego.
highest
La verdad es que
level,
Vikram se la
not
mamó.
through just one game, but through
Se mamó.
3 games, is incredibly taxing. And I think like Carlos put up an
Vikram se
amazing fight.
mamó.
Of course, Sleep Powder with Venusaur. Coming into the match, we're saying we expect to see a lot of Sleep Powders. It's going to hit, it's also going to miss. And I think that the positioning battle in that third game, Vikram just knocking out Garchomp so quickly, giving him a huge, huge advantage. And just absolutely amazing by both of these players. And once again, they're playing at the freaking Chase Center. That is a memory that they will remember for the rest of their lives.
And what a great display, and we can really see why both of these competitors came into this World Championship as regional champions, but only one gets to walk away as the World Champion. So let's hear from our newest World Champion.
Let's hear it one more time for your senior world champion, Vikram Thiagarajan! Vikram, you just said you
Se
can't
baboseó
believe
hacia el
it,
final,
but
no sé por
I
qué,
have
la
to
verdad,
ask
te empezó re
you,
bien.
You had to describe it. How does it feel?
Just absolutely amazing. I've been dreaming of this for about 3-4 years ever since I started playing competitive Pokemon. So,
Bravo, Vikram. Sos un crack. Sos un crackazo.
I mean, tell me about that team, dual weather. That was such an innovation coming into the World Championships. How did you pilot it throughout the weekend?
So just most games you use Charizard, Venusaur, and then well, yeah, switch Belly in, Arch, yeah. And Venusaur was not very good in this tournament, but in this game it was absolutely amazing. So can't complain.
Showed up where it counted for sure, right?
Yeah, 100%.
And I'm sure you have a lot of friends and family who helped you make it to this incredible moment. Do you have any shout outs you want to give to them?
Want to shout out my
Bueno, no pegó, pero soy Swampert, sí.
me here, take me to all the tournaments.
Frostlas y Swampert,
Want to thank
campeones
all the
del
UK
mundo.
community, the Indian
Me doy por
community.
servido.
There's way too many people to thank, so just thank everyone who helped me along the way.
Let's hear it one
Grande,
more time for the
Vikram.
2026 Senior World Champion, Vikram Thiagarajan!
Qué crack.
We have crowned 2 of our video game
Bueno,
world champions.
señores.
We have one more title to go. Let's go ahead
Masters.
and take it to our casters for our Masters Division title match.
Wow, that was an incredible set. We have had 2 incredible finals already here in the Chase
belleza,
Center
jo.
to kick off our Champions
Ven, Pokémon es
era
lo
of the
máximo.
video game championships. My name is Evan Latt, and I have the distinct privilege of being joined by my good friend Scott Glaze here to take you through the Masters Division finals coming up.
going to be an incredible match here. Two really impressive players and two players with very different stories, right? And on one hand, we have the champion for the PJCS, I think considered by most trainers to be the most difficult tournament other than the World Championships to win. On the other side, we have a player with fewer accomplishments that has really surprised everyone getting to this point and proven that he's just as equal of a threat.
Absolutely, this is going to be an incredible matchup between two highly skilled players from Japan. Like you mentioned, Hiroshi Onishi is our current PJCS champion out of Japan, and that is a title that comes with a lot of pressure behind it and a lot of history. In fact, two of our former PJCS champions have gone on to then win the World Championships in the very same year that they won that tournament. And now, Hiroshi Onishi is going to try to put his name right next to those legends.
Yeah, but I think it's worth noting too, there have also been two champions who have made it to the finals and fallen just short at this final step. So don't count his opponent out either. May not have that decorated resume yet, but hey, you know, having World Championships there really changes how it looks, and he's just a few games away.
Absolutely. His opponent, Hakumo Yamazaki, is also a very strong trainer who has gotten hot at exactly the right moment. This is a competitor who has been competing since 2009 and finally has a big finish to put on his resume. I know this is something that he has worked so hard for. Even when the results weren't there, he kept at it, he kept going forward, and that persistence, dedication, and hard work have landed him a spot here in the finals.
Yeah, I think that's really impressive. You know, it's going to be a very frustrating game when things aren't going your way. You know, some formats just kind of don't suit you as a trainer. Maybe, you know, kind of just doesn't play to your strengths. Maybe it's more offensive than you want. Maybe it's more defensive. You know, maybe your favorite strategies just aren't good. Maybe you just were unlucky, right? It happens to all trainers sometimes, and they can be really hard to push through those situations in this game where it just doesn't seem like anything that you do works. And I think to stick with it for so long, it's a really deserved achievement to do so well at this tournament.
Absolutely, and I am so excited to be getting into this match. Let's go ahead and take a quick preview of this finals.
Over a season of furious competition, which saw the introduction of Pokemon champions to the competitive scene, over 300 of the best trainers
qué bonito lo adornaron todo.
battled their way through the year to make it to the game's premiere event. The culmination of their effort brought them to San Francisco, each trainer chasing the same dream, becoming the first ever
Qué bueno que Zack no llegó a la final, señores. Eso es lo que me hace feliz a mí. Y lástima que Joao no llegó.
Unforgettable battles, only two trainers remain. One match, one champion, history begins here. Hiroshi Onishi came into the 2026 World Championships as the reigning Japan Championship Series champion, winning after making an incredibly bold play.
This could be disastrous. Earthquake first, heat wave following up for Hiroshi to get the double KO!
Throughout his run at the World Championships, Hiroshi continued making these bold plays, catching his opponents off guard and earning him the opportunity to compete for the biggest title of his career. Takuma Yamazaki, on the other hand, is competing for the first time at the World Championships, making it through Phase 1 of Swiss with a strong 7-1 record.
A ver los equipos. Queremos ver los equipos.
Phase 2, he had to win every single match from then on to find his way into the first
Dragonite, Snisler, Basculillo.
Their paths couldn't have been more different, but on this stage, they now collide with a World Championship title on the line. And while they both enter as competitors, only one trainer can leave as the first world champion of VGC in Pokemon Champions.
明日は絶対負けません。
お互いいい決勝戦にしよう。その上で俺が勝ちます。
Vaya. Vaya pues.
Oh man, I am so ready for this match.
Ok, aquí le vamos a Takuma, ¿verdad? Le vamos a Yamazaki, ¿verdad?
Chase Center, are you ready for this matchup?
Estamos de acuerdo que le vamos a Yamazaki porque tiene a Mega Dragonite.
In just a few
¿Verdad?
moments, we will know who our first Masters World Champion is going to be of this Pokemon Champions era. And I could not be more excited to have these two strong competitors on stage. We're going to see some incredible matchups of both of them.
I think it should be a lot of fun here. A little bit different sort of a matchup than maybe we saw in the junior and the senior divisions, where the teams we saw in those divisions maybe a little bit built more around the chemistry of the Pokemon, right? Kind of how the abilities interact with one another. These teams are much more about power. On one side with Hiroshi, we have the Big Six team that's kind of been dominating this format so far, built around the strongest attackers in the format. You know, Charizard, largely considered to be the strongest Mega Evolved Pokemon in this format. You know, Garchomp, King Gambit, Basculegion, so scary, and both trainers have those Pokemon in common. On the other side of the field, we have just 6, right? Critically missing that Charizard that's been the most used Pokemon throughout the Pokemon Champions era. Instead, the Dragonite that we saw hanging out with Takuma during the video. Really cool adjustment here. So 2 fun approaches to trying to make the strongest team you can in order to defeat the strongest trainers in the world.
Absolutely, that is exactly what you need to defeat the strongest trainers in the world. You need the strongest Pokemon, and Hiroshi Onishi knows exactly what it takes to do that. Of course, he is our defending PJCS champion, and he, like you mentioned, this is a classic VGC team here in the Champions era with that dual Mega Charizard Y and the Floette Eternal Flower.
It's a little bit different coming from Hiroshi, though. I think it was incredibly impressive watching him play his matches earlier in this tournament on stream. I think a lot of the players maybe thought, hey, you know, I have to deal with this team, but I can skill my way around it. I'm experienced against this composition, and it just felt so different coming from him. Particularly that semifinal match,
está difícil, los dos
really
tienen
impressive read to pick up a
buenos
big
equipos. Lo más
double
interesante
knockout. It's not a move that most other
es ese
trainers
Mega
would have been
Dragonite.
willing to go for, and you see why he's probably the favorite in this match.
Absolutely, and you have to take note of these small little adjustments here. I'm looking specifically at this King Gambit. King Gambit has been one of the most dominant Pokemon in the MB regulation here, and you can see Hiroshi has opted for the 4-attack variant, so not Sword Stance, no Protect here, and also critically using the Aqua Berry instead of the Chople Berry to reduce fire instead of fighting.
Yeah, the other Pokemon that team to keep in mind too is that Whimsicott will be very important as a difference between those teams. You know, one of the 2 Pokemon that's unique on his team, that Tailwind could be very important. The Pokemon on his team kind of would naturally be a little bit slower perhaps than his opponent's Pokemon because he does have that speed control option. So if he's able to get Tailwind active, he's going to have a pretty big advantage both by moving first and kind of having more stat points.
La contra con Dragonite es que es básicamente te da 2 Pokémon.
It'd be very important this matchup to keep Whimsicott.
Y no es como Charizard que sí, te da 2 Pokémon, pero fijo que eres ese Mega Charizard.
There's some fun tricks as well.
Absolutely, and the big difference, of course, is that Dragonite over the Charizard. This is a Pokemon that was added to this team specifically for opposing Charizard and Venusaur matchup, so no Venusaur on the other side, but the Charizard does not like looking at this, probably enough to scare that Pokemon away.
Yeah, I think it's very likely. Instead, we get the Mega Floette, which then makes things a little bit tricky here, right? Where you know, the Mega Dragonite, the Choice Scarf Garchomp that was so impactful throughout the Swiss stage and in the top cut round 8, maybe going to have a little bit more difficult of a matchup here. Again, very important for that Whimsicott to get the Tailwind active so that the threat of that devastating Rock Slide is weakened a little bit. But hey, you know, if there's a Floette,
creo que tienes que ir
Floette is also a Pokemon that's different between these 2 teams. I think very likely that Sneasler is going to be an important Pokemon in this matchup.
Yo me iría Mega
I think how
Floette
much
aquí.
Sneasler can get done is going to be very important. While it can do a lot of damage to any of the Pokemon on his opponent's team, you can't attack both
sería lo
Pokemon at the same
correcto.
time. It's a bunch of single target attacks, so I think targeting wisely is going to be very important for Takuma, where on the other side of the field, I think trying not to let Sneasler get too much, punishing it anytime it attacks, making sure
pero es directo, esa es full para pegar, no tiene
Absolutely, keep your eyes on
no tiene
that
Calm
Sneasler.
Mind,
If you
no
were
es
cheering for
setup.
Takuma out in the crowd, you are going to want to see that Pokemon go to work. Our trainers now have exchanged team sheets. That means that they are in a team preview and getting ready to hop into game 1. Let's hear it for both of
Bueno, a ver
us
quién
here as they
gana.
head
Pues
into
¡vamos!
finals.
La final, sí se puede, señores. Vamos, 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 vamos. A ver, ¿quién está emocionado? ¿Están emocionados? ¿Estamos contentos? ¿A quién le vamos?
Well, Garchomp hasn't even hit the field, and already the ground is shaking up here at our desk as we are headed right into Game 1. Hiroshi Onishi rocking his PJCS champion title up against Takuma Yamazaki and just the competitor title. But that's going to be Floette and King Gambit led from Takuma alongside the Basculegion and Floette from Hiroshi. So as expected, that Floette, a central Pokemon for both of these competitors.
Yeah, I think both sides likely choosing as their Mega Evolved Pokemon, though we don't know that for certain. Certainly, you can choose to bring one of these other Pokemon in the back and hold the Mega Evolution on Floette. I think Dragonite much more likely to appear as regular Dragonite than Charizard, who in this matchup I think is going to struggle a little bit more. And then initially, too, next to the Floette, the Pokemon are important. Now, King Gambit has the type advantage against the Basculegion, threatening a very powerful Sucker Punch into it, or an Iron Head into the Floette. So what will happen here? A double target for these Pokemon could still pick the King Gambit up as well. So in a format about reads, we'll have to see what both the trainers decide to do on this first turn.
Well, let's see if they've been studying their opponents. Takuma will be the first to Mega Evolve his Floette. Now, Mega Floette on the field for Takuma, immediately matched by Hiroshi Onishi as well. So both of these competitors have opted to activate their big power modes. The Floette both on the field next to two strong partners. Basculegion gets the Aqua Jet out to avoid the Sucker Punch coming out from that King Gambit. That's some important chip and does catch the Sucker Punch. King Gambit is not able to use its priority attack and instead just takes some chip. However, Takuma is able to fire back with a Dazzling Gleam, but here comes the light of ruin.
Demonios!
Blasting into that King Gambit and erasing it off of the field. King Gambit, the #1 threat of this meta, is down, but Floette takes
Ese no fue un one-hit KO.
recoil in return.
Yeah, a lot of damage going down both directions there. The first knockout going to Hiroshi, and that's a very important Pokemon to deal with in this matchup. If you can't get the Tailwind up, another option with these slower Pokemon is try to use moves with increased priority instead, such as the Sucker Punch, such as the Extreme Speed. It's kind of the way this team gets around not having speed
Pero
control.
fue one hit KO producción, te confundieron.
Of dodging being slower.
King Gambit, sí, men, lo hicieron pero polvo.
Smart line there from Hiroshi with the Aqua Jet and the Light of Ruin, guaranteeing the KO on that King Gambit in turn 1. However, Takuma now is able to match Basculegion, bringing out his own. And of course, what we know and love about Basculegion is it just loves when its partners faints.
Yeah, it does even more damage that Last Respects in, but you might not even need the Last Respects here, right? I think you're just kind of using it if you're calling a switch here. Potentially a big advantage here in the board state, even though there's a disadvantage in the KO count. Both these Pokemon weaken.
Sí, yo creo que de todas maneras está mejor posicionado. En cuestiones del equipo ahorita, está Takuma mejor que Hiroshi.
And again, we gotta assume the Pokemon on Takuma's side are likely quicker because there is no speed control here. So these Pokemon are probably both pinned.
Okay, well, just trying to use that Basculegion to pressure the pin on Floette and Basculegion, and Takuma gets the protect out of the Floette. Does not get it out of Basculegion, which fires an Aqua Jet into Floette, dealing just over 40% of its health. Takes a little bit of recoil back, which will allow Takuma to clean up the Basculegion with this Dazzling Gleam. And critically, that Pokemon that you shouted out from the very jump, Sneasler gets in for free.
Sí, qué buena se le echó.
The opposing Floette has just blown its protect, so very vulnerable.
Se sacó ese Basculegion solo para meterle miedo a Floette. Qué buena jugada.
But loves to be the last Pokemon remaining. After 3 Pokemon, his team has been knocked out. Last Respect, almost every Pokemon in the format. Easily every Pokemon. Particular matchup other than King Gambit. So great thing to have in the
Entonces ahorita Sneasler tiene libertad de hacer fake out si necesita, dependiendo de que venga aquí. Puede hacerle fake out desde Whimsicott, no hay problema. Mientras tanto aquí Floette puede hacer otro Dazzling Gleam solo para meter golpes.
So there is the opportunity for Hiroshi to go for Tailwind. However, like you mentioned, Floette just whipped its protect.
Yeah, so it's really complicated. Right? It's great to have the Whimsicott in the back. You get the Tailwind. This point will likely last for the remainder of the game, but how do you have enough Pokemon remaining for it to matter? Potentially both these Pokemon being threatened with a lot of damage or a potential fake out. So kind of have to guess what slot a potential fake out's going in, or maybe just a double up to knock out these Pokemon. Do you risk sacrificing this Floette that's already been weakened very much?
Wow, Takuma la tiene buena ahorita. Está muy bien posicionado.
Try to use it to deal some damage into the Tailwind. I think it's going to be difficult to win with Floette from here because there still is that Basculegion in the back who who could check it with Aqua Jet later. So, and maybe that unrevealed Pokemon's going to have to win this one.
Okay, Whimsicott here is now forced to protect a fake out into the Whimsicott and a Dazzling Gleam.
Uy, intentó el doble protect.
Hiroshi knows he's on the back.
Sí, ahí estaba.
Tries to go for a double, another Dazzling Gleam, and now
oh, wow.
all of a sudden the back foot. 2 Pokemon remain.
Damn, y ahorita ese Sneasler está tranquilo para hacer Gongshot, Darklo, lo que quiera. Y Flo tiene Light of Ruin ahí solo para decir, te voy a convertir en polvo, a lo que sea que le venga ahorita.
Which ensures Sneasler is going to survive the turn with that Focus Sash. And this is not necessarily enough of an advantage. And that final Pokemon is King Gambit, a Pokemon that's often a little bit slower, even in the Tailwind.
O puedes tirarte el Soccer, puedes tirarte a ese King Gambit que no tiene Protect. Yo eso haría, Close Combat a King Gambit, Light of Ruin a King Gambit y ya ganaste.
Yeah, so how do you deal with the situation, right? You're going to have to hit the Sneasler twice first, and even that Sucker Punch and a Moonblast might not be enough, right? So,
Hey, ¿qué pasó? ¡No! ¡Carga!
And the Floette exerting so much pressure to both of these Pokemon.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe the players go for a Tailwind and try to Iron Head flinch the Sneasler. That might be the only out here.
Yeah, if you can get the Iron Head flinch here, that could be helpful. There is the King Gambit going for the Iron Head, this time into just the Floette. So getting that Pokemon off the field and trusting in Whimsicott with the Focus Sash to maybe be able to close this out. But like I mentioned, no Troupleberry. King Gambit is knocked out in one hit from that Sneasler, which still has its Focus Sash.
Yeah, likely able to close the game on its own, but it won't need to. That Basculegion will be able to come in and help out. And there's not really anything Whimsicott can do here about the combination of an Aqua Jet and a close combat. I guess you could try and encore to stall things a little bit, but I just don't think there's a path for Hiroshi in this first game. He's going to have to think about how he's going to recover.
Sí, ya no hizo nada, ya perdió. Qué buen. Mira, ese susto que le metió con Basculegion le hizo el juego. Qué cabrón, Takuma.
If you are out there cheering for him, he is going to need your energy. Because Takuma Yamazaki, despite not having a finish to his name, his resume is blank except for this finals appearance here at the World Championships.
¡Qué crack!
He is about to be one game away
¡Qué craqueado!
Hey, it's the right time to get hot. Nobody cares
Man,
about the tournament win
sí,
more
wow.
than one. This is the one
¡Qué
everyone plays
maldito!
all year to try to win. It's the greatest prizes, and I think critically for these trainers, the greatest prestige. Everyone wants to be able to call themselves a world champion.
All right, and Whimsicott will just protect. That is Hiroshi stalling out for a little bit more time. You can see it on his face, trying to think through these lines, trying to understand where things went wrong for him in this game one, and time to go back to the drawing board for game two.
Yeah, I think one thing important to keep in mind here as the trainers prepare for the next game is we have a team preview of the subsequent game, right? Moonblast's going to come down here, not be nearly enough on the Basculegion. But, what do you lead?
Sí, esto solo está intentando ver, entender cuánto daño hace o no hace.
How difficult it is to make good defensive switches. Whimsicott Focus Sash going to be activated here, but Poison Touch going to finish it off as if it had any chance, unfortunately, either way.
Well, that's okay. Basculegion sends its last respect.